slow down and use caution while traveling. The latest road tips for North Carolina can be obtained by visiting Travant.gov. This is NOAA Weather Radio, all hazards, station WXL58, operating on frequency 162.5. From the National Weather Service in Raleigh, and it's located on the UNCTV Tower near Chapel Hill. Serves the northeast Piedmont of North Carolina. It's 1:07 a.m. Eastern Standard. Carolina. The flood warning is now in effect until late tomorrow.
Now let's check out what we have for this hour. Coming up, foldable smartphones are set to become all the rage this year as more manufacturers are expected to launch them. Also, Shanghai leads global robot industry with sales boom ahead.
Indeed. Also, we've got some cool songs for you.
They always had the good stuff.
我姓李，我叫李小辉，我是2000年来的北京，然后。
My surname is Li Xiaohui. I came to Beijing in 2000. I have been renting a house ever since I graduated. I've been kind of home in Beijing for almost 20 years. I got married in 2011. In 2017, after my second child was born, the pressure got much greater. If I hire a babysitter, then every year I need to spend another 60,000 yuan. It's too expensive. I had no choice but to send my second child to live with my parents.
然后好长时间不见吧，有时候而且我们就分不清我们谁是谁。
We haven't seen each other for so long.
That gold gone. Poor Ned lying there with a bullet in him. I gotta get him back to Selkirk. I gotta.
Sometime later, the man Hank arrived in Selkirk with his badly wounded friend. After getting the wounded man to the doctors, Hank went to the constable's office in Selkirk. What can I do for you, mister?
Me and my partner, we've been robbed. Everything we had is gone. He's lying with a bullet in him over at the doctor's right now.
Robbed, you say? When did it happen? Where did you have your gold?
We was on the way to Whitehorse with our take. All of a sudden, them bandits come along, several of them. They began shooting. Ned, he shot back. Then they put a bullet in him, made off with our pack horses.
Did you get a good look at him?
I was so scared I didn't look too close. Just know there was plenty tough looking. One of them was tougher than the rest. Was bigger than the others.
Must have been McGraw and his gang again.
Yep, come to think of it, I reckon it was. I've been hearing about that gang. How they've been robbing and carrying on around this territory.
Frankly, Jack McGraw is the most notorious gang leader in the Yukon. So far, he's been clever enough to evade capture.
Well, what do we got constables for? You Mounties are supposed to keep law and order here in the Yukon. But you let one man like that McGraw run wild, robbing and shooting, till us prospectors have bred of everything we worked so hard to get. Why don't you do something about that gang?
I've tried trailing him, but he manages to cover his trail too well. I don't blame you for being angry about it, but I'm doing all I can.
Sure, maybe you are. But what you're doing isn't enough. From my way of thinking, seems to me you'd admit McGraw's got you licked. Get some help here that might be able to track him down. What can one Mountie like yourself do against a gang like that anyway?
There isn't much more I can do, I admit.
Where I come from in the States, they used to get bloodhounds after crooks like that. We're good at covering the trail. Of course, there ain't any bloodhounds in the Yukon territory. But I sure wish there was, I can tell you.
Wait a minute. You've given me an idea. As you say, there aren't any bloodhounds in the Yukon. But I know of one of our men who has a dog that can do as well, if not better, than a bloodhound.
Well, why don't you get him here? Try and catch that no-good gun-toting McGraw.
By thunder, I will. I'll get off a telegram to Dawson headquarters this afternoon and ask him to send Sergeant Preston and his dog King here to Selkirk. With them on his trail, McGraw and his gang had better look out. Come on, let's go to the telegraph office right now.
At At the headquarters of the Northwest Mounted Police in Dawson City, Sergeant Preston, with his great dog King, entered the inspector's office. Morning, King.
Oh, good morning, Sergeant.
Morning, sir. Came over as soon as I got your message.
Oh, good. Sit down.
Thank you, sir. Morning, King.
King certainly minds well.
Yes, Inspector, he does.
He's quite a dog. Quite a dog. Oh, Sergeant, I sent for you because I had word from Selkirk about a gang that's been terrorizing the people down there. It's known as the McGraw Gang.
The McGraw Gang?
That's right. The leader is a big fellow by the name of Jack McGraw. We want him and the gang, Sergeant, for murder.
Murder?
Yes. A few days ago, they held up a couple of prospectors on the trail south of Selkirk and killed one of them.
Has the constable at Selkirk been able to pick up their trail?
No, Sergeant. The message I received from Constable Jim Kemper this morning said that he needed help and hoped that you and King could come. I want you to go to Selkirk with King and track down McGraw and his gang. Kemper will, of course, help you. We can't spare any more men right now.
King and I will start at once for Selkirk, Inspector. With Kemper, we'll do all we can to find the McGraw Gang and bring them in.
I'm sure you will. But I want to warn you, Sergeant. Jack McGraw is tough and a killer. He'd just as soon kill an officer of the law as he would any prospector on the trail.
All the more reason why he has to be stopped, eh, King?
Well, good luck, Sergeant. I'm counting on you and King.
We'll do our best, sir. Thank you. Come on, fellow. That night, Sergeant Preston and King took the boat from Dawson to Selkirk. When they arrived in Selkirk, Preston, who had taken his horse aboard with him, rode directly to the constable's office. Hold on. Come on, King.
Sergeant Preston. Golly, I'm sure glad to see you and King here.
How are you, Jim? Inspector told me you've been having trouble down here.
Yes, we have. McGraw and his gang have been more than I could handle. They've got to be stopped, Sergeant. No one feels safe while they're roaming the territory.
I can understand that. They're wanted for murder, so King and I will stick with you until we find them.
It may not be as easy as we hope. That Jack McGraw seems to be mighty clever and plans his moves well.
I see. You think he's found out that you sent for King and me?
I wouldn't know. But he has a way of finding out things.
It means he must have someone around to tip him off. Did you try to trail him after he killed that prospector?
Yes, I did. But you know how many travel that trail during the summer. It was impossible to pick up that trail since I didn't get out there until 2 days after it happened.
I can understand that.
I don't know just where we can begin. But I knew that if you and King came here, you'd think of something.
Well, thanks for the confidence, Jim. I hope we can think of something.
Let's go to my cabin and get something to eat.
All right.
Then we can talk over the situation and maybe we can make some plans. Let's go.
On, King. Later, at the constable's cabin, the two Mounties discussed ways and means of bringing the McGraw gang out into the open. Jim, I've thought of something that might work.
What's your idea, Sergeant?
Do you know of anyone we might get to put on an act at the cafe? Someone to pretend he's been drinking and because of it is talking a little too freely?
Yes, I know an old sourdough, Jed Wilson, who'd do it. We can always find him at the trading post.
Good. If McGraw does have someone planted in town, maybe what I tell Jed Wilson to say in the cafe will bring the gang out in the open and put them where they can't make a getaway.
Tell me about it.
I'll tell you about it as we walk to the trading post to see Wilson. Let's go. Come on, King. That evening, after a long discussion with Sergeant Preston, old Jed Wilson entered the cafe and approached the barkeep.
Hi, Jed. How's everything?
Fine, Joe. Never better. Give me a little something to take away my hiccups.
The same thing will take them away that gave them to you.
Must have been visiting with some friends, eh, John?
Yeah, just been over to the hotel with a couple of friends celebrating. That's right.
Celebrating? What for? You made a strike?
No, big secret. Big secret.
Well, tell us about it, Jed. We're all your friends.
Yeah, come on.
I'm not supposed to tell you, understand? Not supposed to.
Sure, must be something mighty important.
Yep. It sure is.
Oh, come on, Jed. Let us in on the news.
Oh, yeah, you can trust us, Jed.
Well, mind you don't go telling everybody what I tell you. Wouldn't want it to get around, then get blamed if something happened.
God, go ahead. What is it?
Just this. A couple of old friends of mine come into town today. They're leaving on the boat tomorrow for Dawson City. And they're taking the biggest sum of gold anyone ever took out of Selkirk. Yes, sir.
Well, you're just stringing us along, Jed.
Nope. I really got two friends sleeping on that boat like a shad. I even went with them while they arranged for the cabin reservations.
If you're not stringing us, Jed, what cabin did they get?
201 it is. Cabin 201.
Who are they, Jed?
Yeah. Do we know them?
Where was their claim located?
Come on.
No. I told you it was a secret, didn't I? You won't get me to tell you anything, that's what. And before I give in and decide to talk too much, I'm going to get out of here and go to my cabin right now. Good night, everybody.
Later that night, at a cabin a few miles from Selkirk, Jack McGraw looked up as one of his men said,
Jack, I got some news in town that'll interest you.
sit down and tell me what it is.
Yeah, come on. Well, an old sourdough who was slightly tipsy come into the cafe and shot off his mouth about a couple of friends of his who are leaving by boat in the morning for Dawson City.
What about it?
Where do we come in?
Let Frank talk. Go ahead, Frank.
Well, seems like the friends he was talking about, they struck it plenty rich, and they're taking their gold with them on the boat. The sourdough claims it's more than anyone's ever taken out of Selkirk at one time.
That sounds interesting, all right. What are the names, Frank?
I don't know, but he mentioned the number of the cabin they'll have on the boat. It's number 201.
Cabin 201, huh? Funny they'd let the news get around.
That's just it. They told the sourdough about it in confidence, but he spilled the news at the cafe when he got to feeling his drinks.
What are you going to do, Jack? Do you think it's worth going after?
It'd be an easy job, boss.
Sure. All right. We'll go after that gold. Now, Frank, you and one of the others go into town and reserve a couple of adjoining cabins for us. Then we'll meet you there in the morning and go aboard. By the time those two men in cabin 201 reach Dawson City, they'll be as broke as they were when they came to the Yukon. You can bet on that. Late that night, Sergeant Preston with King and the constable went aboard the boat at the dock and entered cabin 201 for which they had arranged earlier. Their horses were stabled below decks. The two Mounties were prepared to await developments.
Sergeant, suppose they don't come aboard, what then?
If they don't make a move by the time we got to Indian Creek Landing, we'll go ashore and right back to Selkirk.
Will we have to stay cooped up in this cabin until something happens?
No, Jim. We'll fix some pillows under the blankets to make it look as if a couple of men are sleeping there. The captain lent me the strong box I put under the bunk. The adjoining cabin, 202, is empty. That door there connects the two cabins. I'll wait in there with King. I don't expect anything to happen till after the boat's sailed.
I hope your plan works.
We'll know in another 24 hours. Well, let's go into the other cabin now and get some rest. The captain will see to it that we get food. Monkey. The boat left the dock early that morning. McGraw and his men had two adjoining cabins, and all of them were gathered in the cabin Jack occupied with Frank. Well, me, we're underway. Since we all came aboard singly, I don't want you hanging around the deck together, you understand?
Hey, Jack, I'll go on deck and get kind of friendly with one of the deckhands. Maybe I can find out something about the two old prospectors who have all that gold.
Sure, that's a good idea. Find out all you can, Frank, then let me know. And tonight, we'll move in on them and get that gold one way or another. Frank spent some time on deck before he met a deckhand that seemed like the type who would be talkative. Frank approached him and spoke.
Say, fella, my cigar went out. You got a match?
Yeah, yes I am.
Yeah, thanks. Well, yeah, that's got it. Here are your matches, and thanks.
That's all right, mister.
Hey, maybe you'd like to have a cigar for yourself.
Well, now, that's mighty nice of you. I would like that.
Well, here you are.
Thanks a lot. I'll smoke it later when I'm off watch.
I guess you picked up quite a few passengers at Selkirk this trip, did you?
Oh, quite a few is right. A lot of them will get off at Dawson City, but And again, we'll take on a lot more going to the States.
A man I know said a couple of friends of his were aboard. They got on the Selkirk. I think they have cabin 201. A couple of old men, I think he said.
I can't be in 201 then. I happen to know there's a couple of Mounties in that cabin. Hooked for Dawson City.
Couple of Mounties, you say?
Yeah. In fact, I saw them get aboard and go into cabin 201. Had a big dog with them. I haven't seen them since. Must be sleeping.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I'll see you again.
Sure. Thanks again for the cigar, mister. Gotta get busy.
A few minutes later, Frank was telling Jack and the others what he had heard. Are you sure he said 2 Mounties are in cabin 201?
Yep, I'm sure, all right. What do you make of it, Jack?
Now, wait a minute. Did you say they had a big dog with them?
Yeah, that's what the deckhand told me. He saw him come aboard and go into that cabin.
What do you think about it, Jack? What about the 2 old sourdoughs?
What about them, huh?
Now, quiet down, everybody, and I'll tell you what I think.
Well, we're listening.
Frank, that story you told us about those 2 old prospectors with a lot of gold was a lie.
Hey, now,
well, hold your horses. I'm not saying you were lying. But the man that told that story in the cafe lied. I feel sure he was put up to it.
Put up to it? Why should he lie?
What are you thinking about, Jack?
I'm thinking we've been hoodwinked by those 2 Mounties, that's what. There's a clever Mountie sergeant by the name of Preston.
I mean, he's one of those who's aboard?
Now, look, I've heard about Preston, that big dog of his. The dog by the name of King. And I believe Preston and his dog are in that cabin with another Mountie. They let that story get around so as to try to trap us, that's what.
Say, I'll bet you're right, Jack.
That's a dirty trick. We gotta do something then.
Yeah, what are we going to do, eh?
Now, look, don't start worrying. If they want to play a game, we'll play along with them.
We'll be taking a big risk. We can't have a showdown here on the boat with those Mounties. The captain and the crew will be on their side.
Now, calm down, will you? They don't know we're wise to them. That gives us the upper hand.
What are you planning to do?
They're hot on our trail. And it's going to be all of us, or both of them. The way I plan it, we've got to get them first.
So, how you gonna do it? I don't hacker to face down any Mounties.
Maybe we can get off the boat before they know it.
Shut up. I know what I'm doing. You'll do things my way or we'll all hang. Now think that over.
Yeah, Jack's right, fellas. Even if we do get off, those Mounties won't give up. And with that dog along, we won't have much of a chance to cover our trail.
Yeah, we sure will.
Now listen, here's what we'll do. Jake, you and the other 2 have the next cabin.
Yeah?
Go in there. Then you, Jake, go on deck. Find either the first or second mate. Tell him one of your friends met with an accident. Ask him to come back with you to see about it.
Yeah, but then what, Jack?
We'll all be in there waiting. When you bring the ship's officer in, we'll jump him, then tie and gag him.
Why do that?
Whoever you bring back, his uniform ought to fit one of us 5.
Yeah, I guess it would. Then what?
We'll leave the mate in there and come back here. Then whoever gets into the uniform will go to the cabin 201. Tell the Mounties that the captain wants them here. That someone's been stabbed to death. That'll bring them on the run.
Yeah, seeing someone in a mate's uniform will convince them it's true.
That's the general idea. And when they come in here, we'll be ready for them. We'll finish them off and toss them overboard.
What about Preston's dog?
I figured they'll leave the dog in their cabin until they decide they need him.
Yeah, but what if they don't?
Then the dog will get a bullet the minute they bring him into the cabin. Now go ahead, Jake. See if you can find one of the mates. We'll be waiting in the adjoining cabin until you get back with him. A short time later, Jake approached the cabin of the second mate.
Just what kind of an accident did your friend have?
A hanging lamp in the cabin come loose and fell. It hit him on the head and hurt him kind of bad.
That does seem possible. Those hanging lamps are very secure.
Well, here we are. Come in and see for yourself. He's right inside on the bunk. Go ahead.
All right.
The second mate stepped across the threshold of the cabin.
No!
Jack McGraw, who was standing to one side of the doorway, brought the butt of a gun down heavily on the mate's head. That did it. You wanted to close the door, Jake?
Yeah.
Let's get him to one of the bunks. Frank, You look about his size. We'll let you put on his uniform and go to the Monty's cabin. Now, help me move him.
Right.
In cabin 202, next to the one the old prospectors were supposed to occupy, Sergeant Preston and the constable were still resting. Suddenly, their attention was drawn by a muffled knocking on the door of the cabin adjoining theirs.
Quiet, King. Someone's knocking on the door of cabin 201, Jim.
Yes. Wonder who it could be.
I'll open the door to this cabin, Jack. Take a look.
Who was it?
A man in the uniform of the second mate, but I'm sure it isn't he. We talked to the cabin and the mates and we came aboard.
I know. Let me take a look.
Well,
You're right. Anyway, the second mate knew he'd be in 202. He was in an outline.
yes. He's leaving. Come on, we'll follow him to see where he goes. Come on, King.
The two Mounties and the dog cautiously followed the uniformed figure along the deck to the rear of the boat, then watched as he entered a cabin and closed the door.
We went into one of the cabins, second from the end. Let's go see what we can find out. Easy, fella. Quiet.
This is the cabin.
Listen.
As Sergeant Preston with Jim and King stood listening intently, the muffled voices of Frank and Jack were heard coming from the closed cabin.
I tell you, Jack, I knocked several times and plenty loud, too, but no one answered.
But those bodies must be in there. They haven't been on dig this morning.
Yeah, but if the dog had been inside, seems to me he would have barked or something.
There's several of them in there.
Yes, I think it's McGraw and his gang. They tried to trick us.
Once again, the two Mounties listened as they heard Frank's voice speaking inside the cabin.
Well, what do we do now? If the captain misses the second mate and they search the boat, they would be in trouble when they find him in the end cabin and join this one, all tied and gagged.
I'm not worried about that right now. What bothers me is those bodies let go of not being in cabin 201 like we expected them to be.
What's it mean, Jack? We're gonna be here.
I don't know. I even find out. Must be up to something.
They know we're after them.
Yes, Jim. We better move in on them right now. They're killers, so have your gun ready. Come on, then.
Reach, all of you, you're covered.
The Mounties, they found us. Come on, get away with it. I'll get one of them.
No, you're not.
No, I hate
Let him down, man.
As Jack grabbed his gun, he leaped to one side and aimed at Sergeant Preston. But in the excitement, he didn't notice the big gray shadow that had streaked in the door and headed in his direction. The intelligent dog King knew death came from a gun, and he sprang with a deep-throated growl straight at McGraw's gun.
Look out for that dog!
But the warning came too late, as the force of King's advance knocked Jack McGraw to the floor.
I'll take him away. Shoot the dog, King. Shoot him. Get him off.
Grab that gun, you!
Easy, King. Down below.
We're getting out of here! Right to the next cabin!
Stop him, King.
As the remaining two crooks headed for the connecting door between the cabins, King sprang ahead of them and stood growling in the doorway, causing them to hesitate.
Drop your guns.
There's mine! And mine, too!
Now, McGraw, get to your feet.
Let go of me, Muddy. You didn't have that gun.
Hold my gun, Jim. No, McGraw, I don't have my gun.
All right, then take this.
That's what I was waiting for.
Quiet, King.
I'll fix you,
I haven't time to wait.
What's going on? What's the matter here?
We've had a run-in with the McGraw gang, Captain. They tried to lead us into a trap after finding out we were aboard.
Well, my second mate, over on that bunt, he seems to be wounded.
That's not your second mate, as you'll see if you look again, Captain. Your mate is tied up in the adjoining cabin. They hope to use his uniform to get us to come here where they could waylay us.
Yeah, now I see that he isn't the second mate.
Hey, that's the man who gave me a cigar and asked a lot of questions.
Oh? Did you mention that we were in cabin 201?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I guess I did. He seemed nice enough and all.
So that's how they found out. Well, Captain, you can help us tie these men up, and we'll take them to headquarters in Dawson. You know, Captain, that's rather unusual for a bunch of crooks to pay their own way for the trip.
Shut up. Don't let that dog start anything again.
Just a growl from King is enough to scare the notorious Jack McGraw. Ah, that dog sure settles things fast when he goes into action. And so do you, Sergeant.
King and I like action, Jim, but we're both glad this case is closed. Hey, King?
Now, here
Here's Sergeant Preston with a preview of our next adventure. The case of the kind-hearted killer. When Buck Crowley picked me up out of the snow, half dead with pneumonia, and nursed me back to health, neither of us knew that I would soon be given the job of tracking him down on a charge of murder. I considered it the most unpleasant assignment I'd ever been given, and it very nearly turned out to be my last. Be sure to listen to this exciting adventure Wednesday. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created and produced by George W. Trendle, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Wednesday until September, when we shall resume our regular Monday, Wednesday, and Friday broadcasts. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye and good luck.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
From Hollywood, it's time now for John Lund and Johnny Dollar.
We're ready on your call to Bolton. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes?
Mr. Semplin?
Yes, but I don't believe I remember you, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, we've never met. Your company hired me here in Hartford to investigate the Jean Maxwell death.
Oh? Saw that they didn't advise me.
Well, they probably will. I called you to find out the name of the officer in charge of the case that you could give it to me.
But it's a, Lieutenant DeRosa.
DeRosa, huh? Do you happen to know what their theory is, if any?
Theory? Well, I don't think they've arrived at a definite theory.
Still a toss-up between murder and suicide, huh? Okay, Mr. Semplin, I'll be in touch. John Lund, in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Corinthian Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Jean Maxwell matter. Expense account item 1, 175. Phone call to Boston, advising your manager there of my assignment. Item 2, $28. Car rental and mileage for my Hartford apartment to Police Headquarters, Boston. What's the matter, Dollar? Don't you trust it? Not up to me to distrust you, Lieutenant. But these insurance people get uneasy when there's a choice between suicide and murder, unless the murder motive is the policy. And you don't think there's a chance of that? Well, I wouldn't say definitely not, but the Maxwell girl made her mother a beneficiary, and her mother's an invalid in a rest home. Did you know the mother had taken up with an old flame? No, I didn't. Just to see her a couple, 3 times a week. Pretty few things have happened. I'll get the file. Sit down. Now, this is all we've got so far, pending coroner's inquest and autopsy report. Here's a photo of where she was found. Shallow water. That's the bridge? Yeah, she was lying right about there. But I don't think you have to worry about suicide, Dollar, as far as I'm concerned. It wasn't. I'll buy that, too. Wouldn't say this bridge is a suicide type. Too low. Yeah, and there's another thing. I've been on the force for more years than I like to count. And I've run into my share of suicide. Never known a woman to do it this way without taking out her coat. Oh? Usually shoes, too. I've learned that's part of a generally accepted pattern. The Maxwell girl didn't fit the pattern. And here's the way she looked. Coat on, belt still tied, shoes. Person missing. Searching the stream for her. How old was she? 21. She was a beautiful girl. I noticed that. I'm trying not to, but very couldn't help it. How much questioning have you done with him? Not much, or rather not as much as we'll do after the inquest. When'll that be? Maybe after tomorrow. You want anything more here? Well, thanks, Lieutenant. I'll check with you later. I drove out to the stream where they found the girl's body. And there I chalked up another point against her death being a suicide. The bridge from which she had dropped was a good 4 miles from town. Boston had better bridges to offer within the city limits. I followed the riverbank and found the approximate spot from which the police photograph had been snapped. On the assumption that she'd been brought there in a car, the placement of her body in relation to the 2 lanes on the bridge made it look as if the car was going toward Boston, not away from it. 5 minutes later, I was heading the same way.
Hello?
Miss Mary O'Neill?
Yeah.
The manager suggested I come up. He told me you shared this apartment with Jean Maxwell.
That's right. Who are you?
Well, my name is Dollar. I'm from her insurance company. I'd like to talk to you about her if I could.
I suppose so, but there's nothing I can do now. This is the biggest shock I ever had. I always said there'd be trouble, but I never thought you'd do anything like this.
Maybe she didn't.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, there are signs that say maybe she didn't commit suicide.
What?
Do you think she had any reason to?
That's what I said. I never thought she would. Oh, sit down. Anything.
Thanks. Did you say you expected trouble?
Yeah. I kept telling you. With the way she went. Like she couldn't look past him. Like there wasn't enough time to get everything done. She'd been like that ever since she got rid of when her mother went to that hospital. She was all tied down, taking care of her before.
What could have caused trouble?
Well, I'm not saying she was wrong or anything. But there were too many men.
Do you mind telling me who they are?
I don't know. Only about one, Harold Corey. He's gone with her the longest. He's a big blonde truck driver.
Harold Corey.
He drives for the Seaboard Trucking Company. Sometimes he goes way out to the West Coast. And while he was gone, he would stay home and catch up on her reading, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think I do.
With a different guy almost every night. I didn't cry, but she'd never tell me who they were. You think somebody killed her, don't you?
Would you help me try to find out?
What did I do?
Well, you didn't want to pry, but I get paid to. I'd like to look at her things.
I suppose it's my duty, sort of, isn't it?
In a way, yeah, but I can't force you to.
Oh, I know it's the thing to do. Some of the doors are locked, but I'll show you what I can.
I started on the locked dresser drawers. They gave up and opened after a brief struggle, but contained on the whole things that might normally be locked up because of their value. Imported perfume, expensive lingerie, and some jewelry. Only thing that looked as if it might have been hidden for the sake of secrecy was under the jewel box. There was a gold house key with a heart-shaped bow.
I haven't saw that before. Never saw a perfume before either, but I found it.
That's a few $100 worth of scent. And the rest of it there. Was Jean used to such expensive things?
Not that I know about. No, of course, sure couldn't shell out that kind of money. That heart-shaped key. It's crazy.
I'd like to keep it if I could.
Oh, I don't know about that. After all, it isn't mine. I'm not getting in trouble.
Oh, you won't, I promise you. I'm working with the police on this thing. I want to find out where it was made, if I can, and who ordered it.
Oh, I get it. Sure, I wouldn't stop you from doing that. Even if I could.
A phone call to the Seaboard Trucking Company gave me the information that Harold Corey was out on a run to Philadelphia. It was expected about 3 in the morning. Expense account item 3, $7. Drinks and dinner after I checked into the Bristol Hotel. Item 4, 1 dime. Phone call to Jean Maxwell's employer. Edward Hollis was at home and would see me. Come into the living room, Mr. Dollar. You may as well be comfortable. Nice of you to see me, Mr. Hollis. I thought it would be better to do it this way rather than bother you at work.
Of course, and I appreciate it. The atmosphere at the office has been gloomy enough. Oh, this is Mrs. Hollis, Mr. Dollar. Well, how do you do?
Quite well, thank you. I didn't know the poor girl, but it's painful thing.
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
I simply don't understand. A young girl like that with everything in her phone.
May even be worse than that.
Worse? think they were.
Looks more and more like her death was not a suicide. $1,000. I didn't mention it on the phone. The police think it was murder. So do I. I thought it'd be better to save the blow until I got here. Murder is pretty messy. I can't believe this. Why did they think that? Well, almost intuition, not quite. They know how people commit suicide. On an average, all suicides do certain things. The Maxwell girl didn't do any of them.
This is a shock. I suppose I could be dragged into a courtroom along with everybody else who knew her. Well, Beatrice, you run along upstairs. There's no reason for you going through this.
All right, Edward. I think I'd rather. Good night, Mr. Dollar.
Good night. I'm sorry. It couldn't be helped.
Of course you couldn't. I understand. Things don't belong in.
No, I won't, dear. Yeah. Could I mix you a drink, Mr. Dollar?
No, thanks. I'll make this as fast as possible. I don't know how much you knew about Jean Maxwell's private life.
I knew nothing. I have a number of girls in the office, and it's been my philosophy to remember that not too long ago I was young, too. As long as they do their work well, I ask no questions. As a matter of fact, I have no right to.
Sure. From what I've gathered, she was mixed up emotionally. She didn't have much freedom because of an invalid mother she took care of.
Yes, I did know that.
When the mother went into a hospital, Jean began to make up for lost time. She led her friends to believe that she was friendly with a lot of men. But I don't believe that.
Oh?
I think it was one man. One with enough money to buy her expensive things, perfume, jewelry, even a gold key.
I'll have to admit that she was a beautiful thing.
You say she worked with a number of girls at your office?
Yes, there were 11 others.
Out of those 11, did she have any close friends that you know of?
Well, let's see. The Dyer girl, Grace, that is. They seem to be quite friendly. I couldn't be sure of any others.
Well, would you give me all their names then? I'd like to talk to them. You know, find out if something might have come out over lunch or cocktails.
Yes, of course. Perhaps it'd be better if you phoned me at the office in the morning. I could give you their addresses as well.
All right, we'll do it that way. Well, thanks very much, Mr. Hollis. I'm sorry meeting you couldn't have been more pleasant. The next morning, I had a list of 11 feminine names and the address of Jean Maxwell's truck driving friend. By 10:30, I was following up the ladder.
Be back later. I can't see anybody now.
I'm an investigator from Jean Maxwell's insurance company. I want to talk to you about it.
Wait a minute.
Sorry to bother you. My name is Dollar.
Come on in. I've been out of town. I didn't know about what happened until I got the paper this morning. Really got me rocking.
Yeah, I can understand that.
How much do you know about it? Why'd she do it?
She didn't.
What do you mean by that?
It's not suicide, it's murder.
Murder?
You knew her pretty well, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, pretty well.
Did you buy gifts for her?
Oh, once in a while. Birthday, Christmas, times like that.
What kind of gifts?
What are you driving at?
Can't you remember?
Well, yeah. Candy, handkerchiefs, things like that. I don't think I like your approach, mister.
Now, calm down, Corey. I'm giving you a chance to rehearse before the police get at you. When did you see her last?
Night before I left for Philadelphia.
When was that?
2 nights ago, Tuesday. I left at 5 Wednesday morning.
She was found Wednesday morning.
I know that.
You're in a bad spot. You know that?
You're telling me people think I killed her? Me? Well, I loved her. I wanted to marry her.
I'm sorry, friend. In this situation, that's a motive, not an alibi.
Get out of here, will you? Get out and leave me alone.
You're not helping yourself with this act. You're making it worse.
Get out. Get out before I do have a murder to answer for. Get out!
Lieutenant Durrell.
This is Dollar, Lieutenant. I just left a friend of the Maxwell girl. Name of Harold Corey.
Dollar, I've been kicking myself for not getting the name of your hotel yesterday.
I didn't have one then. But I got a few things to pass along to you now.
No, that's what I meant. If I could have located you, I could have saved you the trouble.
What do you mean?
The death was suicide after all.
What? How come?
Autopsy report. There was a concussion from the drop from the bridge, but it wasn't the cause of death.
Hey, wait a minute, not so fast.
The cause of death was carbon monoxide. Looks like she pulled the suicide where it embarrassed somebody, and her body was tossed from the bridge to get her out of the way.
We'll return to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. Tomorrow night, Gangbusters brings you authentic, hard-hitting proof that crime does not pay. All the facts right out of police files. The program names names and describes actual manhunts just as they took place. It's a Saturday evening event for adventure fans right here on CBS Radio. Don't miss Gangbusters. Tomorrow night over most of these same CBS radio stations. Gangbusters. Now, with our star, John Ludd, we bring you the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Come on in. All right, I'll sit down. Thanks. This, new theory of yours.
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
Well, I thought I was making progress in the other direction. Give it to me again, will you?
Yeah. Here's the autopsy report. Death by asphyxia caused by presence of large amounts of carbon monoxide. Agent unknown. That's it. Probably automobile exhaust. It's most popular these days.
You believe this, Lieutenant?
I believe it's in the report.
And how did you say she got into the river?
Oh, I said maybe she committed suicide somewhere so that somebody would get involved. Get rid of her. She was probably dumped in the stream. What's the matter, Tom? I thought you'd be happy with the suicide evidence.
The insurance company hired me to dig up the facts. If it was suicide, all right. But if it wasn't, they want to know that, too. And I still don't think it was.
Why not?
When I've learned she wasn't a type. She liked to be alive. And she played it hard enough to leave some motives lying around. Jealousy, for one.
That boyfriend of hers, Corey?
He's a possibility. I talked to him, and for my money, he deserves checking. And then there's this.
What is this unlocked?
I wish I could tell you. It was undoubtedly given to her by somebody. I'd like to know who. You think you could put a couple of men on it? Find out where it was made?
Well, I don't. I won't stick my neck out that powerfully. I'm under orders, you know. I'll have to be assigned before I can investigate.
Sure, I understand.
Well, I'll take your story upstairs and see what the brass says. Let me know what else you find out.
Yeah, I will. Oh, do you have the address of the old flame you mentioned? The mother's friend?
Still like to settle for fraud, wouldn't you? Oh, that sergeant will give it to you. His name's Paul Anderson.
I'm from Gene Maxwell's insurance company, Mr. Anderson. Wonder if you could spare me a few minutes.
Yes, I suppose so.
You're the adjuster? So soon? I'm an investigator.
Oh? I didn't know she had a policy.
Yeah, she did. $25,000 to go to her mother.
I see.
But her death has been classed as suicide, which voids the policy. The 2-year self-destruction clause is still in effect.
That's a pity.
Why do you say that?
It's the least you could have done for poor Mildred.
That's her mother?
Yes. An extremely young mother. It was almost ruined her life for that girl.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, the daughter was born when Mildred was only 17, and she was left to care for the child herself. I helped as much as I could. Oh, I don't want you to misunderstand. There's nothing to be hidden. I suppose it is unusual. I did meet Jean first. But when she took me to her home and I met her mother, I realized that Jean was no more than a cheap little opportunist. The complete opposite from her mother. As I say, I suppose it is unusual.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any difference. The point is that you dropped the girl in favor of her mother.
Really? It wasn't the gross situation you evidently wish it had been.
Now, look here, this has gone far enough. You've asked me these questions for one reason, so that you can draw your own conclusions. Haven't you?
I didn't know it showed.
Well, it does. You think I sent Mildred to the home to get her out of the way, don't you? Well, that's not the case, but you can think what you like. Go ask Mildred if you care to.
I won't bother. You know anything about a gold key that Jean had?
A gold key? No, I don't know anything about a gold key. I've known very little about Jean at all these past months.
Yeah, so many people seem to know so little about her.
Hello, Mr. Garlic. I've been wondering how you were making out.
How are you, Mary? The police been here yet?
No. I'll be scared to death if they do come. I feel guilty the minute one looks at me.
That's common enough. Have you remembered anything that might help?
No, not a thing today. I hardly slept last night. It's creepy. With her room just like it was the last time she left it. I've got to either move or get somebody else in there.
Yeah. Mary, did Jean ever mention a Paul Anderson to you?
Anderson? No, I don't think so. Not that I can remember anyway. She was always kind of secret about things.
She didn't talk to you about her mother, though.
A little, yeah, about her being in the hospital.
Anything about how she got there?
No, except I got the idea Jeannie thought it was wrong, how much fun she was having without her mother to worry about.
She never told you who was paying the bills.
No, who was? This Anderson guy?
Yeah. You sure she never mentioned it?
I'm sure I'd remember if she did, because I was curious, and she never mentioned any of them.
Okay. Thanks, Mary. It was 4 p.m. then. At 5, I was standing in front of the Seaboard Trucking Company building on Columbus Avenue with Harold Corey backed a big rig into a parking area and headed for a short order restaurant across the street. Hello, Corey.
What this time?
The dispatcher tells me you're going out on another run. Pretty short layover, isn't it?
Yeah. You decided to look into the way I do my work?
Oh, I just wondered if there was a reason for this quick run.
Yeah, there is. I asked for it. Figured driving, I could get my mind off this thing. Anything wrong with that?
Well, maybe not. You know how she died?
I read about it. Carbon monoxide.
Yeah. The police have decided that doesn't sound much like murder. What do you think?
She's dead. That's as far as I can think.
You knew about Paul Anderson, didn't you?
Well, what about Paul?
Well, that he might have been more interested in Jean than he was in her mother.
I suppose you're just doing a job, aren't you? Well, if what you say is true, I didn't know about it. If I had known about it, I would have killed him, not Jean. Now leave me alone, mister. I can't take any more.
Well, I don't enjoy it either. As you say, I'm just doing a job. I checked that night with 6 of the 11 girls who had worked, lunched, and chatted with Jean Maxwell. Their collective description was of a girl who listened to and enjoyed what other people said, but had little to offer herself. None of them knew anything about her private life. But the next morning, the police located a goldsmith who said he remembered making the heart-shaped key. I went out to see him, then got back to Lieutenant DeRosa.
How'd you make out with that fussy little man, Don?
Well, we found the day the key was ordered, and he remembered a few things, because a councilman's wife came in the same day.
What?
The customer, J. Carter was the name he gave, mentioned a cottage on a bay. That's east. The girl's body was found northwest of here. I think she was dumped from a car coming toward Boston from out there. So, I think the cottage is in that direction.
Deduction, yeah.
Well, if I were going to dump a body, I wouldn't carry it through town to take it to that bridge, would you?
I'm being paid to think about another case. I couldn't sell the murder pitch upstairs, but I tried, and I'll buck for promotion if you're right and upstairs is wrong.
I don't suppose you could earn that promotion by assigning some men to cover that northwestern section, could you?
Not a chance. That's county. Division of responsibility.
Yeah. And we'd all be surprised, though, how many criminals take advantage of that. Expense account item 4, $35, mileage, covering a 2.5-day canvass of real estate offices northwest of town. Object,
A cottage probably rented previous to the month of June by a man possibly using the name J.E. Carter. It was a vague lead that meant morning to night legwork, but on the third afternoon, it paid off.
Yeah, we don't rent much up here, that's why I remember. She was a dark-haired girl, is that right?
That's right.
Yes, the answer place out on Butch Road.
Has anybody been there in the past few days?
How can I know about? We used to be there every 2 or 3 days, too.
How was the rent paid? Cash or check?
By, cashier's check.
Or was it regular? Definite day of the month, I mean? And do you know the bank?
Yeah, between the 1st and 5th of each month since May. Check on commercial bank.
Oh, thanks. Now, I'd like to ask one more favor. Would you take me out of the cottage?
I certainly will. If it's a place fair, I'm not one to stand in the way. Well, Mr. Dollar, I've always said that I personally vouch for the people I do business with. But you never know, do ya?
That's a profound truth in any business.
I'll certainly try to be more careful in the future. Give it a go now.
Yeah, I think I've seen enough. Let me lock it. I want to see if this key fits.
It fit.
Yeah, it did. Well, I didn't expect to see you again. Didn't you, Mr. Hollis? You thought you'd get away with it? What did you say? Well, there's no reason to be clever with each other. I know you killed her. You rented a cottage out beyond Mystic River. You used the name J.E. Carter. Come into the other room. Yes, you're right. I did become infatuated with her. If you'd known her, you'd understand. I realized last week that it had to stop, and I told her. You'd been with that young Corey boy. I told her that even if I were single and eligible to marry her, I would advise her to hang on to him. Someone her own age. That was last Tuesday night, yes. She left the cottage, and I heard her drive off. Or at least I thought I did. When I went out, I learned what she'd really done. She'd committed suicide in the car. You'd hardly blame me for wanting to keep the secret. It wasn't suicide, Mr. Hollis. You know it, and I know it. All right, Mr. Donner. I'll make my statement to the police. Fine. I'll drive you down. Thank you.
Edward.
Beatrice, go back upstairs.
No, Edward, I won't.
I insist, Beatrice.
What good would it do? After what I've done because I lost you, why should you ask me to go upstairs while I lose you again?
I forbid you to say another word.
Mr. Dollar. She had taken him away from me because she was beautiful, and I no longer am. I was waiting in their cottage when they came in. I struck her.
Is this true, Mrs. Hollis?
Yes. I killed her. And since there was nothing left of our lives, we carried her to the God.
Beatrice, what have I done? What have I done? Expense account item 5, $110. Final bill for car rental. Item 6, $85 miscellaneous. Expense account total, $266.85. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars John Lund in the title role and is written by Gil Dowd with music by Eddie Dunstetter. John Lund can currently be seen in the Universal International picture Just Across the Street. Featured in tonight's cast were Jeanette Nolan, Howard McNear, Ted DeCorsia, Virginia Gregg, John McIntyre, Barney Phillips, and Dick Ryan. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Dan Coverley, inviting you to join us next week at the same time when John Lund returns as yours truly, Johnny Dollar. And remember, Tarzan brings you his adventures Saturday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, I've been thinking.
Yeah?
We ought to renovate this place.
What?
Renovate it?
Oh, blast it, Chester.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I was trying to write and listen to you at the same time. That's all. It can't be done.
Marshal?
Yeah, what's the matter, Lee?
I'm drunk.
The way he was walking, I thought he'd been shot.
No, I'm not shot.
I never saw you drunk before, Lee. Well, would you like a little coffee or something?
Ah, there's my gun. Now lock me up.
What?
Lock me up, I said.
What, you mean you want to sleep in jail here?
I do. You keep my gun.
Are there any blankets out there, Chester?
Well, there's one, Mr. Dillon.
No, that's enough. Okay, Lee. Just follow Chester then.
I will. Marshal, I come here to prevent a killer.
Oh?
I'm drunk enough to want to kill him, and I'm sober enough to know I'm too drunk to kill him. You understand?
To kill who, Lee?
Jim Salter. That's my foreman.
Is he in town, too?
He is, at the Texas Trail. And let him stay there. Keep him out of here. I'm going to bed.
Right in there, Mr. Dargan. I never saw Mr. Dargan like that before, Mr. Dillon.
No. I wonder what he was fighting with Salter about.
Maybe Salter started it. Maybe he's drunk, too.
Well, if he is, knowing him, he'll be after someone else to fight with now. I think I'll go take a look, Chester.
All right, sir.
Oh, Chester, if Lee wakes up, just give him another drink, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, how come you're alone, Kitty?
Being alone isn't so bad, Matt, sometimes.
Buy you a drink?
No, thank you.
I don't see Jim Salter anywhere.
I wouldn't complain about that.
Well, then he was here. Huh?
Sitting right where you are. And he'll be back any minute.
How drunk is he, Kitty?
Oh, he isn't very drunk. It might be an improvement.
It'd break his heart to hear you talk like that.
If he has one. Here he comes now. Let's ask him.
You look sober enough.
You move in fast, Marshal.
Sit down, Salter. Sit down.
Seeing as how it's my table, I will.
I ran into Lee Dorgan. He was pretty mad about something.
That so?
Yeah. But it's all right as long as you're not looking for trouble.
Me, Marshal? I never look for trouble.
Neither does Lee.
Now, you know those Southerners, Marshal. They're always getting insulted about something.
You've been foreman on Lee's ranch for over a year now, Salter. This is the first time he's wanted to kill you?
Is that what he said?
That's what I heard him say.
Yeah. Well, Marshal Lee's had a little bad luck with his cattle, that's all. He's had a drink or two. He needs someone to blame it on. You know how it is with these greenhorns.
No. How is it?
If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have as many cows as he's got. Now he's lost a few strays, he's all upset.
Well, as long as it doesn't end in gunplay.
Oh, me and Lee get along fine when he's sober.
Yeah.
You have to leave, Matt?
I'm afraid so, Kitty.
Then I'm going to bed.
Hey, wait a minute, you can't do
Who
that.
says I can't, mister? Good night, Matt.
Good night, Kitty.
Well, I'll be.
Mighty nice of you, Chester, to bring me all that coffee.
Oh, don't mention it, Mr. Dargan. I had a hangover once myself.
Here's your gun, Lee.
Thank you, Marshal.
You, still feel like killing Jim Salter?
I'll kill any man that cheats me. That's how I was brought up, and that's how I am.
So?
I guess it's just instinct that tells me I'm being robbed by him, Marshal. I got no proof at all, none whatsoever.
What is it, Lee? Don't your cattle tally up right?
Look, I came out here from Alabama 18 months ago. I bought a ranch. I'm trying to raise beef. I've learned a little, but I can see it takes years to be a cattleman. Meantime, I'm green and I'm an easy mark, but I'm not so dumb I can't count. Marshal, I branded over 300 calves last spring and fall, and more than half of them are missing right now.
Stolen?
I don't know, Marshal. I've asked every rancher and every buyer around here to be on the lookout for my brand that hasn't turned up once.
Well, why do you think Salter has anything to do with it?
Instinct, I told you. I just don't trust him. Nothing more, but it's enough.
Then why don't you fire him?
Pride, I suppose. I want to beat him at his own game, whatever it is.
Well, good luck at it, Lee.
Well, I need more than luck, Marshal. I need a little help. I just don't know enough about this business.
You're asking me to help you?
I am. But how? Come out to the ranch. Just take a look around. Maybe you'll see something I can't see.
Well, I don't know.
We're branding again tomorrow, Marshal. Come out then. You gotta help me. I'll be ruined if this goes on anymore.
All right, Lee, I'll come. But, will you promise me one thing?
What's that?
If Salter does prove to be guilty, you won't try to kill him?
No, I can't promise that. I respect the law, Marshal, but I got my own code, too. Thanks, just...
Now, wait a minute, Lee. You're stubborn, but I don't think you deserve being ruined. All right, I'll come.
Thank you, Marshal. Thank you. You know, the reason I got drunk last night was because I just felt so almighty helpless. Mad and helpless.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
See you tomorrow.
Good morning, Marshal Dillon.
Good morning, Mr. Peters.
And what can I do for you this morning?
Well, I'm interested in some brands that you got registered here.
Oh, you don't mean to tell me that you're going into the cattle business, Marshal?
No, not likely. I just want to see what new brands have been registered in the past, 12 or 13 months.
Well, certainly, Marshal. 1865, 18, yeah. Here it is. There you are. That's the official brand book for the last 2 years.
Thank you.
You can start anywhere you like, you know.
Well, maybe you remember, Mr. Peters.
Mm-hmm.
Has Jim Salter got a brand registered?
Salter?
Yeah, Jim Salter.
The fellow who works for Lee Doggan?
That's right.
Yeah. Last summer. July, I believe. Look there.
July?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, July. Yeah. Salter, James Salter, July 14th. Bar S.
That's it. Bar S, yes, indeed. How's he doing?
Fine, Mr. Peters, fine. Thanks for the help.
Oh, anytime, Marshal, anytime at all. That's what I'm paid for.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Marshal.
When we weren't working, most of the cattle buyers in town spent their time drinking toddy and telling lies at the Dodge House. And there I learned that a number of Bar S calves had been sold in the fall and some more of them in the spring. They remembered because it wasn't often a man sold only calves, and also because the brands were newly burned on. But they said the brands were clean and there was no question of any previous marking having been altered. I figured Salter was a whole lot smarter than the ordinary rustler. And the next day I found out just how smart.
They sure got their branding fire set far enough apart, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, they have.
Here's Jim Salter now. This is the first fire.
I will stop and say hello, Chester.
All right, let it go, boys.
That's interesting.
What is?
I'll tell you later. Now, you don't have to stop work just because we're here, Salter.
That's all right, Marshal.
Yeah, but you didn't brand that one. You just have to cut him out and rope him again.
Iron's cold anyway.
Oh, you got another iron there in the fire.
We'll get him branded, Marshal. What are you doing out here anyway?
Oh, we needed to change the scenery, so we thought we'd pay Lee a visit. Where is he?
Working the fire down yonder. You sure do keep your fire separated. Anything else you fellas object to? Well, now, I wasn't objecting. I was just making an entirely impersonal observation, that's all.
Well, go do your observing on Lee. You came to see him.
Salter, I'd starve plumb to death before I'd ever work around you.
You sure would, Chester.
On, Jim. Wasting time.
See you later, Marshal.
Yeah.
Okay, Adam, bring another one out. Okay.
He's smart, that Salter.
He's just mean and downright great.
Well, he's that too, Chester.
Oh, you got something figured out, Mr. Dillon?
I got it all figured out.
What?
Salter's stealing cattle, all right. I know just how he's doing it. But the problem now is how to handle Lee Dorgan and that code of his. I wouldn't want to see Lee hung for murder.
No, sir. I surely wouldn't either.
Hello. Hi, Marshal. Over, man. How are you, Marshal? Chester?
Fine, Lee.
About through for the day. Why don't you ride on down to house?
Okay.
I'll be along directly.
We stopped by Salter's fire back there.
Oh, how are they doing?
Fine. Tell me something, Lee. Does Salter always work alone with those same two cowboys?
Yeah, come to think of it, he does. Why?
I was just curious. We'll see you at the house, Lee.
Sure, Marshal. Tell the cook I'll string him up and supper in ready when we get there.
All right, I'll do that.
Well, not a bad house Mr. Dargan's got here, Mr. Dillon.
That's fine. Let's sit on the porch here, Chester. He'll be along soon.
Yes, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
I've give up trying to figure it out about Salter. You just have to explain it.
Well, I told you he sold fresh branded calves under the Bar S mark that he's got registered.
Yes, sir.
Well, those were Lee's calves. Did you ever hear of using a cold brand, Chester?
A cold brand?
Yeah. You can either put it on through a wet blanket or you can just keep the iron hot enough to burn hair and press it down lightly so it won't scorch the hide.
Yeah.
Looks like a fine brand for a few months. That is until the calf sheds.
Oh, I'll be doggone.
And then the calf's as unmarked as the day it got dropped. You can brand it at leisure with any mark that appeals to you, like a Bar S, for example.
So that's what Salter's been doing.
Yeah, he was about to put a cold iron on that calf a while ago when we rode up.
Sure.
He works at a distance from Dorgan because the other cowboys had noticed right away what he's up to. Yeah, poor Lee. He's sure right about being green at this business.
Well, he's going to learn now, Mr. Dillon.
No, Chester, I can't tell him.
Well, why not?
Lee meant it when he said he'd kill Salter if he had any proof. And if he did that, he'd be worse off than he is now.
Well, then why don't you just arrest that man?
Yeah, judge would let him off, I'm afraid. Cold brand can be laid to carelessness. Of course, we could wait a couple of months and catch him doing his Bar S branding. That's risky, too, though.
Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. But I'll have to figure something out by morning.
We will return to the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, there's a lifeline that stretches from here to Korea. A lifeline that you help sustain for our fighting men when you give blood to the Red Cross Blood Donor Program. Call the Red Cross for an appointment to give blood the first thing Monday morning. And now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I don't understand it, Marshal. Just doesn't make any sense to me, but I asked for help, so all right, I'll do as you say.
Then call Salter over here and tell him.
Okay, Marshal.
Salter? Salter!
Yeah.
Come over here.
What do you want, Lee? We're already late this morning.
I'm going to make a change in our branding setup, Salter.
What?
I've decided it'll be faster. From now on, we all work from one fire instead of two.
What for?
You and Adams and Smith will work alongside the rest of us, that's all.
Whose idea is this, anyway?
Those are my orders.
Oh? You still talk like a Confederate colonel, don't you?
That'll do, Salter.
Sure. This for you, Marshal. I never did like you anyway.
It must have been pretty hard on Salter that day, having to put a permanent brand on Lee Dorgan's calves with a good hot iron. But he had no choice, and he did it. About noon, Chester and I said goodbye and rode back to Dodge. I figured that'd be the end of Lee's trouble. But 2 nights later, while Doc and I were taking our ease at the Alfraganza, I found out I was wrong.
Yeah, it's like that ignorant cowboy got a letter from his sweet girlfriend in St. Louis, man.
All right, Doc, what did the letter say?
Oh, well, she mentioned that she'd found a nice room with running water.
Yeah.
Running water. And so this uncivilized son of the prairie wrote her back to get rid of that Indian at once or our engagement is wrong. He thought that, rather, you understand that now, don't you, man? Because,
For that, the next drink's on you, Doc.
Sure, man, sure.
And when you get it, ask the bartender for a couple of good cigarettes.
I really like as soon as I finish. Oh, see, that was the I thought you left Lee Dorgan out with his room.
What?
Just came in the door. Must be looking for you. He's coming this way, man.
Yeah.
What's that under his arm? Oh, looks like a blanket.
Hello, Lee. Sit down.
Marshal, Doc.
Oh, how are you, Lee?
What are you doing in town? You all through, Brandon?
Yeah, we're through.
Well, how'd it go?
Yeah. Take a look at this blanket, Marshal.
Huh? That's all marked up, isn't it?
It sure is. And it's burned with my brand all over.
Where'd you find this, Lee?
One of my men was riding by the place where Salter and had his branding fire, Marshal. His horse kicked it up. They'd half buried it there. They showed it to you, is that it? That's it. And he explained all about cold branding to me at the same time.
I see. Where's Salter now, Lee?
And he got wind I was on to him and left, Marshal. I think he's in Dodge with those 2 who worked with him, Adams and Smith.
And, you're looking for him?
And I'm looking for him. But I'm telling you so that you can look, too. That blanket's enough evidence even for the law, I figure.
Along with the witnesses that'll convict him. But, I'll find him, Lee.
Better hurry, Marshal. I might find him first.
Lee! You'll stand trial if you kill him.
I'm not worried about that. So long, Marshal.
Why didn't you take his gun, Matt? So he couldn't get in any trouble.
Hey, just find another one, Doc. He's a mighty determined man.
Yes, I can see that.
I'll take that drink another time, Doc. I got work to do.
Sure, man.
Oh, do me a favor. Will you drop this blanket off at the office for me?
Oh, you bet your life I will. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
There's something wrong, sir. I just saw Salter and 2 men walk up behind Lee Dorgan over there and grab his gun.
What? Where are they?
They were headed toward Kelly's stable. I thought I'd better find you first.
Come on.
What are they doing in Dodge anyway?
Lee's on to him, Chester. He knows the whole story now. And they know he knows it.
Well, then somebody's going to get killed, sure.
It looks that way. All right. Stay behind me, Chester.
That's the only door to the stable. They'll have to come out there, sir.
Yeah, I know. But we're going in after them. Easy now. The entrance to Kelly's stable was open, but there was no light showing. Chester and I stepped quickly around the frame of the door, and we stopped just inside, waiting for our eyes to get used to the darkness. We could hear voices in the back where the men were saddling up. And then suddenly we both saw it at the same time.
The first dog, Mr. Dillon. Look.
Yeah.
It's Mr. Dorgan. They hung him.
Yeah, they just did it. He can't be dead yet. Here, take my knife and cut him down. You can climb up on the feed box. I'll cover you from here now. Hurry.
Yes, sir, I'll hurry.
Don't worry about that. What was
Who's that? Something fell. Maybe Dawkins got loose somehow. Get up front there and take a look, both of you. I'll finish saddling up.
Okay, Salter.
Monster.
Stay in here, Chester. Don't move. Mr. Darkin's breathing. When they come up, we'll jump them. I'll take Adams. Now, quiet now.
I don't see him. Rope must have broken. Yeah. Let's hit him on the head and have done with it. Yeah, might as well. You do it, Smith. I'll wait here. Yeah, look here. Let's see if
You all right, Chester? Yes, sir. Good. Now keep low.
What's going on up there? Adam? Smith?
Mr. Darkin's coming to now. He's breathing easier. Keep him quiet. Hold him down if he tries to get up. Salter will be along in a minute. Yes, sir.
What are you two doing? Answer me, blast you! Who's in there?
Throw down your gun, Salter.
Who's that?
It's Matt Dillon. Now do as I say.
Sure, Marshal. Here it is.
All right, Chester. Get the guns off of Adams and Smith. We don't have to worry about Salter.
All right, sir.
Lee? Lee, how are you?
Oh, it's good to breathe again, Marshal. I was about gone.
Oh, you're all right. We got him. And Salter's dead. You won't have any trouble now.
No. But it's not easy the way you people educate a man out here.
Well, if it was easy, Lee, anyone could manage.
Well, thanks, Marshal.
Yeah, sure. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre as Lee, Harry Bartell as Salter, and John Daner as Peters. Parley Bear as Chester, Georgia Ellis as Kitty, and Howard McNair as Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. A flirtation that leads to a killing interest. Mr. and Mrs. North is coming Tuesday night on CBS Radio. Don't miss Kiss of Death when Pam and Jerry North go into action against the murderer. Also Tuesday night on most of these same CBS radio stations, John Lund, as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings us his latest adventure in probing fraudulent insurance claims. Mr. and Mrs. North and yours truly, Johnny Dollar. They're both thrilling Tuesday nighters at the Star's address. This is Roy Rowan speaking, and this is the CBS Radio Network.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to juvenile division. A steady supply of obscene literature is finding its way into a half a dozen high schools in your city. You get a lead on one of the sources of supply, a 17-year-old high school senior. Your job, pick him up. Fatima, America's first, largest-selling blended cigarette. Now, best of all king-size cigarettes.
Prove it yourself today. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette side.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, at the same price as the cigarette you are now smoking.
Buy Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, November 8th. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of juvenile division. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Stein. My name's Friday. It was 11:05 a.m. when we got to the basement floor of Gorman High School. The locker room.
Which way, Steve? You want to show us which locker's yours?
You still haven't told me what this is all about.
Routine check, son.
Yeah, but why do you have to pick on me? Why do you have to see my locker?
We're not picking on you, Steve. Now, how about it? Which locker's yours?
Right here. This is mine, 318. Here's the key.
No, you open it, Steve.
Just a couple of personal things of mine, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll open it. Well, there you are. See for yourself.
Want to take your things out of the locker, son?
You can see what's in there, can't you? My gym stuff, a couple of textbooks.
How about digging back in the corner, left-hand side there?
Where?
Or, come on, Steve, dig them out.
Back here, you mean? These joke books?
That's right. Let's have a look, huh?
Why? Just a couple of joke books. Kid gave them to me.
Bring them out, Steve.
Okay. Just a couple of them. Kid gave them to me. There.
Looks like more than a couple.
That's what you call a joke book, Steve?
That's what the kids call them, yeah. Some of them are a little dirty. Not so bad, though.
They're filthy, Steve, and you know it. Now, where'd you get them?
I told you. Kid gave them to me.
Who? What's his name?
Some kid around school. I don't remember right now.
Gave you these books for nothing?
Sure. I had a couple he wanted. We traded off. A lot of the kids have them. They trade them around.
That stack you got there, they look pretty new. Couldn't have been passed around much.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Matter of fact, they look brand new, don't they? Don't even look like they've been opened yet.
How come you're rousting me on this thing? What about the other kids? They got them, too.
They're buying them, Steve. They're not selling them.
I'm not selling them. Anybody says that's a liar.
No good, son. We talked to the fellas here at the high school. Some kids over at the junior high school, too. They all say you're the one who's selling them.
They're liars.
Both the fellas in high school and the kids down the street in junior high. They said you've been selling this stuff for months. Now, how about it?
They're lying, that's all. They don't know what they're talking about.
You've been selling these 35 cents a piece, 3 for $1. Last couple of weeks, you've been peddling pictures, too, $1 a piece. You got any of them in your locker, Steve?
A couple. I got them off another kid.
What other kid? What's What's his name? What's his name?
Some kid. I don't remember.
It's not much of an answer, son.
What do you want from me anyway? I told you I'm not selling the books. I don't care what those other goofs say. It's my word against theirs.
Now, maybe you ought to get this straight, son. We're not out to get you. You're way down the line. We want the people at the top, the men who print this junk, the wholesalers, the big distributors.
So why ask me? I don't know anything about it. Nothing.
You don't want to cooperate, is that it?
What am I supposed to cooperate about? I'm not mixed up in anything.
We think you are, son. We know you are. Who are you selling this for? Where do you get your supply?
All you see is what's in my locker. I ain't selling. I don't have any supply. You gotta go far to prove I have.
Not very far, Steve.
What?
From about here to your home. 11:38 a.m. After picking up his supply of obscene books and photographs to be booked later as evidence, Ed and I drove the subject, Stephen Banner, to his home approximately a mile from the high school. His apprehension and our theory that he probably kept the bulk of his supply of books and pictures at or near his home was no accident. For weeks we've known that a steady stream of pornography was being fed into a half a dozen high schools and junior high schools throughout the city. Books, photographs, pictures, and pamphlets of the worst kind. Because of embarrassment on the part of the curious teenage kids who bought this stuff, it wasn't easy to pick up a solid lead. After weeks of observation and questioning, we finally narrowed down the principal source of supply to a single teenage boy, Stephen Banner. Even then, we knew he must be only one of 100 small-time distributors working for the persons directly responsible for manufacturing this sort of thing. Our only hope was that he'd be willing and able to supply us with the names of the persons responsible. When we got to Stephen Banner's home, where he lived with his sister and brother-in-law, we searched it thoroughly, but we found nothing. Both his sister and brother-in-law were at work. We went back and started checking through the garage at the rear of the house.
Joe, back there in the corner?
Yeah.
Have a look. Steve, you want to tell us about this?
Yeah.
These books here? These pictures, case full of them?
Yeah.
Well, how about it, son? Your sister and brother-in-law know about this?
No, they don't know anything. I didn't think you'd find them.
Are you ready to tell us about it?
My sister gonna have to find out?
I don't know, Steve. It'll be pretty hard to keep it from her.
Yeah, I guess so.
Who's the contact, son? Where'd they come from?
Charlie Freiberg. Only the books, though. Pictures came from another guy. It's a long story.
Well, we got the time, son. Who is this Freiberg?
Met him downtown one Sunday, penny arcade on Broadway. Me and this other kid were in there, Bud Spencer. Freiberg came up, started to talk to us.
All right, go on.
He finally took a couple of these books out of his pocket, gave them to us. He wanted to know what we thought of them. Told us he had plenty of them, and we knew any other kids who wanted them.
You knew you and your friend Bud were in high school?
Yeah, that's right.
What else, Steve?
Well, that's about it. He asked me and Bud if we wanted to sell for him around school.
This friend of yours, Bud Spencer, he's selling them too?
Yeah, he goes to a different school, though. Both of us did pretty good with the books, sold real fast. The pictures were even better.
That's so. You say you didn't get the pictures from Freiberg. There was somebody else?
A man by the name of Jack. I don't know his last name. Freiberg put us onto him, gave us an introduction, set up the deal. We got the pictures for 75 cents. Most of the time they get us $1, $1.50 a piece. Bud and I did pretty good.
You know any other fellows working for this Freiberg, Steve? Any other kids in school?
No, just Bud and me. That's all I know. It wouldn't be so bad if it was just the books. That lousy Charlie. He had to go and promote the party routine, get everybody mixed up in that.
How do you mean? What's that all about?
Charlie. He stays at this place out on Sepulveda. It's a motel. That's where we always contacted him.
Yeah.
After a couple of weeks, when we got to know him, he asked me and Bud out to this place. Said he was going to throw a party. Told us to bring our girlfriends along. Turned out we were the only ones at the party. Me and Bud and the girls and Charlie Freiberg. Party lasted pretty late. I should have been smart enough to figure it out. I wasn't.
What do you mean, Steve? Figure out what?
Why'd Charlie be throwing parties just for us? The first 2 times there wasn't anything wrong. We just talked, danced with the girls, drank some beer. Charlie told us to have a good time. He threw a party every Friday night. Never broke up till after 3 o'clock.
How old are your girlfriends, yours and Bud's?
17. They're both 17. They've been around, though. No use kidding you. They weren't very smart, I can tell you that. None of us were, I guess. Next couple of parties, Charlie had whiskey there. Some girls drank right along with him. So did we.
Freiberg served the whiskey, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. He loaded the drinks, kept handing the girls a lot of stuff about how I used to be a director in pictures. He had a lot of connections in Hollywood. The last party I was at, he said he was going to get the girls' screen test. A lot of malarkey like that.
Mm-hmm. What else, Steve?
I don't know. I had a beef with Charlie about it, and I walked out. I haven't been back since.
Does he still throw these Friday night parties, do you know?
Maybe. I don't know. There were 3 or 4 after the last one I walked out on. Dumb girls think Charlie's just great. God, so I can't stand the guy.
How about the parties you didn't show up for, Steve? You get a rundown on them?
Well, I heard a couple of things, yeah. Sure glad I wasn't there.
How do you mean?
Dumb girls. Never fails. The oldest line in the world. They still go for it.
What's that?
Tell them you're going to get them in the movies.
We continued questioning the subject, 17-year-old Stephen Banner. He gave us a full description of the man who'd been selling him the books, Charles Freiberg, and also a description of the man known as Jack, the one who'd been supplying him with pictures and photographs. In addition, he gave us the addresses of the 2 men, a fair description of Freiberg's car, no license number, and the names and addresses of the 2 girls he and his friend had taken to Freiberg's parties. 1:20 p.m. Ed and I took the case of obscene books from the garage, loaded it in the back seat of our car, and Stephen Banner directed us to the high school attended by his friend Bud Spencer. We picked up the Spencer boy and drove him and Banner downtown to Georgia Street Juvenile, where we booked them in on 700B, Welfare and Institution Code, lack of supervision. We drove to the motel out on Sepulveda, but the suspect, Charles Freiberg, had moved out 5 days before, no forwarding address. It wasn't a dead end, though. From his motel registration card, we got the description and license number of his car. On the way into the office, we checked out the address of his confederate, the man known as Jack. He'd moved the same day as Freiberg, no forwarding address. Back at the office, DMV got a make on the license number for us. The car registered in Freiberg's name, 239 West 92nd Street. We went down to R&I and pulled the package on the suspect, 3:40 p.m.
Last address on him was 3 years old. How's his record read?
Well, he's been in the business before. A couple of ag charges, a 311 charge, too. Possession of obscene literature.
Served 8 months in county jail. Mugshot there?
Yeah, here.
Close enough to the way the boy described him.
I'd say so. There's MO, too.
Huh?
Same pitch the last time they got him, working the high school trade, passed himself off as a studio man, movie director.
How about the other man, Jack? You got anything there?
No, not yet. I gave the information on him to the stats office. They're going to make a run for us. Well, I guess we better check on the kids' girlfriends, huh? Get their stories.
Yeah, I suppose so. Sure gets me, Joe.
What's that?
Pair of young girls like that, out at motel parties till 3 a.m. drinking.
Yeah.
17-year-olds, no reason for it, no reason at all.
Well, you think of one that might do.
Huh?
Their parents. We checked out the suspect's address furnished us by DMV and also the information from the R&I package. They went nowhere. We had a second interview with Stephen Banner and his friend Bud Spencer. We showed them Freiberg's mugshot and both of them identified it. We got out a broadcast and an APB on him. 4:12 p.m. Together with policewoman Doreen Statesel, Ed and I drove out to interview the 2 teenage girls involved, a Dorothy Ryan and a Laura Osborne. We stopped at the home of the Osborne girl first, but she wasn't there, and neither were her parents. An older sister told us that both the mother and father were working and that Laura was at a neighborhood school for models taking her weekly lesson. We checked at the modeling school, a converted second-floor social hall, where we finally located the girl, a tall brunette, dark eyes, fair complexion. The heavy makeup didn't do much to hide her age. While the modeling lesson went on, policewoman Statesel, Ed, and I talked to the girl off in one corner of the hall.
Your friend, Steve Banner, he took you to those parties at Mr. Freiberg's place? That's right. Very nice man. He was always nice to Dorothy and me. Dorothy Ryan, she came to the parties with Bud. He's a friend of Steve Banner's.
You have no complaint to make about this, Mr. Freiberg? He never caused you trouble of any kind?
Charlie? Well, no. I told you before that business about Steve getting mad just because Charlie told us he'd get us in the movies. Well, it was silly, that's all, plain silly. Charlie was just helping us.
How do you mean, Laura?
Well, he's in Hollywood, you know, Charlie Freiberg. He has lots of connections. He just wanted to help us get some good modeling jobs. That's why he took our pictures. There was nothing wrong. You continued going to these Friday night parties without the 2 boys, is that right? Yes, Dorothy and me. There wasn't anything wrong with it. We knew Charlie as well as they did by that time. And bathing suit pictures, that's all. There was nothing wrong in that. Did you ever see prints of any of those pictures, either you or Dorothy Ryan? No, but Charlie's going to get us some. He promised he would.
You know where he is now?
No, he moved. I haven't any idea where he is.
When's the last time you saw Freiberg, miss?
About 10 days, 2 weeks ago. What's this all about, officer? Are you looking for Charlie?
How does he usually contact you, Laura? By phone?
Yeah, Usually calls.
Has he called you lately?
Well, I don't know. Why are you looking for him? Can't you tell me?
Routine investigation, miss.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know where Charlie is. Why can't you tell me why you want him?
We want him.
Why? Can't you give me a reason? This is one of the reasons, Laura. Would you look at this picture? Charlie took this?
It's his business, Laura. That's the way his police record reads.
I can't believe it.
That's one reason we want Freiberg. There's lots of others. You willing to help us, Laura?
You said they'd be beautiful, glamorous. They're not.
You know where he stays now?
No, I'll find out, though.
How do you mean?
I've got a date with him. Supposed to meet him out on Wilshire and La Brea.
When's that?
8 o'clock tomorrow night.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette. 1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection. 2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection. 3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size. And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. To show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee to every king-size cigarette smoker. Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos. If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas before August 1st, 1952, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Remember, each king-size Fatima gives you an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Switch to Fatima today. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
November 8th, Wednesday, 5:30 p.m. After our interview with 17-year-old Laura Osborne, policewoman Doreen Statesel and I drove to the home of Laura's girlfriend, Dorothy Ryan, who was also present at the motel parties given by the suspect, Charles Freiberg. Her story of what had happened was essentially the same as the one we got from the Osborne girl. That night, we met with the parents of both girls. They were well-meaning and cooperative. They admitted their mistake. It was the same old story of lack of supervision and very little home life. The parents told us that they had no idea of what had been going on or the late hours that their teenage girls had been keeping. Besides promising closer supervision of the girls, they told us they would notify us immediately if the suspect Freiberg made any attempt to contact their daughters. 6:25 p.m. We got back to the office, put in a call to Stephen Banner's home, and notified his sister and brother-in-law that the boy was being held for further interrogation. We also notified the parents of Bud Spencer. The following morning, Ed and I went across the street to the district attorney's office, presented our case, and a warrant was issued on Charles Freiberg for 702 WIC, contributing to the delinquency of a minor. At 7 o'clock that night, Ed and I staked out on a cocktail lounge near the intersection of Wilshire and La Brea, the place where the suspect had told Laura Osborne to meet him. 7:30, 7:45. We waited.
I think maybe we're in business, Joe.
What?
Down the corner there, waiting for the signal to change. Dark suit, dark hat.
Yeah, could be.
Crossing over now, heading to the bar.
All right, let's go.
No mistake.
Hey, fella, hold it up on that way. How's that? Police officers, your name Freiberg?
What? No, that's not my name.
It's your identification, please.
Yes, I've got my identification. Why?
Can we see it, please?
Why, what do you want?
Your identification.
For? I haven't done anything.
Let's go, mister. Talk about it downtown.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. I don't want any trouble. I'll show you. There. Driver's license. The rest of my stuff.
Charles Freiberg. It's an old address, isn't it?
Yeah. Haven't had time to change it. Just got back in town. What's the matter, anyway?
Where are you staying, Freiberg?
No place. I just got back in town. I told you that. Not staying any place yet. No connections at all.
Where's your car?
I don't have one. I've had one for a year. I sold it. Look, how about filling me in? What do you want with me?
You want to step over here, Freiberg, out of the way?
All right. Just like to know what's going on, that's all.
I'd like to see what you're carrying in your pockets. Take everything out, please, one pocket at a time.
What is this, a shakedown?
You can start with your coat pockets.
All right. There. Okay.
All right, now the other one.
okay?
You said you don't have a car, Freiberg.
Oh, of course not. I told you that.
What are you doing with that parking ticket? We walked the suspect Freiberg 2 blocks to the parking lot listed on the claim check that he had in his coat pocket. He had black hair streaked with gray, looked to be in his mid-50s. We questioned him on the way, but he'd admit nothing. We located his car in the parking lot and searched it. In the glove compartment, besides a half a dozen photographs and small books, we found a key with a metal disc attached to it. Stamped on the disc were the words West Side Studios, number 23. Freiberg refused to identify the key. He refused to admit a thing. We walked him back to our car, and together the three of us headed out for the old West Side Studios just off Jefferson Boulevard. On the way, we tried again to question the suspect, but we got nowhere. He refused to answer even the simplest questions. One look at the West Side Studios, and you knew right away the place had seen better days. It had been fairly prominent in the early days of motion picture making, but all that was left now was 2 square blocks of broken down scenery, 1 dilapidated sound stage, and a row of weather-beaten cottages, the tar paper peeling off the roofs. We got out of the car and started up the walk. The faded sign over the main gate read West Side Studios, founded 1920. And down in one corner, admission by pass only. The guard shack at the gate was boarded up. No sign of a night watchman. We kept walking.
How come they don't keep a watchman at the gate, Freiberg? Don't they make pictures here anymore?
You bet they do. The place has been going downhill for a long time. It's coming back, though.
Then you do know the place, is that right?
Yeah, I know it. I should know it.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing.
You rent an office here, is that it? Freiberg?
Yeah, that's right. Straight down the way there, Cottage 23.
What's your job? You in some kind of movie work?
Yeah, I have been for 30 years. More than 30 years.
That's so? You an actor?
Freiberg. Haven't you ever heard the name? I'm a producer.
Oh, I see.
Why'd you tell us that to start with?
I want to know. Different reasons. I don't like to throw my weight around. I have a lot of connections in Hollywood, you know.
That's so?
In the trade 30 years. I was one of the first. You can make a lot of friends in 30 years.
Yeah, I guess so. How about those books we found in your car, those pictures? How do you explain them?
This studio will be back on the street in a year. I'll bet $1,000 on it. This whole block here, sound stages. I got the plans for them in my desk.
That's so. You have an interest in this lot?
Not exactly. Not right now, anyway. I did have an interest, though. I will again. I was one of the original owners, you know.
Still haven't got an explanation. How about the books and pictures we found in your car?
Oh, that? Nothing explained, is there? Just a few gimmicks I picked up.
You know a boy by the name of Stephen Banner?
Banner? No, I don't think so. Why?
How about Bud Spencer? You know him?
No. I knew a George Spencer once. Actor. That was back in the old days, though.
How about Laura Osmond, Dorothy Ryan? You know them?
No, it's pretty hard to say. You know, Sergeant, over the years in this business, especially, you meet an awful lot of people.
These are fairly recent. You ought to remember them. They're just kids, 17-year-olds.
No, afraid I don't recall the names. Soundstage Bell. We got a company over there doing some shooting tonight. Television films. They make them too fast. Trade's not like it used to be. Quality, that's what we went after. Gone now. It's all gone. West Side will do it again, though. You can bet on that. We're coming back.
Look, how about leveling, Freiberg? You know why we picked you up. You know why we're out here.
Just did. I don't know why. Oh, say, look across the road. That shed over there. The old greenhouse there, Colonial Mansion. Weather's faded the colors a little. Typical old southern estate now, you know. We shot some beautiful footage there. Picture's a classic in its own right. Maybe you remember it. Moonlight and Magnolia. They changed the title later. Love in the Moonlight. Beautiful thing. You ever see it?
No, I don't think so.
I couldn't tell you how many beauties we turned out that year. I was a young fellow then. Song and strife, moonlight, magnolias, little orphan girl, sweetheart of the campus.
That's your cottage there, Mr. Freiberg?
What's that?
Just down the way there, number 23?
Oh, yeah. Completely forgot about it. I hope you'll excuse the way it looks. I haven't been able to find good accommodations in town. I've been staying at the office. We have a little couch there. I sleep on that. We have the hot plate, too. Good enough to boil a coffee in the morning.
Mm-hmm. How come you couldn't find space in town? Hotels I bet rushed out of?
Well, the ones I'm used to staying at, yes. I'd just soon camp here at the studio than stay at one of those places downtown. Say, wouldn't you like to see the rest of the lot? Pretty interesting if you've never seen a real movie lot. I mean a high-class one.
We've seen them, Mr. Freiberg. We'd like to check your office.
Oh, all right. This is it. Cottages need a good coat of paint, of course. It'll all be done pretty soon. West Side's going to come back strong. You can bet on that.
Yes, so.
Oh, watch it on that first step there. It's loose. Have to call maintenance and get that fixed.
Yeah, it's all right.
Here we are. Well, you can see the office isn't very much. What did you want, gentlemen?
You want to check that cabinet there, Ed? I'll take a look at these cases over here.
Okay. This picture here on the wall. That's the cast and the production staff of my first film. Here's the other one. Me and R.Z. Bernard. He autographed the picture for me, Bernard himself. Those were the days, all right. Quality. That's what we went after in pictures, real quality. Not like today. Gone. The good days. Time, pictures. It's gone. All gone.
How about it, Freiberg? These cases of books here and these photographs.
Not my fault, believe me. I had to make a living. I had to make money. How do you think it feels to get cheap like that? I used to be young. I was big. I was talented. I made big pictures. How do you think it feels to get cheap all of a sudden? Cheap enough to do this kind of thing?
Nobody forced you. It was your choice, mister.
It wasn't my choice. You're wrong. All I want to do is make pictures. There isn't a chance anymore. Not like the old days. You need hundreds of thousands, millions. It's gone. It's all gone. Had to eat. Had to put clothes on my back.
You admit you're responsible for this? Books, pictures, working in the high school trade, kids like Steve Banner, Bud Spencer?
After 1935, I couldn't get a job. I didn't want this. I had to do it. I'm ashamed. Who wouldn't be? I had to eat. It was the only way. And I had to live.
There's honest jobs to be had. How about this man named Jack?
He was in with me. He was my cameraman back in the old days. You can't blame him either. He had to live, too.
You willing to come downtown with us? Give us a statement?
Yes, all right, anything.
How about the party with the two girls, Laura Osborne, Dorothy Ryan?
I took some pictures, that's all. I didn't harm them. Nothing anyway.
You had it wrong, Freiberg. You know that.
Yeah, I know. Just to have the kids there. Made you remember the days in your life. Best days in anybody's life. But so, when you used to have money. When you used to be young.
The story you have just heard was true. Laws were changed to protect the innocent. On January 29th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fallon. Friends, won't you do this for me? Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette. You'll find Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection. Cools the smoke for your protection. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size. And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. That's why I'd like you to buy Fatima.
The suspects, Charles Zeman Freiberg and his accomplice, Jack L. Avery, were tried and convicted on 4 counts of contributing to the delinquency of minors. Both of them served full terms in the county jail. Contributing to the delinquency of minors is punishable by a fine of not more than $1,000 or by imprisonment in the county jail for 1 year, or by both fine and imprisonment. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips, Virginia Gregg, and Ralph Moody. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all king-size cigarettes has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now,
it's Counter Spy on NBC.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
The story you are about to hear is true. The name has been changed to protect the innocent. Fatima cigarettes, king size, extra mild and soothing, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television. You're an investigating sergeant. You're assigned to Traffic Division, AID. Death and tragedy is forecast for the people of your city. You don't know who the victims will be. You don't know how many there will be. Your job? Try and stop it. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette. Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette. 1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection. 2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection. 3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size. Fatima gives you more for your money. And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action. It's Thursday, July 3rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of Traffic Division, accident investigation. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Deputy Chief Caldwell. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the scene of the accident. It was 9:42 p.m. when I got to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, second floor. Treatment room 5. Hello? Hi. How's it going? Not too good. Oh, are they? Bad. All 4 of them. The girl was riding in the front seat, both legs crushed. Talking to Doc Hall, nothing you can do. Gonna have to amputate. It's a shame. All the parents been notified? Yeah, they're on the way down now. Yeah, thanks. I got a match. All right, thank you. Still touch and go with the kid who was driving, the winter boy. The doc doesn't give him much of a chance. Possible to get a statement from him? No, still unconscious. They get pictures of the right car? Yeah, they did. The car the kids were in laid down 207 feet of skid marks. From the condition of the car, it's a wonder any of them are alive. Not a straight piece of metal in the wreck frame. How about that couple in the sedan they sideswiped? Doctor isn't sure. Both have internal injuries. His right leg is fractured and has a possible concussion. Every one of them's old enough to know better. What made them think they could get away with it? Oh, hi, Doctor. Buddy, you changed, Doc? Which one you made? The wheeler boy? No, still the same. The other 3 kids are doing a little better. It's a shame. None of them are more than 14, 15 years old, ain't it? Both the girls are 13. The wheeler boy's 16 and the other boy's 12. Yeah. The younger got along burning up the streets. How that happened? Well, one of the girls told us that the wheeler boys picked up the 3 of them about 8 o'clock tonight. Asked them if they wanted to go for a ride in his father's new car. Well, I thought they were going down to the neighborhood driving for a coat. Yeah. The girl said they drove around the neighborhood for a while. Wheeler boy was bragging about what a good driver he was, how fast the car would go. Kept telling the kid that he could drive as fast as his father did. Yeah. Well, I hear it's too bad you can't hold the father. Yeah, it's pretty obvious he didn't set much of an example. The girl told us that the wheeler boy drove down the highway. She spotted a police car behind him and told the wheeler kid to slow up. He said something like, my father outran a cop the other day. If he can do it, I know I can. So the kids pleaded with him to pull over and stop, and he wouldn't listen. Told him to shut up and hang on, and he'd show him some real fancy driving. Chasing more than 19 miles back. Car in pursuit radioed in for help. We tried to block off the intersections ahead of him. He was just going too fast. How'd the boy crack up? Sideswiped the sedan with that old couple in it. Lost control of the car, went into a skid. The car hit the curb, blew a tire, piled head-on into a parked truck. The impact drove the engine of the truck right back into the cabin. It was only really like it. The car the kids were in was almost broken in half. Well, I've done everything I can for him. I'll keep the wheeler boy in the critical room. Nurses in there with him now. I'll move the other 3 back into the ward. We want to get our report, Doc. You got an empty slip on? Yeah, I just finished it. That's right. Thank you. You know, I got a 16-year-old boy, Friday. Every time I make one of these things, I say a prayer. Hope they never have to make one out for my boy. No, excuse me, I better go back in there and check on that youngster. All right, Doc, thanks. Look at this MT, Frank. Everything in the book. What's that? Listen. Grace Andrews, 13 years, occupation student. Fractured jaw, teeth knocked out, facial cuts, internal injuries, crushed pelvis, and shock. Here's the next one. Nancy Haynes, 13 years, occupation student. Deep facial cuts, compound fractures of the right and left legs, crushed chest, possible concussion and shock. Water boy, Walter Stewart, 12 years, occupation student. Deep facial cuts and contusions, shock and possible concussion. Fractured ribs, possible puncture of the left lung, left hand severed above the knuckles. Here's the slip on the Wheeler boy. Charles Wheeler, 16 years, occupation student. Crushed forehead, possible spinal fracture, both legs broken. Fractured ribs, broken pelvis, deep facial cuts, severe internal injuries, and shock.
My name's Wheeler. Where's my boy? What have they done with him?
Take it easy, Mr. Wheeler. Doctor will be out in a minute.
I don't want the doctor. I want to see my boy. Where is he? What happened anyway?
Would you keep your voice down, please? The doctor will see you in a minute. He's with you from now.
Who are you? What do you know about it?
Police officers. Your boy had an accident. We're investigating.
I know he had an accident. They already told me that. Whose fault was it? Who ran into him?
Nobody ran into him, Mr. Wheeler. The accident was his fault.
What do you mean it couldn't have been? That boy's a good driver. I taught him myself.
Would you keep your voice down, please?
I want to get to the bottom of this thing. I want to see my boy. What are you stalling me for?
Nobody's stalling you, sir. You can see your boy as soon as the doctor okays it.
I'm going to take him to my own doctor. I wouldn't trust my boy in a place like this. Who ordered him here anyway?
We did. It was an emergency. The ambulance took him here from the scene of the accident.
Well, you still haven't told me how it happened. Now, why do you say it was his fault? Why are you accusing him?
It was his fault, Mr. Wheeler. There's no doubt about it. He was speeding, and a police car tried to catch him. He tried to outrun him. In the process, he ran into a parked truck.
Now, I knew it wasn't his fault.
Sir?
So he was going a little too fast. Charlie's a good driver. Why'd you have to chase him? Probably the cause of the whole thing. You're the ones to blame.
Take it easy, Mr. Wheeler.
Take it easy, nothing. Why couldn't you let the kid alone? He can drive as well as I can. Think I'd let the kid have my new car if he couldn't handle it?
What about a driver's license, sir? You don't have one?
Well, no, I didn't have a chance to get him one. Too busy to take him down there for the test. The stupid thing anyway, any moron can pass it. The point is, you didn't have to chase him. He wasn't hurting anybody, was he? I taught him how to drive. He drives just like I do. He's a fast driver, but he's a good one. I ought to know.
All radio cars had to chase your boy 19 miles, Mr. Wheeler. 11 cars chased him. Your boy was endangering the life of everybody on that highway. In a 25-mile-an-hour zone, he was clocked at better than 70 miles an hour. At one time, we figured he must have been doing better than 90. He went through a dozen boulevard stops. He barely missed a woman pedestrian. The woman had a baby in her arms. Just before he cracked up, he sideswiped another car, an old couple in it. They're in this hospital, too, and they're hurt bad. Now, you go ahead inside and make those two old people believe your son's a good driver, that he's just having some innocent fun, wouldn't you?
It's not all his fault. You probably wouldn't have done it if you didn't chase him. I know my boy can handle a car. I raced cops myself once in a while. Charlie was with me. He's cool. He knows what he's doing behind the wheel. Just because you drive fast doesn't make you a bad driver.
It helps. Right. Yeah, Doc. For a minute. This is Mr. Wheeler, father of the boy who was driving the car. This is Dr. Hall.
Where's Charlie? I want to see him.
I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to wait a few minutes. He's lost a lot of blood. They're giving him another transfusion.
What's the matter with him? How bad is he hurt?
There's a report. Read it yourself.
What kind of treatment you give him? You sure you know what you're doing?
I think so. I've been on this job for 11 years. That's how long I've been dealing with fools like you.
What?
I heard you ranting and raving out here at these offices. Well, let me tell you this, mister. All three of you were wrong. That boy of yours lying in there isn't to blame. You are his own father. You were driving that car tonight. I heard you ranting out here. You taught him how to drive. He can drive as well as you can. He's cool. He knows how to handle a car. You taught him how to race cops. Well, the results are inside, Mr. Wheeler.
Look here, I don't want any sermons from you. I want to see my boy. I want to see him right now.
You're not going to get any sermons from me. They wouldn't help you. But I'm going to tell you what's on my mind. I've seen your kind for years. I've sewed them up, I've patched them up, and I've pulled a sheet over their face. So far, you're lucky it hasn't happened to you. You're on borrowed time. Must be true what they say. The good Lord takes care of the fools and the drunks. Well, I can tell you now I wouldn't feel half as bad if it was you inside there on that bed instead of your son. Oh, when are people like you going to learn? When are you going to learn?
I came down here to see my son. You're not impressing me a bit.
Well, then maybe you ought to come down here some weekend, some holiday. Maybe that'd impress you. You stand inside that treatment room with me and watch them come over that table. A lot of them come in married and go out with it, all kinds, all ages. They pull them out of the wrecks and they drag them in here and they expect miracles from us. They're battered and broken, and some of them we have to look twice because it's hard to tell they're human beings. You know who's responsible, Mr. Wheeler? You know who? Arrogant, egotistical, good, fast drivers like you. Well, I'm sick of you, Mr. Wheeler. I'm sick of the whole rotten, stupid mess. I'm sick of fools like you.
Dr. Hall?
Yeah.
Give me a moment, please.
You know,
Sure makes himself out an expert, doesn't he? He preaches to everybody who comes in here?
Well, matter of fact, he's usually pretty quiet.
Well, what's the matter with him? Get on the wrong side of bed?
Maybe this will explain it. He's got a 16-year-old boy of his own.
And what's he beefing about? It's my kid that's hurt, not his.
Every kid who treats his his.
Mr. Wheeler, is it all right? Can I see Charlie now? Yeah? Thanks. I'm sorry about everything, Doctor. I really am. I'm sorry. So am I, Mr. Wheeler. The boy's dead. When George Wheeler recovered from the initial shock of his son's death, he told him it was necessary that the body be removed to the county morgue, where an autopsy would be performed the following day. After that, his son's remains would be available to a mortuary of the family's choosing. Frank and I drove back to the office where we filed a 311 dead body report on 16-year-old Charles Wheeler. After that, we called the coroner's office and notified them to pick up the body at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. 10:35 p.m. We left the traffic division garage and went back on the air. We were cruising the central area. 10:53 p.m. We got the call. Police on Spring. Ambulance follow-up. Victim of a hit-and-run driver. We were within a block of the call. Must be it up ahead, Joe, on the corner. Oh, yeah. Pull up any place right here, I guess. All right, come on. Slide out my side, huh? Yeah. Let it through, please. Police officer, excuse me. Pardon me. I wonder if I can get through here, please. Excuse me. Doctor? You fellow the doctor? No, the police officers. Oh, yeah, I see. Where's the ambulance? Be here in a minute. How'd it happen? The old man was trying to cross the street. A bus hit him. Oh, look at him. Terrible, poor old guy. You work around here? Yeah, I sell papers right over in that corner over there. My name's Harry Johansson. You want me for a witness? Frank, get his name and address. Will you? I'll check the old man. Yeah, right. All right, now don't move around, Dad. Don't try to get up. The ambulance will be here in a minute. Back. It's terrible pain in my back. Your legs hurt you, Dad? No. I don't feel a thing in my legs. It's just my back. I have a terrible pain. What's your name? Clyde Logan. Where do you live, Dad? Over there, just up in the corner. 137. But you go over and see the old see if she's all right. She's going to be awful worried. Yeah, we'll take care of it. You been drinking, Dad? Well, tonight, Karen, the doctor said I ought to have a glass of port every night. I was just on the way home when it happened. Oh, my God. You sure it was just a glass of port, Dad? Yeah. That's right. I never touch anything but that. A glass of port. I ought to go to bed. See, would you please send somebody to see about Leon? I've been babysitting. She's going to be awful worried. Yes, sir. We'll take care of it. Oh, this feels terrible. I got to get up and help me out, Williams. All right. You sure you feel up to it, Dad? I don't know. It's an awful pain in my back. I know I'm not supposed to move till the ambulance gets here, but maybe it'll go away if I stand up. All right, sir. Here you go. Frank, stay a minute. Yeah. Cancel the ambulance when you want it. Cancel it. Call the wagon. All right. They got help, Sergeant. Did they come in for me? Yeah, you're going to help, Dad. It's on the way. I come to the corner again and started to cross over. And what do you think? Right out of nowhere, this big red bus come up the street. It must have been going 60. It kept right on through it. Oh, I thought for a minute there I was gone for sure. Did you say it was a big red bus? Red or blue? What's the difference? They run me down. Oh, look at that. You get the end of this quick. Look at that. What's that? No, I'm not sure, Frank. You think it's all there. Get some help. I'm leaving it. Get some help. Oh, there's a sharp pain in my ribs. Take your coat off there. Oh, that's better. The pain's gone now. Well, I don't know what your blood type is, Dad, but you're bleeding port wine. Oh, no. I thought it was, Dad. You broke your bottle of port. It's all wrapped up in papers, too, so what the hell happened? Just look at my brand new shirt, all that good wine. Joe? No, I canceled the ambulance, called communications to the wagon. What's the story? Say, would you please send somebody up to my place to see Leon? It's apartment 37, building right up in the corner. Please look after Leon. Yeah, we'll tell her, Dad. Oh, see, when you see it, would you please give me this? What's this? You said liver. Leon just loves liver. Oh, I didn't know you were married, Clyde. When did that happen? I'm not married. You with Leon? That's my cat, the best friend. Got oil. Where's the ambulance? No, it's not going to be the ambulance, Dad. We got a car coming instead. I'm sick of him, Sergeant. I need an ambulance. You're a hit-and-run victim every time you get left Fort Wayne, Dad. I don't know what you mean. It's a glass of port every night. That's all I ever take. What time you look at it now? I don't know. You're over to Jackson's about 8 o'clock.
8:15, 8:30? Why? It's 10 minutes past 11, Dad. You overdue. You got it, Joe. What's the pitch? What's the move? I don't think so. Clyde Logan. Got an arrest sheet as long as your arm. Somebody down at Central tagged him with the name Hit and Run Logan. Town character. And what's the idea of the hit and run stuff? Oh, he likes attention. Every time he gets loaded, he likes to ride in an ambulance with a siren wide open, so he lays down on the street pretending he's been hit. See, every city's got at least one of them, I guess. Some of them turn in firearms, some of them confess to murder, some of them just beat their wives. Clyde likes to be a hit and run victim. See, what do you want to do? You gonna lock me up? No choice, Dad. I suppose not. Say, would you talk to the jailer and see if I could get my old job back? I mean, you know, anything in the kitchen. I like to work in the kitchen. Yeah, all right, we'll talk to him. And just one more thing. Yeah. Could you go see Jack and Martin for me? Place right up the street there, you know, you see the sign there? Yeah, Jack's old-time wine shop. That's the place. Well, you go in there and you ask for Jack. You tell him that I sent you. See, you can say that he's not going to get any more of my baby. You tell him I won't even pay him what I owe him. What's the matter, Dad? Why are you mad at him? Well, I got good enough reason. All the credit I've given him and all the money I spent there and double-cross it. You can't keep customers that way, and he'll find that out. What do you mean, Dad? Well, look, right here on the sidewalk. Yeah? Jack and Martin, you know, his cheap bottles.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Friends, because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers coast to coast are switching to king-size Fatimas every day. Yes, more smokers coast to coast are finding that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Now, here's the practical way to prove Fatima quality yourself.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Remember, more and more of your friends are switching to king-size Fatimas.
Compare them yourself. King-size Fatima, extra mild and soothing, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Look for the bright sunny yellow pack. Buy king-size Fatima. Thursday, July 3rd, 11:30 p.m. There was still half an hour to go before the July 4th weekend even started. But in the last 7.5 hours, Central Traffic had answered 13 major accident calls. 4 of them were fatalities. If it was any indication of the next 72 hours, the 4th of July weekend was due to spell death and tragedy for more people than we figured. 12:10 a.m., we received another ambulance follow-up call, this time at 11th and Georgia. A young couple on a motorcycle trying to beat the stop signal had crashed headlong into the side of an eastbound bus. One was taken to the hospital, one was taken to the county morgue. 12:20 a.m. After taking care of the necessary reports, we impounded the motorcycle. The next half hour was fairly quiet. 12:55 a.m. We went off the air and stopped to have a cup of coffee. 1:15 a.m. We called back in service. We continued cruising the central area. At 1:48 a.m., 12 minutes before quitting time, we got a call for Wilshire and Toberman Street, an ambulance follow-up, city property damage, motor officer. 1:15 a.m., we arrived at the scene. Approximately 20 feet from the southwest corner, a police motorcycle was sprawled on the street. The front of it was demolished. About 30 feet from the motorcycle, lying face down in the street, was the figure of a man in police uniform. All right, would you step back, please? Up on the... Please, everybody, back up there on the sidewalk, please. Okay. Please, all right, don't try to move, fella. Mr. Bryant. Hey, Mike. He tried to miss it. Couldn't help it. Take it easy now. Don't try to talk. Ambulance is on the way now. Don't get me, Joe. My chest hurts. Hey, but my collar can't breathe. All right, sure, Mike. Come on, take it easy now. Don't chasing this car. Cream convertible. Man, woman, I think he was 502. Big chase. Red light. Siren. All right, now take it easy, Mike. Relax. Other car turned right in front of me.
I saw it. Nothing I could do could stop. Two right in front of me. Evelyn. Gonna go see her. Evelyn. She's waiting.
All right, will you take it easy, Mike? Don't talk and don't move. This will work out all right. Take it easy.
Evelyn. Evelyn.
Joe. Mike. Mike.
Joe, got a coat here. Slip it under his head and get more comfortable.
No, he doesn't need it, Frank. He's comfortable. 1:57 a.m. The ambulance arrived and O'Brien's body was removed to the county morgue. Photographs were taken, diagrams were drawn, and statements taken from the witnesses. A truck from Central Garage arrived and started removing the dead officer's motorcycle. Frank and I went over and started interviewing the driver of the car which O'Brien had collided with. She identified herself as Corinne Norton, a bookkeeper at a South Los Angeles defense plant.
I was making a left turn, that's all. Next thing I knew, he hit my car. You can see what he did to it. Who's going to pay for the damage?
We can talk about that later, Miss Norton. Our first concern is we'd like to find out what happened.
There was nothing to it. I already told you. This cop ran into me. There wasn't anything I could do.
Would you start from the beginning, please, and tell us exactly what happened?
From the beginning of what? I told you. He ran into my car. What more do you want to know? Sorry it happened, but I couldn't help it. Look at my car. How am I going to get to work in the morning?
Please tell us what happened here, miss, just as near as you can remember.
Well, I was going down this way on Wilshire on my way home. I started to make a left turn on the Toberman, and this cop on the motorcycle drove right into me. There wasn't anything I could do. His fault. I couldn't help it.
Let me see your operator's license, please.
Certainly. Yeah, here it is.
Do you want to read it off, Frank?
Yeah. California operator's license number B208-927.
Got it.
Corinne, C-O-R-I-N-N-E-M, Norton, 10,033 Ruth Ellen, Los Angeles.
10,033?
Yeah. Female, 5'3.5", 123 pounds, born February 18th, 1909. Blue eyes, down here. Must wear adequate glasses.
Just a minute.
Okay. Are your glasses with you, Miss Norton?
Yes, right here in my purse. I really don't have to wear them. I can see just as well without
Were
them.
you wearing your glasses at the time of the accident?
Yes, I was. I took them off right after the accident. Here they are, right here in my purse. See?
Miss Norton, we understand the motorcycle officer had his red light and siren in operation at the time of this accident. Did you see it or hear it?
No, I didn't hear any siren, and I certainly didn't see any red light.
And when's the first time you saw the officer, ma'am?
When he hit me, it seemed to come out of nowhere. He was going very fast.
You say you were in the process of making a left turn, is that right, Miss Norton? Did you give a hand signal indicating that you were going to turn?
Of course I did. I always do.
You touched your car since the accident.
What do you mean if I touched it?
Was your car just like it was when you were driving it prior to the accident?
Yes, I suppose it is. I mean, with the exception of the damage he did.
Sure you gave a hand signal, Miss Norton?
Of course I am. But what's this all about anyway?
Well, if your car's exactly the way it was before the accident, and you're telling us the truth here, how do you account for the fact that the left-hand window of your car is still rolled up here? The window of the driver's side of your car there, it's closed tight. You couldn't have made a left-hand signal, now could you?
But I understand. I'm sure I made a signal. I think so, anyway. Are you trying to say I'm to blame for that cop's
We're not
death?
trying to say anything, ma'am. We're trying to get the facts here.
Well, you certainly have a funny way of doing it. What do you call facts, anyway? Trying to incriminate me in this thing? I was making a left turn and he ran into me. It's as simple as that. I don't know what you're so excited
The
about.
man just died, Miss Norton. We're trying to find out why.
Well, why ask me? I didn't kill him. Speeding along on a motorcycle like that. He shouldn't have been going that fast
That's
anyway.
his job, ma'am. That's what they're paying for. He was chasing the drunk driver.
All right, that's his job. He knew it was dangerous when he took it.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of his job, that's what we're paying for.
Well, he's dead, Miss Norton. Who's going to pay him for that? 2:15 a.m. A traffic car took Corinne Norton downtown to the station where her statement was to be taken and a further investigation made. Frank and I contacted Sergeant Joe Whitehead of the medical detail and informed him of Mike O'Brien's death. He told us he'd notify the business office and the parents of the dead officer. Because of our close association with O'Brien, we happen to know that he planned to get married July 15th, the first day of his vacation. The girl he was going to marry was an Ellen Monroe. She lived in the Silver Lake district. We told Whitehead that we'd notify her. 2:30 p.m. Frank and I drove out Sunset Boulevard to the girl's house.
Oh, hi, Frank. Joe.
All right.
Mike with you?
You know you're really
Well, come on, then. Have some coffee. I'm just waiting for Mike.
correct. Thank you.
Guess Mike's a little late tonight. Come on, then. How do you like your coffee? Cream and sugar?
Mike will be all right, thanks. Both of us.
Look at the dining room table. Pretty nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it was very nice.
Nicest wedding present I think I've ever seen. Didn't know we had so many friends. You see what the boys in the motor squad sent us? Electric mixer, all the attachments, too.
Yeah, we see him. Very nice.
That a hard day?
Yeah, it was. It was a tough one.
Oh, you're just like Mike. When he gets off work, he's grumpy as a bear. I don't know why. Nothing tough about your job. You ought to work for the man I work for. How's it coming right up?
Joe, you're going to have to tell her I can't. She ain't favored. I'll try.
Here you are. I think you ought to like your donut. I got him at the bakery down the street. Mike's crazy about it.
Would you sit down, Evelyn, please? I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, sure, Joe. You sound serious. What's the matter?
It's about Mike, Evelyn.
Mike? What about him?
Well, you want us to come by and see you. He was hurt tonight.
Yeah. Was it bad?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
What happened? Where is he? Can I see him?
No, not now. A little later.
What happened? You told his mother and dad?
Yeah, Evelyn. Joe Whitehead's out there now.
Joe Whitehead, medical teacher?
Yeah, that's right.
If he doesn't go out right away, he's so dead. Joe? Joe, tell me the truth. What's happened, Mike? What's happened?
Well, he's dead, Evelyn.
No. It's the truth. He can't be dead.
He was chasing a drunk driver over on Wilshire. A woman turned in front of him. Couldn't get out of the way. Didn't have a chance to lay his bike down. Sorry.
It's not true. Can't be. It's not true. He called me at 11. He'll be here any minute. He'll be here any minute. Mike.
Evelyn, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing anyone can do. Crying would help. I'd cry with you.
But it's not right. It isn't right. Why should he die? Why should he?
I'm sorry. Went fast and didn't suffer. Talked about you. The last thing was about you.
Why'd you realize? I can't understand it. I can't. There's no reason for it.
No reason for a lot of it.
Why, Joe? Why did he have to die? Why did he?
I don't know. I've got an idea, maybe, you know.
Why?
Somebody forgot to put out their arms.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 2nd, an inquest was held at the county morgue, city and county of Los Angeles, state of California. The coroner's jury returned a verdict of excusable homicide in the death of motorcycle officer Michael O'Brien. In a moment, a word about another trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I know a lot of you listeners have taken my advice and switched to Fatima. Now, if you haven't, how about comparing Fatima this weekend for sure? You see, Fatima quality stands out by comparison. And that's why I ask you to try Fatima. Compare them to the king-size cigarette you've been smoking. You'll find Fatimas give you more for your money. An extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Remember, king-size Fatimas in the bright, sunny yellow pack.
Normally at this time, we give you the result or outcome of legal proceedings against a person or persons for criminal action. You've already heard the results of the documentary cases portrayed on Dragnet tonight. 4th of July weekend is at hand. 40 million automobiles will drive 5 billion miles. Please make every mile a safe mile. Be considerate of the other driver on the road and have a happy weekend. We don't want to read your name on Dragnet's trial page. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Vic Perrin, Stacey Harris, Vic Rodman. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibley speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now read Dragnet every day on the comic page of your favorite newspaper. Please consult your local daily paper. King Size Fatima has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Yes, adventure is yours tonight with Counter Spy on NBC.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
The challenge of the Yukon. It's King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the North Country, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On, King! On, you huskies! Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the greedy race for riches. Now back to the days of the gold rush, when Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog King battled through storm and snow to preserve law and order as they met the challenge of the Yukon. Tim O'Hara lived alone with his sister Mary in the town of Galway, Ireland. As he waited for the postman at the gate that led to the winding path toward the house, a shaggy gray dog almost as large as a Shetland pony ambled up to his side. The dog, a full-grown Irish wolfhound, looked solemnly over the gate, which reached only to a point well under his big muzzle. Tim laughed as he patted the huge head.
Sure, Sarah. And you look as if you're expecting a letter yourself this morning. Well, I doubt that either of us will get one, but we can at least say good morning to Paddy the postman. There he is now. The top of the morning to you, Paddy.
Ah, Timmy, me boy, I got something for you today. A letter with the foreign stamp on it.
A foreign stamp, you say? Sure, and what could it be? Give it to me.
Sure, it's a good thing I know this doggy since he was a pup, or I'd be delivering your man from the end of a fishing pole. Glory be to heavens, he gets bigger every day. Oh, well, here you are.
But this letter, Paddy, it's addressed to my father.
To your father?
Yes, it's Timothy Thomas O'Hara. And I'm Timothy Patrick O'Hara.
Sure, I never noticed that. But then your father being dead these 2 years, it never entered me mind. Well, you better open it, Tim. It might be from someone who ain't heard yet about your father. Well, good day to you now, and I hope it ain't bad news.
I wonder who would be writing. Wait till I find the signature. Your brother, Michael. It's from Uncle Michael. Mary! 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 Where are you?
Here, it's me. Mary, put your coattails with a fire.
It's a letter, Mary. A letter from Uncle Michael.
Uncle Michael? You mean he's still alive?
Well, it's written on asbestos. And if I remember Uncle Michael, that's the only way he could write a letter if he passed on.
Oh, stop your nonsense, Tim, and read it. Is it from America?
No, it's from someplace in Canada, I think. Wait, I'll read it to you. Dear Tim, I know you must be thinking that by now I'm playing a harp with the angels after slipping by St. Peter when he was looking the other way. But it's far from the truth. I left Ireland to seek my fortune, and glory be, I found it. Tim, I'm going to be a rich man. I've struck gold in the Yukon territory.
Struck gold, he said.
And he was the uncle that was always the black sheep of my grandfather's flock.
Oh, go on, Tim, read it.
I've been wondering if by now that young son of yours isn't old enough to feel the urge for adventure. He had a look in his eye, even when he was 10, that told me he wouldn't be content to settle down.
Oh, Father always feared to be like Uncle Michael.
And I always wanted to be.
Oh, hurry, Tim, read it.
It's lonesome up here, and it's cold. But I'm wondering if you'd let him come to me for a year. Mining is hard work, but it would be well worth his while, as I'd see to it that he had money enough to live in a castle the rest of his life and support every O'Hara in the county if necessary.
He wants you to come there and help him with his gold mine?
Mary, we'll be rich.
You mean you'll go?
You don't think I'll stay here in Ireland with a gold mine waiting for me?
But Tim, something dropped from between the pages. There on the floor.
Yeah. Why, it's a draft for money. He sent me the fare. About twice as much as I...
Oh, then I can go too. And we'll take care.
Mary, have you taken leave of your senses? I can't be bothered with a woman, and as for terror...
Oh, look at him, Tim. He loves you more than his soul. And if he was parted from us, he'd die of a broken heart. That he would. We're going, I say.
You're not getting around me anyway at all. You're staying here, I said. I'm going to write to Uncle Michael right away.
I'll get you a pen. But be sure you don't mention me.
That I won't.
You know, I think maybe we'd better sell the house.
The Bonanza Belle steamed slowly up the Yukon River. Tim and Mary stood on the deck with the big dog Tara between them. Mary was breathless with the beauty of the landscape before her.
Oh, interesting, Tim O'Hara, that you tried to make me stay in Ireland and miss all of this.
I guess I should have known that I couldn't talk you out of it. But Uncle Michael is going to be surprised.
Ah, but he'll be pleased.
I'm getting chilly. I think I'll go down and put another sweater on. Oh, here comes the two men we met last night, Mary. Talk to them, will you, until I come back?
You might bring me another wrap, Tim. I'm getting cold, too.
All right, Mary.
Good morning, Miss O'Hara.
Good morning, Mr. Davis.
How are you this morning?
Just fine, thank you, Mr. Danvers.
I'm glad that big dog of yours is good-natured. We were almost afraid to come near you.
Sir is a pet. He's very gentle.
Bob and I were talking to your brother last night, and he showed us the map that marked where your uncle lives. That's not going to be an easy trip, Miss O'Hara. You'll need lots of equipment.
But my uncle sent us plenty of money. We can buy our supplies in Dawson, can't we?
Well, it might take you quite a while to get them. You know where you're going to stay in Dawson?
Well, hotel, I suppose.
Oh, that's easier said than done. Since the last gold strike on the Klondike, people have been flocking to Dawson City in droves. You can't get a room for any kind of money. My men are sleeping 20 in a room, sleeping right on the floor.
Lovely bee. We've no idea it was that bad.
Well, Joe and I were thinking, ma'am, maybe you'd better plan on our cabin. We've got one in Dawson.
Oh, well, no. Oh, that's fine and generous of you. But, is it big enough for all of us?
Bob and me can bunk with some friends of ours. Anyway, we're taking a trip north, too, and we might be able to leave a day or so after getting to Dawson.
Oh, would you be going anywhere near the place my uncle Michael lives?
Say, come to think of it, we will.
Well, maybe we could wait over for a week or so and go together.
Does your brother know anything about driving a dog team?
No, he doesn't. But we thought it would be easy to do.
No, it's not so easy, ma'am. These dogs up here are savage. You gotta know how to handle them. And anyway, you and your brother couldn't just take off alone on a trip like that. First time there was a blizzard, you'd get lost.
We thought we'd hire a guide.
We can't trust him, Miss O'Hara. This is rough country. Might get robbed or murdered. It isn't civilized like most places.
It would be fine if we could all go together. Oh, here's Tim now. Let's tell him about it.
Here's your bet, Mary. Good morning, boys.
How's there?
That was quite a card game we had last night. I'll give you a chance to win some of your money back tonight.
Oh, Tim, you gambling?
Just enough to make the game interesting.
Your sister can tell you what we've been talking about. I guess we better go down and get some breakfast. We're starved. Come on, Bob. We'll see you in about half an hour.
You'll find us right here on the deck.
Oh, these men have been very nice.
Oh, it worked like a charm, Bob.
She was the one who asked if they could go north with us.
That's what I hoped she'd do.
It's a crazy idea.
It's a chance to make a fortune. You're the same age he is, and his uncle hasn't seen him since he was 10.
Girl's awful pretty. I hate to think of harming her.
Now, don't you go soft. Here's our chance to make a fortune. We'll get rid of him some way on the trail north. You can pass yourself off as the nephew. The old man lives alone, way off in the wilderness. He's got a rich mine. We can take plenty of gold out of it. And if he gets suspicious, maybe he can have an accident.
I don't want any part of it if it's going to mean murder. Monty's up here too smart.
You leave that part of it to me. All you got to do is learn all about Tim O'Hara. We let him win more money from us so he'll think we're honest. And all the time you keep him talking about himself. Talk as much like him as you can. You can leave the rest of the plan to me.
Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police, with his big lead dog King beside him, stood with Jim Peters, watching the crowd disembark from the riverboat at Dawson. Suddenly, the hair on King's back rose and a growl rumbled in his throat as Tim and Mary O'Hara came down the gangplank, leading Tara. The huge Irish wolfhound was with amazement.
Holy jumping Jehoshaphat! Will you look at that animal? What is it?
That's the biggest dog I've ever seen. Quiet, King. I guess even you can't believe it, fella. If you're as smart as I think you are, you'll make friends with that dog.
Look at the jaw on him. What is he, an Airedale crossed with an elephant?
Well, Jim, I think he's an Irish wolfhound. I've heard about them, but I've never seen one.
But look at the jaw on him. One bite, and you could take a man's head off. Come on, let's get a closer look at him.
All right.
Hold tight to the lead.
Tell you, I have to make a northern patrol.
Well, if you could tell me where your uncle lives, I might see you on the way back.
Oh, Sergeant, please do. Tim has a map, and he can show you exactly where Uncle Michael lives.
Sure, and I can do better than that. I made some copies of the map for Joe and Bob, and thought I'd better make one for Mary, too. You can have hers, Sergeant.
Oh, that he can, if he promises to visit us.
Here's the map, Sergeant.
Thanks.
Oh, it's a long trip we'll be making. Joe said it's over 100 miles.
He's right. Your uncle's in a very isolated section. You know, I'm glad you're going with friends who are used to the North Country. It'd be very easy to get lost.
We're lucky to have Joe and Bob. They've got a good dog team, and we'll be safe with them.
I have to visit quite a few places on this patrol north. I'm sure you'll get to your uncle's long before I do. Won't be very far out of the way, though, so I'll try and make it.
Oh, be sure you do, Sergeant. Tim and I will be looking forward.
Days of steady traveling carried Tim and Mary far north with Joe and Bob. Tara, the big wolfhound, ran free after proving too big and too fast for the rest of the dog team. Then suddenly, the terrible winter of the Yukon struck. As the wind rose and drove the snow into their faces, Joe halted the team at the edge of a spruce forest.
Oh there! Oh! We better stop here and make shelters while we can. I think a blizzard's blowing up.
We were to sleep in the open. Had we go a bit farther and perhaps find the trapper's cabin as we've done before?
We'd be taking too much of a chance. You don't know what these blizzards are like.
We can't let Mary stay out in the open.
Oh, now don't worry about me, Tim. I've plenty of clear roads. We must do as they say.
You and Mary make camp while Bob and I cut some branches for the shelters and the beds. I'll take this axe. You bring the other one, Bob. Come on, coming.
Mary and I will feed the dogs and get the supplies ready.
We'll be right back. Well, Bob, tonight's the night we skip. I noticed we left the trail about an hour ago. They didn't notice it, though. I thought it was never going to get started snowing. We're just about a day away from their uncle's place. Think there's any chance of them finding it? Nah. They wouldn't even know how to find the trail. Now, tonight, when that blizzard is going full blast, we'll sneak away with the dog team and supplies. We'll fix our shelters far away from there so they won't hear them. If this wind and snow keeps up, there won't be a sign of our trail by morning. And they won't know one direction from another. Tim has a gun, hasn't he? Yeah. But I've got the cartridges. Come on, let's cut these branches. Right.
Mary stirred in her fur robes as the pale morning light filtered through the trees. Then she awoke with a start as she heard Tim calling.
Who is it, Tim? What's wrong?
The dog's in the fence. Joe and Bob, there's no sign of them.
Maybe they went out to hunt.
They wouldn't have taken the dog team and all the supplies. They must have left right after we went to sleep. The snow and the wind has covered their trail. There's no way of following them.
Oh, Tim, you mean you're here alone? You're in the wilderness with no food?
Yes, I have a gun, but only a few bullets ever loose in my pocket. And until the snow stops and we can see the sun, I can't tell the north from the south.
There's no food? No food at all?
There's a little left from last night's supper. We must use it sparingly.
Oh, Tara's still here. What about food for him?
Tara will have to hunt for his. Maybe he's luckier than we are.
Oh, poor fella. He's hungry now. He thinks since we're awake we should feed him.
He'll stay with us until his hunger drives him away.
But he'll always come back to us, Tim.
That he will. I'll build up the fire, Mary. When the snow stops, I'll take the gun and try to find some game.
That night, Tara the wolfhound roamed the wilderness alone. A feeling of wild exultation burned in his breast as he covered the miles of wilderness in search of food. Through all the years of gentle living, there had been a feeling deep inside him that cried for expression. Now he knew what it was, the chase and the kill. Like a huge gray shadow, he covered mile after mile in a wide circle, and the sun was high when he returned to camp, his sides bulging with the fruit of his chase. Mary was sitting alone, her goggles shielding her eyes from the cruel glare of the sun on the snow.
Tara, darling, it's you. Oh, you've eaten my boat, and I guess you're tired. But Tara, I must find Tim. You've been gone so long. Can you find him, boy? Tara, Go find Tim. Oh, Mother of Heaven. I hope nothing has happened to Tim. Bring him back, Sarah. Bring him back.
The minutes dragged into hours as Mary sat by the fire waiting. Then suddenly a cry cut through the still air from a distance. A quick pang of fear shot through her.
This is the cry of a wolf. Tim, where are you? Tim, darling. What's wrong with him? Tim, what's wrong? I'm coming, Tim.
Mary.
Why are you crazy, Tim? Come. What's the matter?
My eyes, Mary. The glare on the snow has blinded me. Terra found me and brought me back here. I can't see, and I've lost the gun.
It's snow blind you are. Oh, thanks be to heaven that Terra brought you back. Here's the fire. Sit down. Let me bind your eyes.
Mary, what are we to do? I heard a wolf call a short while back. Mary, if the wolves ever...
We have the fire and we have Terra.
Terra could fight one or two, but he'd be no match for more than that.
Darkness was falling, and Sergeant Preston had stopped on the trail to study the map that Tim had given him. Suddenly, he heard King bark up ahead of the team.
What's wrong, King? What's bothering you, fellow? Oh, those tracks crossing the trail. What kind of a... They're so big. You seem to know... Terra. Those must be his tracks. No wolf so big as this. Are those Terra's tracks, King? He's all alone, and those tracks were made today. Wonder where Mary is. Yes, King, I think we'd better follow them. Terra wouldn't leave Mary and Tim. All right, King. After him, boy. Find Terra. On King!
The full moon shone brightly on the two figures huddled before a small fire with the big gray shape of the wolfhound between them. Tim held tightly to the collar of the huge dog as a weird cry broke through the stillness and was answered by another.
Down, Terra. Be still. Stay here. Mary, pile more wood on the fire. If I could only see...
Tim.
Yes?
There's no more wood. I used the last of it.
We have no axe. What is it, Mary? What's wrong? Oh, down, Terra.
Tim, two of them. Running towards us over the snow. Oh, they're wolves, Tim. Now they're stopping. And they're circling.
Terra, come back. He's got away from me. Terra, where's he gone, Mary?
He's fighting them, Tim. Two of them. Oh, Mother of Heaven, they'll tear him to pieces. Oh, Tim.
If I could see, if I could help him. Tell me, Mary.
He's killed one, but the other... Oh, Tim. More coming. Oh, there's one coming at him from the side.
Give me a brand from the fire. I'll run toward them.
No, Tim. There's another one. Striking across the clearing. Oh, heaven, Tim.
I must help him.
Tim, that last one. He's fighting the other one. Not Terra. They're rolling in the snow.
Mary, there was a gun.
A gun?
Oh, help!
Help!
Mary, what you thought was a wolf. It must be a dog.
Are you all right?
Oh, Tim, it's Sergeant Preston. That dog must be King. Oh, God be praised.
The bright light of the fire played over the group around it as Sergeant Preston bent over Terra. The huge wolfhound lay with his head on Mary's lap, his heaving sides covered with blood, his own and his enemies. 3 wolf carcasses made dark splotches in the moonlight in the clearing before the fire. Mary wept as she caressed the great dog.
Oh, Helen, darling, what a brave stand you made.
How bad is he hurt?
Oh, his poor flanks are torn and he's weary unto death.
Let's see, old fellow. Easy, Terra. That's it, boy. Now, he didn't get his throat. All right, Terra. He's lost a lot of blood, but these wounds aren't fatal.
Does he live, you think, Sergeant?
I think so, Mary.
Oh, thank heaven. Thank heaven.
You said King is all right?
King's very much alive, aren't you, boy?
King came in from the side, I guess, and took them by surprise.
We owe our lives to these dogs and you, Sergeant.
Hold this bandage, will you please, Mary?
Oh, sure.
All right, Tara, old boy. I'll fix this cut of yours.
How did you find us, Sergeant?
We found Tara's tracks crossing the trail alone. It took us a long time to find her. He must have been hunting by himself. Where are Joe and Bob?
They went off in the night and left us.
What off? And why?
I don't know, Sergeant.
I thought they were such good friends of yours.
We met them on the boat, coming to Dawson.
Oh,
Joe asked for a copy of the map showing where Uncle Michael was.
that's funny. Well, maybe we'll find out. Tomorrow, we'll go to your uncle's. Tim's eyes should be better by morning.
Will Tara be able to travel?
You and Tara can ride on my sled. All right, Tara. Now let's fix this other one. Darkness had fallen the following evening when Sergeant Preston's dog sled topped a small hill that overlooked Michael O'Hara's cabin. The Mountie stopped the team. Looking! I think that's your uncle's cabin, Tim.
Yeah. I'll be mighty happy to get there.
Oh, and so shall I. Harry is tired of being a passenger.
I think I'll have to ask you to wait here for a while. Might be dangerous for Mary down there.
You think Joe and Bob may have hurt my uncle?
I'm going to take King and go down first and investigate. Give me about 15 minutes and I can drive the dog team down. Come on, King. Come on, boy.
Oh, be careful, Sergeant.
Sergeant Preston walked quietly to the small window of the lighted cabin. Inside, he saw Bob talking to an old man alone. There's only one of them in there, King. Guess you better stay out here. All right, boy. Stay here and watch, King.
Yes, sir. Who are you?
I'm Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police. I'm a friend of your nephew, Tim.
Well, come in, come in. Tim, here's a friend of yours. Tim just got here the day before yesterday, Sergeant.
All right, Bob. Don't say a thing. You're under arrest.
The Saints First Divers, what's this?
This isn't your nephew at all, Mr. O'Hara.
He's lying. Sure, and you must be mistaken, Sergeant. He's been telling me all about Ireland and Galway.
Your
and all
nephew and your niece are with me, Mr. O'Hara. This man's an imposter. Where's the man who came with him?
His friend Joe, you mean?
Yes.
He went out this afternoon to do some hunting. We needed fresh meat, and he ain't back yet.
Get over in that corner, Bob. I'm handcuffing him. When Sergeant Preston entered the cabin, King lay in the darkness outside. Suddenly, he noticed a figure steal silently from the trees nearby. The big dog raised his head, his ears pricked forward. The man came silently to the side of the cabin and peered in the window. Quietly, King crept toward him. Suddenly, the great dog saw the man raise a rifle. With a roar, King launched himself straight at him, and they rolled in the snow.
Help! Go away! Take him off! Get away, you...
Good work, fella. You got it. Get up, Joe. I have your gun. You tried to shoot me through the window, eh?
No. This dog jumped me for no
Get
reason.
into that cabin. You're under arrest. Here's the other one, Mr. O'Hara. Must have seen me going into your cabin. They didn't know King was watching outside.
I can't believe this.
Get over beside Bob, Joe. I'm handcuffing you together.
I don't see how you got here.
Oh, there's your real nephew now, Mr. O'Hara. That's my dog team.
Tim! Tim, is it you?
It's me, all right, Uncle Michael. And here's Mary.
Come on, maybe. And he looks just like a father.
Well, the saints be praised. I never expected it to last like this.
Oh.
Come in, come in.
Oh, but wait, Uncle Michael. Wait. There's something else you'll be happy to see. Come here, Tara. Here, boy. Come here.
An Irish wolfhound. Glory be to heaven, I never expected to lay any eyes on one again.
And you wouldn't have, but on us either, if it hadn't been for Sergeant Preston and King.
This is almost too much for an old man like me. So much happening all at once.
We'll tell you all about it, Mr. O'Hara, from beginning to end. Yes, thanks to these two dogs, this case is closed. The Challenge of the Yukon, a copyrighted feature, is brought to you each week at this time, and all names and incidents used are fictitious. Listen again next week to another exciting adventure during the days of the gold rush. Fred Foy speaking. This program came to you from Detroit. When a radio program combines entertainment with a message, that's good. And when that program is David Harding Counter-Spy, that's excellent. Counter-Spy has tackled every vital problem confronting America in the past few years. Done it by building an exciting 30-minute program based on some current issue. During the war, Counter-Spy won acclaim by its astonishingly true-to-life dramas. Counter-Spy now turns its attention to people who are trying to hamper world peace. As David Harding pointed out in a recent broadcast, during the war, most Americans learned that to blame or hate another person because of his religion is dangerous. Prejudice can weaken our nation, hurt us personally. We can resolve never to spread prejudice any more than we would spread a wartime rumor. Don't miss tomorrow afternoon's timely, thrilling David Harding Counter-Spy story, heard over many of these same ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as howling winds echo across the snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, the Quaker Oats Company, makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the delicious cereal shot from guns, in cooperation with the Mutual Broadcasting System, presents by special recording Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, breaking the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. And bang on your gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. And the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Today is the day for a fire. Might be the slogan for an arsonist, but it happens to be a statement of fact. One fire every 20 seconds kills over 12,000 persons annually in this country. Don't give a fire a place to start in your home. More than 90% of fires in the home are through carelessness. A big factor around the house is the proper use of electricity. For the safety of your family and children, remember these 4 rules. 1, don't use oversized fuses. 15 amperes is the size most household circuits require. 2, don't try to run too many appliances from one outlet. 3, keep electric cords and appliances in good repair, and have those repairs made by a qualified electrician. Don't ever trust them to a home handyman. And 4, when you buy electrical equipment, make sure it has passed laboratory tests for fire and shock safety. Guard against fire in your home by using electricity wisely and safely. This message is brought to you as a public service. Tommy Chatham had come to the Yukon with his father, Waldo Chatham, a rich mining expert whose company owned several gold mines in the territory. Although his father intended Tommy to follow in his footsteps and become a mining engineer, Tommy himself had other ideas. He was extremely fond of dogs, and while staying in Dawson City, he spent almost every spare moment of his time in the company of Scotty McCracken, a veteran dog trainer employed by the Northwest Mounted Police. One morning, he was talking to Scotty just outside the dog run down the mountain headquarters.
You're going to take those 2 new dogs out again today, Mr. McCracken?
They need a wee bit more experience yet before they're really broken their heart.
Come along with you?
You're welcome to come. That is if your dad will let us.
He won't mind it.
At least I hope he won't. Oh, look, here comes Sergeant Preston. No, there's a man that really knows dogs. Hi, Sergeant Preston. Hello, King, old fella. I wish I had a dog as nice as you. You will not find another dog like you in the whole North Country, Country. Not at any price.
You seem to take quite an interest in dogs. Got he been showing you how he trains Huskies? What's that work?
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. McCracken's going to take me out on a trail today. He's breaking 2 new Huskies into harness. Aye. They're going to make a fine pair of sled dogs. Well, how about letting me hitch up the thing? Go ahead, lad. Oh, boy. Hey, Thunder! Thunder! He's got a liking of a real dog under that lamb.
Yes, the dog certainly acts as though they like him. Look, Johnny, what's the matter now? It comes the person we were talking about a little while ago.
One of those chaps.
Yes, his father. The grandfather, too.
Oh, now you've moved a lot, you buddy. Come, Chap! Leave those dogs alone, come here. I said, come here. There's for you, McNabb, or McKelly, McCracken, or whatever it is. And kindly keep your voice down. I'm not hard of hearing. From now on, I don't want my boy hanging around to your compound kennels, you understand? Now, thank you to remember the same thing, Sergeant.
There's no law against the boy liking dogs.
Well, there should be. Ever since we arrived in Yukon, it seems that all we can think about these dogs. These dog crazies, that's what it is. Yeah, I was just fixing up a tea. Mr. McCracken was going to take me out on the trail with him today while he breaks in a couple of new sled dogs. I wouldn't you let me go with him, please? Help my country, I wouldn't.
Learning how to handle Huskies is a useful accomplishment. You expect him to spend any time up here?
You're talking, sir. He can hire other people to drive his dog sledge. Now then, young man, I'm giving you fair warning. Next time I catch you hanging around these kennels, I'm going to give you the worst crash of your life. Who's that clear? Yes. Brothers inside you, right out here. I'd like to lodge a complaint, huh?
Complaint about what?
You know a man called Zip Bartley.
Likely. He owns a small mine on Squaw Creek.
He did own it. Long stream now.
How so?
A few months ago, the mine appeared to be playing out, and Bartley was running into debt. So he sold the property in my company. Since then, we've stuck a new brand. And now the man is yielding rich deposits of ore.
Well,
Bartley was furious because we sold out too soon. So he's spreading the story around that I swindled him and making all sorts of threats to deal with it. If you ask me, the man is half crazed.
You know where I can find it?
Well, from what I hear, he spends most of his time hanging around a place called the Sourdough Haven.
All right, I'll have a talk with him.
We'll do that, and the sooner the better. As for you, young man, you're coming along with me. Goodbye, Sergeant Preston. Goodbye, Mr. McCracken.
Bye, Tommy.
So long, Randy. Bye, King. Dad, what did you mean when you said you were going to make a trip out of town? That's exactly what I said, King. There's been reports of a new gold strike up on the Peel River. I'm going to pay the Fremont, my mining supervisor, to look things over. We'll be starting as soon as you can hire another dog musher. Am I going along with you? You certainly are. The trip will give you a valuable field experience. And what's more, you'll keep your way from those confounded police cameras.
When Waldo Chatham arrived back at the headquarters of his mining company, he called Fremont, the field supervisor, into his office.
First, there's the one to see Mr. Chatham. Yes, I do. It's about that trip up to the Peel River. How much longer is it going to take to hire another guy? Just hired a man today, sir. Fellow named Joe Lima. Rather a tough-looking customer, but I think you ought to be a good man on the trail. That's fine. How soon can we leave? I've made all the arrangements, sir. We can leave first thing in the morning. Excellent, Richard.
At that same moment, the man called Joe Lima was entering the Sourdough Haven, accommodation to pay and hotel. He walked up to a table where a bearded, middle-aged man with deep-set, fiercely burning eyes was waiting for him.
Well, how about it, Lima? Did you hire you? Sure, Roger. I got the job. Now, how about chicken through with that first payment you're going to? All right. There you go. $500. There'll be 1,000 more when the job's finished. Thanks, Bartley. How soon are you starting up? You're leaving first thing in the morning. How many will be going along in the party? 4 altogether. Besides me, there'll be a guy named Fremont. He's the one that hired me. And there'll be Chatham himself and his young kid. How many sleds? 2. I'll drive one and Fremont will be driving the other. Chatham will sit a ride. Good, good. You won't make a move till you get out in the wilderness. Too long ways from the nearest settlement. Here's the way we'll work it. I'll be trailing along after you.
As Headwater explained his scheme, his eyes glowed with a fanatical hatred. He was still talking earnestly when Joe Reaver suddenly left his arm.
Hey, hold it a minute, buddy. Huh? What's the matter? Here comes the money. Well, howdy, Sergeant.
Hello, Sam.
You want to see me about something?
Yes? I understand you've been making some threats against Waldo Chatham.
I reckon I'll test him out a bit.
I'm talking about threats.
Well, I'd like to break the dirty skunk's neck, I don't deny that. Pulling me out of my mind, that's what he did.
According to Chatham, your mind seemed to be played out and you were running into debt. So you sold the mine to his company.
Sure. He took advantage of the fact that I needed money. But he was smart, plenty smart. He knew all the time that the vein wasn't played out.
Zeb, selling the mine was your idea, not Chatham.
Oh, what difference does that make?
Makes a lot of difference. You'll get you offered the mine for sale and Chatham paid the price you asked. It's no swindle. It's a fair and honest business deal. Besides, you needed money at the time. What do you think you'd have done if Chatham hadn't been willing to buy the mine?
That's my business. I don't know why you have to come poking your nose into this affair anyway.
It's police business any time one man makes threats against another. What are you planning to do?
Well, there's not much I can do, I reckon.
What about those threats?
Well, I was just talking, that's all.
Well, you better tone down your talk. Otherwise, Chatham will have grounds for legal action against you.
All right.
Come along, then.
Hey, I don't like the way he was talking, Sid. Don't worry about him. Matter of fact, it's a good thing you showed up. How do you figure? When Preston leaves here, he'll go back and tell Chatham he's got nothing to worry about. That'll put Chatham off guard. But when he's out on the trail, he's going to find out he made a mighty big mistake.
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. Say, wouldn't the kids in your neighborhood wish they were in your shoes if you saw a baseball home run king in person and saw him smash a homer right out of the ballpark? Golly, nothing beats the fun at a ballpark. The game, the crowds, the hot dogs, peanuts, and soda pop. Come on, kids, come out to the ball game as guests of your favorite team. If you are 12 years or younger and can bring a paying adult like mom or dad, grab a pencil and paper quick to get a free baseball ticket. Tear off the box top from a package of Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice or Muppet Shredded Wheat. Send with your name and address to Baseball, Box 5205, Chicago 77, Illinois. Go often and see baseball's big hitters in person. For each ticket, send a box top from Quaker Puffed Wheat or Puffed Rice or Muppet Shredded Wheat. You get 2 free tickets with a guarantee seal from Quaker Packleton. We'll give you the address now and again later in the program. Now write it down. Baseball, Box 5205, Chicago 77, Illinois. Now to continue. When Waldo Chatham and his party left Dawson City and headed northeast toward the Peel River district, it didn't take long for Tommy to make friends with the Huskies. His favorite was Fremont's lead dog, a silver-gray Malamute called SICKLY. On the second night out, Tommy watched with interest as Fremont
Mr. Fremont, yes, Tommy. Would you please let me feed SICKLY tonight?
Feed SICKLY? Say, you kind of like that dog, don't you? Well, I'll say I do. He's not a very friendly dog, Tommy. He's inclined to snap at strangers. Tell you the truth, I don't think he'll take meat from anyone but me. Well, let me try, just once. Yeah, all right. Here's a piece of caribou meat you can offer. Oh, thanks a lot. Here, SICKLY. Yes, now, Tom. Don't make any sudden moves or anything. Come on, SICKLY, don't be scared. It's a nice piece of meat just for you. Sure, that's a boy. I'm your friend, SICKLY. Here, take a bite. Well, I'll be hanged. He was eating right out of your hand. Oh, sure, I knew he would. I found it, Tommy. You must have a way with dogs. First time I've ever seen SICKLY make up to anyone but me. He sure is a fine dog, right? No. Here comes your coffee. Come, you dog, come here. Are you fooling with these dogs again? Just being SICKLY. Yeah, stuck in. I told you once before I brought you up to the Yukon to learn the mining business, not to play nursemaid for a bunch of much. No, I'm left thing what we must have their own huskies, do you understand? Yes, sir. Dog creepy, that's your child. Dog creepy.
The following day, passing Dawson City, Sergeant Preston was called into the office of Inspector Conrad at Mounted Police Headquarters.
Sergeant, just had word from the American authorities in Alaska to be on the lookout for a man named Joe Lima.
What's he wanted for, sir?
Attempted murder. There's a circular on him at the shuttle. Shows his picture.
What? Inspector, I've seen this man.
In Dawson?
Yes, sir, at the Colorado Haven. He's talking with Zeb Bartley.
Is he living there?
Well, I'm not sure, sir. When I saw him, he was at the study downstairs.
Well, you'd better get over there right away, Sergeant. Check up on him. If you find him, take him into custody.
Right, sir. Go on. When Sergeant Preston arrived at the Sourdough Haven, he questioned the proprietor, Philo Stone.
Sure, and I know Lima well. He was living here up till a couple of days ago, giving that crackpot Zeb Bartley.
You mean they were rooming together?
Yeah, that's right. They had a room upstairs.
Any idea where Lima's gone?
You know, let me see. You mentioned something about getting a job with the Chatham Mining Company.
Chatham Mining Company? Tell me, is Bartley still here?
No, he checked out too. In fact, him and Lima left together. Stop to think of it. I remember Bartley loaded up his sled with supplies. He's so intended to leave town.
Thanks, Philo. You've helped a lot. Come on, King. Half an hour later, the sergeant reported back to Inspector Conrad.
Any luck, Sergeant?
I didn't find Lima, sir, but I found out where he's gone.
Is that town?
Yes, sir. He was hired as a dog musher by the Chatham Mining Company. Clerk of the company office told me he headed out 2 days ago to the Peel River.
Alone?
No, sir. He and another employee were driving Waldo Chatham and his son. I'm afraid Lima may be up to something.
What do you mean, Sergeant?
Before Lima took this job, soon was grooming was Zeb Bartley.
Zeb Bartley? The man who threatened Chatham's life?
That's right, sir. When Lima checked out of the Sourdough's Haven, Bartley left with him. In view of Lima's record, I'm wondering if the two of them may not be planning something against Chatham.
Doesn't sound possible. You locate Bartley?
No, sir. When he left the Haven, his sled was loaded with supplies.
Did you find out what route the party was taking to the Peel River?
Yes, sir. I found out from the company clerk.
You better leave right away, Sergeant. They have a 2-day start on you, so you'll have to hit the trail hard.
Right, sir. Let's go, King. Day after day, the Chatham party continued mushing to the northeast, until finally the last settler had been left far behind. No one in the party except Joe Lima realized that the half-crazed miner, Zeb Bartley, was dogging their trail. One night, after all the others had gone to sleep, Lima crept away from camp for a rendezvous with Bartley.
Well, how about it, Bartley? We're going far enough? Yeah. I reckon this is far enough from any settlement. Here, take this little bottle. What's in it? Knockout drops. Tomorrow night when you make camp, strip this into the coffee. And don't go drinking any of it yourself.
Don't worry about that.
As soon as I get to the world, give me a wolf howl as a signal. I'll come and join you.
Right. On the morning after Lima had drugged their coffee, Tommy Chatham regained consciousness to find his father shaking him frantically.
Johnny, wake up, you. Wake up, Johnny. What's the matter? Say everything's matter. Lima and Lena gone. We're all alone. We're stranded. And all the supplies have been taken too. The camp is cleaned up. That's awful. They're awful. It's a catastrophe. We will starve to death after this blasted wilderness. That is, if we don't freeze to death first. But what's the problem now, son? Try to get a grip on yourself. Remember, getting in a panic won't do us any good. I'm not getting in a panic, Dad. What about the studs and doctor? Well, Leland's after his dog. 3 months said he's still here, but his dog has been turned loose. Are the dogs still on? 2 or 3 of them. They're poking up beyond the edge of camp. If we can round up a team, maybe we can make it back to the mill settlement. No, it's no use. That guy's a calling. If the confounded much won't pay no attention to let me try.
After pulling on the rest of his clothes, Tommy hurried to scout out the situation. He saw 2 of the huskies crawling nervously back and forth through the trees a short distance from camp.
That one's Chicklu. The other one's Chick. Hey, Chicklu! Chick! Come on, I think. That's it, Chicklu. Come on, fella. You too, Chick.
In answer to Tommy's screams, the huskies tried obediently toward the camp.
Oh, good dogs. I knew you'd come. You good old Chicklu. How are you, Chick? Good, all right. Things come splendidly. They wouldn't come when I called them because they know me better. Now listen, Dad. Take one of the wheels off, man. He goes right next to the sled on the left-hand side. You go ahead and hitch him up. I'll go out with Chicklu and try to round up the rest of the team. All right. Come on, you. Chick, whatever your name is. Oh, take over the collar, man.
You should sleep. Of course, it's safe. You won't hurt you. Oh, that's it. All right, Tickle, come on, boy.
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment.
He took a mighty swing at that ball. It's down the right field line into the stands. Oh, it's fouled by a foot. But some boy is sure lucky he caught that ball. What a souvenir.
Say, kids, wouldn't you like to be out at the ball game and maybe catch one of those balls? Golly, everything in a baseball game is fun. The crowds, the eats, the excitement. Come out to the ballpark as guests of your favorite team. Yes, see the game free if you are 12 years or younger. Just bring your mom or dad, a paying adult. To get a free baseball ticket, send your name and address with a box top from Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice or Muppet Shredded Wheat. Send to Baseball, Box 5205, Chicago 77, Illinois. Get as many tickets as you want. Details are on every ticket. For each ticket, send a box top from Quaker Puffed Wheat or Rice or Muppet Shredded Wheat. You get 2 tickets at one time with a guarantee seal from Quaker Packers. Send to Baseball, Box 5205, Chicago 77, Illinois. Send right away.
Half an hour later, Tommy returned with the rest of the team at his heels. He found his father still vainly trying to hit up Jim. Oh, Harry, please, that is what he's doing. Oh, it's easy, I'll show you. It wasn't long before Tommy had the whole team hitched up and ready to start. Oh, goodness, have you heard one? Well, get on the sled and I'll get the team started. Oh, maybe you better let me handle the team, Dad. Maybe you're right. You all set, Ben? Oh, shit, Ben. All right. Line him up, Tickle. As Tommy and his father headed back in the direction of Dawson City, neither spoke the thoughts that were uppermost in their minds. They knew that it would take more than 3 days' travel to reach the nearest settlement, and that without food or matches, there was only a slim chance of reaching it safely. At that moment, far ahead of them, Rocky and Luna were preparing to dispose of Fremont. The latter was still on top of the effects of the drug. All right, get on time and jump them off right here. Right, his own savvy while we had to haul him all this distance. Why didn't we leave him back there with the other two? Fremont's an old timer in the snow country. He knows how to take care of himself. If we'd left him back there, he might have rounded up the team and made it back to the nearest settlement. Well, our eyes left to themselves, cat him in the tail would be helpless. Is that it? Sure. Our person's baby. Someone coming along the train. Holy mackerel. Come on, let's mush up that ridge. Stay out of sight, gotta go by. A short time later, peering down from their hiding place on the ridge, the two men saw the traveler passing along the trail below. I thunder to Mounty. That's just ain't Mounty, it's Sergeant Preston. I'm sure by the big lead dog running ahead of the team. If we keep going in the same direction, we'll find Shannon with the kid. Instead of trail after him and find out what happened. And what about Fremont? We'll take him along with us. Whatever we'll do. Check his work. If Preston does rescue Chairman and the kid, we'll have to get rid of a whole bunch of them. And they can make it look as though Fremont did it. Oh, we'll plug him through at close range, so there'll be powder burns on the wound. And we'll put the gun in his hands before a boat's gone to the cylinder. Yeah, now I'm beginning to get it. The bodies are found and look as though Fremont went for search, shot the others, and then turned the gun on himself. Right, Thunder, that's a mighty smart idea. Unaware that the crooks were following him, Sergeant Preston continued to march northeast in pursuit of the Chatham party. Late that afternoon, he encountered Tommy and his father heading back toward the nearest settlement. After hearing their story, he built a campfire in a sheltered spot off the trail and cooked them a nourishing meal. When the meal was over, Waldo Chatham remarked, that's the best meal I've ever eaten in my life. Yeah, same here. Well done, Lord. It's just happened. I'd still like to know just what happened back there, Clarence. I don't think there's much mystery about it. Partly played limb of the drug deal, maybe on the road then. What's that Fremont? They probably took him away and dumped him somewhere on the assumption he'd be helpless without him.
I didn't realize the Tommy here was so handy with dogs. Yes, I seem to be.
What kind of thing, Sergeant? Look at the way his head's whistling up.
Must have caught a service sometime. I'd better investigate. Watch the growth coming from that direction. The sergeant had taken just a few steps when his keen eyes detected a sudden movement on the hillside overlooking the camp. Someone's up there on the hill. Step down behind the fence. The shots were all going wild. The bullets seemed to be nearly spent and they plowed into the ground. Lucky for us you gave that warning, King. They started firing before they were close enough. Come on, boys. Whoever's doing that shooting's up there among those trees. We're to try to push them up. Moving cautiously between points of cover, the sergeant made his way bit by bit up the wooded hillside. When he reached a point within effective range, he took careful aim and began firing. That took care of one of them, King. Go up and get the other boy. King needed no further instructions. He knew instinctively what his master wanted him to do. As the shots continued, he made his way silently up the slope, circling around among the trees. Suddenly, a scream of pain announced that the great dog had taken his quarry by surprise. Springing up from his place of cover, the sergeant rushed up the slope. As he reached the scene, he saw Joe Lima struggling desperately with King, while Zeb Barkley lay sprawled out motionless on the ground. Help me, Mary! Someone stop up! Get away from me! I'll take your gun first. The sergeant was to pick up Lima's gun. His back was turned to Zeb Barkley. The half-crazed rider raised his head painfully. The sergeant rolled into position for a shot at the Mountie. Sergeant Preston heard the movement and whirled just in time. Sorry, Barkley, but it's never a good idea to shoot a man in the back. All right, King, let the other one up now, boy. You two are under arrest for the name of the Crown. Later, when the sergeant had brought his prisoners down the hill and untied Fremont, he had been left lying on Barkley's sled a short distance away. Waldo Chatham remarked, "Well, it's not good for you sitting on your boat shack. I'll tell the world we do." No need for that, but I'd certainly say that Tommy deserves some praise. You're right, Chatham. Hey, thank you, Chatham. I'm mighty proud of you. If that means you, I'd probably still be stranded back there. Indeed. From now on, you may spend as much time with dogs as you please. Oh, yes. By the way, Fremont, how much will you take for that dog called SICKLY? I won't take any price for him, Mr. Chatham. But Tommy can have him as a friend. What? Oh, thanks a lot. Hey, SICKLY, did you hear that? From now on, you're going to be mine. Okay, you've lost out, boy. From now on, Tommy will think SICKLY is the finest dog in the world. Yes, I know what you've done. This case is closed. Weekends are wonderful when you stay tuned to Mutual. Gay entertainment to suit every member of your family puts bright sparkle into your days of fun and relaxation. For anyone who likes quiz games, and that includes just about everyone, there's the kind you like where you can sit back and see how close the contestants come to the answer. There's music, too, of course, on Mutual's weekend schedule. Lowbrow or highbrow, you can take your choice. From full-scale productions of your favorite operas and operettas with all-star singing and dramatic casts, to swing your partner sessions of real old-fashioned barn dance jamboree, you can take your choice on Mutual. Your need for late news headlines from the field of sports, as well as on the national and international scene, is not neglected on the weekend either. 15-minute roundups, plus brief 5-minute digests come your way regularly. Gather your family around this weekend and enjoy entertainment on Mutual where there's something for everyone. All heard every weekend over most of these stations. These Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Adventures are brought to you every Monday through Friday at this time by the Quaker Oats Company, makers of Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice, the delicious cereals shot from guns. By special recording in cooperation with the Mutual Broadcasting System. They are a copyrighted feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, and directed by Fred Flowerday. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice. So long. This is Mutual, Radio Network for all America.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Ladies and gentlemen, the entire production staff and technicians on Dragnet wish to thank the American Weekly and the television editors of the various newspapers which distribute the American Weekly for voting Dragnet the best mystery drama on television for 1951-1952. Our deepest thanks for this fine recognition. The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to juvenile detail. An 8-month-old baby is stolen from its mother. It's the third case of child stealing reported in less than 3 weeks. There's no lead on the suspect. Your job, get him. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, June 18th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Stein. My name's Friday. It was 6:30 p.m. when we got back to 1335 Georgia Street, second floor, the squad room.
Hi, been waiting for you.
Hi, Captain.
How's it going? Any sign of the baby?
No, not yet. We're doing everything we can. We haven't got a lead to our name.
Lousy thing. How's it stack up? Anything like the last 2 cases?
Yeah, quite a bit. Same neighborhood, same general MO.
We checked with just about everybody in the vicinity. No one saw the baby taken. Happened about 10 o'clock this morning?
10:15. This Mrs. Donaldson drove down to the neighborhood shopping center to do her marketing. She had the baby in a bassinet in the backseat of her car. Baby boy, 8 months old. She pulled into the parking lot right behind the market, left the baby asleep in the car. She went in to do her shopping. When she came out, the baby was gone.
How long was she in the market? She told us about 20 minutes.
We talked to a half a dozen people who drove their cars in and out of the parking lot about that time. They couldn't help me. They didn't see anyone loitering around.
How about delivery trucks? They usually unload supplies at the back door, don't they?
Already checked on that. We talked to the driver of a bread truck. He was making a delivery about that time. He couldn't help us either. The mother, Mrs. Donaldson, she's the only one who came up with anything at all. It's not much, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
But when she parked her car and got out to go in the market, she noticed a woman sitting in the car park next to hers. When she came back and found her baby was gone, she noticed that this woman's car was gone, too.
Mrs. Donaldson described the woman for you?
Yeah, she was middle-aged. She had gray hair. That's all she remembered.
How about the car the woman was in?
It was a green sedan. That's the only thing Mrs. Donaldson could tell us. She's not even sure of that.
And there's no one else around the market that remembered the car?
Well, if there is, we haven't found him.
We covered the whole neighborhood, Skipper. Talked to everybody we could. Got us nowhere. Smoke up?
Thanks.
You, Joe? Yeah, thank you. I got a light.
Okay.
Captain.
No kickback yet on the broadcast. The old points you got out on the baby?
No, nothing. Up to now, it's a carbon copy of the last two job. No suspect, no motive.
Mrs. Donaldson can't think of any reason at all for it.
No, not a one. Her husband's a teamster. They don't have much money. She couldn't think of any friend or relative who might possibly want to take their baby.
The baby normal and good health?
Yeah, perfect.
It's got me. This makes it about one a week. Just about. Martin baby was taken on the 5th. The Andrews baby was taken on the 12th. Both of them recovered in 24 hours. Nothing wrong with either of them. Sure doesn't make sense.
Must be a psycho case of some kind. I think we can go along on that.
And this one happened near 8th and Dinehart, that right?
Yeah, same neighborhood as the other two, about a 12 square block area there.
How about that meet you had on the old man out there? Did you exhaust that?
Yeah, the old gardener. We double-checked him this afternoon. He wasn't anywhere near the market when the Donaldson baby was taken.
How about the other two people you had your eye on? Either of them anywhere near the scene at the time?
Neither one of them, Skipper. Both clear.
How's it stand now?
Well, we're doing everything possible. Dean Bergman went over the Donaldson car for prints. The bassinet, too. There's no word from him yet. Special detail from Metro Division still going over the neighborhood. Nothing from them either.
No sign of any physical evidence, huh? I mean, besides any possible prints?
No, nothing, Captain. The usual number of tips from people in the neighborhood. Checked on all of them. They went nowhere.
Well, we've just about run the gamut on this thing. You have anything in mind?
Well, Joe and I were kicking around an idea on the way back in. Figured it might be worth a try. I mean, providing we get the Donaldson case cleared.
Yeah?
Joe? Well, for one thing, we figure the neighborhood out there works in our favor. All three of the babies were taken in the same 12 square block area. It's the strongest part of the MO that we got to work on. Now, if we get good enough coverage in that area out there, it might lead somewhere.
What kind of coverage?
Well, maybe a system of decoys, something to draw the suspect out at the right time, the right place.
Makes sense. What have you got in mind?
Well, Frank and I were figuring if we could round up half a dozen policewomen or so, let them work different points around the neighborhood and make it obvious that they're housewives.
Yeah.
Have each one of them with a baby carriage. Spot them at the shopping centers out there in that area. They leave the carriages outside the stores, go through the motions of doing their shopping, and cover each one of them.
What do you do for bait?
I think we can fake it, Skipper. Put a life-size doll in each of the carriages, keep it pretty well covered. Very chance it'll get us a nibble if we work it right.
About half a dozen policewomen, that's what you figure?
I figure that ought to do it.
Excuse me. Yeah. Juvenile Division, Captain Stein. Yeah, that's right. How's that? I see. Mrs. Bolger. Yes, ma'am, I understand. How's that? Yes, ma'am, if you like. All right, thank you. Goodbye. Queer one.
Yeah.
Either one of you contacted Mrs. Marion Bolger the last month or so?
No, it's not familiar to me. How about you, Frank?
Don't recall the name.
Well, sure.
That was her on the phone. She wants to be investigated. Says she wants to prove to us that she's not involved in any of these child stealing cases.
How do you spell that name?
Marion Bolger, Bolger, Ewing Street address.
No, I never heard of her. What's the pitch?
Got me. She kept saying she's got to have her name cleared. She's innocent. Kept insisting she didn't steal the Donaldson baby.
Well, we didn't say she did. We don't even know the woman.
You're going to? Check her out.
We ran the name Marion Bolger through R&I, but there was no previous criminal record on her. 7:25 p.m. Frank Smith and I left the office and drove out to the Ewing Street address to interview the Bolger woman. Before we called at her home, we checked with some of the neighbors. Most of them had a favorable opinion of her. They described her as a pleasant woman, slightly eccentric. The only complaint was that the Bolger woman was very fond of children, and that she kept most of the youngsters on the block well supplied with cake and candy, despite repeated objections from the youngsters' parents. Other than that, they seemed to like her. 8:05 p.m., Frank and I called on Mrs. Bolger, and she ushered us into a neatly furnished living room. She was an older woman, possibly in her early 60s. Dark brown hair, streaked with gray.
It's the honest truth, Sergeant. Anybody who really knows me would tell you I wouldn't do a thing like that. I love children. I want all of them to be happy. I wouldn't steal anybody's
Just a minute, Mrs. Bolger, please. Something we'd like to get straight.
I don't care how it looks. I don't care what they say. I didn't do it. I didn't steal those other two babies. I didn't steal the Donaldson baby either.
How'd you know the Donaldson baby was missing, ma'am? It just happened this morning.
Evening paper. The whole story's in there. It's the first I knew about it to help me, but I got the evening paper. Please, Sergeant, you got to believe me.
All right, now try to take it easy, ma'am. What gives you the idea that we're accusing you of taking those babies?
I haven't yet. Not in so many words. You're thinking about it, though. I know that. You've been told.
How do you mean, told what?
You know what I mean. All those stories going around about me. And just because I like children, because I enjoy them, I understand them. Just because of that, they tried to make me out a witch or something, trying to say I took those poor little babies.
Just a minute, ma'am. Who said you took the babies?
Down at the store this afternoon. I heard them. That grocery clerk and that silly Mrs. Murdoch. They laughed about it. Tried to make out there's only fooling. Well, I knew better. They weren't fooling. They meant it. Accusing me of such a terrible thing. I just don't know when I've been so upset.
Well, now, what grounds would they have for saying anything like that, ma'am? I mean, even if they were fooling.
Only because I love children, that's all. People in the neighborhood are the same way. They don't like me. They go around saying things about me. Just because I understand their children better than they do. Just because I know how to treat children.
No, I think you got it wrong, Mrs. Bolger. The only complaint your neighbors have is that you treat children too well. A little too much candy, huh?
Nothing wrong with giving a child candy. Good homemade fudge. I make it myself. Besides, how would you know about that?
We talked to your neighbors, ma'am. They had a lot of nice things to say about you.
Yes, I just bet they did. Nasty, dirty stories. They've been passing them all over the neighborhood about me.
No, ma'am, you've got it wrong.
Just let me show you. Come in here, this way, the dining room.
Yes, ma'am.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yes, ma'am, it's very nice.
You see how I decorated the table? Paper streamers all over the room. It was supposed to be a party for the children in the neighborhood. I worked a whole week getting it ready. I made the cakes myself, decorate them too. I made everything in my own kitchen. Candy, sandwiches. Took me a whole week. And they didn't even come. They didn't come.
Ma'am?
The neighborhood children. It was supposed to be for them. Special summer party I wanted to give them today. They didn't even come. Their parents wouldn't let them. Not one of them. It's a crime. Terrible crime. All this good food.
Well, now, maybe there was a mistake, ma'am.
There wasn't any mistake. I invited the children, 14 of them. Mothers wouldn't let them come. I had everything ready. Little favors for each one of them. Now, look. Ice cream's all melted. Hot cocoa boiled away to nothing. Even the paper streamers are coming down. Such a mean thing to do. Keeping children from a party. Such a mean thing.
Well, we don't like to bother you, Mrs. Bolger. Just like to ask you a few routine questions, and I'll let you alone.
Anything you want to know, Sergeant?
Can you account for your time this morning, ma'am, between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m.?
Yes, of course I can. I was right here in the house getting things ready for the party. My friend Aggie Benson was with me. She's a school chum of mine. She was helping me get things ready.
Well, then you didn't leave the house at any time this morning, then?
No, sir, I didn't. You can ask Aggie. She'll tell you.
Do you have a car, Mrs. Bolger?
Oh, I know. I wouldn't know what to do with it if I had one. I never learned to drive. Why'd you want to know?
Just routine, ma'am. Well, I guess we better be going, Frank. All right, Jim.
And you don't believe those stories, do you? I mean, just because I like children, I'd steal those babies. You don't believe that, do you?
No, ma'am. We haven't any reason to believe it.
I knew you'd understand. I wouldn't do a thing like that. I just love children, Sergeant. Never had any of my own. Living here by myself. No husband, lonely. Terrible thing being lonely.
Yes, ma'am.
There's only one answer for it. Children. Big family. It's an old saying. It's very true.
Ma'am.
When you get to be 63, you want something else to wake up to beside the morning paper.
8:40 p.m. Before we headed back for the office, Frank and I made a thorough check on Mrs. Bolger, her background and her alibi. We found nothing to link her in any way with the child stealings. 9:15 p.m. We got back to the city hall and went directly to Leighton Fingerprints, where we met with Dean Bergman. He'd found several sets of prints on the Donaldsons' car and on the bassinet from which their baby had been stolen. Most of them were those of the parents, Mr. and Mrs. Donaldson. Bergman was unable to identify the two foreign prints found inside the car. We contacted the officers in charge of the special detail checking the neighborhood where the latest child stealing had occurred. They'd failed to uncover a lead. 7:48 a.m. the following morning.
Friday?
Morning, Captain.
Good piece of news. The Donaldson baby, they just found him.
Where?
Highland Park area. They found him in a cardboard box. Apparently he's all right. A little exposure. Doctors are checking him over now at Georgia Street.
How about the suspect? Any sign of him?
Not a trace.
It was little or no different than the first two cases. Some 21 hours after he'd been abducted from the car in the parking lot at the rear of the market near 8th and Dinehart, the Donaldson baby had been recovered apparently unharmed. The cardboard box in which the baby had been found was gone over for fingerprints. Routine investigation at the scene and in the neighborhood where the child had been found failed to turn up a lead on the abductor. Frank and I checked with Dr. George Hall, who'd examined the child. After that, we talked with Mr. and Mrs. Donaldson. The details of the case coincided almost point for point with the first two abductions. The baby had been taken and recovered in a 24-hour period. Outside a slight exposure, the child was unharmed. Also, like the two cases preceding it, something which the child was wearing at the time of his abduction was missing. In the first case, it was a small pink sweater. In the second, a pair of shoes the baby was wearing. In the case of the Donaldson baby, it was a sterling silver ID bracelet with the initials JD engraved on it. During the next 5 days, Frank and I ran down every lead we could get our hands on. They went nowhere. Our system of policewomen decoys was put in effect. It failed to get a rise. On the 6th day, Thursday, June 26th, 5:30 p.m., we got word of another child stealing, this time in the Echo Park area. We drove out to talk to the mother, a Mrs. Chester Osborne.
Yeah, that's right. Did the same thing I do every morning. Gave the baby her bath, dressed her, put her out in the backyard in her buggy. She usually plays a while, then she takes a nap.
And about what time did you discover your baby was missing?
I don't know exactly. About 2 o'clock, I guess. Maybe a couple of minutes after. Went out to see how she was, looked in the buggy, and she was gone.
Well, it's almost 6 o'clock now, Mrs. Osborne. How is it that you waited so long before you notified us?
Just kept hoping it was a mistake, that's all. I went from house to house all over the neighborhood. Went as far as 3 blocks away. I asked everybody. Nobody saw my baby. You don't know what it means to me.
Telephone, Mrs. Osborne.
Would you answer it, please? Whoever it is, take the number. I'll call him back.
Yes, ma'am. Glad to. Hello? Yeah. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, Harry. We're here now. This is Friday. How's that? When? I see. Where? That's all. Uh-huh. Okay, Harry, thanks. Yeah, tell him we'll be right in. Right away. Okay, bye. Well, that was our office, Mrs. Osborne. You can stop worrying now.
What?
It was about your little girl. She's all right.
What do you mean?
I just found her 3 blocks from here. Again, with the lone exception of the time element, the Osborne baby's abduction resembled closely the 3 previous cases. The crime occurred in the same general area. The same general method of operation was employed. And again, outside of slight exposure, the child was recovered unharmed. There was also an article of clothing missing, a pink knitted bonnet. And as in the previous 3 cases, the suspect had abandoned the baby without detection. Routine investigation by the crime laboratory crew and juvenile officers working the case failed to turn up a lead. During the week that followed, additional personnel for both decoys and stakeouts were assigned to the area without results. Friday, July 4th, 10 a.m.
Joe, you busy?
What do you got, Frank?
Gal by name Mildred Leslie just called in on this child stealing thing. Looks like it might be something.
Yeah, what's the pitch?
Well, this Leslie girl's employed as a maid for a Mr. and Mrs. Roth, R-O-T-H. She's a stockbroker. She's worked for him a year or so, she says.
Yeah.
The Leslie girl's an upstairs maid for the Roths. She's been following this baby stealing case in the papers right along. She thinks maybe Mrs. Roth can tell her something about it.
Yeah, how's that?
Well, the Leslie girl was cleaning Mrs. Roth's bedroom yesterday. She came across a few things stored back in one of the closets, baby things. A pink sweater, pink bonnet, and a pair of baby shoes. And she says they've all been used. They're not new.
Well, a lot of mothers save baby clothes, things like that.
No, the Roth woman wouldn't have a reason to.
Yeah.
She's never had any children.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
The only way you can prove to yourself that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes is to compare them with the brand you've been smoking.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Your money back plus postage if you're not convinced Fatima is better than your present king-size cigarette.
Just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
More and more of your friends are switching to king-size Fatimas every day.
Compare them yourself tomorrow. Buy Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack and enjoy the added protection of Fatima quality.
Friday, July 4th, 11 a.m. Frank Smith and I left the office and drove out to interview Mildred Leslie at her apartment. She told us substantially the same thing she told Frank on the phone. The Leslie girl had been employed as a maid by Mr. and Mrs. Roth for almost a year. She went on to tell us that for the last few months or so, Mrs. Roth, who was a fairly prominent clubwoman, had been acting peculiarly, and that Mr. Roth was worried about her. According to the Leslie girl, he'd consulted the doctor several times about his wife. As for the articles of baby clothing, they'd been found stored back on a shelf in Mrs. Roth's bedroom closet. The Leslie girl told us that she happened to find them while cleaning and dusting Mrs. Roth's bedroom. Each of the articles she claimed she saw seemed to tie in directly with the child stealings. A pink sweater, a pink bonnet, a pair of baby shoes. Identical items of clothing had been taken from each of the previous abduction victims. After we left Mildred Leslie, Frank and I got to a phone, called the record bureau, and had them make a run for us on Mrs. Roth. She had no previous criminal record. 1:20 p.m. We called Mr. Roth at his place of business, but the office was closed because of the 4th of July holiday. We got in the car and drove out to the Roth home, an old 2-story mansion just above Silver Lake Reservoir. Mrs. Roth wasn't at home. We interviewed her husband in the living room.
What seems to be the trouble, Sergeant? Why would you want to see my wife? A few questions we'd like to ask her, Mr. Roth. Can you tell us where she is now? She took a drive with some friends of hers. I think they were going down to the beach club. Why?
Well, we're investigating a juvenile case, Mr. Roth. We think maybe your wife can give us some information on it.
Well, I'm sorry she isn't home. It's too bad you didn't call this morning. She didn't leave until after 11. She'll be home later tonight if you care to call back. You sure it's not something I can help you with?
Well, yes, sir. Maybe you can. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your wife's activities the last month or so.
Well, how do you mean? Some of the social work she does with the club? Not quite, Mr. Roth. You said you were from the juvenile division. Is it something regarding her work with the underprivileged kids? Her club does quite a bit of that, you know. Afraid I don't know too much about it, though.
No, sir, it's not that.
Well, I don't think I understand. What is it about?
Well, Mr. Roth, we want you to understand that this is merely a routine investigation. We don't want to offend you in any way, but we have some information that we've got to check out.
What do you mean? What kind of information?
Well, there's been a series of child stealing cases the last month or so. We're the investigating officers on it. Maybe you read about them in the papers.
Yes, I have, but what would my wife have to do with that? You think she has some information for you? She didn't say anything about it to me.
Yes, sir. I think she can help us quite a bit.
I don't know exactly when she'll be home. I don't have any place to contact her. I do know the club's taking a group of children to the Coliseum tonight, the big 4th of July fireworks display, you know.
Yes, I see.
I'm going to meet my wife there tonight. Maybe I could give her a message for you, tell her to contact you.
All right, fine, Mr. Roth. There is something that you can do for us right now, though.
Yes.
Would you take us up to your wife's room? I'd like to have a look at it.
Take you to a room? I don't understand. What for? Well, like we told you before, sir, it's a routine investigation. I think if you take us to your wife's room, I think we can clear the whole thing up now. It probably won't be necessary to bother you tonight. Well, and I certainly don't understand. We'd come along if you like. The Doris's room is right at the head of the stairs.
Thank you.
Certainly has me baffled. What would there be about Doris's room? It has to be investigated.
We don't know if there is anything, sir. Just appreciate your cooperation.
Not at all. We haven't anything to hide. Here we are. This is her room. Now, what is it you're looking for?
That's the bedroom closet, is it?
Yes, that's right.
I'd like to look at it if we could.
Certainly. Go right ahead.
All right.
The shelf up there, Joe. Can you reach it all right?
Yeah, I think so.
What is it? What are you looking for?
Here you go, Frank.
Yeah. Pink bonnet, pink sweater.
That's it. Here's the baby shoes. The ID bracelet. Yeah, initials JD.
Not much doubt.
No.
Baby clothes. Bracelet. Never seen them around here. How'd you know they were here?
Well, we weren't sure that they were.
But I've never seen them before. What are they doing in Doris's room? Why would she have them? To talk to her about this.
Yes, sir, so do we. After finding the evidence in his wife's bedroom closet, we continued to interview Mr. Roth. We briefed him on the details of the case and explained about the articles of baby clothing. He was very cooperative, but he found it hard to believe that his wife was responsible for the abduction of the babies. He told us that early in their marriage, his wife did have a child which died shortly after birth. Complications left her unable to have any more children. When she found out about this, it resulted in Mrs. Roth having a nervous breakdown, but apparently she recovered completely. Roth went on to tell us that his wife was very fond of children, and that she devoted a great deal of time to social work, caring for underprivileged children. He also told us that during the past month, with the recurrence of her nervous condition, she'd been under a doctor's care. Shortly after 8 o'clock that night, along with Mr. Roth, we drove to the Coliseum, where crowds of people were gathering for the annual July 4th fireworks display. Roth pointed out his wife. We went over and he introduced us.
These officers would like to talk to us, honey. Let's step over here.
Well, I can't leave the children alone. Can't we talk later?
No, honey, it's pretty important. I think you better talk to them now.
Well, all right. If you say so, you'll have to stay and watch the children, though.
They'll be all right. We can keep an eye on them from over there.
No, I can't leave them alone. You'll have to stay.
Well, all right.
Ma'am, I wonder if you step over here, please.
Yes, all right.
This ought to be all right here.
Beautiful night tonight, isn't it? Children just love these things. I think they're just about ready to start the show. Yes. Just look at that, the colors. Isn't that gorgeous?
Yes, ma'am. We'd like to drive you and your husband downtown to Juvenile Division. We'd like to talk to you.
What do you mean? I can't leave now. I have these children with me. What did you want to see me about? What's the trouble?
I think you know why we're here, Mrs. Roth.
I don't. Why do you want to talk to me?
Well, we can start here, ma'am. We were at your home this afternoon. Your husband showed us your bedroom, the closet. We found the things up on the top shelf.
What?
The baby clothes, the bracelet.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
How about it, Mrs. Ross? You want to come along downtown?
Just baby clothes. Had them in my closet. It doesn't mean anything.
I'm afraid you're wrong. It means a good deal, ma'am. You know that.
Yes. All right.
Do you want to tell us about it, Ms. Roth? Ms. Roth?
Where do I start? No beginning. Just started. I couldn't help myself. What can I say?
You just tell us what happened. Start any place.
My baby died. Then they said I couldn't have any more. I guess it started then. I told my husband, told the doctor too. They didn't understand. Nobody understands. It's all I wanted, my children, my own children.
How about the Martin baby, Mrs. Roth? The first one you took. How'd that happen?
Look, another one. Purple, white. Beautiful.
What about it, ma'am? The Martin baby? How'd that happen?
I saw him in the baby carriage. Outside the market there. Such a cute baby. Pulled the covers back, looked at him. I didn't think I was going to steal him. After I looked at him, I just wanted to hold him. Hold him close, so I picked him up. You understand, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
He was such a sweet baby. Could have been mine. I kept on holding him. Then I started to put him down, back in his carriage. I couldn't.
What do you mean, ma'am?
I couldn't put the baby down. It was just like mine. It was mine. I can't explain it. I took the blanket from the buggy. I put it around him. I walked away. Nobody knew. It was my baby.
Yes, ma'am. Would you go on?
Oh, my head. Terrible headache. It's so hard to tell you. I couldn't even tell my husband. I lied. I'd take the baby and stop overnight at a motel and tell my husband lies. I couldn't let him know.
Well, you knew you were doing wrong, didn't you?
Yes, I knew it. Not when I was taking the baby, though. Not when I picked them up. Not when I held them in my arms, held them close. It didn't seem wrong. Most natural thing in the world. I just pretended. I'd pick the baby up and I'd hold it close. It was my baby. All of a sudden, it was my baby. Later on, I had to stop pretending. The baby wasn't mine. I had to give it back. It was that wonder. The screamers, the showers, stars, marvelous.
Why'd you abandon the children, ma'am, without notifying anyone?
I knew they'd be found. I made sure of that. I always put them someplace where they had to be found. Terrible headache. You don't know what it's been like. I couldn't tell anyone, no one.
Yes, ma'am. You about ready to go now?
All right. I could only explain it to you. I mean, having a baby, then losing it. You don't know what it's like. No one will ever know what it's like. No one.
You took 4 babies, ma'am.
Yes.
How about their mothers?
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 10th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 88, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540.
To take practical advice. That's why I like to make it plain that I want you to compare Fatima with the king-size cigarette you've been smoking. I know that's the tried, practical way thousands have convinced themselves Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. You'll find Fatima gives you more for your money, an extra mild, soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Tomorrow, get Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all king-size cigarettes.
Doris Evelyn Roth was tried and convicted of child stealing under Section 278 Penal Code, 4 counts. She was placed on 5 years probation. One of the terms of probation required that she would be under strict supervision of a competent psychiatrist. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Herb Ellis,
Perrin, Virginia Gray. Script by Jim Mosing. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
King-size Fatima, made for the same people who make popular Chesterfield cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Each Thursday night, it's Counter Spy on NBC.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present the challenge of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. Gold discovered in the Yukon, a stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush, with Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon.
What's up, Doc?
Here's what's up. Listen, fellas and girls, hear how you can get 5 all-new, brand-new, pocket-sized Bugs Bunny comic books. And they're yours while our offer lasts for only 15 cents and 1 box top from a package of delicious Quaker Puff Wheat or Quaker Puff Rice.
Wow, Doc, what an offer.
Stand by for full details later. Sergeant Preston, with his big dog King beside him, joined the crowd that waited for the Bonanza Belle, the first riverboat of the season. A tall man, about 35, turned as the Mountie approached and gave King an admiring glance.
It's a beautiful dog you have there, Sergeant.
Oh, thank you.
I've always been crazy about dogs ever since I was a kid.
Have you a dog team?
Yes, I have a good one. I guess I better introduce myself. I'm Jim Hudson.
My name's Preston.
Say, are you the Sergeant Preston I've been hearing so much about?
Well, I don't know. I think I'm the only police officer with that name around here.
Then this must be King, the famous dog everyone talks about.
That's his name?
Oh, he's a beautiful animal. Hey, is he as smart as people say?
Very intelligent. You been in the Yukon long?
No, not very. And I haven't been in Dawson much. I've been working my claim up near Indian Creek.
There's the boat that's grounding the van.
I'm sure glad to see it. My young son Peter's on it. I haven't seen him since I left home.
Oh? How old is he?
He's 12. My sister's bringing him. He's been staying with her. My wife died 5 years ago, and my sister's helping me raise him.
You planning to keep them both here permanently?
I don't know. It depends on how well they like it. It's rough country, and they're both pretty soft. Peter didn't turn out to be the kind of kid I hoped he would. He likes books and studying. I'm going to try and rough him up a bit this summer. Make a real boy out of him.
As the boat landed and the gangplank was lowered, Sergeant Preston saw Peter. The boy was small for his age and rather pale. He greeted his father quietly, and then Jim Hudson led the boy and his aunt back to the Mountie.
Sergeant Preston, I want you to meet my sister, Mary Hudson.
How do you do, Sergeant?
How do you do?
And this is my son, Peter.
Hello, Peter.
Hello.
Here's someone else who'd like to meet you, Peter. This is my dog, King.
No, keep away.
Back, King.
Dad, take away. Please let me.
Peter, will you stop acting like a silly little fool? The sergeant's dog won't hurt you.
Stay back, boy.
I'm afraid. I don't like dogs. They scare me.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. Peter was frightened by a dog when he was small.
Oh.
He hasn't been able to overcome his fear, I guess.
He's going to have to get over it. It's a bag of nonsense, and I won't stand for it. In my team, I've got 9 dogs almost as big as this one. He'll get used to them if I have to make him sleep in that kennel.
Maybe Peter doesn't understand dogs. It takes time to get over a fight like that.
He's had plenty of time to get over it. It happened 5 years ago. Don't you worry. I'll cure him of being a sissy now that I've got him up here.
Jim, I think we'd better be going home. We're both rather tired.
Well, hope I'll see you all again. I'm going to be patrolling the area around Indian Creek from now on.
Well, be sure and drop in on us next time you're up there.
I'll do that. Thanks. Come along, King. Bye.
Bye, Sergeant.
He's a very nice man.
I like him.
Well, I don't think he liked you very much. Yelling and screaming like a scared cat when you saw his dog.
But, Jim, Peter was frightened.
Frightened fiddlesticks. He's just a little coward, that's all. A sissy.
Jim, you haven't seen Peter for over 6 months. This is a fine way to greet him.
I'm sorry, but a man doesn't like to be ashamed of his son. I'm going to see to it that he gets rid of that cowardly streak. The next time Sergeant Preston sees him, he's going to find a boy instead of something that ought to be wearing dresses.
The following weeks were a nightmare to young Peter. At night, he would lie cold with fear as the huskies outside the cabin howled at the moon. During the day, the great dogs terrified him, and there were daily clashes with his father, who refused to understand his deep-rooted dread of them. His Aunt Mary suffered almost as much as Peter, but she said nothing until one day she came upon a scene that broke down her resolution not to interfere. Peter and his father were out near the kennel when Mary came out of the cabin to call them to dinner. Jim Hudson was holding the head of Kane, the most savage husky of his team, and though the dog was muzzled, his ferocious growls almost drowned out the voice of Jim as he shouted at his son who stood sweating with fear about 10 feet away.
Come here, I tell you. Don't stand there like a blubbering idiot. Come here.
No, Dad. Please. Dad.
If you don't come over here and put your hand on this dog, I'll give you the worst beating you ever had. Now, come here, I say.
Peter forced his legs to carry him forward.
No.
Then, as the dog gave a fierce lunge, the boy turned and ran. Seeing Mary, he raced toward her, tears streaming down his face.
Aunt Mary. Aunt Mary, please don't.
Mary, you bring it over here. You trying to toast this dog or get a piece?
Peter, go into the house and wash your face. Dinner's ready.
Mary, did you hear what I said?
I've heard you, Jim. Go into the house, Peter.
But, Dad.
I want to talk to you. Go in, dear.
Mary, what's the meaning of this? You ordered Peter to disobey me.
I've tried not to interfere, Jim, but I can't stand it another minute. You're torturing that boy.
He's my son, and I have the right to discipline him the way I think best.
Send that animal back to the kennel. I can't do what you're saying.
Come on, Kane. Here, boy.
Can you blame the child for being frightened? That's the most savage dog in your team.
That's exactly why I wanted Peter to touch him. If he could do that once, he wouldn't be afraid of the others at all.
Oh, but Jim, you're wrong. Don't you see you're making Peter worse by treating him like this? Oh, if you could only be kind and understanding.
Mary, you were a very good school teacher, but I think you'd better stick to reading and writing. I'll handle Peter my own way, and it'll work. Come on. Let's go into dinner. I'm hungry.
The following day, Jim Hudson took his dog team to the trading post for supplies, and young Peter played happily around the cabin. Later in the day, he sat with his Aunt Mary while she prepared supper.
Aunt Mary, do you think I'm a coward?
Of course not, Peter.
Dad does. I guess he doesn't like me.
Why, of course he does, dear. Now, stop thinking about it. I think those cookies are just about done. I guess I'd better have a look at them. Yes, sir, they're ready.
Hello there. Here are the groceries.
Oh, hello, Jim. Put them right here on the table, will you? Wait, I'll take these pants away.
Oh, they're heavy. Couldn't have made it if I hadn't had Kane with me to help pack them home.
Well, I'd have gone with your help. Why didn't you wake me up this morning?
You would have slowed me down. You can help me now, though. Come on, we're going to feed the dogs.
Jim, I promised Peter he could sample those cookies. Please let him.
He can have all the cookies he wants when we get back.
Here you are, Peter. You can eat this while you're going up.
Oh, no, thanks. I don't think I want any.
So the idea of feeding the dogs takes away your appetite. Well, it's not going to work with me. I don't care if you'll never eat any cookies. You're going to come out and help me feed those dogs.
Jim, can't you let him alone for just...
Mary, we talked this over last night, and I asked you not to interfere. I'll get their food out of the shed, and Peter's going to give it to them. If he doesn't, I'm going to lock him up in the pen with Kane and leave him there for the night.
Dad, Please.
You'll be out there by the time I get the food out of the shed, or I'll come back after you.
I can't, Mary. I can't. I'm afraid.
Peter, please try. It's just this once.
No.
Peter, come back here. Peter! Dear, the rest of the cookies. I'd better get them out. There. Peter! Peter, where are you?
He ran off into the woods.
Jim, go after him.
I certainly shall not.
Well, then I'll go.
You'll do nothing of the sort.
But he may get lost. You don't know what he'll do.
He'll come sneaking back in time to eat. Don't worry. He's too yellow to stay out in the woods after it gets dark. You go on and get supper. I'll work this out my own way.
Jim, I tell you, you're wrong about Peter.
He's my son, Mary, and I'll handle him the way I please. Now go ahead with supper. When that young man comes sneaking back, he's going to find a razor strap waiting. I'll teach him to run away when I give orders.
The supper dishes had been washed and put away, and Mary sat mending Peter's sweater while Jim Hudson read a book. Mary's hand shook, and now and then she glanced pleadingly at her brother, who kept his eyes riveted stubbornly on the pages. At last she could bear it no longer.
Jim, you must go and find Peter. It's after 9 and it's dark.
He's probably on his way home right now. He's waiting until it's dark, hoping I'll be in bed by the time he comes back.
But what if he doesn't come back? He may be lost.
A good scare will serve him right. He won't be so anxious to run away next time. I'm going to bed.
Oh, Jim, no.
And don't you try to find him. You won't be able to. You're not used to the woods. You're fool enough to sit up and wait. It's your affair. I'm turning in.
For the rest of the night, Mary sat waiting, dozing fitfully in her chair. The following morning, there was no sign of Peter, and Jim Hudson ate his breakfast in a sullen silence and left for his claim. When he returned at noon for dinner, Mary was crying.
I tried to find him. I looked everywhere. Oh, something's happened to Peter, Jim.
Hey, the weather's mild. He's probably just too yellow to come home.
You're just as frightened as I am, but you won't admit it. Why are you acting like a stubborn child yourself? He's your only son, Jim. You must do something.
I'll go and look for him. But if I find him, I'm not going to be easy on him.
I'll wait here in case he comes back when you're gone. Oh, Jim, I'm so worried.
We'll continue our story in just a moment.
Look, Alakazam, it's a genie. Bugs Bunny rubs Aladdin's lamp and the genie appears. Is Bugs scared of magical stuff? Imagine what happens when Bugs changes places with the genie. It's a tale of the supernatural. Read all about it, fellas and girls, in Bugs Bunny Finds Aladdin's Lamp. It's just one of 5. Yes, I said 5 Bugs Bunny comic books that are yours if you act quickly. Yours for only 15 cents and 1 box top from a package of Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice. It's a special offer made only by these famous ready-to-serve breakfast cereals shot from guns. You've seen Bugs in the movies, in the comics.
What's up, Doc?
But you've never seen or read these handy pocket-sized Bugs Bunny comic books. You can't get them anywhere else. They're just off the presses. All new, all different, all complete. Yes, every story is complete in each 32-page book. Just think, 5 different stories. 160 pages of fun, excitement, thrills, mystery, adventure.
Wow, Doc, what an offer.
Imagine what happens to Bugs in the story of Bugs Bunny Meets the Dwarf Ghost. And there's more excitement, more thrills in store for you when you read Bugs Bunny Joins the Marines, Bugs Bunny Lion Tamer, Bugs Bunny Fights the Man from Mars, Bugs Bunny Lost in the Frozen North, and plenty more. Yes, we'll send you a set of 5 different books, and we'll let you know how easy it is to get 10 more Bugs Bunny comic books. They're all new, all different, so be first in your gang to get a set. It's easy. Here's all you do. Just go to your grocer, buy a package of Quaker Puffed Rice or Quaker Puffed Wheat. Then cut off the top of the package, write your name and address on it, and send it along with 15 cents, only 15 cents,
to Bugs Bunny, Chicago 77, Illinois. Don't wait. Do it now while supplies last. We'll send your complete set of 5 Bugs Bunny comic books at once. Send only 15 cents. Your name and address, and 1 box top from a package of Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice. Then mail to Bugs Bunny, Chicago 77, Illinois. Now listen carefully while I repeat that address. It's Bugs Bunny, Chicago 77, Illinois.
Now to continue our story. The hours passed slowly, and Mary was looking out of the window anxiously when she saw a uniformed horseman come round the bend toward the house. A huge gray dog ran beside the horse, and as they drew closer, Mary recognized the Mountie. She ran toward him eagerly.
Sergeant Preston!
Hello,
Sergeant Preston, I'm so glad you're here.
Miss Hudson.
Sergeant, something terrible has happened. Peter's run away. He's been gone all night.
Peter's run away? Why?
Oh, he had some trouble with his father. Jim's trying to find him, but I know something terrible has happened.
Now, don't worry, King, and I'll find him. But first, tell me about this trouble with his father.
Well, it all started because of Peter's fear of dogs. Jim's never been able to understand
As
it.
Mary told the story of Peter's disappearance, Sergeant Preston looked troubled. And then, as she began to cry, he called King to his side. King, come here, boy. You see this dog, Miss Hudson?
Yes.
I've lost track of the number of lost people that King's found. He's trained to do it. I'll put him on Peter's trail, and I'll guarantee we won't come back without him.
Oh, I hope you're right.
There's just one thing that worries me. Finding Peter won't solve the trouble between him and his father.
Oh, why can't Jim understand the boy?
Perhaps I can help a little.
Oh,
When I find Peter, I'm going to take a few days to try to help him.
Sergeant, I can't tell you how much I'd appreciate it.
If Peter's all right, I'm not going to bring him back here for a week, so you're not to worry.
For a week?
If I don't find him or if he's injured, I'll be back tomorrow or sooner. Otherwise, you are not to worry, and you can tell his father that Peter's safe.
Shall I tell him you're with Peter?
Use your own judgment about that. Now, I want you to get me some article of clothing that Peter's been wearing so King can identify his scent.
I'll get it right away.
Well, King, old boy, we have another job to do. Darkness had fallen for the second time since Peter left home. The moon cast eerie shadows through the forest as the boy stumbled through the underbrush. There was a chill in the late summer air, and he shivered in his light sweater. Tears made streaks in the mud with which he had plastered his face to protect it from the stings of insects that had swarmed around him. He was hopelessly lost, but had long since given up calling for help. He stopped beside a tree to rest for a moment. He froze with fright as the terrifying cry of a timber wolf broke the stillness. In the silence that followed, his fear grew. As he ran stumbling through the woods, the cry came again, and this time it seemed closer. Not far away, Sergeant Preston heard the howl. Certain that by now he must be close to Peter, the Mountie urged King on ahead.
Go on, King. Plenty, fella. Don't wait for me, boy. On, King. Come on, Blackie.
The huge gray dog knew the danger of that distant cry. He sped through the forest, guided by the fresh scent of the boy, while Preston's horse had to pick its way slowly over the fallen logs and deep underbrush.
Careful there. Prices are low.
Easy, Blackie.
All right, fella.
King, is it too late?
Come on up, fella.
Peter's breath came in sobbing gasps as he stumbled ahead. It seemed that every step he took must be his last, but terror drove him on. Suddenly, he came to a small stream, but gave a cry of despair as he saw the high wall of rock that bordered the opposite side. He waded through the water. He tried to climb the steep rock. Twice he fell back, then waded downstream. He pulled himself up on a flat surface a few feet above the water and lay there exhausted. Presently, he saw the gray form of the wolf across the stream. He flattened himself against the rock, too terrified to cry out. The wolf sniffed the air and came slowly downstream toward him. At that moment, another gray form broke from the underbrush. There was a sudden snarl as King attacked the wolf. As the two animals thrashed back and forth in the stream, the frightened boy clung to the rock in terror. Then he gasped with relief as the figure of a man appeared.
Get him! Get him! Good work, King. Come here, boy. You all right?
Help! Help me!
Peter, where are you?
Here across the stream.
All right, Peter.
I'm almost here.
You don't have to be frightened now. King killed the wolf. It's a good thing he got here when he did.
King?
My dog, he was trailing you. Here, hang on to my neck. I'll carry you back across the street and we'll start a fire and dry you off. King needs some attention, too.
Please, I'm afraid. Don't take me near the dog.
Of course not. I'll build a big fire and put you on one side and King on the other. Hang on now.
Peter had been fed and lay wrapped in a warm blanket before the fire that Sergeant Preston had built. He watched the Mountie, who was preparing another blanket close to Peter.
You're going to sleep here beside me, aren't you?
Yes, Peter, right here.
I hope there aren't any more wolves around.
We won't have to worry about them.
If you go to sleep, maybe they'll come.
You're forgetting about King over there on the other side of the fire. No wolf will come while he's around. You saw what he did to the one that was after you.
Did King know the wolf was after me?
Of course he did. That's why he attacked the wolf, to save your life. Would you like to pat him, just to show you how to be friends?
Well, do you think you could just sort of kill him instead?
Why, of course. Here, King. Peter wants to be your friend, fella. He knows you saved his life, and he knows you like him. After he's had a good sleep, maybe you'll be able to get better acquainted.
Do you think he knows what you said?
He understands a lot. Watch. All right, King. Lie down here right beside me. Down with.
He does understand.
Of course he does. Now, King, I want you to keep watch so that Peter can sleep without worry. You're not afraid now, are you, Peter?
No, not with King here close to us.
Guess we'd better go to sleep then.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm awful tired.
Good night.
Good night. Sergeant Preston,
Yes, son?
are there any other dogs like King?
Most dogs are like King. If people are kind to them, they repay it by protecting them and being their best friend. You want to have a puppy, Peter. One that could grow up with you.
Yes, but well, maybe.
When Peter woke the following morning, Sergeant Preston was frying a freshly caught trout over the fire. The Mountie smiled at him as he sat up.
Morning. You had quite a sleep, didn't you?
Yeah, I guess I did. Well, when did you catch the fish?
A little while ago. I left King here with you to guard the camp.
You mean he was here? Alone with me? While I was asleep?
Yes. I saved the fish for King. I thought probably you'd like to give him his breakfast, so I waited till he woke up. Here it is. Give it to him.
Sergeant Preston,
Yes, son.
I have to tell you something.
Go ahead.
Well, after I tell you, you won't like me very much.
Oh, I'm sure you're wrong, Peter. Go right ahead. What's on your mind?
I'm afraid of dogs. All dogs. Even little ones.
Lots of people are. That's just because they don't understand dogs or know how to treat them. As soon as they learn, the fear leaves. Certainly you're not afraid of King after he saved your life and guarded you all night.
I know I shouldn't be.
Go ahead, feed him. That'll show King you like him.
Is it all right if I just throw the fish to him?
Well, sure, toss it to him. He'll catch it.
All right. Here, King. Golly, he caught it all right. And look, it's gone. He swallowed it.
Now he's saying thank you, and he'd like another. There's another one for him. Give him this one. Hold it in your hand. He'll take it very gently.
I want to.
Go ahead, Peter. You're really not afraid anymore.
All right. Here, King.
The big dog seemed to sense what was happening. He walked toward Peter quietly and slowly and took the fish carefully with his big jaws. After eating it, he wagged his tail and came to Peter and laid down quietly beside him. Automatically, Peter's hand went out and patted the shaggy fur. When he realized what he was doing, he drew it back. Then King stretched his head forward and licked the hand gently. Peter smiled.
We're friends. He almost said so.
Of course you are. Now, Peter, you're not afraid anymore, are you?
Oh, no. I guess maybe I didn't know about dogs before. I didn't know they could be like this.
On the way home, we'll stop in and see a friend of mine. He has a new litter of pups, and maybe he'd like to sell one.
Well, but Dad wouldn't buy it for me. He's going to be awful mad at me.
Well, maybe we'll just order it, and I'll have a talk with your father about it.
During the week that followed, Sergeant Preston kept Peter at his side. King played an important part in driving out all fear of dogs, and Sergeant Preston taught him that in dogs, as in people, there were both good and bad. At the end of that week, Jim Hudson paced the floor of his cabin angrily as Peter's Aunt Mary sat placidly mending beside the window.
If Sergeant Preston thinks that keeping Peter away from me for a week is going to save that kid from a whipping, he's mistaken. I have that strap waiting. He'll never run away again.
It was all your fault, Jim. You had no right to threaten him like that.
I will lock him up with the dogs. I didn't mean it before, but this time I'll do it.
Oh, here they come now. And there's Peter. Sergeant Preston is lifting him down from his horse.
Where's that strap? Peter's going to get a welcome he doesn't expect.
Dad, I'm home.
You come here, young man. I'll show you whether you... Hey, that dog.
Guess you'd better not try to whip Peter just now, Mr. Hudson. You see, he and King are friends, and King wouldn't like it.
Peter, you're touching him. You've got your hand on his collar.
I'm holding him, Dad, so he'll know that I don't want him to bite you.
I can't believe it. He's touching that dog. He isn't afraid anymore.
Mr. Hudson, your son's no coward. He just didn't understand dogs, and you didn't help him by forcing him, instead of taking the time and patience to explain. A week with King and me has changed all that.
I don't know how you did this, Sergeant. Will you shake hands with me if I tell you I'm ashamed of the way I acted? I really love my son very much, but I was anxious to make a he-man out of him. Guess I just didn't know how to do it. From now on, I'll do it your way.
Well, I must tell you, Peter and I stopped to see a friend of mine who has a nice litter of pups. There was one Peter liked very much.
He can have all the pups he wants.
Good. Incidentally, we ordered it.
What? I guess I didn't have much to say about it. And I never thought I'd see the day when my son protected me from a dog.
King and Peter certainly turned the tables. You looked quite scared for a minute.
Frankly, I was. But come inside. You and King must stay for supper.
Why, thanks, Hudson, but we can't stay. King and I have to go.
Oh, wait just a minute. I want Mary to see Peter and that dog. Mary, come out here.
Oh, Peter.
Hello, Aunt Mary.
Oh, thank goodness you're safe. You...
Oh, look at him, Mary. Look at my boy and that dog. I declare they're pals.
You're not going to whip Peter?
I should say not. Son, I've got a job cut out for myself. I've got to make this a home you'll like.
Oh, golly, Dad.
Peter, when you get your own dog, do you suppose I could, sort of help you train him?
Oh, Dad. Would you?
Would I? You bet I would. We'll get lots of dogs. We'll go partners on them.
We won't whip him.
No, sirree. There'll be no more whipping in this house.
Okay.
Oh, Sergeant Preston, I'm so grateful.
That goes for me, too.
We must be going now.
Golly, King. Goodbye. He's shaking hands.
He's saying goodbye.
And look at him. He's been smiling.
I guess he's pleased with the way this case is closed. In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Monday's adventure.
What's up, Doc?
160 pages of fun and excitement. That's what we're ready to send you, fellas and girls, if you act at once. We'll send you 5, yes, actually 5 Bugs Bunny comic books. Stories you've never seen or read before. All new, all different, all complete. A different story in each of 5 books. And all yours for only 15 cents and a box top from a package of Quaker Puffed wheat or Quaker Puffed rice. Each handy pocket-sized book is 32 pages thick. And we'll not only send you 5 of these brand new Bugs Bunny comic books, but in addition, we'll send you information on how easy it is to get 10 more. Supplies are limited. Don't wait. Simply send 15 cents, only 15 cents, and 1 box top from delicious, nourishing Quaker Puffed wheat or Quaker Puffed rice. Send with your name and address to Bugs Bunny, Chicago 77, Illinois.
Look, Doc, you better hurry.
As Bugs says, hurry. Write down this address now. Bugs Bunny, Chicago 77, Illinois. Listen Monday when Sergeant Preston and Yukon King meet the challenge of the Yukon in the case of the missing money. When King and I stopped at the constable's office in Selkirk, I was surprised to hear that a nice young chap I knew was accused of stealing a large sum of money and of deserting his wife and son. When I tried to prove his innocence, I found myself facing a gun in the hands of a fear-crazed man. Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Monday. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created and produced by George W. Trendle, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at the same time by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
The story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to bunco detail. An expert confidence man has resumed operations in your city. His criminal record dates back 35 years. He's a master in the art of the gentle swindle. Your job, stop him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, July 28th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch at a bunco detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the record bureau, and it was 10:45 a.m. when I got to room 38, bunco fugitive detail.
Friday?
Captain, they're bringing him in now.
Sit down.
Thanks. There's the mama sheet on him.
Oh, Gentleman Wallace. I thought he was out of our hair for good.
So did I till this turned up. I heard he was working New York.
Look at the package on this guy. Feels like a good-sized dictionary.
Yeah. Check the date of his first arrest there.
June 2nd, 1913. He's been in and out of jail all over the country. Lane County, Oregon, forgery. Bum check beef, San Francisco, 1914. Embezzlement, Santa Ana. Parole violation, Seattle, Portland. More checks, Reno. Billings, Montana, forgery, 1920. Dayton, Ohio, Pittsburgh, New York, grand larceny. Bunco Raps, Las Vegas, Cleveland, Chicago.
That's only the first page. There's a couple more there.
Yeah, it reads like a novel.
Just about as long.
What's the story on Wallace this time? What have we got?
He reached a couple of used car dealers Saturday. Took him for $2,000 each, and we can't touch him.
Why not? How'd he work it?
Well, Saturday afternoon, he went to a car lot on the corner of South 3rd and Washington. He bought a 1948 Lincoln sedan.
Mm-hmm.
Showed him his identification, wrote a check for $1,500 for a down payment, and drove away.
Another bum check deal.
That's a little more than that. About 45 minutes after he left, he drove into another used car lot 2 blocks away from the place where he bought the Lincoln.
Yeah.
Told the salesman there that he didn't like the car and he wanted to trade it in on another one.
Mm-hmm.
Salesman offered him $900 less than he paid for it. Wallace accepted and offered them a personal check to cover the balance.
And the salesman went for it?
Almost. Wallace seemed so anxious to get rid of the car that the clerk got suspicious, but it was late Saturday and he couldn't call the bank on Wallace's check.
So he called the place where Wallace bought the car.
That's right. We found out that the sale was made less than an hour before, and that Wallace had given them his personal check for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the two used car dealers got on the phone, decided that Wallace was pulling a fast hustle, called the cop, and had him jailed. Hold that light a minute, will you?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Yeah, then what?
Well, when the banks opened Monday morning, they called about Wallace's account. They had enough money in to cover both checks. Wallace got a lawyer and threatened suit against the two car dealers. He had both of them cold. They settled out of court for $2,000 apiece.
Quick deal. Sounds like a master.
He's been grifting for 35 years. He knows the con game any way they want to play it. We can't even book him on a vague charge. He's got a job.
Who's he working for?
Plastic outfit out in Pasadena. Salesman.
Is he registered under 5238?
He is.
No, just a minute. Yeah? All right, send him in. Romero, he's got Wallace with him.
Captain?
Ben?
Wallace, this is Captain Bryce. Captain, I'm very happy to know you. I've heard a lot about you.
Yeah.
Sergeant Friday, how are you?
I would like to talk to you, Wallace. Sit down.
Oh, well, thank you. It's warm out today. Perspiring. Now, what is it I can help you gentlemen with? Always glad to cooperate. You don't have to give us a build-up, Wallace. We're not buying. You know me better than that, Sergeant. No point in making this visit an unpleasant one. Cordiality, that's a secret. My mother always used to tell me that. She used to say...
Look, mister, you're not here to get the keys to the city hall. You're here for investigation.
I'm here out of courtesy, Captain. My lawyer informed me I didn't have to come. I don't believe in making enemies, that's all.
For a guy that's not trying, you've done pretty well, haven't you? Now, how long do you plan to stay here in town?
Los Angeles is my home. It's my place of business.
That's fine with us, Wallace, just as long as it's honest. Now, let me hand you a piece of advice. You try copping any more jobs in this town, and we're going to lean on you, understand?
I don't think I do understand, Captain. The incident with the used car dealers, I hope that isn't what upset you.
You guessed it, and it better be the last keeper you try around here for a long time.
I had every right to take action against those car dealers. False arrests. They humiliated me. They damaged my reputation.
Here's your reputation, Wallace. 35 years of it. 10 jail terms, larceny, bunco, forgery.
Have you ever heard of rehabilitation, Sergeant?
Oh, yeah.
I did my time. I don't owe them a day. I've got an honest job. I've been off the grift for years now. Don't take a hint, Wallace. Stay off. You'll do better.
That's all, Wallace. Just remember, the next time we tag you, you're going to fall hard. You got it straight?
Captain, I've been square since I got to town. I'm not switching. Is that it?
That's all.
Well, that wasn't so bad. Would you gentlemen care to have some lunch with me at the club? Just a snack?
No, thanks.
Sure, I can't persuade you. Club's just up the street. Fine food. Some other time, Wallace. Goodbye. Well, goodbye, Sergeant. Goodbye to you, Captain.
Yeah.
Well, we gave him the word.
We don't know how much good it's going to do.
What do you think, Skipper?
Two things about grifters. They never retire and they never change. Watch him.
For the next 4 months, Charles Wallace was kept under surveillance. From his daily actions, there was nothing to indicate that he'd returned to his former profession of confidence man. From experience, we knew it was too good to be true. For a man who had worked the con game from every conceivable angle for as long as Wallace had, chances of his going straight amounted to less than 1 in 1,000. Just as a dope addict is a slave to drugs, the full-fledged con man or grifter is obsessed with the idea of swindling for a living. He loves his work and he takes pride in it, just as much as a doctor, a lawyer, or any legitimate professional man. He has a life and a code of ethics all his own, even has his own language. The grifter's victims are wealthy, middle class, and poor, and many more than the average citizen imagines. Wednesday, December 1st, 1 p.m. Ben and I had lunch and checked back in at the office.
Food's getting better at the cafeteria, don't you think?
Beef stew is pretty good. You got an extra coat hanger in your locker?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here you are.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Conan.
Joe? Did you see this report the post office detail sent over? You mean that Lonely Hearts ad? No, this is a different one. Real twist.
How you mean, Harry? Let me look.
Here. Barney Grant. That's the name he uses anyway. A couple of weeks ago, he planted a small want ad in the newspapers around town. Been cleaning up ever since. How'd he work you? Here, take a look at the ad he was running.
Remember, tomorrow is the last day to send your dollar to Box 565, Main Post Office, Los Angeles. Was that all?
That's all it took. Last couple of days, been getting about 40 letters a day from people in the city, with $1 in each one. Ad doesn't promise a thing, just send your dollar. People send them.
They picked the guy up, Harry?
He called for the last batch of letters 2 days ago. Probably pulled out. Postal inspectors checked the address he gave when he applied for the box. They never heard of him there.
Barney Grant. That sound familiar to you, Ben?
A little, yeah. Maybe R&I has a package on it.
Friday, see you in a minute.
Right, Captain. Ben, you and Conlon want to check that name through R&I? I'll be in the skipper.
Yeah, okay, Jack.
Friday, close the door, will you?
Sure.
This is Mr. Sawyer. He's with the Western Central Railroad. Sergeant Friday. Sergeant?
How are you?
It's about Wallace, Friday. Mr. Sawyer has a complaint against him. We've got the crime report.
Gentleman Wallace?
Yeah. You want to fill him in, Mr. Sawyer?
Well, Sergeant, I'm employed as a standards engineer for the Western Central Railroad. Wallace first approached me about a month ago. He said he was an inventor and he was working on plans of a new type of air brake for use on railroad cars.
Go ahead.
He said he'd conceived the idea, but that he needed more time and money to perfect his invention. He told me I'd share in half of the profits he got from his idea. It sounded more than fair.
How much money did you give him?
All I had in my savings account, $3,000. I talked it over with the wife, and the idea looked real good on paper.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to make too much money for myself out of this, but I thought that if I could get a hold of this braking system, it would certainly help the company out.
He took your money and you haven't heard from him since.
Well, I presented the plans to the chief specifications engineer in our eastern office.
Yeah?
I got an answer yesterday, airmail. Our New York office has been working for 2 years on exactly the same set of brake plans.
Well, how do you get a hold of him?
From the Patent Bureau in Washington. The company has a patent pending on a new device.
It's all legal, isn't it?
Yes. He simply got the information from them, drew up an exact copy, and submitted them to me.
He sold you an invention that your company already owned.
Yes, sir. And I'm out $3,000.
You know where Wallace might be now?
We've checked the boarding house where he was staying. He left there last night. No forwarding address, nothing.
We've got an all-out points bulletin on him. Do everything we can.
Well, thank you, Captain. Sergeant Friday. You have my card. If there's anything I can do to help, please call.
All right, Mr. Sawyer. Goodbye.
So long.
I know what we're looking for, Joe.
Well, let's see.
What's that, Romero?
On that phony ad the post office detail reported this morning. Check the name Barney Grant through the crime index. That's the name of the guy used.
Yeah.
This is the package in Gentleman Wallace.
That's right. His alias list goes for 3 pages. Read him again.
Charles French, Walter Grant, Charles Grant, Barney Grant.
That's right. Gentleman Wallace, Barney Grant, same guy.
We got out a local broadcast, an APB, and a radiogram on Charles Gentleman Wallace. For a full month, there wasn't a sign of him. Then we received a communication from the Denver, Colorado Police Department. Wallace had cashed worthless checks in that city in the amount of $2,500, and then he'd skipped town. But before he left Denver, he managed another deal. He sold 30 cartons of electric razors, which 1, did not belong to him, 2, had been stolen from another con man and resold, and 3, the razors didn't work in the first place. The mechanisms had been taken out and replaced with lead weights. Another 60 days passed before we got the next report on Wallace from Cleveland, Ohio. By means of forged papers, 2 well-versed assistants, or ropers, and a fast line of talk, Wallace had sold a Cleveland hardware concern a shipment of 10 penny nails, much below the market price. He collected $1,200 as partial payment for the shipment, but it was never delivered. 8 a.m. Monday, March 3rd. Ben and I checked in for work after a weekend off and found a message in the book to report to Chief Detective Thad Brown.
Chief, you wanted to see it?
Come in.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman Wallace is back in town.
Where'd you get that?
Guy by the name of Patterson. So.
All right, thanks.
Take him. Have Patterson brought to the interrogation room.
Is that Mouse Patterson's keeper?
Yeah, small-time grifter. He was running with Wallace as late as a month ago back in Pittsburgh.
When was Patterson picked up?
Last night at a big hotel out in Hollywood. He was working a fast deal.
You think he came to town with Wallace?
I know he did. One of Conlon's informants spotted Wallace and Patterson last night. We nabbed Patterson. Wallace slipped away. We figured that he'd been operating in and out of the city for about 2 weeks.
Any idea what his angle is this time?
I think so. Take a look at this.
Obituary notices clipped from the newspaper.
How do these tie in?
The con artist takes a dead man's name from the obituary list, finds out a little bit about him, and writes him a letter.
He writes the dead man a letter.
Here's a sample we had reported to us. Read it.
William Radford, 233 South Brookway, Hollywood. Dear Bill, I heard you were sick, and I didn't want to bother you at this time, but believe me, I'm desperate. I don't mean to hound you about the $400 you borrowed from me, but we are having sickness in our family, and I do need the cash. Wait a minute.
Wallace writes a letter like this to a man knowing he's dead and the family opens it and reads it.
And they figure it's some unpaid debt that they didn't know about, which the deceased owed.
That's right. And the con man collects.
Yeah.
Letter's been showing up right in the middle of funeral arrangements. The family's bereaved, grief-stricken, caught off guard. They don't suspect anybody to be that ruthless, so they pay off what they think is a legitimate debt.
Yeah, that's a new load, doesn't it?
Excuse me. Yeah. Ron speaking. All right, thanks. I got Patterson in the interrogation room. To question him, find out everything you can.
Right, Chief.
When you're through talking to Patterson, you can start checking on these names.
What's this?
It's a list of all the names that appeared in the obituary column in today's paper.
It's a long list.
Don and Myberg are checking half. You and Romero take the rest.
Right.
Get to those families before Wallace does.
We went down the hall to the interrogation room and questioned Patterson for an hour and a half. He denied that he even knew Wallace. He refused to tell us anything. We had Patterson returned to his cell in the county jail, and Ben and I started to check with the relatives of the deceased who appeared in the daily obituary list. Adams, Connolly, Craig, Denberg, Donzetti, Edmonds, Fowler. None of them had received letters claiming payment of secret debts owed by the deceased. Well, there are more pleasant jobs than bothering families with an investigation in the middle of their sorrow. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary. The eighth name on the obituary list was Foreman, Carl J. He was survived by his wife, Jean. She lived at 5821 Santiago Street out in the valley.
We're sorry to intrude at a time like this, Miss Foreman. We know how you must feel, but it's an important matter.
That's all right, Sergeant. Carl was sick for so long, probably better this way. What did you want to know?
Since your husband passed away, have you received any letters asking for payments on a debt that he might have owed to somebody?
It's funny you should ask. Yes, I have. I got it yesterday.
Yesterday. Do you know the man who wrote the letter?
No, I didn't. I took it for granted that it was someone calling you in the Army. Someone you borrowed from.
How much money was it he said your husband owed?
$400. There's a letter over the mantel. I'll get it for you.
Fine.
Here it is.
Thank you. Signs his name, Howard Michaels. Has this man contacted you since?
Why, yes, he has. He called me last night and said that he just heard about Carl. He apologized for writing the letter. Said he had some medical bills of his own to pay. I went to the bank this morning and got the money for him. Is there anything wrong?
And he's supposed to come here and get the money?
He already has about 2 hours ago. He seemed to be a very good friend of Carl's.
Ben, you got that mug shot on?
Yeah. Yeah, here it is.
I don't understand, Sergeant.
Is this the man who picked up the money this morning?
Yes, that's Mr. Michaels. Mm-hmm. Don't you think he was Carl's friend?
I don't think so, Miss Foreman.
But no one would do that. Who could be that low?
You're looking at his picture, Miss Foreman. His name's Wallace.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to an actual police case. Here, step-by-step, are the reasons why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers from coast to coast.
Step 1. The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality. Step 2. Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Step 3. Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that gold and yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
Over the past century, the confidence man here in the United States has earned the dubious title of aristocrat of the underworld. Among small-time thieves, cutthroats, dope peddlers, pickpockets, and similar small fry, he's looked up to and respected. The true con man does not consider himself a crook or a thief in the ordinary sense of the word. He's smooth, courteous, fast-talking, and he lives by his own code of rules. He never uses violence and makes his living by his wits alone. Generally, he's far above average intelligence, and he's totally without a conscience. He thinks no more of fleecing a day laborer of his wages than he would of fleecing a millionaire. Because of their carefully planned operations, only a handful of confidence men are ever brought to trial. Monday, March 3rd, 6 p.m. Ben and I completed our interviews with the families of the deceased and returned to the office.
Hi, you two have any luck?
Wallace is the guy. We found out that much.
Who identified him?
The woman out in the valley, a Mrs. Foreman. Wallace posed as an old friend of her husband's, took her for $400.
How about calling my bird, Captain? They get anything?
They haven't checked in yet. I'm waiting for him. How does Mrs. Foreman make the payoff to Wallace? Through the mails?
No, sir. He came out and picked up the dough in person.
Yeah, then there's no chance of tracing him through the post office. Seems like he comes up with a new MO every day.
We checked out the rest of the families of the deceased on the list. The chief gave us no leads.
Don Myers in handwriting checked the letter Mrs. Foreman got. The writing matches with the others. It's Wallace.
Hi.
You know, Conlon, my bird with you?
Down the hall in handwriting. Checking a couple letters with Myers.
Do any good today, Harry?
Some. Found 2 families got phony letters through the mail. Same deal, Wallace.
They pay off to him yet?
Neither one. Told him to sit tight and call us if the guy should contact him again. Explain the setup. Who are the people, Harry? Let's see. One's an old fella. Oscar Dunn. Lives over in Highland Park. Others a pretty wealthy family, Bel Air. Here it is. Elizabeth Secor. She's the wife. Husband's name, Burton James Secor. Investment broker. Died day before yesterday.
How much of a debt is he supposed to have owed?
The guy in the letter claims $1,200. Signed himself William Kilbright.
The letters mention anything about how the payoff's supposed to be made?
The guy wrote he'd contact him by phone first, then make arrangements to meet him. Both families will call as soon as they hear from him. Now, if he doesn't change his MO, we're set.
Conlon, you and Myberg stick with the family in Highland Park. Make sure they understand perfectly what the setup is. Wallop makes a contact, be there.
Okay, Cap.
Joe, you and Ben cover the family out in Bel Air.
Okay, you got Secor's address here? Well, here's a crime report. It's got all the dope. Good. I'll grab it. Bunko, fugitive Conlon. Yes, ma'am? When? All right, thanks. We'll take care of it. Secor's. Wallace just called him.
What's the pitch?
Wants to pay his respects. He's going to visit him tonight.
7:35 p.m. Monday, March 3rd. Ben and I drove out to Bel Air to the Secor place. It was an English-type mansion with a circular driveway out in front. The wake for Mr. Secor was being held in the living room. The butler showed us into the library where Mrs. Secor was waiting. She told us everything that had transpired since she first received a letter from Wallace following her husband's death. She said Wallace had promised to be at her home promptly at 9 p.m. We waited. 9 p.m. came and went. We told her that if the suspect should call, to make any concessions, we'd agree to anything in order to set up a meeting with him. At 10 minutes past 10, the phone in the library rang. Mrs. Secor answered it. I listened in on the extension.
I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Secor. I did want to get out to pay my last respects, but I'm afraid that will be impossible.
Oh, I'm sorry you won't be able to come. I'd like to settle up that debt, the money that Burton owed you.
I do hope you understand, Mrs. Secor. It's very difficult for me to bring up such a subject at this time of your bereavement, but I do have need of the money. You see, it's my wife. She's quite ill, and, well, there are medical expenses to be met.
Oh, I understand. When would you like to come for the money?
Well, would tomorrow be all right?
My husband's funeral is tomorrow.
Oh, I see. Well, where will that be?
At the cathedral on Sunset Boulevard. A requiem mass at St. Mary's at 9 o'clock.
Well, since I don't want to bother you personally anymore, I wonder if it would be possible for you to leave the cash with the head usher there at the church.
Well, yes, all right. I think that would be the best way.
All right, then. Good night, and thank you.
Yes, good night.
I'm sorry. No, that's not easy for you.
That's all right, Sergeant. It's strange, isn't it?
What's that?
One man burns out his whole life making money. The next man spends his time trying to steal it. What does it all mean?
I don't know. We got 2,600 men down in the county jail, and they all think they've got the right answer. Tuesday, March 4th, 9 a.m. In St. Mary's Cathedral on Sunset Boulevard, the final rites, a Requiem High Mass, was being celebrated for Burton James Secor. Ben and I were stationed at the rear of the church. Connolly and Myberg, together with 2 other men from Bunko Detail, covered the side exits. An extra detail of men were placed at strategic points around the cathedral. The head usher stood a few feet from the main entrance. With him, he carried a plain manila envelope filled with pieces of newspaper cut to resemble the size of currency, along with a single dollar bill. He had instructions to hand over the envelope without question to the person who asked for it.
15 minutes past 9, Joe.
Yeah. You see that head usher all right?
Yeah, I got him spotted.
All right. Pretty good sized crowd here. Secor must have had lots of friends. Huh?
Yeah. Nice choir. Just wondering, Joe.
What's that?
Suppose he doesn't show up?
It's possible. He might have gotten suspicious.
Could be.
What time you got now?
It's 9:20. Joe, look. Uniformed messenger just came in the door.
Yeah. He's looking around. He's going up to the usher, talking to him.
That's it. Usher gave him the envelope. Messenger's leaving.
I know. Let's hold it. Give him a lead. All right, let's go. Now, let's go, Ben. Don't lose him.
He's getting into that cab.
Come on. Slide over.
You got the cab number?
Yeah, let's move. 10:30 a.m. Ben and I trailed the cab to a bus depot in downtown Los Angeles. We followed the messenger in and watched him check the manila envelope in a key locker. We waited. At 11:45 a.m., another uniformed messenger entered the bus depot, picked up the envelope, and left. We followed him to the Union Railroad station, where he left the envelope at the traveler's aid desk. At 3 p.m., the envelope was still there, unclaimed.
No slang, Joe. What do you think?
It's a pretty fancy switch he's got worked out.
Yeah.
What time's the next train leave?
3:25. Coast limited for San Francisco.
It's 3:21 now. Wait a minute. See that porter over at the desk?
I'm talking to that girl there. I don't know.
That's it. She's giving him the envelope. Come on, man.
He's heading up the ramp.
Yeah, let's hustle.
You turn up the left?
Yeah, passenger platform, coast limited.
Not much time.
Come on, run. Come on, Ben.
Where'd the porter get on?
Next car. Come on, run. Let's jump. This way. Through here.
That's the same porter?
Yeah. He's knocking at the door to that compartment, handing him the envelope.
That's it.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's locked.
Knock.
Yes, what is it?
Conductor.
Just a minute.
What is this?
All right, Ben.
Now, look, Sergeant, there's no need for any unpleasantness. Certainly we can sit down and talk this thing over like intelligent human beings.
Grab the luggage, will you, Ben? All right, let's go, Wallace.
Look, will you wait a minute, please. I'm sure we can come to some agreement. I have plenty of money. Look, right here alone in this envelope, plenty of... There's only $1 here. The rest is newspaper.
Yeah.
I've been taken.
So have a lot of people. Let's go.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 23rd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here's the actual report.
From coast to coast, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Charles Gentleman Wallace was tried and convicted on 4 counts of grand theft and sentenced to the state penitentiary for the term prescribed by law, with holds being placed on him by 4 other states. You have just heard Dragnet, authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Dragnet wishes to thank the editors of True Detective magazine for their considerate appraisal of this program. For those of you who may be interested, the behind-the-scenes story of Dragnet appears in the March issue of True Detective.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Tomorrow, hear the Ronald Colmans in the charming series Halls of Ivy on NBC.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. After teaching English to the summer school students of Madison High all week long, last Saturday didn't arrive a minute too soon for Our Miss Brooks.
Generally, the thing I like best about Saturday is that it gives me a full 12 hours to speculate upon just how boring Sunday will be. But last Saturday, while I was having breakfast with my landlady, Mrs. Davis, a bombshell was hurled into our usual routine.
That's the front door bell, isn't it, Connie?
Bell is an overstatement, Mrs. Davis. It used to be a bell years ago. Now it sounds like a dying rattlesnake with a frog in its throat.
Connie, I wonder who it can be, anyway.
All right, I'm coming.
Maybe you shouldn't answer it, Connie. I've had the strangest feeling of foreboding all morning.
Well, that's silly, Mrs. Davis. It might be good news.
Why?
Or why should it be bad news?
Why not?
Let's have the playoffs when I come back.
Good morning. I have a telegram here for a Mrs. Davis. Are you a Mrs. Davis?
I'm not a Mrs. Anything yet.
Don't tell me I've delivered this telegram to the wrong address. Well, I've never been guilty of that in all my years in the service.
Well, far be it from me to depress one of our boys in uniform. This is Mrs. Davis's house, all right. I just live with her. Miss Brooks is the name.
How do you do? I'm Herbie Terwilliger. That's my bike at the curb.
Glad to know both of you. Now, if you'll give me your receipt book, I'll sign for the wire.
All right, here you are, Miss Brooks. Bottom line, please.
All right.
Yes, I've been in the service quite a while now. This is my 6th hitch.
Really?
Never been a plain foot messenger. Always been with the bicycle squad.
That sounds healthy.
Of course, during my long term of duty, I've made a host of friends both in and out of the service.
I imagine you have. Now, if you just...
Of course, I've lost a few of my buddies, too. Good, hard-pedaling boys, all of them.
I'm sorry, Herbie.
Yes, I always think of them when I hear Ghost Riders in the sky.
That song cheers me up, too. I'll take this telegram into Mrs. Davis now. Goodbye, Herbie.
Oh, this isn't goodbye, Miss Brooks. This wire has immediate reply requested printed on it. I'll just wait here on the porch until Mrs. Davis gives me an answer.
All right, I'll try to hurry it up for you.
I'll appreciate that. I have a slow leak in my rear tire.
I'll be back in plenty of time to get it vulcanized. Mrs. Davis, it's for you.
What is it, dear?
This telegram.
Oh, I knew it. I knew something terrible was going to happen today.
Terrible? But you haven't even opened it yet.
And I'm not going to open it, Connie. I've only received half a dozen telegrams in my entire life, and they all brought bad news. This is probably some horrible news about Mrs. Dribbleman.
Mrs. Dribbleman?
Yes. She went to Switzerland for a vacation. I warned her not to go. She probably fell off one of those Alps.
Now, really, Mrs. Davis.
I'm psychic about these things, Connie. Poor Mrs. Dribbleman. I can just picture her skiing down the Alps. Not a care in the world. Suddenly, a treacherous curve. She can't make the turn in time. Over the rim she goes. She looks down. Nothing but rocky crags, jagged peaks. Why, Connie, you're not touching your breakfast.
Suddenly I'm not hungry.
But aren't you going to finish your wheat cakes?
Not until you get Mrs. Dribbleman off those peaks.
I just remembered, Connie. Mrs. Dribbleman took my advice and decided not to go to Switzerland. She's feeling fine.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I don't want to rush you, Mrs. Davis, but this wire calls for an immediate reply. Look, right here on the envelope.
Let's see. Immediate reply requested. Well, I'm sorry, but Wait a minute, Connie. Look where this telegram was sent from. Through this cellophane here. Doesn't that say Springdale?
Springdale? Yes, it does. Why?
That's where Uncle Corky lives. Or maybe now I should say live. Oh. Poor Uncle Corky. He was always so fond of me. He was my mother's oldest brother, you know. We were very close.
I'll bet he was just like an uncle to you. Look, Mrs. Davis, aren't you being a little prematurely mournful? After all, you don't know that he's...
Oh, but he must be. He was 87 years old on his last birthday, and he's had the hives for years.
Well, maybe he'll outgrow them.
When I think of how Uncle Corky used to play Santa Claus every Christmas, the kids at Madison, the faculty, everybody loved him. You remember him, don't you, Connie?
Of course, Mrs. Davis. He's been coming here every Christmas for years. Here, I'll open this wire and tell you what it says.
No, Connie, no. I won't let you open it. Why should you be the one to bring me bad news?
But Mrs.
I could never again look at you without associating you with Uncle Corky's passing. I like you too much to allow such a tragic bridge to come between us, Connie. I'll do anything to avoid it.
Oh, but this is ridiculous, Mrs. Davis. Once I've opened it, you'll see how ridiculous...
Today is rent day, Connie. If you leave it unopened, I won't charge you for this week.
Mrs. Davis, I wouldn't open this telegram if you begged me.
You promise, Connie?
I swear it on this stack of wheat cakes. I know. There's a messenger outside waiting for the immediate reply. I'll ask him to open it. Wait here, Mrs. Davis. Oh, Herbie, would you come inside a minute, please?
Oh, sure. Got the answer, Miss Brooks?
Not yet. This is Mrs. Davis, Herbie. Mrs. Davis, this is Herbie Terwilliger.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
Mrs. Davis is a little superstitious about opening telegrams, Herbie. Would you mind?
Me?
Yes, just open it up, will you?
But I can't. That's the first rule I learned in basic training. Thou shalt not monkey with the messages.
We don't want you to monkey with it. Just open it.
I'm sorry, Miss Brooks, but I can't touch it.
Can't we forget about it for now?
Forget about it? But what'll I tell my CO? This is an immediate reply requested.
Can't you just tell him there is no reply?
What? Me tell the chief there is no reply?
Please, Mrs. Davis. That is tantamount to telling the Admiral, sir, there are no boats.
Well, I don't care about the Admiral. I'm going to have another cup of coffee and think this thing over. I'll put enough on for all of us.
All right, Mrs. Davis.
Why doesn't she want to open the telegram, Miss Brooks?
I'm afraid it's sheer superstition with her, Herbie. Oh, pardon me. Well, if it isn't Walter Denton.
Hiya, Miss Brooks.
Come in, Walter. What are you doing up so early on a Saturday?
Oh, I just came by to see if there are any odd jobs I could do for Mrs. Davis. You know, to pick up a little pin money.
Well, I don't know about Mrs. Davis, but I'll give you a few pins if you'll do something for me. Come into the living room, will you?
You know I'm your slave, Miss Brooks. What is it?
You can open the telegram.
The telegram?
Yes. Brought by Herbie Terwilliger here when he was a much younger man. Herbie, this is Walter Denton.
Glad to know you, I'm sure.
Hi. But I don't get it, Miss Brooks. Why don't you open it?
Because it belongs to Mrs. Davis, and she asked me not to.
Well, then why doesn't she?
A perfectly natural second question.
Because she's afraid it might contain some bad news.
Well, I'd like to help you out, Miss Brooks, but opening other people's messages is very bad luck.
Please, Walter, not you, too.
You should have been at the Conklin's house with me this morning. I'd sent Harriet a little note, and Mr. Conklin opened it by mistake. It was one of my more amorous epistles. You know, solid goon. His opening it was sure unlucky, though.
In what way?
Right after he read it, he kicked me down the porch steps.
Well, I hate to crash headlong into such a nostalgic moment, but this is getting out of hand. Walter, I insist that you open this wire.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, if you're going to be upset about it, hand it over.
Here you are.
Stop. You can't do it, Walter.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Davis. What's the trouble?
You remember Uncle Corky, don't you?
Uncle Corky? Oh, the old fellow with the beard who plays Santa Claus for us every year. Oh, sure, I remember him. How is he?
He's left us, Walter. I'm afraid that's what this telegram was about.
Really? But if it was about that, wouldn't it have a black border on it?
No, Uncle Corky has a white beard.
He was a nice old guy. Oh, look, why don't we take this wire over to Harriet to open? She's not afraid of anything.
You're right, Walter. Anyone who could live with Mr. Conklin for 16 years must be made of iron. We'll take it over to Harriet. And
You'll do nothing of the sort. We'll just let it rest on this table for a while.
But how about the answer? It's an immediate...
Don't argue, Herbie. Maybe if the telegram rests for a while, Uncle Corky will feel better.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. For bare-skin beauty, it's bat-sized Palmolive with its famous beauty lather. Yes, bat-sized Palmolive for loveliness all over.
There's something thrillingly new in this wonderful beauty lather of bat-sized Palmolive soap. New fragrance, new charm, new allure. See if Palmolive in your daily tub or shower doesn't leave your shoulders, arms, and back, yes, all of you softer and smoother. Completely lovelier all over. You'll thrill to the tender whisper of perfume it leaves on your skin. A whisper that says, come hither to romance.
And this new bat-sized Palmolive is so big, so thrifty, economical to use because it lasts so long and gives so much soft, lovely lather so fast.
That soft, lovely lather with its alluring new fragrance is Palmolive soaps alone. Palmolive's famous beauty lather. Yes, a new fragrance, new charm, new allure that can make every woman a vision of delight in the new revealing fashions that show so much more of youth.
So remember, for bare-skin beauty, it's bat-sized Palmolive with its famous beauty lather. Yes, bat-sized Palmolive for loveliness all over.
Get that size Palmolive soap tomorrow. Menfolk love it too.
Well, I finally prevailed upon Mrs. Davis to let me take the telegram over to the Conklins to be opened. When I got to their house, Madison's beloved principal was asleep in a hammock, and Harriet was sitting on the porch steps reading. Hi, Harriet. What's that you're reading?
Oh, it's a Western story, Miss Brooks. But please lower your voice.
Why, don't you want the Indians to hear?
I don't want Daddy to hear you. He's taking a nap on the hammock.
I dropped over to ask a favor of you, Harriet. It'll probably sound pretty silly to you, but, well, you know how peculiar Mrs. Davis is sometimes.
Of course.
She got this telegram a while ago and simply refuses to open it. She insists that it contains bad news.
That is peculiar.
I wouldn't mind so much, but it's an immediate reply requested.
Oh, Herbie. This is Herbie Terwilliger, Harriet.
Pleased to meet your acquaintance, Miss Conklin.
Hello.
All I want you to do, Harriet, is to open the wire.
Me? But why don't
She can't. She promised Mrs. Davis she wouldn't.
Oh, well then why don't you?
He can. First rule of basic training. He shalt not monkey with the messages. Oh, it's all just a lot of superstitious nonsense, Harriet. Here, tear it open and let's get this over with.
Well, if you think it's all right for a stranger to open Mrs. Davis's wire.
Stranger? You're no stranger to Uncle Corky, Harriet. As I recall, you're one of his favorite kids here at Madison.
Oh, is this wire from Uncle Corky?
Mrs. Davis seems to think it's about him, from his next of kin or something.
Next of kin? Oh, that dear old gentleman. I'll never forget what a kick he got out of playing Santa Claus at Christmas time. And now he's gone.
What is it with that Uncle Corky? The minute you mention his name, people start shoveling. Look, Harriet, all we know is that the telegram comes from Uncle Corky's hometown. You'll just open it now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks, but I'd rather not. I'm very fond of Mrs. Davis, and I don't want to be the one to find out about her uncle.
Oh, great. What do we do now?
This thing is getting bigger than both of us.
You're so right, Herbie. But now I really must put my foot down.
While you're at it, put your voice down a notch, will you?
Mr. Conklin, I didn't know you were awake.
I wasn't. Now that I am, what is all this about a telegram?
It belongs to Mrs. Davis, Mr. Conklin. She won't open it because it concerns her Uncle Corky.
Uncle Corky? That old fraud?
How can you speak that way? Why, Uncle Corky's the best Santa Claus that Madison ever had.
He's a hypocritical old windbag. Time was when I was considered the best Santa Claus Madison ever had.
But, Daddy, you said yourself that putting on that big red tummy was a lot of trouble.
He'll have more trouble trying to get it off. Look, Mr. Conklin, I'm sorry I disturbed your nap, but if you'll just open this telegram for us.
Why should I open it? Why, it makes me mad just to think of that egotistical, spotlight-grabbing old fool.
What? Don't you see, Daddy? Mrs. Davis is afraid to open the telegram because she thinks it's bad news.
About Uncle Corky.
She's afraid that Uncle Corky will never play Santa again.
But what has Mrs. Davis got to... Never play Santa Claus again? You mean she thinks he's...
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, that poor old gentleman. How well I remember the merry twinkle in his eye. And that rollicking, cheerful voice as he strolled among us. I remember the first time he came to us at Christmas, how artfully he played Kris Kringle. What was it he used to say so cleverly? Oh, yes. Ho, ho, ho.
He ad-libbed every word of it, too. There's something I'd like to remind you of, Mr. Conklin. Nobody knows that Uncle Corky has ho-hoed his last ho. So if you'll just open this telegram...
No, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks, but I'll have no part of this telegram. Although not addicted to silly superstition, I see no reason to put the whammy on myself. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to continue my nap.
And if you'll excuse me, I'd like to go to lunch. I'm starved.
Certainly, my boy. Just run along.
I'll get a bite at the drugstore, and I'll see you back at Mrs. Davis's house, Miss Brooks.
All right, Herbie. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Herbie.
Goodbye, Harriet. Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Goodbye. Now then, Miss Brooks, if you don't mind, Who was that?
That's the messenger boy, Mr. Conklin. We've been going steady since breakfast.
Oh. Well, if it isn't too unreasonable a request, will you and Harriet talk as softly as possible? That is, if you're staying, Miss Brooks.
How could I tear myself away from such a charming host? What are we going to do about this wire, Harriet?
Oh, I wish I knew, Miss Brooks. Wait a minute. Maybe we can read the message without opening it.
How? Stick one of our eyes through the little cellophane window?
No. I'll get a candle and hold it up to the back of the envelope. That way you can see what's inside.
Well, we might as well try it, Harriet, because if I don't find out what's going on in Springdale soon, I'll absolutely blow my corky.
Now, I don't know what Springdale's coming to. What kind of a telegraph outfit is this anyway?
Now, simmer down, Corky. You've already waited 2 hours for that immediate reply. Another 5 minutes doesn't matter.
It does when you're 87, boy. Are you sure you sent the message exactly as I gave it to you?
Well, I'll try and dig up the master copy for you. How come you're making the trip at this time of year, Corky? You usually go away around Christmas, don't you?
Well, I used to, but never again. I'm always roped into playing Santa Claus at Madison High School. Darn kids prop me up under a Christmas tree, yank on my beard, and yap jingle bells in my ears. But I'd like to beat him over the head with a chimney.
Well, you won't have to worry about Christmas this trip, Corky. You can take advantage of this nice July weather. Play some golf or something.
No, not me. I gave up golf a month ago.
Why?
At my age, I don't feel safe being so close to a hole in the ground. Besides, it's bad for my hives. But I'm going to make this vacation of mine a real wing-ding, boy. You know, my niece has a young school teacher living with her, a real looker, what I mean.
Hot stuff.
Hey, Corky?
Oh, she's groovy, Jack.
Oh, yeah. Here's that wire you sent to Mrs. Davis, Corky. I'll read it to you, shall I?
That'd be just super.
And it says, arriving tonight. Please advise if you can put me up. Have 1 week to live a little and would like to spend it with you. Love, Uncle Corky.
Can't understand what's holding up the answer. Well, I'm taking the next train regardless. Lay out your best bib and tugger, Brooksy. Here I come, laughing and scratching.
Hold the telegram a little closer to the candle, Miss Brooks. There. Can you see anything yet?
Yes, Harriet, I can make out 3 words very clearly.
What do they say, Miss Brooks?
Don't write, telegraph. Move it a little closer to the flame.
It's too close, Miss Brooks. Look out, the telegram's on fire.
Oh, no.
Miss Brooks, she dropped it.
Well, under the circumstances, Harriet, I thought it highly advisable. You see, I left my asbestos gloves at the laundromat.
Please, Miss Brooks, step on them.
I'm glad I didn't wear my open-toed shoes today.
What on earth is all this racket? Oh, it's you. Miss Brooks, you dance divinely.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin. This is the step that won me a cup at the fireman's ball.
I see. Well, if you're quite finished with your little flame dance, Miss Brooks, I trust that your next step will be a long one in the direction of your home.
First, we've got to find out what's in the telegram, or what's left of it.
It's from Uncle Corky.
So, the hammy old goat's alive after all.
What does it say, Miss Brooks?
Well, some of it's been destroyed, Harriet. What's left says, arriving tonight, have 1 week to live.
Poor Uncle Corky. I remember when I last saw him. There was a merry twinkle in his eye. But he was hoping he would live to see one more Christmas.
But now he's leaving us.
Wait, I have an idea. Uncle Corky will have another Christmas. Tonight.
Christmas in July?
Harriet, get ready to do some Christmas shopping.
Yes, Daddy.
And Miss Brooks, decorate your living room. Get a Christmas tree, artificial snow, bright colored lights. We're going to give Uncle Corky the best Christmas he ever had.
Oh, Uncle Corky will simply adore this Christmas tree, Connie. It's a silver fir, isn't it?
Yes, it'll match his beard beautifully. I hope the others get here with their Christmas gifts before Uncle Corky arrives. It's already 8 o'clock, and they said they'd... What was that?
Oh, that's Herbie. He fell asleep on the couch this afternoon, waiting for the immediate reply.
Poor Herbie. His CO will think he's gone over the hill. Mrs. Davis, would you plug this in the socket, please? I want to see how the tree looks with the lights on.
All right, Connie. There. How does it look?
Lovely, Mrs. Davis. Really beautiful.
A Christmas tree? Have I been here that long?
No, Herbie. It's still Saturday.
Never mind the day. What's the month?
It's July. You fell asleep on the couch. You've only been here 12 hours.
12 hours? Have you got the immediate reply yet?
What's your rush? Oh, excuse me.
Merry Christmas, Miss Brooks.
Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. May we come in?
Ho, ho, ho. You certainly may. Look, Mrs. Davis, a pair of perspiring carolers just strayed in.
Harriet, dear, and Osgood, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
They'll drum me out of the service for this.
Ah, the spirit of the Yuletide is in the air. And what a lovely Christmas tree. And look at those luxuriant pine needles.
That's Herbie. He needs a shave.
But the tree is really beautiful, Miss Brooks.
In 2 years, I would have been up for a pension.
And you folks can put your gifts under the tree. Oh, excuse me.
Merry Christmas, Miss Brooks.
And a happy Easter to you, Walter. Come into the living room. Friends, We've been joined by one of Santa's little helpers.
Man! Oh, it's you, Denton.
Uh-oh. Look out the window. There's a cab at the curb, and Uncle Corky's getting out of it.
Corky's
here. Now, let's get together on this. If we're to succeed in brightening his remaining days, we've really got to make him believe it's Christmas. Give him that old Yuletide spirit.
We know what to do, Miss Brooks. Just wait till old Corky topples through that door.
I lift the latch off the door, Connie. Come in, Uncle Corky.
Hello, Margaret.
Let him have it, folks.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. All the family is riding in a one-horse open sleigh. Ho, ho, ho!
What are you ho-hoing about, you big old?
Why, Uncle Corky, we want you to have one more real Christmas.
Christmas? What did I do, drop into a nest of cuckoos?
Please, Uncle Corky, we want this week to be the happiest you've ever spent.
Well, then how about getting some of these people out of here and leaving me alone with Miss Brooks?
Did you hear that, Connie? Uncle Corky is fond of you.
Oh, that's very touching, Uncle Corky, but isn't this your last week?
Might well be, sis, but what a way to go.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first, dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you K. Dumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid, Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo. And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
As soon as Mr. Conklin discovered that Uncle Corky wasn't on his last legs, he gathered up his Christmas packages, his daughter Harriet, and Walter Denton, and left in a cloud of frustration. Herb Terwilliger left too, after I had promised him an immediate reply by the end of the year. After Mrs. Davis had gone to bed, I started for my room. Oh, I didn't know you were still up.
How about stepping out for a stroll, Brooksette? There's a full moon.
Why, Errol, what have you been spiking your pablum with? Frankly, Uncle Corky, I'm afraid you're a few minutes too old for me.
Too old? Why, don't you know that the longer a man lives, the more he knows about romance? I may be 87, but I really got the know-how.
You may have the know-how, but believe me, you'll still find it tough to get the who with.
Our Miss Brooks Show, brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin is played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, and Peter Leeds. Here's a money-saving offer, men. A giant tube and a large tube of Palmolive brushless shaving cream for 49 cents. Yes, a 70-cent value for only 49 cents. This offer is made solely to prove you, too, can get smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive brushless way. Just follow directions on the tube and treat your face to wonderful shaves. Yes, for extra shaving comfort at extra low cost, don't miss this Palmolive brushless bargain. At drug and toilet goods counters, get both giant and large size Palmolive brushless. A 70-cent value for only 49 cents. For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as howling winds echo across the snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, the Quaker Oats Company, makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the delicious cereal shot from guns, in cooperation with the Mutual Broadcasting System, presents by special recording Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, breaking the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. And King on your Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. And the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Our adventure will begin in just a moment. Some girls are content to follow the leader. Some girls want to be the leader. That's why more and more bright young women today are turning to nursing for a career. For professional nursing offers unlimited opportunity for women. And the need in top-level supervisory and teaching positions is great. If you're a high school graduate or college student between 18 and 35, and if you can qualify, a full, fascinating career in nursing awaits you. Choose your own specialty, from hospital staff research, nursing education, and many others. The field is fertile with opportunity for women with imagination and initiative. Perhaps you can qualify for a life of leadership, service, and, of course, security. Learn more about the exciting opportunities now open in nursing. Write to Nursing Careers in care of your postmaster, or inquire at your nearest school of nursing. This message is brought to you as a public service. Fred Olson and his widowed mother had staked a small claim on the Bonanza Creek, a few miles from Dawson City. Fred had worked hard at the claim, but as time went on and winter approached, he became more and more discouraged. He had persuaded his mother to come to Dawson from Seattle, taking the small bank account they had to make the trip and to pay expenses until the claim began to pay off. But so far, the money had dwindled, and the take from the claim had been extremely little. One evening at supper, after Fred put in a hard day working the claim, his mother tried to encourage him.
Son, you haven't smiled since you came in.
The winter's setting fast, Miss. I thought by this time I'd have struck enough pay dirt to kill you, so...
We'll get through somehow, Fred. I'm sure that before long we'll make it strike.
We run out of money. Food is high, and with the winter breaking on us now, what are we going to live on?
Fred, perhaps we could get credit at the trading post to carry us until the claim does pay off. Why don't you take the dog team right now and go into Dawson to the trading post?
But if they should give me credit and I couldn't pay later, we'd lose the dog team and the claim, too.
You've got to think it, kid. We certainly can't keep the dogs if we can't feed them, or ourselves. It's a chance we'll have to take, and then hope for the best.
All right, Mom. I'll go to the trading post and see what I can do.
They won't give me credit. Well, I reckon the only other thing will be to sell what we have and get back to Seattle somehow.
Fred hitched up the tall cave and set out for town. Later that evening, he stopped in front of the trading post.
Oh, there!
He stood for a moment, hesitating. He could see several men standing around the big stove inside as he gazed through the window.
Well, there goes. I don't get credit for this. Hi there, mister. What can I do for you? I want to get quite a lot of supplies. Sure. Now, if you just give me a list, I'll get them together for you in a jiffy. Oh, that first, I can't pay right now. If you trust me until my claim pays off, but you'll get your money. Just look at it. Isn't that I'm hard-hearted or anything like that, mind you. But the first year of the rush, I got took for plenty by Chichacos who promised to pay me off when they made a strike. Now, having myself to think of, too, I've made it a policy not to stake anyone who doesn't have a paying claim. Oh, look, my name's Fred Olson. My mother and I have claim 20 up in Bonanza. We have a dog team and sled and a cabin up there. If you could see your way clear in our... Soon I know where number 20 is located. It's one of them secondary claims back off the creek on the hill. Oh, that's right. Not one of those claims there has paid off, Olson. Sorry as I am to say it. Now, it would be better for you to cash in for the little you get on your dog team and cabin right now and save yourself a lot of grief. But winter's setting in. We couldn't get out of the territory even if we decided to. Especially if I sold the dog team. Sure, a good many find themselves in the same predicament, sad to say. Well, I feel sure if you let me have the supplies that I'll make that claim pay off. Sorry, lad, but I just can't do it. There's several useless cabins and bad claims I have on me hands already for unpaid accounts. Now, for a bit of grub to last a day or two would help you, I'll let you have it and work. I'm not asking for charity. Just forget the whole thing, mister. I'll find a way to get the supplies I want one way or another.
With discouragement in his heart and his mind torn with frustration and unreasonable anger, Fred left the trading post and approached his dog team. For a few minutes, he stood near his sled, ready to start back home with the disheartening news. As he stood there, undecided what to do, a heavy-set man came out of the trading post.
Hello, Holden. My name's Jerry Strong. Oh, hi. How'd you know my name? I don't remember meeting you before. Oh, we haven't met before. I happened to overhear you talking to the storekeeper. Yeah. From what I heard, I figure things are kind of tough for you right now. I think that's right. Well, if you think you'd be interested in making some cash, maybe I can help you do it. Just what would I have to do to get the cash you mentioned? I'd like to hire you and your dog team for a few hours tonight, that's all. But I'll pay you well for it. What do you want to hire me and the dog team for? Well, it's a friend of mine over in the cafe. I want you to take him and me a few miles up Wolf Creek a little later tonight. We have some business up there with an old prospector friend of ours. What do you say? Oh, it doesn't make any difference. We'll pay you $25 to take us there and back. $25? All right, I'll do it. Good. Meet us in front of the cafe in about half an hour. I'll see you then.
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. Here's to wind up the pitch, the bases are loaded, and it's a two-bagger, and the game's tied up. Say, kids, come out to the ballpark as guests of a major or minor league team. Right now, you can see baseball games free if you are 12 years or younger. Just bring a paying adult like Mom or Dad, and you can get your free ticket immediately. No mailing, no waiting. Free baseball tickets are right inside packages of Quaker Puffed wheat, Quaker Puffed rice, and Muffet shredded wheat. In Quaker Paco 10, you get 2 free tickets. Names of the teams and dates of the games are on every ticket. Remember, the more packages of these delicious Quaker cereals Mom gets, the more free baseball tickets you get. So tell Mom you want to eat lots of Quaker Puffed wheat or puffed rice, Muffet shredded wheat, or Quaker Paco 10. And just think of the fun you'll have at the ball game, seeing real star players in person and cheering for home runs.
Now to continue. A few minutes
after Fred and Strong separated in front of the trading post, Sergeant Preston and his dog King came up the street and entered. Come along, King.
Well, now, it's good to see you, Sergeant. And King, too. Well, we haven't been around for the past 2 weeks or so.
No, Mike. King and I just got in from the trip to Selkirk. I find I'm out of coffee, so I dropped over to get some.
Coffee it is, Sergeant. Yeah, sure that's all for now?
That's all I can think of, Mike. Oh, my throat's still good.
That it is, for anything in the place. Sure, just a short while ago, a lad came in asking for credit through the winter. Sorry I was to have to turn him down.
Anyone I know?
Oh, that I can't say. His name was, let me see. Oh, yes, Orton, he said it was. Fred Orton. Has a claim up on Bonanza. One of those hillside claims that never seem to pay off.
The young fellow and his mother had a claim up there. Seems to me that was his name.
Like as not, it's the same chap. Dark, nice looking. Said he and his mother have number 20 claim.
Yes, that is the same one.
Sure, my conscience has been bothering me since he left, poor lad. He was that upset he went out and slammed the door behind him.
I see. Things must be rather bad for him, then.
Yeah, that's right. He said they were out of money, but he still seemed sure he'd make a go of it if they could get through the winter. Sure, he looked so desperate when he left, saying he'd get supplies one way or another. It set me to thinking, that is it.
Must be very hard hit.
Yeah. You think he'll be heading out that trail any time soon, Sergeant?
Why, Mike?
Well, now, if you do, stop by and tell Orton I've changed my mind. Oh. So come on in and get the supplies he needs on credit. The look on his face will haunt me all winter if I don't give him the credit he asked for.
I'm glad you changed your mind, Mike. You'll not lose by it. King and I'll go up there in the morning and give them the news.
Good. That'll be a relief to me, Mike.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be a relief to them, too. Good night, Mike.
Good night.
Come along, King. Jerry Strong and his friend Baldy found Fred Olson waiting outside the cafe with his dog team as he promised.
Attention!
The three men set out along the well-beaten Wolf Creek Trail. The cold, gusty wind swirled the light, dry top snow in white, dusty clouds, obliterating any slight tracks they might have made. Sometime later, they stopped before a remote cabin.
Well, Olden, this is the place. Our business is rather private. I wonder if you'd mind waiting outside for about 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, I guess I can stand it if you're sure you won't be any longer than that.
We won't. Don't worry. Come on, Baldy. Let's get inside and get this over with. All right.
Fred watched as the two men went to the cabin and entered without knocking. For a few minutes, he heard nothing but the wind. And then his attention was attracted by the voice of a man raised in fear and protest inside the cabin.
Oh, no! Get out of here! I'll let you have it!
A moment later, Fred was startled by the sound of a muffled shot.
That shot was inside the cabin. I better go see what happened.
As Fred reached the door, it suddenly opened, and Strong barred his way. But not before he saw a sight inside that gripped him with a sudden fear.
Get back to the sled, Olden. Hey, that old man, lying on the porch. You shot him. That's right, we did. I get back to the sled and make it fast. Oh, what is this, anyhow? Well, like Jerry says, you might get a bullet, too. Keep going. Put the sack and hold up some of the blanket on the sled, Baldy. Sure. You ride on the sled, Baldy. I'll follow along behind this dumpty Chaco and have my gun handy. Hey, now I get it. You took that old prospector's called me and murder. You're getting a little smarter now. I'll start the dog team and go straight ahead. But that's going away from Dawson. I have to get back. My place is on Bonanza Creek. Don't be stupid. You're not going back. We're heading for Selkirk, and you're going with us. After the threat you made in the trading post to get supplies one way or another, they'll blame you for what happened when you turn up missing. Now get going. All right. Where's your husky? Come on.
Early the following morning, Sergeant Preston took King and went as he had promised to deliver Mike's message to the Olden. He stopped at their cabin. Good morning, Mrs. Olden.
You're Sergeant Preston.
That's right.
Oh, I just know you've come to tell me something has happened to Fred.
What?
Please, Sergeant, tell me what's happened to my boy.
Mrs. Olden, I came here to see your son to bring him a message from the trading post.
But Fred isn't here. He didn't come home last night. Oh, I'm so worried. I've been almost out of my mind.
Well, I'm sure he's all right, Mrs. Olden. He was a little upset, I understand, because Mike at the trading post refused him credit, but...
Poor Fred. That was his last hope.
But Mike changed his mind.
Came to tell you and Fred that you may have all the credit you want.
Beg heaven. But, Sergeant, where can Fred be?
Well, don't worry. I'll try to locate him. Perhaps you'd better get your wraps and come to town with me. You can wait at the trading post until I find him.
Yes, I couldn't stand waiting here any longer. I'll get my things and be with you in a few minutes, Sergeant. Oh, do come.
Fine. Come on. Oh, do you have something of your son's, a glove or something like that?
Yes, of course. Here's a glove of his, but why?
Just in case I have to trail Fred, King will be able to get the scent in this glove.
Oh.
Now we'll get started to town. Come on, come on. You'll be warm enough under the blankets on the sled. Here, let me help you.
You're so very kind, Sergeant. Thanks.
I'll try not to worry. I'm sure everything will be all right. Up front, King. All right, on King, Sergeant Preston took Mrs. Olson to the trading post and left her with Mike's wife. And then, leaving his dog team outside, he and King went through town making inquiries about Fred Olson, but learned nothing. Finally, Preston stopped in at the constable's office.
Hello, Sergeant. Hi there.
Morning, Constable. Do you happen to know a young fellow named Fred Olson, has claimed 20 up on Bonanza?
I've seen him once or twice, Sergeant. Why?
He came to the trading post last night. When he was refused credit, Mike said he looked desperate. As he went out, said he'd get supplies one way or another. He didn't get home last night.
That's not so good, is it?
No, it isn't. I'm worried about him. His mother's quite upset, too. They seem like fine people. Fred isn't supposed to do anything out of the way when a man in desperate circumstances.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I can't figure out where he might have gone. He just thought of something. He was at the trading post last night. Probably left his dog team right out front. I have one of his gloves. King got the scent from that. Then we can go to the trading post and see if King can pick up Olden's trail.
I'll say that's a good idea. I'll come along with you. I'd like to see King in action.
All right, glad to have you. Let's go. Come on, King. A short time later, Preston and the constable stood in front of the trading post. Preston held out Fred's glove for King to sniff, and then he spoke a command. Find him, King. Fine, fella. As the two Mounties watched, King put his nose to the frozen ground and circled around, trying to find the scent that was similar to the one on the glove. Suddenly, he barked eagerly, ran a short distance, then stopped and looked back, still barking. He found Olden's trail, Jim. What do you know about that? After him, fellow. Find him, King. On King! On, you husky! King headed along the main street. Reaching the cafe, he circled a few times and then started in the direction of the Wolf Creek Trail. Preston and the constable hurriedly followed King with a dog team and finally approached the old prospector's cabin. King had stopped there in seeming puzzlement. And then as the two men came along with the sled, the great dog turned toward the cabin and sniffed at the door. I'd say that Fred Olden went on up the trail, but stopped here at this cabin first. Now we'll go in and ask about him. Come on.
Doesn't seem to be anyone inside, does it?
Take a look in and out. But, Constable, what's there on the floor?
It's the prospector named Drew. He was said to have quite a bit of gold here in his cabin. Yeah. He was done for all right. Shot through the heart.
Constable, you gotta go back to town. Set my tune and sled and carry Drew's body forward.
All right, Sergeant.
Now, don't say anything to anyone about our looking for Fred. We can now follow his trail until we find him and bring him back. Come on, boys. All during the night and most of the following morning, Jerry Strong and Baldy forced Fred Olden to march steadily onward over the frozen trail that led to Selkirk. During the few short stops they made for food and rest, Fred racked his brain to think of a way out of his predicament. But he didn't have a gun, and the two crooks were constantly on the alert. One or the other was always watching him with a gun ready for instant use. Finally, they reached a deserted cabin on the side of the trail and decided to make a prolonged stop. It was late afternoon, and they made preparations to hit the trail again.
Good thing we found that dried venison some of the cache here, Baldy. We'll take what's left along with us. Yeah, we'll need it before we reach Selkirk. Oh, let's go. We've got this far. Why not take my dog team and let me make my way back? My mother's there waiting for me, and by the time I get back to Dawson, you'll be far away. Oh, you hear that, Baldy? Holden wants us to let him go back and tell the Mounties what he knows. That's a hot one. But all you have is that small supply of dried venison. There won't be enough for the two of you, much less for three. Selkirk's still a long way from here. What's more, the dogs will need some food or they'll give out. Hey, there's something to what you say, all right. Then you'll not let me go on with you? Nope, I reckon not. Hey, come over here, Jerry. If it is, the Mounties will be looking for Olson when they discover that dead prospector. But if Olson gets back to tell them the truth, they start to search for us. Who said he was going to get back? I'm not that crazy. But you said it. I said I decided not to take you along with us from here. In other words, Olson, dead men tell no tale.
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. Say, kids, wouldn't you like to be in the ballpark and see how a star pitcher makes the ball curve right over home plate? Golly, everything about a major or minor league game is exciting. Get in on that excitement. Come out to the ball game as guest of a major or minor league team. Walk right through the gate free if you are 12 years or younger and have mom or pop with you or another paying adult relative. It's as easy to get a free baseball ticket as going to the grocery store. Get it right inside packages of Quaker Puffed wheat and Quaker Puffed rice and Muffet shredded wheat. You get 2 free tickets inside Quaker Paco 10. Names of teams and dates are on every ticket. Golly, why wait? When Mom buys breakfast cereal, be sure she gets the kind with a free baseball ticket inside. That's Quaker Puffed wheat or rice, Muffet shredded wheat, or Quaker Paco 10.
Now to continue. In other words, Holden, dead men tell no tale.
At Jerry Strong's words, Baldy looked meaningly at Fred Olson as he said,
Oh, now I get what you mean, Jerry. You intend to give him the same as we gave the prospect.
Oh, look, let me go. I promise not to say anything. Think of my mother. You think of her when Baldy gets the meat ready to pack on the sled. After that, you won't do any thinking or talking. I'll take the dried venison out to the sled right now, Jerry. Just don't do anything till I get back. I want to watch the fun. Look, if you shoot me, it'll be cold-blooded murder, Strong. I don't care. Save your wine until Baldy gets back inside. He'll enjoy it. I'm getting tired of holding this gun all the time anyway. Hey, Jerry. Huh? There's somebody coming along the trail. Looks like a Mountie to me. Mountie, huh? We'll have to do some fast thinking. Baldy, when he gets here, you answer the door. See what he says. I'll stand back here and have the gun pointed right at the door. If he comes in, I'll let him have it. All right. Too bad we only got one gun between. Once enough, don't worry. Holden, you stand over to one side so he won't see you when Baldy opens the door. Now get over there and keep quiet, understand? If you don't, I'll... All right, I'll keep quiet. Let the Mountie in. We'll leave 2 of them behind when we set out for Selkirk.
Meanwhile, Sergeant Preston, with King running just ahead of him, approached the cabin. He saw the dog team waiting out front, and taking his gun in his hand, he approached cautiously as he saw King slip his way right to the door.
耳聽八方，遨遊四海。一個就咁用耳仔就可以帶你環遊世界，博覽天下。再加埋生活常識、時事通識，務求令你識少少，又能夠做到代表嘅週末雜誌百科全書科普文化式電台廣播節目。我一定唔會教行課，但又咁啱叫行叔嘅歐語行。全新時間，星期日中午12點到1點，超級行課。
A1 早晨係由以下商戶贊助播出。
2021年葉氏音樂節在線比賽現在開始接受報名，音樂節網址 ymf.yips.com。即日資訊在於晨 A1 早晨。
早晨，早晨，時間7點正，今日1月8號星期五早晨，輝哥、馮海欣、Jackie 咁多位同事、聽眾朋友，大家星期五愉快嚇 ！TGIF 啊 ，Thank God it's Friday 咁啊，早晨咧，碧咸早晨咁多位咁啊，7點鐘嘅時候咧，同大家講講天氣先啦，因為好似今朝早咧，我望一望啊，我未出過去啊，但係好似啲氣温幾低幾凍下喎。咁係啊，咁啊，記住着暖少少嚇，咁啊，而家咧即係有啲嘅地方係-7度，啲地方-9度啦，咁啊體感温度咧-11至-16度，所以都唔嘢少啊。咁啊，而家呢一刻咧就密雲啦，咁但係你都要留意咧，唔係淨係即係而家啦，嚟緊呢幾日咧，其實因為原來咁嘅喎，我聽咗呢個天氣報告咧，佢話夜晚黑小雲咧。夜晚同埋第二朝就會凍㗎啦，因為原來啲雲咧幫我哋罩住翻嗰啲日頭曬興咗地下嗰啲暖氣喺度咧，咁啊於是咧佢散唔翻咧，咁啊 trap 住咧，你總括嚟講都會暖少少。咁但係如果冇雲嘅話咧，夜晚咧啲熱散走晒，咁所以夜晚同埋朝頭早起身咧就會凍，直至可能咧你要等到呢一個嘅即係太陽曬興翻笪地為止。咁所以而家咧就有少少嗰種狀況啦。咁啊再加埋咧室外咧就吹緊西北風，風力時速係9至14公里，相對濕度咧79%。今朝日出時間咧7點50分啦，日落咧係4點58分嘅。空氣質素同埋 UV 方面咧都視為低風險。下晝嘅氣温咧係咪都算係我哋即係理論上1月嘅正常氣温啊？輝哥係啊，1月正常氣温啦，但係都係負數嚇。咁啊，今日晏晝最高氣温係-3度嘅。咁啊嗱，其實琴日大家都好開心嘅，因為我就好開心啊！老實講，琴日咧好多陽光嚇，咁啊，琴日咧都叫做真係嚇，都唔錯啊，精神神個人心情都好翻啲。咁啊，今日咧都將會繼續嘅。咁啊，今日咧預計咧天光之後咧，個太陽白白咧都會繼續喺度嚇，即係留低一陣嘅。咁啊，留低到今晚啦。咁啊，今晚開始慢慢會密雲。咁啊，聽日後日啊，呢個週末咧間中有陽光，但係都係會可能比琴日啊同埋今日會多啲雲，就可能凍少少啦。咁但係如果你可以喺窗邊曬下，又或者係咧你可以即係着暖少少，然之後喺戶外咧即係走動下，就算你唔係成身啊塊面見到下陽光咧，一唔係淨係維他命 D 嘅問題啊，你發現咧自己個人咧燥燥地啊，無端白事喺屋企度想鬧人啊，其實有陣時可能純粹你心情唔靚咧，都係同呢一個嘅即係你個 mood 有關係。咁啊，照下陽光嘅話咧，個人咧個 mood 係會好翻少少噶。咁啊，而呢一個嘅週末天氣狀況又係點咧？2日啦，一路去到下個禮拜3咧，其實都會係陰晴不定。咁所以咧，主要嚟講咧就有陽光，咁啊間中又有下雲。每一日咧都大概有2至到4個鐘頭咧，係較為見到多陽光嘅時間。氣温方面咧就會係徘徊喺咧0度至到2度之間，體感温度咧都係0度至零下3度之間啦。咁啊，即係都係一啲正常1月份嘅氣温嚟嘅。咁啊又冇話即係明顯嘅落雪啊，或者係吹北風，咁所以咧都係算係 OK 啦。咁啊，星期6陣風啊叫做大翻少少，風力時速咧西北咧就係可以吹到20至30公里。咁所以可能呢一日咧就會係即係體感温度再涼多少少嘅。咁啊，今日咧就1月8號，咁對於咧好多加拿大人嚟講咧，都係一個咧即係比較沉重嘅一天嚇。咁啊，最主要咧就係話，舊年的今日1月8號咧，大家還記得咧就係一架即係烏克蘭嘅客機。咁啊，機上邊咧有176人嘅，咁啊全部罹難就係俾呢個伊朗咧嘅政府咧就係射咗落嚟嚇。咁啊，點解我哋會咁沉重咧？咁啊，更加一樣嘢即係聽到有呢啲事件啊唔開心啦。咁啊，再加埋就係裏邊咧有138個人咧，亦都係同加拿大有關。咁啊，裏邊咧都有好多即係烈士文山嘅即係居民嚟嘅，咁啊有啲係我間接嘅朋友添，咁所以咧自己今日咧都比較沉重，咁啊多倫多今日咧都會有啲悼念嘅活動，我相信咧大家都還記得呢一件事，眨下眼咧1年啦。係啊，咁啊係好多無辜嘅死者，咁啊再加埋咧，即係我哋其實喺身處嘅地方咧，有一個好大嘅呢個伊朗人啊、波斯人嘅社區啦，咁啊所以咧即係大家會可能今日咧都會感受到嚇，即係尤其你身處烈士文山嘅嗰種嘅氣氛都未定。咁啊除此之外咧，都要同大家咧就係即係 update 一下嚇，咁啊關於呢一個嘅返唔返學嘅問題，我哋講咗幾日啦。今日晏少少咧，我哋都請到呢個黑區嘅教會咧，會同我哋傾下偈。咁但係尋日咧個風咧急轉直下，咁啊似乎唔少家長話一半半啊，應該咁講，一半半嘅家長，有啲家長開心啲，有啲家長又開始愁咯喎。係啊，咁啊其實我哋琴日咧訪問都好及時啦，咁啊我哋都有講到就係喂，咁究竟即係如果啲人想留低即係繼續網上咁啊如何啊咁樣樣，咁啊琴日咧就省長亦都出嚟已經講咗啦。咁啊，而家呢一個咧，即係本來即係呢一個
即係學校咧，小學咧，我哋南安省咧就11號咧就全部開學，咁啊而家咧亦都係褪遲嚇，咁啊記住呢個日子咧就係1月25號，1月25號。咁啊另外咧，本來就話即係下個禮拜一咧呢一個即係北安省咧就可以解封啦。咁啊，琴日亦都再宣布咧，佢嗰度咧亦都係延遲，咁啊將會同南安省咧睇齊。咁啊最主要就係你見到啦，琴日我哋安省啊嗰啲嘅即係個案咧又破紀錄。
係啊，咁啊呢個咧，我哋仍然係打緊嗰場仗㗎。至於今朝早呢個新聞消息有邊啲值得留意嘅話，我哋首先聽聽新聞，交時間俾馮偉恩先啦。早晨。
而家由馮凱欣報第一節新聞。多倫多病童醫院據報表示正在準備接收不同嘅病人，包括成年人。多倫多星報報導，醫院會將青少年住院病人轉送去到病童醫院，以騰出更多空間去照顧新型肺炎成年患者。另外，最新嘅研究發現，輝瑞藥廠嘅疫苗有效對抗喺英國同埋南非出現嘅變種新型冠狀病毒。而不過呢一個研究屬於初步，仲未經其他專家驗證，暫時只係輝瑞藥廠嘅專家表示有效。美國總統特朗普嘅支持者衝擊國會山莊嘅事件餘波持續，衝突造成5個人死亡，包括1名警員。特朗普喺 Twitter 賬戶獲解封之後發布影片，表示對衝突感到憤怒。
Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem. I immediately deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement to secure the building and expel the intruders.
特朗普表示，任何參與衝擊嘅人士都不代表美國，並且會付出代價。
America is and must always be a nation of law and order. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy. To those who engage in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country.
特朗普亦都話，新政府會喺今個月20號就職，順利有秩序嘅權力移交，亦都有助治癒美國民眾緊張嘅情緒。美國國會眾議院議長波洛西就要求立即引用憲法第25條修正案，啟動程序解除特朗普嘅權力。據報副總統彭斯反對。美國全國廣播公司引述消息人士話，國務卿蓬佩奧同埋財長努欽曾經舉行非正式會議，討論啟動憲法第25條修正案，免去特朗普權力嘅程序。據報有意見認為，啟動程序要花上1個多星期，難以喺特朗普剩低唔夠2個禮拜嘅任期做得到。至於美國國會山莊被暴力衝擊之後，當地嘅警察局發表聲明，指出殉職嘅警員喺示威者衝擊國會嘅時候受傷，喺當地星期4晚上傷重不治。國會警察局至少3日之前已經收到警告，國防部同埋司法部分別提出派遣國民警衛軍同聯邦調查局嘅人員協助，不過國會嘅警察局拒絕。多名政界人士批評警方應付示威者毫無準備，國會警察局長同參眾兩院嘅警衛長宣布辭職。美國特朗普政府嘅官員據報計劃開會討論擴大對同中國軍方有聯繫嘅公司投資禁令。報導指出，可能會討論調整修正草案，規定美國投資者必須要喺11月11號之前完全放棄黑名單內企業嘅相關資產。喺香港，由於參與民主派初選，涉嫌違反香港國安法被捕嘅50幾人，大部分被扣查大約30幾40個鐘頭之後，陸續獲准保釋，暫時未有人被落案起訴。其中前民主派嘅立法會議員林卓廷表示，當局嘅行動係屬於政治打壓，感到非常憤怒。
我哋絕對唔可以因為呢啲荒謬嘅打壓而屈服。我希望民主陣營嘅朋友，我哋香港嘅市民繼續團結前行，無懼北風凜冽。
至於學者戴耀廷就表示，希望大家不要恐懼。
香港咧進入咗一個寒冬，吹緊嘅風咧係又猛又凍。但我相信咧，仍然有好多嘅香港人咧，係會用佢哋自己嘅方法繼續逆風而行嘅。
香港多咗45宗新型肺炎確診個案，42宗係屬於本土病例。另外，初步陽性個案超過40宗，當局承認疫情反覆，情況令人擔心。
似乎都係有啲反覆咯，唔係真係話即係疫情真係受控得好快或者係好低啦嚇，咁都係擔心嘅。咁可能都係反映緊年底或者係年頭嗰時候，街嗰度都好多人啊，咁可能都有啲人性傳播啦。暫時揾唔到源頭嘅個案，就唔係話個個都話大家都去過啲聚會啊或者各樣，街度都好多人啦，可能會傳多咗其他啲人士。
呢一次新聞報導完畢。
一日資訊在早晨 ，A1 早晨。早上時間7點11分，今日係1月8號星期五，室氣溫係零下9度，體感溫度咧零下16度啦。咁啊，一個即係2021年嘅第一個星期咧，終於嚟到禮拜五。TGIF 咧就即係大家可能又面對咗咧，即係呢一個2021年嘅第二個週末，即係好似好攰咁啊！即係今年好似啱啱開始啊嘛，但係已經好似好多嘢發生，已經好似好攰啊嘛。
係啊，咁啊真係好多嘢發生咗嚇，咁啊亦都咧老實講，我哋咧即係如果你話進入呢一個所謂 lockdown 咧，啱啱就即係已經係第2個禮拜嚟緊啦。咁啊好多人咧都喺度，琴日都喺度講緊啦，咁啊即係究竟喂咁啊點啊？咁啊嚟緊會唔會再延遲啊個 lockdown？咁啊唔好即係姑且唔好講住，因為個 lockdown 咧，老實講全省封城咧，我哋南安省咧1月23號，咁啊所以係咪咧都冇咁快到，咁啊會唔會延遲？另外一件事，但係琴日咧就我哋嘅 Dr. William 咧就出嚟講喎放風喎。但我唔排除咧會有好似魁北克省咁咧，我哋會戒嚴喎。咁啊呢一樣嘢咧，對於我哋即係安省嘅市民嚟講啊，比較新鮮啲。
係啊，尋日咧我哋即係夜晚出去皇后買外賣嘅時候咧，咁啊大家都係即係個話題咧，即係討論到呢一樣嘢，就話喂，好似咧即係呢一個嘅我哋會學魁省咁夜晚宵禁嘅嗰樣嘢咧，就嗰個機會好似越嚟越高喎。咁我都話我都唔知點答啊嚇。咁啊不過真係好似放緊風咧，即係聞到嗰陣味。不過我聽佢哋講咧都話，有陣時都唔知即係兩難之間，因為咧即係尋日我去買外賣咧，咁啊見到咧，咦平時 parking lot 咧都應該會有唔少車，大家都等緊外賣咁噶。咁啊跟住我同我哋傾下偈咧，佢話尋日唔知係咪因為嗰個疫情數字真係高咗，大家就唔敢出嚟，定係咩原因咧？下晝都開始覺得咧靜靜地㗎啦。咁啊夜晚嘅時候就更加咧就係覺得係即係靜明顯地係靜咗咁樣樣。咁所以如果大家可以嘅，首先第一樣嘢啦，即係你經濟負擔到許可到嘅，咁啊又或者俾自己一啲即係平衡嘅，咁啊可能你一個禮拜即係煮3餐，雖然一個禮拜7日，我唔係淨係5日嚇，即係可能你煮4餐買3餐咁樣樣啦嚇，咁啊即係幫助下咧，即係你身邊嘅一啲咧做餐館嘅朋友，我哋自己嘅唐餐館啦，咁啊但係聽我哋講嘅話咧，就即係佢哋都覺得有陣時好難啊，即係會唔會係即係個好緊要翻去3月嘅嚴重 lockdown？你話2個禮拜又好，1個月又好，長痛不如短痛，等我哋搞掂翻件事，好似夏天咁，大家可以出翻嚟有翻生氣好啲啊！定因為而家陰啲咁樣樣咧，搣下，即係成一個禮拜又割你一忽肉，咁啊跟住然之後好似好翻少少啦，個傷口好翻啲咧，遲2個禮拜又割你另一忽肉咁樣樣咧，就即係個感覺就即係好難處理，好難想像未來究竟應該點部署咁樣樣。
其實咧可以體諒嘅，真係都令人幾沮喪嚇，因為你發覺到咧話做咁多嘢咧，好似都冇乜改變到嚇咧。你以前咧，譬如你3月份4月份嘅時候咧，可能真係咦你見到效喎嚇，真係可能咧，咦可能真係可以幫到啲，可能減低你啲數字，但係唔係喎，我哋咧一路而家越嚟越做得嚴重啦，越嚟越加緊啦。咁但係咧啲數字仍然每日咁樣上升咧，係令人好沮喪。咁啊呢個咧亦都即係唔怪得，因為咧基本上大家早都知道咧，當佢第2波又好咩第幾都好啦，咁啊當佢指到冬天翻嚟嘅時候咧，呢樣嘢係會嚴重咗。咁啊嗱，老實講，如果你話睇翻佢哋初話預測，話去到12月份啊、1月份啊，話有6000啊、有8000咧，咁其實我哋而家仲喺3000幾。即係又叫做咦冇想像中咁嚴重喎，咁但係你見到日日都創新高咧，呢樣嘢又好令人即係拗晒頭。咁所以咧，其實即係我哋作為市民，尤其是做小生意嗰啲咧，係無所適從。
係啊，咁啊不過如果你話即係純粹從一個嘅即係觀察下過往嘅業績同埋記錄嘅話咧，其實我哋加拿大啲省份咧好多時候咧就係大家都會睇下各自咧做啲咩嘢，邊啲有成效或者邊啲咧嗰個反彈咧唔係好大，咁所以咧我諗我哋都可以密切留意啦。星期5晚係嘛？今日係8號咧，即係所以星期6晚之後咧就係魁省就會正式進入咗呢一個嘅即係宵禁嘅狀態。咁你等魁省進入咗宵禁狀態嘅之後嘅1-2日咧，如果 佢係即係似乎有啲成效或者係市民嘅反彈唔係咁大嘅話咧，我諗我哋會進入呢一個即係一樣係 curfew 啊宵禁嘅嗰個機會咧，就即係無形中可能會大翻少少㗎啦。
係啊，咁啊，聽日開始嚇，咁啊由夜晚黑8點至到朝頭早5點鐘，非必要咧你就唔準出街咁啊。同埋咧，如果你話我要翻工喎，係啊，唔該你老細咧俾定封信你，因為如果有警察叔叔捉住你，喂你去邊啊？咁我去翻工有咩證明啊？咁你需要帶封證明信啦。如果唔係咧，你無端端嚇即係犯咗呢一個宵禁令咧，你係會被罰。
咁如果我係自僱人士，我自己係老細嘅，咁真係好難搞嘅成件事。
係啊，啱啊，咁啊自僱你咪喺屋企做咯，係嘛？即係你係嘛？即係你可能梗有間公司要翻嘅，你都要攞個證明。咁所以咧，其實都好似講聽落咧都幾嚴重。咁啊，你諗下啦，如果你話8點後基本上咧灰不黑省就寫個即係死城唔好淨係死城一樣咧，咁啊，即係我哋如果我都唔能夠想像到，如果我哋安省係咁會點樣？
所以我就係即係諗緊啦，如果做外賣嗰啲，你真係要好早買嘅喎，即係你真係即係6點零開始已經嗰個理論上嘅外賣嘅人潮就會出現，因為到7點幾大家真係等住收爐，因為你翻工，你理論上係8點鐘已經翻到屋企嘛。即係話有啲鋪頭咧，即係可能要7點半或者係再早少少咧，就已經係放員工翻屋企係要鬆人㗎咯喎。係啊，我哋大家都未經歷過，即係坦白講啦，即係可能我哋好彩啦，即係生喺呢個和平嘅時候，阿爸阿媽嗰脱咧以前有聽講過咩叫宵禁嘅，咁但係而家我哋呢一代人可能好多人都冇經歷過咧，點執行同埋實際上即係有幾嚴峻啊？係咩一回事啊？我哋真係成世仔真係未體會過㗎喎。
咁啊，所以咧而家咧即係你話。尤其是作為我哋中國人咧，更加擔心就咩咧？喂，而家咧本來就話1月23號應該解封，咁啊睇嚟咧可能冇咁簡單啦，除非2個禮拜有啲咩奇蹟發生，咁一路再褪下，喂褪到農曆年㗎嘞喎，咁啊2月12號就係初一，咁啊究竟農曆年我哋今年中國人點樣咧？拜年可能你都唔使點諗㗎啦，但係你諗下，喂我餐團年飯。或者個初一、初二，咁啊，究竟我哋做啲咩咧？可以去邊咧？嗰陣時咩境況咧？開始好多我身邊嘅人喺度講緊啦，呀，今年農曆年點算啊？
係啊，咁啊呢個都係麻煩㗎，因為你諗下做酒樓嘅，咁啊好啦，你已經冇咗舊年嘅嗰批婚宴啦，跟住然之後聖誕嗰啲新年嗰啲宴會又冇咗啦，咁啊跟住然之後全年嗰啲即係籌款活動以前有好多飯局籌款嘅冇咗啦，咁啊喜慶娛樂人哋啲生日又冇咗啦，冬至冇咗啦，而家你咧農曆新年期間開年飯啊、尾牙啊、嗰啲都係我哋越講越多，主要收入嚟㗎嘛，咁所以唯有就大家各自努力啦，咁啊即係有機會嘅，你去買外賣嘅。可以嘅話咧，就即係俾多少少 tips 啊，咁啊同佢哋嘅即係笑容好少少啊，因為我諗佢哋同你一樣咧，都係即係共度緊嘅時間，唔係連外賣都冇得賣咧，你都即係都好愁㗎嚇！忽然之間諗起呢件事都，
你望下啦，譬如好似日本咧，今日開始咧，亦都係進入呢一個嘅即係緊急狀態。咁啊，其實佢哋所謂嘅緊急狀態咧，亦都同戒嚴冇乜分別嚇。咁啊，因為咧佢哋仲誇張，佢哋咧就係8點鐘咧，又係要全部閂晒門。但係如果你想話飲酒啊、食飯咧，7點鐘咧你就 last call。咁變咗咧，你即係嗰度咧，亦都係一個好大嘅影響嚇。咁但係你見到譬如日本咧，話單日嗰個升幅咧以倍數計，咁所以咧佢亦都冇辦法咧。琴日又再次宣布啦，咁啊上一次即係進入緊急狀態4月、5月啦，咁啊而家咧又要宣布進入緊急狀態。你見到日本咧都即係情況都好緊張。
係啊，咁啊所以咧即係居安思危咧，即係提定大家，即係我提你其實即係最主要就係為咗提自己嘅，因為我哋始終咧都係而家冬天。咁喺我哋咧如果有呢一個即係就嚟可能會進入呢一個嘅curfew 嘅時候咧，以前咧你話可能係冇啲咩柴米油鹽喎，咁你可能咧煮下飯咧7點零你可以即係出去買啦，冇乜所謂啦。但係而家8點鐘已經宵禁啦嘛，嗰陣嘢即係屋企嗰啲即係柴米油鹽咧，開門7件事嗰啲咧，你就可能要真係有足夠嘅準備。咁但係嗰啲都可能係身外物啦，即係你食小餐唔落鹽嘅係唔會死人噶嘛。咁但係你可能係即係 check 你嘅暖氣啱唔啱啊 ，work 唔 work 啊？你屋企有冇即係足夠嘅毛氈啊？如果停電嘅時候，你有冇叉定啲電喺度啊？有冇蠟燭啊？咁啊呢啲可能會即係喺危急時候咧，就係幫到你。又或者係即係如果 just in case 個 furnace 壞咗，你屋企有冇1-2部細嘅暖爐仔係嗰啲插電嘅暖爐仔擺喺度做 standby 啊？因為如果 我哋係一個宵禁嘅狀態，而即係出邊嘅服務係咁少，你又講唔到出去買任何嘢嘅話咧，唔係人哋唔想服務你，但係問題係即係出邊嘅人手會好少嘅話咧，你唔覺意壞咗暖氣啊，或者唔覺意邊區停電啊等等嘅話咧，你就更加難去做一個即係即時嘅嗰個幫助自己屋企人嘅嗰個動作啊。
咁啊，我琴日咧就睇到單新聞咧，就喺緬尼吐巴省咧就好多一啲留學生咧，而家就好頭痕啊，因為咧好多人咧可能啲 passport 啊樣嘢咧就叫到期。咁啊，如果你要影 passport 相咧，嗱原來咧即係根據政府我睇翻咧 passport 相咧就唔屬於 essential， 即係唔屬於必要服務。咁啊，如果你望一望嗱，譬如我都識朋友咧，將個 passport 到咗期啦已經嚇，咁啊而家就話要去續 passport，咁啊當然啦有啲酌情權，咁但係始終 passport 就係 passport，即係你又唔會話走去邊嘅，而家你走得去邊咧？咁問題就係到你要走嘅時候，你冇 passport 喺手，咁點咧？咁而家其實咧都有啲酌情權可以你過咗期咧，都俾你多啲時間。但係最慘就話我唔係唔想申請啊，喂我想申請，但係我影唔到 passport 相啊嘛。咁啊而家諗下咧，得一笪地方有嘅啫。
Costco
係啊，就係得 Costco 咧。
仲有咩？我成日見到咧 Costco 而家嗰啲 return 嗰個位咧，已經係即係排條隊蛇
餅嚟㗎。
係啊，即係霸佔晒嗰啲平時影相啊、做新證件啊嗰啲，即係 Costco 張卡嗰啲位置㗎喎。係
啊，但係我又係好唔明嘅，點解你會喺呢啲時候要去 return 咧？即係我諗佢已經全部嗱，我真係唔知啊！即係我會假設，譬如你話所有嗰啲公司你去 return 嘅，其實都已經一定會俾你延期㗎啦。你唔好理你60日、90日又好，咁啊而家疫情底下又 lock down嘅，咁佢一定會俾你延期。咁你又唔使話真係要攞翻錢。
我諗係有啲壓榨嘅嘢啦，因為有陣時我見到啲人 return 嗰啲嘢咧，都可能好太舊嘅，即係譬如買個電視咁啊，買個家私啊咁啊，咁但係亦都可能係即係有啲嘢都唔平噶嘛，咁如果你係盡快可以即係 refund 翻嘅，咁不過我諗都係嘅，即係輝哥嘅提醒咧就係，即係會唔會俾多少少嘅彈性嘅時間咧，係即係喺 return 嗰度咧，有陣時條隊真係好似比平時咧就長咗啲，又或者調翻轉啦，作為消費者你買嘅時候諗清少少啦，即係諗清楚少少，即係你唔好諗住話，我買咗先算啦，翻去試咗唔啱嘅，可能係真係試衫嘅問題喎，係咪咧？係啊，
有好多原因，你見到佢揸住有啲食物咧，又要可能就驚過期咧，咁都係快脆 return 咗佢啊咁你見到其實唔係淨係 Costco 啊 ，Walmart 咧嗰條長龍都好長㗎。
係喎，其實可能真係買衫唔俾試咧，你買咗幾個 size，咁於是買3件啊退翻2件咁都唔知，我唔知係咪咁嘅原因，咁大家咧就即係幫忙啦，但係咧似乎嗰個嘅問題咧仍然係嚴峻啦，同埋可能我哋個危機感咧都仍然係推高即係2-3格㗎嚇，因為唔知嚟緊嘅日子咧會係點，但係呢個時候咧我哋首先聽聽今朝早咧路面狀況係點，交時間地都嚟先，早晨。
早晨，飛行，早晨，輝哥，早晨，各位聽眾，而家由 Billy 報道一節交通及天氣報告。首先睇落單灘市中心 DV 偏南行線現時由401繁忙落到去 Lawrence。轉睇相反方向404北行線現時喺 Finch 以北路段有一單交通事故，現時左面3條行車線受阻，該路段十分之緩慢。另外再睇一睇407東行線現時喺410路段，現時見到一堆垃圾喺路面阻住幾條行車線，已經通知咗相關人員進行緊清理。再轉睇401東行線，暫時由 Weston 多車去到400。轉喺城市街道方面，現時喺 Finch 由 North Finch 直至到 Kill 路段有長期修路工程嘅關係，暫時見到由 North Finch 直至到 Jamie 暫時有啲擠塞。天氣方面，現時室外氣溫零下7度，多雲，感覺零下11度。今日最高氣溫大約有零下3度，現時吹緊每小時9公里西北風，相對濕度79%。UV 紫外光指數屬於低，日落時間4點58分。展望今晚間中有雲，氣溫將會下降至零下6度。預測聽日星期六大致天晴，氣溫介乎零下5度至2度之間。呢一節交通及天氣報告完畢。
阻止病毒散播。2019年新冠病毒可以致命，請立刻採取行動。人人都需要盡自己本分嚟防止新型冠狀病毒散播。請留喺屋企，就係咁簡單。除非真係必要，例如要購買糧食同用品、藥物、睇醫生或者去提供由你負責嘅基本服務，否則都唔好出街。請保護自己同他人，留喺屋企。欲知更多資訊，請訪問 ontario.ca/coronavirus， 由安大略省政府資助。
星島集團旗下網上購物平台升級 .ca， 搜羅城中自喝自潮及自平筍貨，令你安在家中亦可享受購物樂趣。
貨品種類包羅萬有，包括健康用品、家庭電器、最新電子產品、廚房用具等等，梗有一本適合你。
逢星期三4點至4點半，於牛黃解讀院節目內，更有升級星期三視頻環節。只要上到星島 A1 中文電台或牛黃解讀院 Facebook 專頁，就會見到阿牛阿黃即場介紹當日嘅筍雕，大部分貨品平到你唔信啊！
想睇得更多，買得更多，唔慳得更多，請即上升級 .ca SINGCLUB.ca 購物平台，選購你嘅心頭好啦！
升級精彩，陸續有來。我哋跳舞，都睇啊，勁到咩咁啊！即快啲用睇我。
想生意做得出色，除咗靠實力之外，有效嘅宣傳都好重要㗎。越多人知，你嘅生意先會越做越大㗎嘛。有冇諗過喺 A1 中文電台落翻個廣告，或者做現場直播呢？我哋一班精英團隊，包括營業代表及廣告創作，會為你度身訂造最適合你嘅廣告套餐，配合《星島日報》、雜誌、視像及網上平台，全方位宣傳手法，務求令你以最少嘅成本獲得最大嘅效益。至於價錢方面，其實比你想象中平好多㗎，即刻打905-754-1559，905-754-1559，同我哋英文中文電台嘅營業代表聯絡啦，包你有意想不到嘅收穫㗎，為你創造與你同步 A1 中文電台。一日資訊在於晨 ，A1 早晨。咁啊，除咗咧就係我哋需要即係考慮一下即係嗰個宵禁嘅可能性之外咧，咁啊都有好消息嘅。咁啊見到咧即係約克區咧就開咗啲咧即係 COVID-19 嘅嗰啲叫咩啊打疫苗針嘅一啲hub啊。即係啲中心啦咁啊即係嗰啲會點啦，咁啊方便大家咧就係去接種呢一個嘅 COVID-19 嘅疫苗。聽到呢啲有疫苗接種嘅消息咧，我即係較為興奮，同埋覺得咧即係見到嗰個即係隧道後邊嘅曙光啦，好似光翻少少咁樣樣啊。係啊，咁啊嗱，今日咧就喺呢一個 New Market 喺呢個約克區嘅 New Market 咧 Ray 20咁啊，大家可能都會好熟悉，因為嗰度都係一個好出名嘅即係溜冰啊、游水啊嘅地方。咁啊喺嗰度咧將會咧就嗰個溜冰場就將會咧就冇冰㗎啦，咁啊全部咧成個地下就愛嚟咧就係俾即係差唔多近1000名嘅即係前線醫護咧就可以去嗰度打針。咁啊而家你冇計，你記得阿碧咸之前都講過其實而家你話打針咧又要做呢一個社交距離，你需要好大嘅地方。咁所以咧其實咧即係我知道即係衛生局啊同好多即係唔同嘅即係城市嘅社區中心啊，譬如好似呢個就係即係其中一個啦，即係都又叫社區中心，但係都係一個即係運動場。咁啊希望咧可以同呢啲地方比較大啲嘅，裏邊可以容納多啲人，咁啊多啲人出入嘅時候咧都唔會感覺到好逼結，咁啊就係用呢啲地方。咁你而家咧就好開心啊！約克區係第一個，咁啊當然啦，都係有啲前線醫護去打先啦。咁但係希望快快脆脆打完第一批咧，咁啊一路慢慢落去咧，就輪到我哋個個都一打就最好啊！係啊，咁啊其實即係點解要個大啲嘅地方咧？個樽頸位就係在於嗰個嘅15分鐘嘅等候時間啦。因為咧你始終都係一隻即係新嘅疫苗啦，同埋一般嚟講話即係打完疫苗即係唔係話即係 prove 到年年都會做嘅，好似呢一個嘅流感疫苗咁樣樣啦。咁啊你actually 唔係啊，你打完流感疫苗佢都叫你喺出邊坐一陣先可以走噶嘛，都唔可以話即刻走噶嘛。咁所以永遠都有個樽頸位喺度咧，就係話坐喺度等嘅嗰15分鐘，觀察你身體有冇不適，有冇過敏狀況。咁啊所以咧即係你排隊就已經係長龍啦，打嘅時間未必真係咁長。咁啊，佢最多可能你有啲人有問下問題啊，但係之後嗰15分鐘咧，咁啊就令到咧你需要一個更加大嘅地方咧，先至可以做。咁啊，之前啲醫院咧就已經係即係嗌晒救命㗎啦。喂，我哋根本上咧即係醫病人嘅位都唔夠啦，你無端白事就係即係要坐翻15分鐘，點解打得咁慢咧？嗰個就係個原因嚟嘅，你要坐一班人坐15分鐘。咁所以而家咧就轉咗去啲體育場館嗰度做嘅話咧，似乎咧就成件事就係合理好多。咁啊，希望咧就會更加多嘅地方咧就轉咗用呢種嘅形式去打啦。而家暫時咧佢哋就話咧就係一日打到700支，咁啊但係佢哋好希望咧一日可以即係至少可以打到1000支嘅話咧，咁我哋就近嗰個即係全民打咗疫苗嘅嗰個機會嗰個速度咧就快好多。如果唔係尋日你都話啦，唔記得咗邊個專家出嚟計過，打幾年之後先打得晒喎，大佬。係啊，咁啊記得咧亦都要即係要聽下省長講啊，省長話多倫多啊、皮爾區同埋約克區咧所有嘅前線醫護咧俾咗限期佢1月21號之前
前咧，個個要打晒啊嘛。咁你諗下，今日都1月8號啦，咁啊剩翻10幾日。頭先你講啊，一日咧而家就係打7、8個嘅啫。你數下，即係其實日子都唔係好多，咁啊所以咧佢哋都趕急，咁啊所以約克區咧首先就出咗呢一個嘅即係運動場啦體育場所咧，咁啊可以做咗呢一個打針先。因為希望咧，即係你老實講，你即係係嗰啲排住隊，你盡快打咗第一批必須嗰啲咧，咁然後慢慢咧下低嗰啲你就容易啲搞啦。去到我哋嘅市民啊，去到其他長期護理院啊等等。不過你講到疫苗咧，即係我哋講咗好耐咧，就係話喂出邊好多人都仍然有少少抗拒。咁今日有一份嘅民意調查咧，就話有接近60%嘅加拿大人覺得咧應該係叫 mandatory， 即係咧打今次呢一個嘅 COVID-19 疫苗咧係必須要咧係限定規定你一定要打嘅。必須要有醫生嘅足夠理由啊，譬如你平時本身有過敏症啊，又或者係即係你就嚟準備有 BB， 你已經有 BB 擔心會影響 BB 啊，咁有啲合理嘅理由，咁又好似好 make sense 嘅。係啊，所以咧而家就話咧，以往你話打 flu shot 就係打流感針咁，你都可以啊，你中意打你係打唔打啦。咁啊而家就話咧呢一個嘅 COVID-19 針咧係應該呢個係民意調查，就有60%嘅人覺得係一定要即係規定你一定要打。咁但係咧相反地好得意喎。有好多咧，有接近半數嘅人咧，即係接近50% 嘅人咧，佢哋嘅答案係咩咧？你覺得應唔應該即係有規定你 mandatory 一定要打？應該咁啊，有60%人啦。喂，但係咧，另外再問佢啦，咁你會唔會打咧？咁等下睇下點先啦。咁即係又有近半數嘅人覺得係啊，應該要規定啊。不過我啊，最好唔關我事啦。咁啊，係啦，我睇定啲先啦。咁即係個反應係咁，咁所以咁你就慘啦。係啊，即係呢個係即係始終都係人性個自私嘅嗰一樣嘢咧。即係如果唔係個個都係即係蛇龜啊自私嘅話咧，其實又未必需要用呢一個 mandatory。即係我希望即係多啲人你自願會明白啦。其實如果你覺得即係對於 mRNA 疫苗係有疑惑嘅話咧，可以喺網上邊揾好多嘅資訊咧，就可以睇到咧，即係點解佢會個傷害性或者危險性係遠比傳統嘅疫苗低啦。咁啊，另外你亦都可以咧，就係即係你要揾資訊嘅，可以揾到即係適當嘅資訊啦。咁啊，同埋咧，即係你亦都可能咧就要諗一樣嘢，就係話咧，其實你唔係為咗自己而打嘅，即係我哋都已經做咗幾年嘅關於疫苗嘅呼籲咧，就即係流感針咁簡單嘅，因為你係要做一個 herd immunity 出嚟嚇，你要做一個嘅即係族群啊，成個社區嘅抗疫嘅話咧，係要有成個社區裏邊足夠人有抗體。咁你得兩個情況有抗體嘅啫，一係你中個招，一係咧就係你即係打疫苗。咁你揀啦，俾你揀啦兩樣嘢，你揀中招定係揀疫苗啊？咁如果你覺得簡單啲諗，我係揀疫苗嘅，咁你不如新鮮試出咧，就係即係去幫手。即係坦白講，如果我係我自己嘅話咧，有得打嘅，好嘅。如果你係即係3分鐘之前話俾我聽嘅，我2分半鐘已經開始即係排定隊去打啦。即係唔有得打，你係地球上幸福嘅人嚟嘅。有好多人係即係盤咗條命啊，攞副身家出嚟都希望盡快可以打啦。咁啊，同埋就係你打咧，唔係為自己而打，你係為咗成個社區而打。因為我哋有族群，有個即係成個安省嘅嗰個免疫。即係大家係有人中咗招都唔怕嘅，咁你可以回復翻正常嘅生活，又唔使宵禁，又唔使擔心仔女翻學唔翻學嘅問題嘅話，成件事爭幾遠啊！嗱，你講到打疫苗咧，我今日睇到咧 CTV 咧就有單新聞。呢單新聞咧，其實我聽落去，哇，喺咁都得，就係話咧，而家你知啦，去到冬天咧，我哋好多加拿大人就南飛噶嘛，即係嫌呢度太凍嚇，咁啊個個咧就落去佛羅里達州嗰度咧，就即係有半年咧，就喺呢個佛羅里達州度就過冬天。咁啊而家話咧，好多加拿大人咧65歲以上嗰啲咧，即係我諗屬於有錢嗰班咧，佢哋點咧？佢哋喺呢度未輪到佢哋打，佢哋點啊？佢哋咧包私人飛機咧，係落去美國佛羅里達州嗰度打。而家話發現到咧呢樣嘢係非常之普遍。咁因為點解咧？係啲包機公司咧係爆出嚟嘅。包機公司話：喂，我呢排生意好好喎，我而家收2000零蚊一個人咧，哇！喺我發晒大喎，而家仲要冇位添喎。嗱，講緊啲私人飛機咧係坐緊8個啊10個嗰隻嘅啫，你唔係諗住大飛機100幾200人嗰啲。咁所以咧佢話：哇！我而家咧即係忙到不得了啊，啲飛機都唔夠用啊，因為原來好多咧65歲加加拿大，佢哋喺加拿大冇得打，因為美國有個新嘅制度咧，就話：喂，我唔理你 係美國人定係其他國家嘅人，總言之你65歲，你而家喺我哋美國國境咧，我就免費幫你打。咁所以咧好多人就哇喺我落美國快啲喎，我不如飛落美國打咯咁。
即係隨份有聲，但係我哋係咪應該要覺得好唏噓啦？
好唏噓，梗係覺得唏噓，因為你諗下即係當然，而家呢班就梗係，喂你包得機落去，你梗係屬於有錢嗰班啦，係咪？咁你有錢嗰班，你平時哇喺冬天就唔使留喺度，即係喺冰天雪地，你落去下低就陽光如海灘。咁而家就話政府叫你唔好落去啦，係啊，我唔落啊，不過我落去打針。咁而家就個包架飛機落去咧，就落去打針。哇！呢樣嘢我覺得真係，即係好富貴，富貴得嚟就係，即係你睇翻，喂。美國啲疫情咁嚴重，但係佢已經咧一般平民你排下隊咧都可以打到啦。哇！我哋而家仲係前線醫護都仲未打完。
我哋係話咗我哋最早有疫苗噶嘛，即係其中一個最早有疫苗噶嘛。我啲疫苗係即係打算點咧？係咪即係 ban 咗佢嘅話，即係可以轉咗做買 Tesla 股票，啲疫苗會一支變12支咁樣樣嘅咧嚇？真係。係啊，咁所以有時都好唔明白嚇。咁啊，即係我相信咧就係嗰個執行嗰個問題嚇。疫苗都到晒啦，成日都講啦係嘛？而家即係前2日都仲話有70%咧，仲喺個雪櫃，咁啊點搞咧？咁啊即係最緊要行動要快，唔係啲疫苗喺度你攤凍晒，我哋冇得打，咁啊有等於冇啦。 係啊，所以有好多嘢咧都係即係好拗頭嘅。咁我哋即係轉下個話題咧，聽啲輕鬆啲嘅音樂啦。應承過咧就係即係一嚟又賀姜濤咧就攞咗即係叱咤嗰2個獎項咧，二嚟咧就係因為咧就係覺得喺網上邊咧太多人咧就話，我唔識姜濤喎，唔識姜濤你咪聽下咯，認識下姜濤咯。咁你唔識嗰啲嘢唔係應該要學嘅就唔好，應該咧就唔識嘅就亂咁即係手指指啊咁樣樣。咁認識下咧即係香港新一批嘅即係樂壇嘅精英，咁啊佢哋嘅即係行到嚟呢一步咧，都已經係一啲都唔容易㗎啦。俾多啲機會咧年青人咁啊，姜濤咧咁啊大家都聽過咧，佢就係去過台灣發展啦。咁啊呢一個佢最新嘅派台歌曲咧，就係叫《愛情簽證申請》，就係咧即係阿陳卓賢啲人都有笑過佢咧，話好似佢哋咧就係有一次唔知行街做啲咩嘢拍嘢嘅時候咧，見到一個女仔咧，佢覺得哇呢個款長頭髮喎，一見鍾情喎，就有少少將嗰個故事咧就變成為佢呢首歌曲嘅 MV 嘅內容。咁啊歌名叫做《愛情簽證申請》，feature 咧有一位嘅 rapper 叫 JHF 嘅。咁啊我哋一齊聽聽呢一首姜濤嘅新歌《愛情簽證申請》。
我和你就只有客和美景，看着你，我無法被叫醒，看願忘形，因應着你換行程，多麼創區，都亦是區，談到放肆，後有追比，是我他一張戀愛的簽證。Yeah, my passport 我帶上我的背景，老子壓的地也帶上我的墨鏡，見你都被痛擊的上。我牽着你的手奔跑 ，Oh what a good， 你聽着音樂是夢的追逐，陪你手機裡的風景照片也全都是你，心貼着你那裡，認着你的手掌裡，貼在星空不讓你發現你。Baby， 心動的感受，跳過離開以後，跟着牽着手，城市擁擠中拉你走 ，Oh baby， 親密的享受，你亦可有。投入失戀的鬥，令我差一點想正式擁有。節目要對，電影來年我才心成了配。反正未來真的去打卡對的 ，Sorry 今天又來電視要寫5倍，我的粉絲要寫，管他什麼灰姑娘的魔咒，你要是誰沒人我照樣把你的唇吻破，月亮的輪廓看起來都像你的特點。站在愛情的前奏，微微心動的感受，跳過離開以後，跟着你的手，擁在中愛你走 ，Oh baby， 親密的享受，你亦可有，投入失戀節奏，令我差一點想直接擁有。Oh girl you're pretty fine，I wanna make you mine。想被情感活埋 ，Do or die，Will or die， 當然是過分了解，這些感覺便會瓦解，因此我始終不敢表態。Baby， 心動的感受，太兩難的以後，發現送愛你走 ，I really don't let you go，baby。親密的享受，化為烏有，會火黑冷的手，就當這個感覺陪我擁有。 of your pretty fine. I wanna make you mine.
姜濤11月開始嘅派台作品咁啊 MV 咧都幾好睇，有啲故事性，大家可以睇睇咁啊。而且呢一首作品咧，除咗陳詠謙之外咧，姜濤都有份參與作詞嘅。
各位聽眾早晨，而家由 Billy 報第一節交通及天氣報告。首先睇4連4北行線早前提及喺 Finch 路段嘅交通事故現時已經清理完成，但係該路段嘅暫時有少許緩慢。轉睇 DV 偏南行線現時由4連1繁忙落到去 Lawrence。再轉睇4連1東行線現時由 Weston 多車去到400。轉睇城市街道方面，現時喺 Finch 由 North Finch 直至到 Keele 路段有長期修路工程嘅關係，暫時見到由 North Finch 直至到 Jean 暫時有啲擠塞。之後再睇 Allen 南行線，現時喺 Transit Road 路段亦都有一單交通事故，左門兩條行車線暫時受阻。天氣方面，現時室外氣温零下7度，多雲，感覺零下11度。今日最高氣温大約有零下3度，現時吹緊每小時9公里西北風，相對濕度79%。UV 紫外光指數屬於低，日落時間4點58分。展望今晚間中有雲，氣温將會下降至零下6度。預測聽日星期六大致天晴，氣温介乎零下5度至2度之間。呢一節交通及天氣報告完畢。
幾12年嚟不斷成長嘅華之處，一向以服務社區有需要人士及新舊移民為使命。但係去年17000位嚟自20個不同國家嘅移民已經得到華之處各方面嘅幫助，例如英語培訓、移民安居資訊、求職服務、了解加拿大生活與制度、食物周濟庫援助等。
但隨住移民千惡不眠，華之處計劃喺 New Market 新城開設新服務中心，當中為低收入家庭借出電腦，並提供相關課程，有助適應網上工作及學習新模式。
華之處連同星島 A1 中文電台於1月21號星期四攜手進行華之處電台籌款日，捐款網址 CICS2021.com。
神燈，你係咪可以滿足我3個願望啊？
唔超過1000蚊，幾多個願望都得。
1000蚊咋？
嫌少啊？送埋個恒溫器俾你啦。不過你其中一個願望一定要有一部全新暖氣爐。
點解嘅？
因為而家你去 Reliance 買部特選暖氣爐，佢哋就會送 Google Nest 恒溫器及1000蚊嘅 Visa 購物卡俾你。咁你想買咩都得啦。
等我快啲打1855512522俾 Reliance先，咁我咪可以慳翻嗰3個願望。
快啲換暖氣爐啦！你間屋鬼死咁凍。開心3口組同組，
有其實唔怕俾人叫叔叔嘅多仔，仍然有堅持有態度嘅師妹，加上介乎冰鮮肉同小熟男之間嘅阿太。
新組合擦出新火花，同你分享生活小知識，搜羅各方趣味資訊。星期1至5下晝1點半至3點 AM 1540，笑聲唔好俾佢停。
開心3口組。
The multicultural voice of the megacity, CHIN。
早晨時間7點43分啊，咁啊又係時候咧集下氣啦，因為今晚咧 Raptors 咧將會有另外一場嘅賽事，咁啊上一場咧我哋爭少少嘅啫，咁啊最後咧就捱唔到115比123咧就輸咗，咁但係今場我哋好似個勝算咧機會大啲喎，因為今場個對手相比冇咁強喎，係咪啊飛哥？
嗱，係冇咁強嘅，因為係嘅 Sacramento Kings。今晚咧又星期5晚，咁啊聽日如果冇咩做嘅咧，今晚夜少少咧都要捧一捧場，因為今晚咧有機贏嘅啊，因為咧佢即係差唔多嗱，而家 Sacramento Kings 咧其實佢喺西岸都唔弱嘅，排第8嘅嚇，就贏4輸4，比起我哋 Toronto Raptors 贏1輸6，全個聯盟東岸排第14咧，呢樣嘢就真係爭好遠。咁但係咧即係咁講啊，即係如果你話即係如果 Raptors 好似打上一場打得嘅咁上下咧，應該就夠贏呢個 Sacramento Kings，有得贏㗎今晚啊！
係咁啊，大家咧今晚咧就可以即係食完飯瞓個覺先都仲得㗎，10點鐘先開波嚇。係啊，就今晚咧就係有呢一場啦。咁啊講埋成個週末先啦。咁啊週末仲有另外一場咧，就假一日休息一陣之後咧，就係星期日夜晚嗰場就冇咁辛苦啦。咁啊，但係嗰場就硬仗喎，嗰場咧就係即係8點半嚇，因為咧就會對住呢一個嘅 Warriors 啊。咁啊近排咧阿 Steph Curry 好似即係翻 翻嚟咁樣咧，咁我哋應該會有啲難度，你唔知點守佢嚇。
係啊，同埋咧，即係你要贏咧係今晚㗎啦嚇，因為咧係去到西岸咧，其實你好難打，咁你要西岸揾隊渣少少嘅咧，都係叫做 Sacramento Kings。咁啊，因為最近咧呢個 Raptors 打得咁差咧，好多人都好擔心啦，好多 Raptors 嘅 fans 啊，咁啊，但係亦都傳得好即係熱烘烘嘅咧，嗱傳嘅啫，就係話阿 Kyle Lowry 咧真係有機會嚇喺呢啲時候可能會 trade 走佢，但係 trade 走佢揾啲咩人翻嚟咧咁啊，而另外一樣嘢咧就係話而家如果 Houston Rockets 係肯放。即係肯同我哋 Raptors trade 阿 James Harden 過嚟嘅時候咧，佢哋要邊個咧？而家聽到咧就係要 Siakam ，Anunoby 再加埋咧就係Malaki Flynn，OK， 咁啊呢個咧你制唔制啊？
即係佢要啲未來嘅嗱Malaki Flynn 咧就未證實到佢自己嘅實力啦。咁啊，Siakam呢排狀態未係太好，但係佢都開始翻嚟啦。但係 Anunoby 係我哋其中一個，你知我哋係打未來噶嘛？我哋好中意即係而家部署定咧下一個星係點樣嘅話，咁你 Siakam 之前係曾經爆咗出嚟啦。Anunoby 其實而家好 ready 爆嘅喎，你呢個時候吹走佢好似好唔抵喎。
嗱，呢啲全部都係傳言啦，傳言滿天飛嚇。咁啊，究竟係 James Harden 嗱，James Harden 始終都有笪地方去嘅，OK，因為佢唔會留喺呢個 Houston Rockets，佢而家仲係發緊脾氣。咁啊，即係你會唔會即係作為如果你係 Raptors fans 啦，你會唔會用呢3件去換阿 James Harden 2年喺多倫多啊？
但係 fans 係冇辦法決定對球隊嘅未來噶嘛，係個管理層啦。如果你作為管理層去諗嘅話，我哋輸波輸到即係基本上係裙拉褲甩咁滯嘅時候，即係話咧我哋翻唔到去，即係始終可能做咗一個錯嘅決定啊。網上面真係好多人都講話，喂，其實嗰陣時咧你一次過唔要價蘇。唔要伊巴卡係一個錯嘅決定嚟嘅，因為你留翻佢兩個是但一個喺度嘅話，你都仲有棵樹喺度鎮壓住嗰個防守籃底啊、搶籃板嘅呢一樣嘢。咁而家你冇咗佢哋嘅話，你就打唔到團體嘅實力，打唔到團體實力，你就調翻轉就唯有打即係球星噶咯喎。
雖然啱啱開季啫，你講得好啱。我哋籃板球咧，暫時咧係全個聯盟排第尾嘅。OK，咁啊，即係我之前都有講過啦，即係我哋淨係輸籃板都輸死啊，唔係淨係話防守攻擊嘅籃板，我哋完全差唔多零咁滯。咁啊，但係咧就亦都咁講，頭先你講到咧阿格蘇同埋阿伊巴卡咧，咁啊其實琴日咧 TSN 咧都有個即係記者咧就都叫做爆咗出嚟嘅。咁啊原來咧初咧 Raptors 咧即係一個少少嘅錯誤，因為佢哋係好想留阿伊巴卡。但係佢哋好想留阿伊巴卡咧，佢知道伊巴卡要應該係1,500萬2年，咁但係咧就最後佢哋淨係 offer 咧阿伊巴卡咧1,200萬，咁啊令到阿伊巴卡咧係少少咧，
係不是味兒啦，
係不是味兒，
即係爭300萬而做咗一個咁錯嘅決定咁都。
嗱點解會爭300萬咧？就係因為 Raptors 咧諗錯咗少少咧，就係佢又想要伊巴卡，又想要格蘇 ，OK， 所以佢想騰翻少少錢出嚟就，哎呀，如果格蘇留埋咧就好啦，咁所以咧我俾1,200萬伊巴卡咧已經對於做二奶咧就已經係好猛陣㗎啦嚇，因為喂大佬我已經證實咗，喂其實我真係唔差得過阿格蘇嘅啫，係咪？
係啊係啊。
咁問題就係話點解你哋仲要即係你又要我，又仲想要留翻阿格蘇，就要俾少啲錢我，咁所以咧就嬲住，咁啊所以咧佢就咁啊阿 Kawhi call 我，咁我去揾阿 Kawhi 啦嚇，咁亦都佢有少少咧見到阿格蘇去咗 Lakers 咧，佢所以亦都要去 Clippers。即大家都係 LA 咧，佢要證明俾人睇，喂，其實我真係你冇理由即刻將我擺做阿格蘇嘅副手嘅啫。其實我而家今時今日我應該同阿格蘇可以平排。咁啊，所以咧就係因為呢度少少嘅錯誤，我哋有少少貪咗少少。我哋係想要伊巴卡，但係咧又想有冇機會騰翻少少錢，連阿格蘇都留翻埋咧咁。咁啊點解知格蘇話咗去 Lakers 嘅時候咧？咁我哋嗰陣時已經俾咗1,200萬。落咗台啦，俾阿伊巴卡就已經話有冇搞錯啊？我本來留喺度都預咗你肯俾錢我，點知你俾我預期中少嘅，咁所以佢最後都走埋咯。
即係同愛情一樣啊！即係好多嘢咧都係溝通同埋 timing 嘅問題。咁但係我另外一個溝通同埋 timing 嘅問題咧 ，sorry 我點都想阿輝哥可以俾少少時間咧同我哋 update 一下林書豪係咪有生機啊？
但林書豪咧就喺佢自己嗰個嘅社交網嗰度就已經出嚟講咗啦嚇，咁啊情歸何處咧？咁啊前2日就有人傳話佢會唔會翻去北京首鋼？咁啊最主要咧就係話一路你都知啦，佢想打 G League 嘅，佢都未話我都唔好奢望咧，我入 NBA 隊啦，我打住 G League 先，有啲咩事有邊個傷咗咧就 call 我，咁我咪上嚟打咯，咁啊都可以叫做重返 NBA。就因為嗰張北京首鋼嘅約一路都搞唔掂，限期又過咗嘛，所以就搞唔掂啦。咁啊而家咧亦都話即係 NBA 直情嘅即係特登咧做咗條條款咧，就係度身訂造咧，就為阿林書豪回歸 NBA。咁所以咧就即係今日你見到阿林書豪咧自己都着住一件咧 Santa Cruz， 即係 Golden State Warriors G League， 即係第二梯隊嗰個我哋中文叫發展聯盟啊。咁啊呢一個發展聯盟咧嗰件衫，咁啊亦都暗示咧自己係會去打，即係翻嚟美國打呢個 G League，咁啊有機會咧可以即係被召上去打呢一個 NBA 嘅。
係啊，咁啊，所以即係我見到社交媒體上面咧，大家咧都因為佢咧就係多咗人 quote 翻聖經，咁因為覺得咧，喂佢即係1月1號post 咗呢一個以賽亞書嘅説話，同埋佢即係得到呢一個咁樣嘅機會之後，我印象中佢都好似係 quote 咗啲聖經出嚟，咁啊大家對於佢嘅嗰個即係信念咧，好似又多咗一分額外嘅尊重，因為信仰而出現嘅信念。
係啊，咁啊呢一個咧係好值得我哋去尊重佢嚇。咁啊，但係咧亦都你睇翻咧，佢即係字裏行間咧，喺佢嗰個嘅嗰個即係微博嗰度咧，佢講咩咧？佢話佢特別咧係要感激北京首鋼，特別要多謝 CBA， 仲有一個人特別多謝姚明。咁咧我自己感覺啫，我覺得咧一定係姚明喺度幫緊手咧，喺做緊嘢嘅，因為中國張約咧係未搞掂嘅，咁啊北京首鋼梗係想佢翻去啦，咁啊再加埋咧就係你都要即係中國方面嗰個中國籃聯要岌頭先得，咁啊後邊要做咁多工作張約又未甩得，咁點咧？咁啊你見到突然間有個姚明呢兩個字出嚟咧，咁你就咁啊我深信咧就係姚明咧一定喺後邊咧幫咗好多，喺度會划船啊，喺度即係搞呢張約啊，咁啊然後咧最後放人咧俾佢翻去美國打 G League。
咁啊今日就星期5啦，咁啊下個禮拜咧就 NHL 咧就正式開鑼㗎啦。咁啊而家係咪即係都係嗰啲即係集訓或者係嗰啲熱身賽期間未有咩特別嘅消息可以講下咧？
集訓啊，但係咧就冇熱身賽嘅今年嚇，咁
熱身賽
係啊，咁啊所以咧就下禮拜3咧正式開波。不過咧琴日有個好消息啊，你講開我爭啲都唔記得講，就係話咧而家咧就開放翻加拿大隊就自己加拿大打加拿大啊嘛，今年係咪啊？咁啊加拿大打加拿大咧就而家就話咧即係多倫多啊同埋呢一個嘅 Alberta 咧等等 Edmonton 咧都放翻，就可以翻嚟自己主場打波。嗱冇球迷嘅，咁啊但係至少咧就可以翻嚟自己主場打波。咁啊即係你睇翻 Raptors 同埋 Blue Jays 就慘啲啊，
即係滿地可多倫多係啦，卡加里咁走嚟走去啦，大家
係啦可以放啦。咁啊而家就話咧而家可以放，咁啊可以咧全部翻嚟主場打波。咁所以咧即係譬如 Toronto Maple Leafs 咧，佢就會翻喺我哋自己嗰個嘅Scotiabank Arena 嗰度打，就唔使話咧就唔知走去邊啊咁樣樣啦。
咁啊即係調翻轉我哋 Scotiabank Arena 啲人有公開啊。
係啦你又唔使話即係喺翻個 bubble 嗰度咁樣點樣打法。咁啊嗱，另外咧今日咧係有單嘢咧都即係日本方面傳出嚟，大家咧知道咧日本咧今日正式進入呢一個嘅緊急狀態，咁啊亦都有戒嚴。咁啊好多人跟住就問啦，好
尷尬喎，嚟緊就嚟遲咗個奧運點算咧？
佢個奧運點咧？咁啊今日咧喺呢個奧委會裏邊有位高層出嚟講，佢話喂，睇嚟我哋都唔係好肯定咧呢一個夏季奧運會喺東京發生喎咁樣。哇！呢單嘢咧就成為咗突然間好多體壇嘅人咧都喺度講緊啦。喂，你唔搞點啊？又吞啊！我以為取消咧，
日本真係嬲到唔知咩咁喎。
係啊，可大可小嚇，咁啊，所以咧其實都幾頭痕嘅。咁啊，另外咧好快講講咧，其實琴晚咧 NBA 都有啲嘢發生嘅，就係呢個 Philadelphia 咧打呢一個 New York，打呢個 Brooklyn 嘅。咁啊 Philadelphia 咧Steph Curry， 即係
係喎，差啲唔記得講呢單。
係啊，細佬係嘛？細佬咧就確診喎，係打下波嘅時候發覺，喂頭先你驗咧確診喎，咁即刻就調佢離場。咁啊，然後咧就成隊費城咧，而家就唔走得，就要留翻喺呢一個嘅Brooklyn 嗰度係隔離嚇。咁啊，即係不嬲做得好好嘅 NBA 咧，而家都發覺到，咦，即係最唔想發生嘅嘢都發生咗，就係打緊波嘅時候咧就有球員確診嚇。咁啊，另外如果中意美式足球嘅，今個禮拜週末咧就係呢個 Super Bowl 嘅叫做 Wild Card 即係攞外卡嘅週末。咁啊，所以咧喺2日星期六、星期日咧2日裏邊有6場波打，咁啊個個都爭外卡咧，係希望可以入到去呢個季後賽打 Super Bowl。咁啊，如果中意美式足球嘅 NFL 咧，其實今個週末都好緊要嘅。
A1 早晨時間咧7點53分，我哋廣告消息先，轉頭翻嚟有財經。
喂， 就嚟開始閃啦，仲唔做好準備？
你講緊乜啊？
我講嘅係呢個星期5、6日升級嘅閃售啊，又有好多又平又正嘅貨賣啊，有廚房用品、護理保健、美容護膚品、娛樂休閒用品，通通都有。上升級網站就買到啦。
咁正，我唔同你講咁多啦，我趕住上網 SINTCLUB.CA， 我閃先啊！
喂，咁快就閃，我都未話俾你聽，我想要乜嘢生日禮物。
樓宇買賣過程複雜，所牽涉嘅問題比想象中仲要多啊！例如房屋借貸、買地建屋、重建或者加建、樓花轉讓收支等，偶有不慎，可能會招致損失㗎。所以你必須揾一位資深可靠嘅地產從業員幫手。逢星期二下晝3點半後，牛王解讀院有點子 good luck 咁簡單嘅環節，揾嚟 good luck 天嘅 Louis 甩同你分享買樓置業好貼士。記得逢星期二收聽 good luck 天嘅 Louis 甩，帶俾你點子 good luck 咁簡單。
有4位寶貝嘅草報紙翻到嚟屋企又打仗啊！有對孖寶仔女嘅姊妹，好在佢哋2個大啲，但係嗌起交上嚟都唔惹少㗎。有位千金嘅嘟嘟，教一個其實真係好頭痛㗎。3個女仔走埋一齊講啲乜？講七仔經啦，講扮靚啦，買嘢啦，講去邊度玩，而家興啲乜嘢啦？3位中女媽媽無所不談，討論至 hot 女性話題，八卦城中活動情報，仲會搜羅最潮育兒資訊。願你探討女人生活嘅每一面。逢星期6 2點至3點，有我薛梅、我草報紙同埋我嘟嘟，3個女人7個叻。遲啲會唔會變咗8個或者9個㗎？冇啦啩。行街街 A 貨字典，得閒啊，考下你 A 貨咩啊
A for ambition， 做人一定要有大志啊嘛。
No A for AM1540，升到 A1 中文電台。
早晨時間咧係7點56分嚇，咁我哋即係差唔多加埋今日咧就完成咗2021年嘅第一個唔止交易日啊，即係第一個嘅即係交易嘅星期。係咪今個星期一路以嚟咧，即係呢一個嘅即係美國啊同埋加拿大股市嗰個好景嘅狀況咧，都仲未肯即係唞一唞停一停喎？
係啊，唔肯踩 break 啊，係咁扯住佢啊嚇。咁啊，其實你見到咧，即係其實因為見到喺亞洲方面點樣形容咧，歌舞升平啊，3大指數咧齊創下呢個歷史新高。咁其實係4大嘅，包括我哋自己 TSX 咧，琴日咧都已經係過咗18,000點咧，係第一次咧係創咗呢一個新高。咁啊，今日見到啦嚇，咁呢一個即係道瓊斯咧，仍然仲升緊98點嘅，最主要就係能源股啦，同埋呢個 Tesla 嘅帶動咧，咁啊令至到咧今日仍然繼續仲有得升嘅，睇個樣。
咁你講起能源股嘅話咧，都唔能夠咧唔提一提咧，即係我哋嗰個嘅即係國際原油價格咧，引致到我哋入油嘅嗰個問題咧，咁啊大家都要留意下喎。喂，即係我哋之前就話哇過咗50蚊啦，咁而家睇睇過51啦喎。
係啊，咁啊所以咧大家預咗啦，啲汽油價格咧就會繼續上升嚇。咁啊，琴日呢一個道瓊斯就創咗新高，咁啊 Nasdaq 就升咗即係成2.5%，跟住好多人就問啦，哇你仲升，咁啊幾時先停啊？咁啊最主要咧就都係賀下拜登啦，因為預咗阿拜登咧又會有好多熱錢入啊，又會有好多救援基金啊等等啊，咁啊所以咧就即係而家就賀下拜登。咁啊究竟賀到幾時咧冇人知，不過今日咧有個數字會出咧都會影響嘅，就係加拿大同埋美國咧都會出佢哋12月份嘅失業數字。加拿大8點半咧就會出，咁啊而家預計咧12月份咧美國同埋加拿大嗰個失業率咧可能會升少少，麻麻地啊個數字啊。
咁我唔知尋晚咧阿 Jeff Bezos 咧係即係究竟係好瞓咗啊，定抑或咧嬲住咧一路咧囉攣瞓唔着，因為咧佢坐咗好耐嘅呢一個位咧，尋日有人唔覺意咧拱咗佢落嚟喎。
咁啊嗱 Jeff Bezos 就係不嬲咧就全世界嘅首富啦。咁啊尋日俾邊個過咗頭咧？咁我相信大家都估到啦嚇。Elon Musk 咁啊 Tesla 個老細，咁啊而家咧就已經係成為全球嘅首富啦。
係啊，咁啊即係全球嘅首富嗰間公司咧，嗰個賺錢能力係點咧？喺網上邊都有咧，因為大家咧都係撲出嚟質疑緊啦。但係實際上真係好強勁啊 Tesla。你講緊咧，我特登上去睇翻咧，喂佢舊年年尾10月31號嘅時候咧，其實佢做緊698蚊啫嘛，即係我哋短今年開始咗8日時間，其實佢已經係佢嘅股票，即係如果你唔單止佢自己身價漲，你信佢嘅話，你嘅身家都已經漲咗17%咁滯。
係啊，咁你睇下佢身家幾多咧？講美元嚟計咧係1885億嘅，係多咗啊！Jeff Bezos 咧15億嚇，即係對佢哋嚟講，咪大到千幾億。 即係除咗你話係為咗要啖氣，我要做首富。其實你嗰啲錢即係對佢嚟講冇乜意思嘅啫。
對於 Jeff Bezos 我唔知，但係對於 Elon Musk 嚟講嘅話咧，我諗即係個意思咧就即係唔係好大，因為佢都講到明，其實佢賺錢嘅目的都唔係為咗個數字，唔係為咗啲錢嘅。跟住啲錢咧，佢就會攞去咧，即係兩個目標啦。一個咧就係即係嘅其中一個最重要嘅就係去火星啊嘛嚇，就可以令到火星咧都可以即係人類搬去嗰度有得居住嘅。咁啊而實際上咧佢都好笑嘅，即係我唔知而家有冇改善咗啦。早一年嘅時候都睇過啲報道咧，佢雖然咁有錢嘅喎，但係其實佢好似要即係買少少嘢咧，佢都冇乜 cash flow 喎。佢長年累月個 cash flow 咧，可能都係講緊係。可能係5、6位數字左右嘅啫喎，即係佢係即係因為佢所有嘢都 lock 咗喺間公司裏邊喎，佢係好多時候一有錢嘅調翻轉，佢係嗰陣時自己投資翻啲錢落間公司度啊，即係買翻自己公司股票喎。
同埋咧，佢亦都自己話我其實我好忙㗎，你唔好以為我好多錢咧，我真係好多嘢使嘅，冇㗎。佢話我咧冇乜時間消閒嘅，我又冇度假屋，又冇遊艇，又冇別墅嘅。
好似係喎，
但係佢咧就係首富啊。咁啊 ，anyway 恭喜晒啦。咁啊，Elon Musk咁啊，另外咧你信 Elon Musk 你又好掂啦。咁啊，另外如果你信 Bitcoin 咧，你都應該會好掂嘅。咁啊，尤其是呢啲嘅即係 Bitcoin 呢叫做點講啊？數碼銀紙
係啦。
咁啊呢啲咧
cryptocurrency
咧又誇張啦嚇。Bitcoin 咧講下咧，今日升過咗41,000蚊美金㗎啦，已經今個禮拜升咗50%。淨係今朝就係我頭先用嗰幾分鐘講嘢咧，佢已經升咗22,100蚊啦。
喂，2萬幾跌翻落嚟幾千蚊嗰陣時，笑佢嗰轉嗰啲人，而家咪抌晒心口。
係啊，咁啊，但係而家咧好多人都話，喂，即係你夠膽你咪去咯，真係好搏嘅，好老實講啊。咁啊，但係咧亦都係即係3年嚟咧最大嘅升幅，而家睇個樣咧仲會繼續升。咁啊，另外咧今日都可以留意下 Apple 啊，同埋呢一個嘅 Hyundai 啊呢一間車行，因為今日咧有傳咧 Apple 同埋 Hyundai 咧將會大家夾埋咧就一齊去研發呢一個嘅電池車。咁啊 Apple 啊升咗2%咧，但係 Hyundai 就勁啦 ，Hyundai 即刻升20%嘅。OK
啊，不過佢喺韓國上市，我唔知你方唔方便買得到。
咁啊，最後講講金價啦，金價咧跌咗少少啦，冇期油咁勁啦。咁啊，金價咧而家每盎司咧係1893。
早陣時間咧，傾下好傾嘅就係8:01，交時間俾新聞部先，唔好意思遲咗。
晨早新聞係由皇后明粥贊助播出。皇后明粥北約克 Centre Point 店 Young Steels 西南角，電話416-733-8388。
AM 1540 A1 中文電台晨早新聞專輯。
全安省醫院會轉送病人去其他區，以便照顧新型肺炎患者。衛生官員正考慮包括宵禁去抗疫。衝擊美國國會山莊事件，增至5人死亡，包括1名警員。而家由馮海欣報道晨早新聞專輯。喺主要新聞方面，安省所有醫院為應付新型肺炎疫情，會將數以百計嘅病人轉送去其他區嘅醫院，以騰出空間照顧新型肺炎患者。Humber River 醫院發言人今朝接受 CP24 電視台訪問嘅時候話，咁就係顯示各醫院同埋省府合力抗疫。
And bringing a plan like this that we're going to be transferring patients out, it just shows that from the frontline workers to our CEOs, we're here to work together.
當局曾經話，醫院深切治療部患者嘅人數一旦達到350個，就無法正常運作。不過，昨日嘅數字顯示已經有363個，預計1月底之前會有500個病人喺深切治療部，令到安省嘅醫療系統面臨壓力。不過，當局表示急需嘅手術依然進行。另外，多倫多病童醫院據報表示準備好接收其他醫院嘅兒科病人，以助其他醫院可以照顧成年嘅病人。呢一個前所未有嘅行動，多倫多星報指出，病童醫院已經接收咗5至到10個嘅兒科病人，準備接收50至到60個。至於安省首席公共衛生官員威廉斯，預計下晝開記者會交代安省係咪實施宵禁去抗疫。佢被問到安省是否採用宵禁嘅方法時，指出呢一個係其中一個考慮。士嘉堡幸福長期護理院再有多2個患者死亡，當局昨日發表嘅聲明指出，死亡人數已經增加去到總共73個院友。 另外，最新嘅研究發現，輝瑞嘅疫苗有助對抗喺英國同埋南非出現嘅變種新型冠狀病毒。不過，呢個研究只係屬於初步階段，仲未經專家證實，暫時係輝瑞藥廠嘅研究人員證實。美國總統特朗普嘅支持者衝擊國會山莊嘅事件餘波持續，衝突造成5個人死亡，包括1名警員。特朗普喺 Twitter 賬戶獲解封之後發布影片，表示對衝突感到憤怒。
Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem. I immediately deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement to secure the building and expel the intruders.
特朗普又話，任何參與衝擊嘅人士都不代表美國，而且將會付出代價。
America is and must always be a nation of law and order. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy. To those who engage in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country.
佢又表示，現時嘅目標係令到新政府可以喺今個月20號就職，順利有秩序嘅權力移交。國會眾議院議長波洛西要求立即引用憲法第25條修正案，啟動程序解除特朗普嘅權力。據報美國副總統彭斯反對。美國全國廣播公司引述消息人士話，國務卿蓬佩奧同埋財長魯欽曾經舉行非正式會議，討論啟動憲法第25條修正案，免去特朗普權力嘅程序。據報有意見認為，啟動程序要花上1個多星期，難以喺特朗普只係剩低唔夠2個禮拜嘅任期做得到。至於美國國會山莊被暴力衝擊之後，當地嘅警察局發聲明，指出新職嘅警員係應付示威者衝擊國會期間受傷，喺當地星期4晚上傷重不治。國會警察局最少3日之前已經收到警告，據報國防部同埋司法部都分別提出派遣國民警衛軍同埋聯邦調查局嘅人員協助，不過國會嘅警察局拒絕。多名政界人士批評警方應付示威者毫無準備，國會警察局局長同參眾兩院嘅警衛長宣布辭職。美國特朗普政府嘅官員據報會開會討論擴大對中國軍方有關公司嘅投資禁令。報道指出，可能會對調整修正草案，規定美國投資者必須要喺11月11號之前完全放棄黑名單內企業嘅相關資產。伊朗最高領袖哈梅內伊宣布禁止從美國同埋英國輸入新型冠狀病毒疫苗。哈梅內伊發表電視講話嘅時候指出，較早前已經向當局發出有關指示。另外，印尼嘅最高伊斯蘭機構宣布喺宗教上批准使用中國科興生產嘅新型冠狀病毒疫苗。至於巴西聖保羅州嘅研究顯示，中國科興生物研究發現嘅新型冠狀病毒疫苗有效率係78%，未有出現重症病例。呢一節本地同國際新聞報道完，稍後翻嚟有中港台新聞。
中港台新聞由香港電台提供。
喺中港台新聞方面，中國大陸環球時報記者傅國豪前年喺機場遇到襲擊嘅案件，3名示威者較早前被裁定襲擊同埋參與暴動罪名成立，今日分別被判囚4年3個月至到5年半。香港電台記者任浩峰報導。
前年8月中，有示威者去到香港機場參與和理非集會，期間內地環球時報記者傅國豪遭到示威者包圍襲擊同埋捆綁嘅案件，區域法院今日判刑。日前已經被裁定非法禁錮、襲擊、參與暴動罪成，外號村長嘅被告畢偉芬被判入獄4年3個月。區域法院話，當中3年同正在服刑嘅刑期分期執行。案中另外2名被告賴雲龍同埋何家樂被裁定襲擊同埋參與 暴動罪成。賴雲龍喺開審前承認用旗杆襲擊副國號，以阻撓救援進度，被判囚5年3個月。法官判刑時點名批評佢阻撓事主離開，行為惡劣。何家樂就承認前年8月底被警方搜查車輛嘅時候，管有摺刀、彈珠同埋雷射不等嘅武器，被判囚5年半。法官話被告對事主施襲，令佢受到50分鐘嘅驚略，暴力行為具挑撥同埋侮辱性。又話無論理念幾崇高，一旦涉及使用暴力，道理就會成為歪理，必須喺刑期中反映法庭對維護公共秩序嘅決心。法官又話香港機場呢個地標被示威佔據同埋發生暴動，會令到全世界質疑香港係咪仍然安全。法官又話留意到被告並冇投訴警方嘅調查手法，反映呢一宗案件嘅調查警方表現良好，呼籲有份參與嘅警員發揮正能量。負責案件嘅商業罪案調查科高級督察張文漢話，判刑反映出案件嘅嚴重性。
警方咧係尊重法庭今次嘅裁決嘅，判刑亦都係反映到今次案件嘅嚴重性，具有一定嘅阻嚇作用。警方一直尊重市民嘅言論同埋集會自由，但大前提係一定要喺和平同埋合法嘅方式底下進行，係絕對唔容許任何暴力嘅行為。
香港電台記者任木峰報道。
喺香港，民主黨7名成員由於參與又或者組織初選，被指涉嫌違反國安法，被捕之後已經獲得保釋。有被捕者批評指控荒謬。香港電台記者馮卓媛報導。
參與去年民主派初選嘅50多人涉嫌違反香港國安法被捕，大部分人琴晚陸續從不同警署保釋外出。有7名成員被捕嘅民主黨下晝舉行記者會，冇被捕嘅主席羅健熙質疑政府係害怕民意喺議會彰顯。佢話即使挑戰大，都會繼續行民主路。琴晚獲准保釋嘅林卓廷話，已經係5個月內第3次被上門拘捕。佢嘅家人對佢今次涉嫌嘅控罪都感到驚訝。
我哋絕對唔可以因為呢啲荒謬嘅打壓而屈服。我希望民主陣營嘅朋友，我哋香港嘅市民繼續團結前行，無懼北風凜冽。
有份協調初選嘅港大法律學院前副教授戴耀廷，琴晚11點幾離開馬鞍山警署，佢冇回應提問。
香港咧進入咗一個寒冬，吹緊嘅風咧係又猛又凍。但我相信咧，仍然有好多嘅香港人咧，係會用佢哋自己嘅方法繼續逆風而行嘅。
50多名嘅被捕人包括民主黨前主席胡志偉，佢另有案件在身，涉嫌與去年6月30日同7月1日嘅遊行有關，被控舉行或組織未經批准集結等。早前就此案獲准保釋，但係佢因國安法被捕後，被發現未有交出 BNO 護照，控方指佢違反保釋條件，申請撤銷保釋。今早喺西九龍裁判法院處理，主任裁判官羅德全決定拒絕俾佢繼續保釋。胡志偉需要還押，下個月初再就未經批准集結嘅案件提堂。香港電台記者馮卓媛報導。
喺香港，科大學生周梓樂死因研訊嘅2男3女陪審團，朝早退庭商議，今日未能達成裁決。香港電台記者黃貝文報導。
科大學生周梓樂死因聆訊第28日，2男3女組成嘅陪審團朝早開始退庭商議。死因裁判官高偉雄引導陪審團嘅時候話，可以考慮非法被殺、死於意外或者存疑裁決3個選項。高偉雄話，若果要達至非法被殺，根據專家證人嘅證供，唯一可能情況係有人將周梓樂嘅頭部固定喺一個平面，並用大型鈍物襲擊佢嘅右額，再將佢由3樓拋落2樓，而頭部落地嘅碰觸點需要同樣係受襲嘅前額。佢話陪審團必須毫無合理疑點下認同有關情況，若果認為有可能發生其他情況，都唔能夠達至非法被殺。至於死於意外，高偉雄話，若果陪審團接納周梓樂有機會自行跨過矮牆，誤以為矮牆後面有行人路，而有關情況嘅相對可能性比其他情況較高，就能夠達至有關裁決。佢話，若果陪審團考慮晒所有證供，接納周梓樂由3樓墮下，但唔知道佢點樣跌落去，唔知道當時發生乜嘢事，可以達成存疑裁決。佢話存疑裁決並非理想裁決，但係冇辦法之中嘅結論。 佢形容3個選項係3部曲，陪審團唔應該先假定一個立場，再討論有冇證供證明否定其他立場，指示佢哋應該先考慮接納邊一啲證供，再作討論。佢解釋非法被殺嘅舉證要求最高，要先考慮事實證供能否達成唯一無可抗拒推論，之後考慮係咪裁定死於意外。如果唔能夠達成裁決，先至再考慮存疑裁決。香港電台記者黃貝文報道。
河北省由上個星期六至今多咗127宗新型肺炎本土確診病例，同埋183宗冇正在感染個案。6.4事件時，任解放軍軍長嘅徐勤先去世，終年85歲。北京當局喺1989年發布戒嚴令之後，市民阻擋部隊前進，只有2隊軍人可以到達天安門廣場。徐勤先率領嘅38軍到達之後，拒絕執行任務。徐勤先當時喺醫院養病，其後被召喚執行命令，佢拒絕執行，致電政委，指戒嚴任務同佢冇關。其後返醫院被帶走，最終遭當局開除黨籍，亦都喺秦城監獄服刑5年。呢一節中港台新聞報道完，稍後返嚟有財經消息。
中港台新聞由香港電台提供。
財經消息方面，香港恒生指數收市報27,878點，上升329點；日經平均指數收市報28,139點，上升648點。呢一次晨早新聞專輯報道完畢。
晨早新聞係由皇后明燭贊助播出，皇后明燭康山旗艦店 Steeles 及 Highway 404西北角，電話905-731-3880。
皇后明燭除咗有我最喜歡嘅明爐燒味同埋皇后大粥之外，仲有啲乜嘢啱我吔咧？嘉明，打開皇后明燭，叫佢 test 個 menu 嚟俾我瞄下。媽 test 已經勾晒㗎啦，而家只要用智能手機 search Country Queen，download 皇后明燭個 app，睇 menu 兼落單，幾爽啊！
一於用 Country Queen app 訂餐啦，按安省政府指示，部分分店只提供外賣服務，詳情請瀏覽 countryqueen.com。
A1 交通。
首先睇落單灘市中心 DV 偏南行線由401多車落到去 Lawrence， 轉睇401東行線現時喺 Kipling 路段有一單交通事故，左面有一條行車線暫時受阻，附近該路段有少許緩慢，而其他各大主要公路幹線暫時交通狀況非常良好。轉睇城市街道方面，現時 Allen Road 南行線喺 Transit Road 路段嘅交通事故現時已經清理完成，但暫時由 Shepherd 緩慢去到早前交通事故現場。呢一節交通消息報導完畢。
唔該晒 Billy， 1月優惠2021富豪大部分嘅型號咧，可以享有長達6年低至 1.9% 嘅貸款利率優惠㗎。而 XC40 啦、XC90 SUV leasing 咧，仲有1000蚊嘅額外優惠添，可以快啲打電話去 Full of Unit 條預約試車兼問下詳情㗎。Full of Unit 條905-948-8080，905-948-8080，交翻俾 Billy 先。
天氣 A1 係由 Reliance Home Comfort 你最信賴嘅冷暖氣專家贊助播出。
唔該晒，碧咸。天氣方面，現時室外氣溫零下7度，有雪，感覺零下13度。今日最高氣溫大約有零下3度，現時吹緊每小時13公里北風，相對濕度97%，UV 紫外光指數屬於低嘅，落時間4點58分。展望今晚間中有雲，氣溫將會下降至零下6度。預測聽日星期六大致天晴，氣溫介乎零下5度至2度之間。呢一節交通及天氣報告完畢。
天氣 A1 係由 Reliance Home Comfort 你最信賴嘅冷暖氣專家贊助播出。
神燈，你係咪可以滿足我3個願望啊？
唔超過1000蚊，幾多個願望都得。
1000蚊咋？
嫌少啊，送埋個恒溫器俾你啦。不過你其中一個願望一定要有一部全新暖氣爐。
點解嘅？
因為而家你去 Reliance 買部特選暖氣爐，佢哋就會送 Google Nest 恒溫器及1000蚊嘅 Visa 購物卡俾你。咁你想買咩都得啦。
等我快啲打1855-512-5122俾 Reliance先，咁我咪可以慳翻我3個願望。
快啲換暖氣爐啦！你間屋鬼死咁凍。
萬錦線人流暢旺地段 ，Highway 7萬錦廣場空調無質嘅 Winco 福耀超市本周特價，
有機藍水梨2個9毫8一磅，
新鮮豆苗2個8毫8一磅，
游水桂花魚7個9毫9一磅，
新鮮豬扒1個3毫8一磅
，16、20太皇速凍蝦仁9個9毫9一盒，
水香園蛋卷、鳳凰卷8個8毫8一盒，
福耀超市你嘅精明之選。
一年一度嘅音樂盛事熱視音樂節又嚟啦！2021年將首次採用網上平台舉辦，鋼琴、小提琴、音樂劇及弦樂二重奏各項組別嘅比賽。熱視音樂節在線比賽現在已經接受報名，明年2月1號就截止啦。有關音樂節詳情，請登入網址 ymf.yips.com 或致電905-948-9477內線2211。
喂，就嚟開始閃啦，仲唔做好準備？
你講緊乜啊？
我講嘅係呢個星期5、6日升級嘅閃售啊，又有好多又平又正嘅貨賣啊，有廚房用品、護理保健、美容護膚品、娛樂休閒用品，通通都有。上升級網站就買到啦。
咁正，我唔同你講咁多啦，我趕住上網 SINCCLUB.CA， 我閃先啊！
喂，咁快就閃，我都未話俾你聽，我想要乜嘢生日禮物。
無論有幾多變遷，盤生意搞到我癲。過下一天，再過一天，話要搞到下年，遇到絕地就要變。A1 啲廣告最堅，期望我可以為你搲更多錢。行啦，唔好望啦！
幫緊你，俾個機會我哋幫下你啦！想絕境逢生，冇有怕 ，A1 廣告團隊幫到你，因你需要，為你創作，電台、網站、視頻、報紙、雜誌，星島多媒體平台為你服務，快啲打電話俾我哋啦！905-754-1559，905-754-1559，星島 A1 中文電台。
一日資訊在於晨 ，A1 早晨。
早晨時間8點20分，今日1月8號星期五嚇，咁啊唔經唔覺啦，我哋2021年第一個即係工作週咧就差唔多完成啦，咁啊翻埋今日工，咁啊不過要留意咧，今朝未出門口嘅話咧，室外咧就係感覺係凍翻少少啊，零下10幾度，咁啊所以咧大家即係着暖少少，嚟緊呢幾日咧可能都係咁嚇，咁因為咧我哋始終咧就係即係陰晴不定，但係雲咧唔夠多咧，原來雲唔夠多咧，夜晚黑咧就即係保留唔翻我哋日頭曬興咗笪地嗰啲溫度喺度嘅話咧，一早一晚咧就會再凍啲嘅。
係啊，咁啊嗱，今朝早咧亦都要再提醒啲家長啦，尤其是如果你係小學學生嘅家長嚇，咁啊，琴日咧省長出咗嚟講，亦都話咧，即係下個禮拜1咧就唔好實體翻學住啦嚇，人肉翻學咧就唔好搞住啦，咁啊再褪，咁啊褪到幾時咧？褪到1月25號。咁嗱，你如果心水清嘅，其實安省咧，如果你話嗰個 lockdown 嗰個全省封城嗰個即係限期咧，應該就到23號咧就完㗎啦嚇。咁啊，佢會唔會延長咧？而家係言之尚早啦。咁但係咧就開學咧都係25號先學，仲係翻開實體嗰啲先開學嘅啫噃。係。咁但係我知道有啲咧，對唔住啊，即係有啲咧就去到即係有啲中學咧，其實因為29咧就已經係另外一個新 term 嘅開始啦，咁所以咧，其實喺嗰度咧，嗰啲轉接嗰啲位咧，其實都即係家長一定要留意咯。
所以而家咧，即係最大嘅分別就在於咩咧？我哋係即係身處喺呢一個嘅即係南安省嘅地方啦，同埋係即係安省北部嘅地方啦。因為安省北部咧，其實佢哋咧就11號本身解封㗎嘛，咁但係而家咧，佢哋咧就11號之後都好啦，學校咧暫時就係唔歡迎大家咧就人肉下實體翻去住。咁啊，而我哋至於南安省1月11號咧，其實就係小學咧人肉可以翻去嚇，即係實體學校咧開翻嘅日子。咁但係而家咧就會同埋呢個中學一樣咧，就都係去到1月25號咧先至會係即係再作定論啦。咁啊，所以最快嘅話咧都要1月25號咧先至會有翻嘅即係實體上課嘅時間啦。咁所以咧即係冇辦法啦，即係我哋作為一個即係社區嘅話咧，即係各行各業啊，即係一樣米養百樣人咧，唔同嘅家庭有唔同嘅需要同埋狀況。而家有啲嘅家庭咧就係安心咗，我啲仔女咧終於咧就唔使翻學，咁我哋咧就係成家人個風險低咗啦。但係同時間尋晚我哋都見到咧就開始調翻轉啦，亦都有唔少個家長就話慘啦。 我禮拜一我點可以臨時臨急揾到人睇我仔女呢？我份工呢已經好似有啲悶悶地㗎啦。如果我而家再同老細請假嘅話，真係有壓力㗎喎。咁有啲人就唔知點算好啦。
其實咧，你睇到咧，其實即係我哋即係安省政府咧，其實一路都係因為有呢一個顧慮嚇。咁啊，點解佢咁快上呢一個即係小學可以開翻學咧？就希望嗰啲家長可以翻去工。呢個咧，我哋係完全體諒。咁但係咧，就即係你見到咧。即係每一日咧嗰個變化咧，實在即係嚇，你話大又唔係大，好老實講，即係都係即係我哋永遠都係見到3000啊、3000零啊咁樣樣。咁但係咧日日都破紀錄。咁你見到啦嚇，即係我哋琴日都講星期日啊，或啲人已經問下教育廳長啊萊切爾，佢話喂點啊？喂咁嘅環境你會唔會停？唔會停嘅，因為11號照開學嘅。咁啊講到好實嘅。咁啊點不知4日之後咧自打嘴巴，唔係喎，喂我哋睇睇呢啲咁嘅環境咧唔係好掂喎。喂下禮拜一，喂禮拜4、禮拜日。定咁，佢真係好斬釘截鐵嘅喎，係咯，斬釘截鐵咁樣話俾人聽，喂，我哋咧係11號照常開學，咁咪好老實講，頭先你講嗰啲家長，咪OK 啦，淡定啦，即係可以話俾老細聽，唔使驚啊，我11號會翻工㗎啦，咁一路等等咧，等到星期4，琴日你先話咩？喂，唔係喎，我哋而家咧繼續咧都係網上翻學啦，咁，所以你見到有班家長出嚟講，喂，咁點啊？你今禮拜？即係禮拜4叫我同老細話，哎呀，我下禮拜1翻唔到工，因為啲仔女咧繼續喺屋企要翻，咁變咗咧嗰度係引起咗一啲，即係你咁問通啲人咧，又係即係有啲難度，有啲難處咯，令到啲家長
係啊，咁啊，即係嚟到而家呢一個嘅階段咧，曾幾何時咧，即係好似即係大家都覺得咧，即係保守黨政府喺安省嘅抗疫方面咧，係即係居功至偉啊，好得到民心嘅。咁但係咧，自從我哋即係放寬翻，跟住再進入lockdown嘅呢一個即係。
Broadcaster NHK said 63% would rather the games be postponed again or canceled. The opening ceremonies are scheduled for July 23rd. I'm Simon Bennett. In 60 seconds, more momentum for stocks and a possible loss of momentum for the jobs market. Business in 60 seconds.
680 News Time, 8:25.
Being a new mom isn't easy, but hugging's easy. Loving's easy. And baby D drops are easy too. Simply apply just one drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants. Baby D drops, the sunshine vitamin in just one drop.
Scott McGilvery here. I've done hundreds of home renovations over the years, and I'm particularly careful about what I put under the floors. On my projects, I use DMX One Step 2.0. This easy-to-install underlayment has an air gap design that allows moisture to evaporate, and it doesn't require wood subfloors, which can be a food source for mold growth. DMX One Step can be used under most vinyl or laminate floors, so whatever you choose, you know your investment will be protected. DMX One Step 2.0. No mold, no cold. Find it at the Home Depot.
680 News Time, 8:26.
Now the business report with Mike Epple. Some new numbers coming out here in a few moments. Mike? Yeah, indeed, Alex. We'll get the Canadian jobs data for December, which might show 30,000 jobs lost by the economy last month. And that would be an abrupt turn here, considering that the economy had some pretty good momentum and the rebound from the pandemic lows March and April last year. Then it was consistently up, regaining jobs, and then had the rug pulled out from under it maybe in December with the re-lockdowns of various areas. And we're also looking at the U.S. numbers maybe going to be positive, and that's speculative bets at best at this point, because, of course, the U.S. has certainly been going through a similar situation, maybe not as on lockdowns, but nevertheless closing the books on 2020 with potential signs of weakness. All of this, of course, related to COVID-19. Now, where we are not seeing any weakness is in the stock markets or cryptocurrencies or energy trades. Everything's going up in lockstep. And the big question, how long will the rally last? It moves on a daily basis. You know, last year we saw record-breaking drops on some occasions. Now it's kind of the inverse, with almost panic buying. The so-called FOMO trade, yes, fear of missing out, is also maybe in effect here, with Bitcoin clearing $41,000 US for the first time ever this morning and gaining $2,000 in one fell swoop. Is that normal? Who knows? Bitcoin's kind of new when you think about it. Price for oil up 93 cents at 51 1/4. We've got the Dow futures up 95 points, or 1/3%. Early leadership coming from Apple, which overnight there was some discussions about Apple teaming up with Hyundai out of South Korea about the idea of electric car production. Hyundai's stock price jumped by 19% just on that speculation. Oh, by the way, Tesla's up 5% right now at $856. So with that, quick calculation, Elon Musk is worth another $6 billion more than he was this time yesterday. The price for gold right now is down $29 at $18.83 US, and silver's down by 2.5%. Canadian dollar at 78.76, and that's steady. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
If your furnace is broken, call Reliance Home Comfort 24/7 and we'll get there fast. Only Reliance has over 45,000 5-star reviews, so you can depend on us to put you first and take safety precautions. Need a great deal on a new one? Call now. Ask about our next day installation guarantee and get a $1,000 Visa gift card, plus a Google Nest thermostat when you buy a featured furnace. Need a great deal fast? Call on Reliance. Conditions apply. Savings off our regular price. See website for details.
Your roof sprung a leak. Water came through. Shorted out the furnace, the radiator too.
When stuff happens and you need money now, right now, go to prudentfinancial.net.
If you need money in a hurry, prudentfinancial.net. Get money quick.
They got sickle cell, trigeminal
Car or homeowners get approved in less than an hour. Borrow up to $75,000, even if you're self-employed or have no proof of income.
prudentfinancial.net.
680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. 680 News time at the Double Tones, 8:30.
Number one for news in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Here are Paul Cook and Catherine Chattay. Good morning. It's Friday, January 8th.
For Paul Cook and Alex Bloomfield, here's what's making news this hour.
It's the closest thing we've heard to a concession speech from Donald Trump.
A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th.
Under extreme pressure after the Capitol riot, calls for his removal grow. Just 12 days left to go.
As COVID-19 cases soar, Ontario hospitals are being warned they may need to accept patients from other hospitals or other regions to free up bed space for hard-hit areas.
A new poll finds most Ontarians believe COVID-19 vaccinations should be made mandatory.
Because just in case you get contracted to somebody else.
But the majority also
say
they'd rather
to somebody else.
Today marks 1 year since a Ukrainian airliner making its way to Canada was shot down, killing all on board, including dozens of Canadians.
The Philadelphia 76ers forced to stay in New York City after a positive COVID-19 test was discovered during their game against the Brooklyn Nets last night. Sports at 45.
This just in the 680 News, the latest reading on the health of the Canadian labor market. And with COVID case counts going up in December, the economy lost 62,000 jobs for the month. Business at 56. 680 News time, 8:31.
Time for 680 News, traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Kyle Hawking.
Well, the highway's in very good shape right now. The quiet drive continues. If you're traveling across the GTA, no problems on our major highways and expressways, and the volume is light as well, so you won't be cutting any delays either. We have reports of a fire on Yonge Street south of Bloor at Charles. Emergency crews responding to that. You have a camera at Yonge and Bloor, and I can see some flashing lights here south of the intersection, so you may find lane restrictions, but it doesn't look like it's causing too much of a jam up. The rest of the highways free of any, or rest of the in-town routes free of any major problems. You'll still find delays along Finch, each way between the 400 off and on towards Keele as you head through some single-lane construction. Next report at 8:41, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
Sun and cloud today, that high pressure now sticking around the GTA through the weekend too. It's going to be a nice couple of days here. Today is the coldest that we've had lately, and it's the coolest as well in the trend that's on its way. So we will warm up for tomorrow, highs near between 0 and 2 degrees for Saturday, and then seasonal near -2 for Sunday with that sun cloud mix. Right now it's quite cool, feeling like -16 with the wind at Pearson, the guaranteed high -3.
680 News time, 8:32.
A cornered Donald Trump finally admitting defeat after supporters enraged by his false claims of election fraud staged a deadly riot on Capitol Hill. The outgoing U.S. president also condemning the violence he helped incite in his first appearance since the certification of the election results.
680's Jamie Pulfer is here live with a look at Trump's statement and the ongoing fallout from the chaos in the Capitol. Jamie.
Yeah, Alex, it's his first time speaking since the Capitol Hill chaos, and it's the closest thing to a concession speech that we've heard from Donald Trump.
A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power.
He did not congratulate Joe Biden or recognize him as the president-elect in that video. Trump under extreme pressure after the Capitol riot, and is now condemning those he had previously egged on.
America is and must always be a nation of law and order. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy.
Calls for his removal gaining momentum with just 12 days left in office. CNN political analyst Ron Brownstein.
I don't think the 25th Amendment will be invoked. I don't think Republicans in the Senate will convict and remove him from office, but I do think it is possible that Democrats will impeach him.
And House Democrats are said to be expediting that impeachment process. A Capitol Hill police officer now among the 5 people who died in the attack, injured while physically engaging with protesters. The Toronto Police Association offering condolences on Twitter. Reporting live, Jamie Pulfer, 680 News.
680 News time, 8:34. We could find out today if the Ford government plans to impose new measures to stop the spread of COVID-19, as a provincial agency wants hospitals to be ready for large-scale patient transfers as cases of the virus continue to climb. 680's Kevin Meisner joins us live from Queen's Park with the latest. Kevin.
Yeah, Catherine, with COVID-19 cases surging in Ontario, the province is preparing to move patients around in an effort to free up beds and resources in areas hardest hit by the virus. A memo sent to hospitals by Ontario Health tells staff to be ready to accept patients from other hospitals in and outside of their regions. As for schools, Education Minister Stephen Lecce will soon detail plans for enhanced safety measures. In fact, he'll be joining Premier Doug Ford for an announcement at 10 o'clock this morning here at Queen's Park. The Premier has also indicated a curfew to slow the spread of COVID-19 is a possibility under consideration. Dr. David Furness with the University of Toronto tells Breakfast Television he's not so sure how effective that would be.
We can't keep locking people up. We need to do testing. We need to control transmission through testing. If we do a curfew, if we do a big lockdown, in Australia that took 100 days. That would be pretty brutal.
A curfew does go into effect in Quebec on Saturday, forcing residents there to stay home from 8 p.m. until 5 a.m. At Queen's Park, Kevin Meisner, 680 News.
680 News time, 8:36. Breaking news on the country's labor market this morning as COVID case counts continue to rise. Canada lost 62,000 jobs in the month of December. Our Mike Eppel joins us live now from the 680 Business Center with more. Mike.
Yeah, to say it was a month in the retail sector like none other before, Alex. We saw the retail space lose the brunt of the jobs and restaurants, and of course the ongoing difficulties in the travel sector. The economy lost 62,000 jobs, which was almost twice the forecast, inching the unemployment rate back up for the first time in months, now at 8.6%. So the ripple effects of lockdown certainly having the effect on the jobs market here at home and also in the United States, where non-farm payrolls, their gauge of unemployment, fell by 140,000 workers last month as well. So the 2020 year, which was one of extreme volatility, ending on a negative note for the jobs market. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Eppel.
680 News time, 8:37. Returning now to our coverage of the COVID-19 pandemic, a new poll reveals the majority of Ontarians would support a mandatory COVID-19 vaccine once the shot is widely available. 680's Carl Hansky is near Weston and the 401 gauging reaction. Carl.
Yeah, Catherine, according to this campaign research poll for the Toronto Star, roughly 6 out of 10 Ontarians believe the government should make COVID-19 vaccinations mandatory. Here at Weston Road and the 401, most commuters I've talked to feel the same.
I believe it should be mandatory because just in case you could contract it to somebody else and keep everybody safe at the same time.
I believe it should be mandatory because if you get it and somebody don't, still the person can pass it on.
But 30% of those polled are like this guy.
I think it should be voluntary, like to each his own type of deal.
Now, while the majority of people say they will get vaccinated, it won't be as soon as possible.
I'll wait and see what's going on first. I'll wait it out first, because I don't really trust these things.
Over 50% of those polled say they would rather wait to see if the vaccine has any long-term side effects. Reporting live at Weston Road in the 401, Carl Hansky, 680 News.
680 News Time, 8:38. New research suggests the COVID-19 vaccine made by Pfizer can protect against the mutation found in highly contagious variants of the virus.
These particular variants are causing global concern, both sharing a common mutation called N501Y, which is a slight alteration on one spot of the spike protein that coats the virus. That change is believed to be the reason they can spread so easily. Pfizer says it's very reassuring to have found that at least this mutation does not seem to be a problem for vaccine efficacy. The study is preliminary and has not yet been reviewed by experts, a key step for medical research. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
This is 680 News. It's been 1 year since a Ukraine International Airlines passenger plane making its way to Canada was shot down by the Iranian military. The crash killed all 176 people on board, including 55 Canadians and 30 permanent residents. Daniel Godds lost his girlfriend in the crash. He says family members are still waiting for answers.
The sadness and the grief is so raw for family members, including myself. And one of the contributing factors to that is we still haven't had any closure, or, we don't know what happened, why it happened. There has been no justice.
A virtual commemoration for the victims of Flight 752 will be held at noon with Mayor Tory taking part. The Toronto sign will also be dimmed.
680 News Time, 8:39.
What happens when you sleep well? You train well, you focus well, you eat well, you play well. Whatever your New Year's resolution, it all starts with better sleep. And that begins the Sleep Country. The New Year, New You event is on now. Get great deals on all your sleep essentials, like mattresses, bedding, and pillows. Our sleep experts are online at sleepcountry.ca to help you wake up to better sleep. Sleep well, stay well. Sleep Country.
Still to come on 680 News, we'll have traffic and weather together.
680 News Time, 8:40.
It's the Ram 4x4 Winter Event.
How about a more dramatic name? Like the Ram Winter Doesn't Stand a Chance event.
With big discounts on Ram trucks.
So that's a no? Okay. How about the Ram Old Man Winter Better Run and Hide event?
Get 25% off MSRP on the 2020 Ram 1500 Classic.
Also no. Okay.
For up to $14,600 in total discounts.
Well, discounts that big, it doesn't matter what you call it.
See your Ram dealer for details.
Alpine Credits.
I would like a debt consolidation loan.
Great. Do you own your home?
Yes, indeed, I do.
Approved.
Don't you want to ask what I do for a living?
No.
You could ask.
Nah.
Why won't you ask?
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved, and your job doesn't matter even if it's a fancy one, but good for you if it is. Some conditions apply. Alpine Credits. FISRA license 12616.
680 News Time, 8:41.
Time for 680 News, traffic and weather together on the ones for Subaru. Here's Kyle Hawking.
Well, we have pretty quiet drive still on the highways, not seeing really any major concerns for your drive. No reported problems and just light volume as you travel around the GTA. Ramp closures coming in on the 407. Looks like the Huron-Ontario ramps to westbound 407 in the process of being closed shortly because of maintenance work planned. That's going to be an all-day closure into the evening. So we'll keep an eye on that, but just plan for that. Huron-Ontario ramps to westbound 407 will be closed. And I'm going to do it a little investigating because I'm seeing quite a delay westbound on O'Connor approaching Don Mills. Maybe a lane blocked with a collision or perhaps construction here. Looks backed up from west of Coxwell. We'll see if I can get a better view on our traffic camera there. Sick of hibernation mode? Try adventure mode and bring on winter in a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive. Contact your nearest Subaru dealer for their winter on bonus. Next report at 8:51, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
Partly cloudy downtown. It feels like minus 13 right now in the city, so it is a cooler start, but temperatures will be fairly stable through the afternoon. A few clouds tonight down to minus 6. We're expecting a sun-cloud mix all weekend long, and temperatures will be stable through the day, but you can expect those morning temperatures to be a little cool, just like they are today. Minus 9 and cloudy at Pearson, the guaranteed high, minus 3.
680 News Time, 8:43.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute. Over to Mike Ethel at the 680 News Business Center. So what kind of impact can we expect those jobs numbers to have, Mike?
Well, we're already seeing it a little bit, Catherine, as the Canadian dollar slips just a little bit, as the economy here lost close to 63,000 jobs last month, which was more than forecast. In the States, it was 140,000 to the negative. And you'd say, well, that should take the stock markets down. But no, because, again, the discussion is this will force more stimulus efforts by the incoming Biden administration. That will prop things up, and the Dow futures up by 100 points pre-market. So the potential for more records, in fact, for the benchmarks on Wall Street, maybe by extension Bay Street, because the price for oil is up 77 cents at $51.60. Gold is extending its decline, now down $30 at $18.84 an ounce. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Ethel.
Markets are changing more than ever. A financial advisor can help address your evolving portfolio needs. Speak to a financial advisor and learn more at dynamic.ca/advice.
Still to come on 680 News. The union representing TTC employees accusing the agency of hypocrisy as it reportedly tells employees to not carpool to work in order to stop the spread of COVID-19.
680 News Time, 8:44.
Our local spot. It was there when we needed it most. The perfect gift. They had it. The perfect haircut. They trimmed it. They saved us a seat, a headache, and when we forgot an anniversary, they even saved our rear ends. Our local spots were there for all of life's little emergencies, even when they didn't feel so little. And now that they're the ones in need, it's our turn to be there for them. So shop safely and show your love for local. Ontario, yours to rediscover.
This winter, you could choose hibernation mode or power-up adventure mode in a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive. Adventure mode to make fresh tracks in the snow. Hibernation mode to take as many naps as you can in a day. In adventure mode, you'll be breathing fresh outdoor air. In hibernation mode, you'll be breathing through your mouth because something smells off, possibly whatever's growing in the back of the fridge. Choose your setting.
Bring on winter in a Subaru. Hurry now and contact your local Subaru dealer for our Winter On bonus.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
It's cloudy -7 in downtown Toronto, wind chill -13. Good morning. I'm Catherine Jeté.
And I'm Alex Bloomfield. Here are the top stories this hour.
A police officer has died from injuries he sustained when Donald Trump supporters stormed the Capitol building on Wednesday. The president condemning the violence in a scripted video during which he acknowledges his election loss. With the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic surging, hospitals in the province are being told to get ready to accept patients from other facilities overwhelmed with cases. And employment numbers for the month of December show the country lost more than 62,000 jobs as pandemic lockdowns took effect. Many of the job losses were in the retail sector.
Time now for 680 Sports.
From Sportsnet 590 The Fan, here's Simon Bennett.
Well, we start with the NBA and the Philadelphia 76ers entire team currently in quarantine in New York, with ESPN reporting Seth Curry has tested positive for COVID-19. The problem is they didn't find out until after their game had begun in Brooklyn last night. Curry suited up on the bench with the team. The Sixers losing the game 122-109 to Brooklyn. The Raptors looking to improve on their 1-6 start. They face the Kings tonight in Sacramento at 10. The province of Ontario officially giving the green light for NHL games to the province for the season opening days from now. Also, the province of Quebec giving the Montreal Canadiens an exemption to the 8 p.m. curfew that kicks in tomorrow. Baseball, star shortstop Francisco Lindor is on the move, but not to Toronto as Jays fans had hoped. He, along with Carlos Carrasco, going to the Mets for a package of 4 players. A packed weekend of football coming up. 6 playoff games for wildcard weekend. The Bills have listed receivers Stephon Diggs and Cole Beasley as questionable for tomorrow against the Colts. Sports 15 and 45 pass every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 8:47.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Primucci. Next time you order, try our charcoal-infused pizza and enjoy a lighter and airier pizza experience. It may just become your new go-to favorite. Think Italian and taste the difference.
If I told you there are as many as 2,000 homeless youth in our city each night, would you care?
What if I told you most of them have suffered from abuse and neglect? Then would you care?
What if I told you many feel safer on the streets than they do at home? Now do you care?
What if I told you I really need your help?
How young do they need to be before you care? Donate $8 a month to Covenant House Toronto and provide homeless kids with a warm bed, hot meal, and a better future. Visit covenanthousetoronto.ca to donate.
680 News Time, 8:48.
York police are searching for a vehicle and a motive after a possible road rage shooting incident at the Toronto-Vaughan border. Police say the victim was parked at a gas station at Steeles and Weston Road around 6:45 last evening when a white Toyota with tinted windows pulled up beside them. Someone inside that vehicle opened fire, shattering the victim's rear window. No one was injured. Police say it's unclear why the victim was targeted. The union representing TTC employees is accusing the transit agency of hypocrisy as it reportedly tells employees not to carpool to work in order to stop the spread of COVID-19. 680's Laura Carney reports.
ATU Local 113, which represents nearly 12,000 TTC workers, says the agency should not be lecturing them about carpooling, especially when overcrowding on buses persists across the system. The Toronto Star reports the TTC issued a notice to employees on January 5th advising them to avoid carpooling, and for those who have no other choice, to not have more than 2 people in the vehicle, sit as far apart as possible, and to wear masks. Starting on the 18th, employee vehicles arriving at TTC properties carrying more than 2 people will reportedly be stopped, and the occupants will need to provide their employee information. The union president says they have shared their concerns about the carpooling policy. Amid soaring case numbers, ATU Local 113 also calling on the TTC to implement a number of safety measures, including reintroducing rear door boarding on buses. I'm Laura Carney.
680 News Time, 8:50.
Every day in Canada, 3,000 mortgages renew. Important announcement. If your mortgage renews in the next 90 days, contact butlermortgage.ca. 1.38% 5-year fixed rate at renewal. No gimmicks, no fees. It's the same mortgage as your bank. If you qualify, you save thousands. 1.38% 5-year fixed mortgage rate at butlermortgage.ca.
License number 12118, high ratio fixed rate APR of 1.39%.
I'm here with Bill Coy of Coy Brothers, and we're talking about my back.
Oh, what'd you do? Get up too quickly?
Shoveling snow.
Yeah, snow happens in Canada from time to time. What your back needs is the new Toro 60-volt power shovel.
It's battery powered?
Yes, it is. Toro's 39909 power shovel is lightweight, cordless, and it can throw snow 25 feet. And it's just $429.
In store or online, either is fine when you buy this Toro from the Snow Pros at Coy Bros.
KOOYBROS.com.
680 News Time, 8:51.
Time for 680 News, traffic and weather together on the ones for TSC. Here's Kyle Hawking.
Well, if you live in East York and you typically use O'Connor to get to Don Mills and the DVP, you know how important it is as an artery. Today we have a lane blocked, and it's during the morning rush hour, which is not good timing. Westbound O'Connor approaching Don Mills. I now have a view. The right lane is blocked by a maintenance crew, it looks like. We've got a van with a flashing light on top and a few workers walking around. So it's backed up here from Coxwell to approaching Don Mills. It's right before Don Mills, for that right lane is blocked. So you have to, if you're traveling towards that stretch of Don Mills to get to the DVP, you have to get out of that right lane for a short stretch to get around this maintenance crew. So it's very heavy there. As far as the highways go, it's not bad. The only other volume really is on the southbound DVP and 404 and DVP. Approaching Shepherd and the collectors to the 401 ramps. If you're on the Don Valley, just a bit slow through Lawrence. Otherwise, highways in good shape. Just in the process of being closed are the Huron-Ontario ramps to westbound 407, be an all-day closure for construction. Help rejuvenate your skin and hair with Beauty Bio's Glow Pro Face and Scalp Microneedling Set. Get it at TSC tomorrow and save big. Shop TSC.ca, today's shopping choice. Next report at 9:01, and with the extended forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
Partly cloudy downtown, -7, a wind chill of -13. Yeah, you need the parka this morning, but we do have some pretty stable temperatures in the long-range forecast. So our guaranteed high today is -3, which is near seasonal. And then for the weekend, we'll be a little milder than that. And even looking ahead to next week, it's a mild stretch. We don't have any extreme cold into the GTA in this forecast for a little bit, which is nice. Now, we've got a bitter wind chill as you get a little farther away from the lake this morning. So near Pearson, it feels like -16. We're still sitting at near -10 right now in the Markham area. But your daytime highs today, like I said, fairly comfortable and seasonal. Guaranteed high -3.
Coming up at 9 o'clock, Donald Trump, possibly trying to stave off an early removal from office, condemns the deadly violence on Capitol Hill in a new video posted to Twitter as a police officer is now among the dead.
680 News Time, 8:53.
Hi, Anthony Longo here. We're making it easier to save you money and check everything off your shopping list with our new line of Longo's Essentials. Common household products that combine the quality Longo's is known for with prices that will save you the hassle of shopping around. Things like butter and spices, garbage bags, and aluminum foil. You know, the everyday stuff. Just look for the packaging with the big check mark to check everything off your list. Check, 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 check. For quality that meets your family standards, trust ours, Longo's.
News
Is always changing.
now more than ever.
Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day.
This is 680 News.
Ask to play us on your smart speaker.
The Toronto Raptors still looking for their first win since the calendar switched to 2021. They continue their West Coast trip tonight. Our Simon Bennett has more.
It's still very strange to look at the NBA standings and find the Raptors almost at the bottom, 1-6 entering play tonight. So what's happening? The main problem, they haven't shown much beyond their top 6 players. The offseason departures of Serge Ibaka and Marc Gasol still very apparent. Sportsnet's Michael Grange.
I think what way more aggressive to bring back Serge Ibaka is, it's proving to be a major miscalculation. And besides, hearing Bobby Webster done work miracles here, but that will not go down as one of the hardest efforts.
Now, the Raptors did show improvement against Phoenix on Wednesday, but it wasn't enough to get the win. Tonight, they're in Sacramento to face the Kings, who are beatable at 4-4. Stay up late, Toronto. Tip tonight is at 10. I'm Simon Bennett.
Still to come on 680 News, negative jobs, positive markets. We'll have the business report.
680 News Time, 8:55.
Your life has taken a bit of a break, but your dental health shouldn't. At Ultima Dental, our enhanced cleaning and sterilization protocols will help keep you safe at your appointment, while our team of professionals keep your oral and overall health in check. We also offer our patients a 0% interest payment plan, so you can get the treatment you need when you need it. Located across Ontario and the GTA, contact your local Ultima clinic or visit ultimadental.com to find a dental professional near you. Ultima Dental, care beyond your smile.
Do you have unfiled taxes? Are you overwhelmed and stressed? Boxes of paper, lost documents, disorganized, confused, don't know where to start? We do. Call Mark Feldstein Chartered Professional Accountants. We deal with this every day. It's never too late. Start sleeping at night. Call Mark Feldstein Chartered Professional Accountants now or visit markfeldstein.ca. markfeldstein.ca.
680 News Time, 8:56.
Time for the 680 News Business Report. Here is Mike Epple.
Catherine, the Canadian and U.S. economies were showing the effects of the rising case counts for COVID-19 in December and more lockdowns taking effect. Our economy gave back almost 63,000 jobs last month. And in an interesting subsector to the Stats Canada data, they're really drilling down on various regions of the economy and cities specifically. And Toronto, according to Stats Canada's tabulations, lost 52,000 jobs last month alone, again with more lockdowns going into effect. There were a lot of jobs lost in particular age categories, youth aged 15 to 24, one of the hardest hit still in the labor market. Unemployment rate going up to 8.6%. Stateside, we had the U.S. economy losing 140,000 jobs in December, and that ended the winning streak, the rebound from the pandemic lows. It was the first drop since April. Unemployment rate inching higher in the U.S., it was unchanged at 6.7%. All of this, though, will point toward more stimulus efforts by the Biden administration coming in Washington, and the Dow futures contract still up 90 points Price for oil adding 80 cents at 51.63. The Bitcoin mania continues. It's now up by $2,500 this morning, north of 41 grand US. It's gone up 50% this week, has more than doubled in the span of about a month. And anything related to Bitcoin and the equity trades, whether it's Riot blockchain or some of the others, the proxy stocks, so to speak, they're up substantially by about 10% each in pre-market action. Gold is down $29 at $18.83. Our dollar, the interesting note here is that the dollar's up despite the weakness from the labor market. The loonie at 78.88, that's up a tenth of a cent. The exchange below $1.27. The Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
In life, the most important question anyone could ever ask is, will you marry me?
Not. Are we alone in the universe?
Well,
Or how did the brain name itself?
Okay, point taken. The most important question anyone could ask when they're in love and want to be with that person forever is, will you marry me? Make sure it's a yes. With Spence Diamonds, Canada's engagement destination, with thousands of rings to choose from. Spence Diamonds, open for virtual appointments and curbside pickup.
First and best. Breaking news when it happens on 680 News.
Scott McGilvery here. I started my career renovating basements, so I know how important it is to keep those floors warm. On my projects, I use DMX One Step 2.0. This easy-to-install underlayment works with most vinyl or laminate floors and requires no power tools, making it perfect for DIY installers. Even better, the air gap design creates a thermal break, making floors up to 6 degrees warmer than the concrete floor below. DMX One Step 2.0. No mold, no cold. Find it at the Home Depot.
This is your breaking news station, 680 News.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Walmart.
New year, healthy you. Walmart knows wellness. If you need any advice on healthy choices this year, just ask your Walmart pharmacist. This message is brought to you by PharmaScience.
In Hamilton right now, it's partly cloudy and -8 towards Brampton. It's partly cloudy, -10 this morning. In Brantford, it is a clear sky and -9. Right now in downtown Toronto, cloudy, -7. Wind chill -13. 680 News at CFTR AM Toronto. It's 9 o'clock.
Number one for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Here are Paul Cook and Catherine Chattay.
This is Friday, the 8th of January. Good morning. For Paul Cook, I'm Alex Bloomfield.
Here's what's making news right now.
Condemning the violence he incited at Capitol Hill.
You do not represent our country.
Donald Trump backed into a corner, basically conceding the election. But there's a big push to remove him as soon as possible.
Ontario gets ready to move patients from COVID-19 hotspots to free up bed space. An Ontario Health memo tells hospitals to prepare for patient transfers between hospitals and regions.
According to a new poll, most Ontarians believe COVID-19 vaccinations should be made mandatory.
I think the vaccine will be better for everyone.
I'm Carl Hansky out asking mandatory or voluntary. What do you think?
When will the Toronto Raptors pick up elusive win number 2? They're in Sacramento tonight against the Kings. Sports at 15. A negative performance by the labor market in December, leading to a positive showing for stock markets this morning on bets for more U.S. stimulus. The economy here lost close to 63,000 jobs. Business at 26.
680 News Time 9:01.
Traffic and weather together on the ones, brought to you by Aaron Waxman and Associates. Here's Kyle Hawking.
Well, we got an update from a traffic spotter of this problem westbound on O'Connor, approaching Don Mills. All I could see was a maintenance truck here in the right lane and crews, a couple of occupants, I would assume, walking around. A traffic spotter, though, says it's a minor collision. There's a vehicle that has rear-ended that maintenance van and a bit of damage done. So they're waiting for likely police just to check things out, as if it's a city-owned van, they can't technically move it until everything is documented. It's a sort of like a city policy. So we have a delay here westbound on O'Connor, stretching back towards Coxwell. From that point over to Don Mills, where the right lane is blocked just before Don Mills with this minor collision. As far as the highways go, really no problems. Just one stretch of volume, minor, on the southbound Don Valley Parkway from York Mills to south of Lawrence. Otherwise, you're up to speed. If your disability claim has been denied for any reason, call Aaron Waxman at 416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD. Next report at 9:11, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
Well, partly cloudy day today, so we're hanging on to that sunshine that broke that cloud yesterday. It was a lovely afternoon, finally seeing some sunshine, and the high pressure will stick around for the weekend as well. Now, we had a bit of clouds build back in this morning, but they're going to clear back out, so it will be a decent day overall. It's cold right now. Overnight tonight, we won't dip down at quite as cold. Lows near -6. Right now, our wind chill at Pearson is near -15. The guaranteed high for today, -3.
680 News Time 9:03.
This moment calls for healing and reconciliation. Those words belonging to Donald Trump, a noticeably subdued president under pressure of a second impeachment, releasing his first statement since the siege of the Capitol carried out by many of his supporters.
This as the death toll from the riots hits 5. 680's Jamie Pulfer joins us live with the latest on the investigation and the political drama. Jamie.
And Catherine, he's accused of inciting the violence at Capitol Hill, and now Donald Trump is admonishing those involved.
To those who engage in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country. And to those who broke the law, you will pay.
The video posted on Twitter, and without acknowledging President-elect Joe Biden by name, Trump is essentially conceding the election while justifying his actions.
We must get on with the business of America. My campaign vigorously pursued every legal avenue to contest the election results. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote.
The calls for his removal using the 25th Amendment or impeachment are growing louder. Assistant House Speaker Catherine Clark says they're focused on a quick impeachment.
So we know that we have limited time, but that every day that Donald Trump is president of the United States is a day of grave danger.
A Capitol Hill police officer, the latest to have died after that insurrection, injured while engaging with protesters. CNN reporting that the U.S. Attorney's Office plans to open a federal murder investigation into the officer's death. Reporting live, Jamie Pulfer, 680 News.
680 News Time 9:04. The province's hospitals now preparing for mass transfers of patients out of COVID-19 hot zones. Parents staring at 2 more weeks of managing virtual learning, and further pandemic restrictions might still be announced later this morning. 680's Kevin Meisner joining us live from Queen's Park ahead of a news conference from the Premier and some key ministers. Kevin.
That's right, Alex. An announcement is planned by the Premier here in about an hour, 10 o'clock this morning. Doug Ford will be joined by the Education Minister, Stephen Lecce, and Minister of Health, Christine Elliott. We could hear details about expanded safety measures for schools. Dr. Colin Furness with the University of Toronto telling Breakfast Television keeping schools closed for 2 more weeks does make sense, but of course, virtual learning has a downside.
The learning is not happening. Parents are unable to go to work, especially, poorer families. This is a huge problem. That said, if we send kids back in with the high number of cases we have, we're going to make the situation worse.
The province says at-home learning was extended after startling new testing numbers showed that 1 in 5 children are testing positive for COVID-19. And a memo sent out by Ontario Health says hospitals across the province need to be ready to accept patients from other areas hardest hit by COVID-19 to free up beds and resources. At Queen's Park, Kevin Meisner, 680 News.
680 News Time 9:06. Breaking news on the labor market. The economy lost nearly 63,000 jobs last month as lockdown restrictions took effect, and it was a similar situation in the U.S. Our Mike Apple joins us live from the 680 Business Center. Mike.
And the job losses, Catherine, were very much concentrated to the GTA. Stats Canada writing specifically about the 50,000 plus jobs lost in Toronto last month, a good chunk of the 62,600 that were lost overall for December to close out 2020. It was the first negative showing in 7 months, but really keyed in on all the lockdowns going back into effect, with the numbers on COVID-19 going up in the same situation in the States, where the U.S. labor market lost 140,000 jobs in December. Now, while the unemployment rate there held steady at 6.7%, ours went up to 8.6%. More talk about stimulus efforts out of the U.S. government coming into effect soon in the Biden administration. Mandates, and that actually has the stock markets again pointing to record highs at the opening trades this morning at the Business Center. I'm Mike Apple.
680 News Time 9:07.
And we have breaking news from the United Kingdom, where the mayor of London is declaring a major incident amid a massive surge in COVID-19 cases. Sadiq Khan says the threat the virus poses to the city is at a crisis point, with 1 in 30 Londoners now infected with the virus. He says if they don't take immediate action now, hospitals will become overwhelmed and more people will die. Khan is imploring Londoners in the UK to stay home unless absolutely necessary.
This is 6 City News. So should it be mandatory to get a COVID-19 vaccine? 6 City's Carl Hansky has reaction to a new poll.
The majority of Ontarians, according to this poll for the Toronto Star, believe when it comes to COVID-19 vaccinations, there should be no choice.
Mandatory is much better. I think the vaccine will be better for everyone.
Almost 60% of those polled say mandatory. This truck driver is among the 30% who believe getting a vaccination should be voluntary, but he doesn't think he'll get a choice.
I think the government is going to force mandatory. Even the workplace is going to make it mandatory sooner or later.
The poll also finds that while most people in the province will get vaccinated, they don't want to be first in line.
I'm going to wait. I want to see what's going on. I think I'm going to wait a little bit, though. I got to, see how it's working.
Over 50% of those polled say they'd rather wait to see how things go. At Weston Road to the 401, I'm Carl Hansky.
This is 6 City News. Pfizer says new research suggests its COVID-19 vaccine can protect against the mutation found in 2 highly contagious variants that have erupted in Britain and South Africa. These variants causing global concern due to their ability to spread so easily. Researchers used blood samples from 20 people who received the Pfizer and BioNTech vaccine and found antibodies from those recipients successfully fended off the mutation. Pfizer's chief scientific officer says it's a very reassuring finding that at least this mutation doesn't seem to be a problem for the vaccine. The study is preliminary and still needs to be reviewed by experts.
York police are searching for a white Toyota with tinted windows after a possible road rage shooting at the Toronto-Vaughan border. It happened around 6:45 last night at a gas station at Steeles and Weston Road. Police say the suspect vehicle pulled up next to the victim's car. Someone inside opened fire, shattering the victim's rear window. No injuries were reported. Police say they haven't been able to determine why the victim was targeted.
680 News Time 9:09.
From the little kid shooting hoops on the driveway with dad,
to elite athletes at the top of their game,
for anyone who has ever bounced, kicked, spiked, or thrown a ball,
the emptiness is palpable. But we will return to the field, the pitch, the stadium.
We'll feel the sun on our faces and team spirit in our hearts.
We'll collectively rise up and cheer, we did it.
And it will be a healthy planet again.
HealthyPlanetCanada.com.
Coming up in 60 seconds, a check on traffic and weather together. A mostly sunny weekend in store.
6 City News Time 9:10.
Everybody's looking for a change right now, dreaming of being able to pay for upgrades or renovations without taking on that financial burden. Just think about it. We renovated 3 years ago, but it still feels like there's a million things I'd like to do today. A Flexi line by Capital Direct allows you to manage your resources more effectively. Whether you could use $50,000 or $1.5 million, that cash is available to you. Call Capital Direct today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL.
CapitalDirect.ca.
Return to the scene of the crime. I've got somewhere else you gotta be. Tuesdays on City TV.
Let's go!
The best team in law enforcement.
Stop, police!
Hudson and Rex.
All right, Rex, see what we can turn on.
All right, now, do your thing. Good detectives.
Well, now you're just showing off.
Great partners.
We both have our issues.
Hudson and Rex. Tuesdays, 8/7 Central on City TV. Or stream live and free at citytv.com.
Not a bad day's work, partner.
6 City News Time 9:11.
Traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Kyle Hawking.
And we now have a tow truck on scene of this collision westbound O'Connor approaching Don Mills. The right lane is blocked. That was a vehicle that had rear-ended a van. The van has left the scene. The vehicle needs a tow, though, so tow trucks on scene. They're going to be hooking up now. Delays from west of Coxwell to approaching Don Mills as you travel west on O'Connor. Just before Don Mills is where that right lane is blocked. Highway's in good shape right now if you're traveling the southbound DVP. Slight delay through Lawrence, but that's really all you'll find. It's a very smooth drive right across the GTA and major highways and expressways. Ramp closures, though, on the 407. The Hurontario ramps to westbound 407 have been closed as crews do construction. Those aren't scheduled to reopen until 9 p.m., so plan for that right through the day. We also did have a second collision on city streets reported in Vaughan, Weston, south of Teston, which is kind of fun to say. It's Weston at Greenbrook. Lanes affected with a collision there. York Regional Police on scene, but they don't really see too much in terms of a delay, so it's likely pretty minor. Your next report at 9:21, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
Cloudy and -9 at Pearson. It feels like -17. Wow, what a chill that we have not been used to lately. The good news is we've got some sunshine today and temperatures are climbing through the afternoon. We'll keep a slight wind chill through the day, and today looks to be the coldest out of the next several. Moving ahead, for Saturday, Sunday, we've got a mix of sun and cloud in the forecast. And again, you might feel that cooler air in the mornings and through the overnights, but our daytime highs are very stable, near 0 for Saturday and highs seasonal near -2 for Sunday. Your guaranteed high today, -3.
6 City News Time, 9:13.
And now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute.
Over to Mike Epple at the 6 City News Business Center. What kind of day is it shaping up to be, Mike?
Well, it's going to be an interesting one, I'll say that much, Catherine. Good morning. We're watching the markets react to some extent to the jobs data in this morning on Canada and the U.S. labor markets, which were both negative for December, 62,000 plus jobs lost here and 140,000 down in the States in the negative column. But stock markets are holding in there and might, in fact, see a record start at the opening bell. Does it last? That's a question, because we do have the Dow futures now pulling back from the earlier highs, up just 50 points. The price for oil is up 90 cents at $51.72. Gold is down $21 at $18.92. Our dollar at 78.85. That's steady. The exchange just below $1.27. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Epple.
The greatest investment tip ever? Start building a plan with a financial advisor today. Learn more about the value of advice at dynamic.ca/advice.
Still to come on 680 News.
It was 1 year ago today that a Ukraine International Airlines plane on its way to Canada was shot down by the Iranian government, killing all on board, including a number of Canadians. 6 City News Time, 9:14.
Your employment rights with Lior Samfiru from employmentlawyer.ca.
COVID-19 has forced drastic employment changes on many Canadians in the form of layoffs, pay cuts, reduction in hours, demotions, and work relocation. What most employees don't realize is that your employer does not have a right to make significant changes to terms of employment without your consent. You don't have to accept these changes. Your employer is essentially terminating you, and you are owed full severance pay. I can help you get the severance package you are legally owed. My team has helped tens of thousands of employees get the compensation they deserve when changes are made to their job. Before you accept any changes, contact me and discover why my employment law firm is the most positively reviewed firm in Canada.
Contact employment lawyer Lior Samfiru today. Get the advice you need and the compensation you deserve. Visit employmentlawyer.ca. That's employmentlawyer.ca.
This is All News Radio, 680 News. Mostly sunny and -7, a wind chill of -13 in downtown Toronto. Good morning, I'm Alex Bloomfield.
I'm Catherine Jeté. Here are the top stories right now.
A police officer, the fifth death connected to the Capitol Hill riots, says a subdued and scripted Donald Trump facing growing threats at a second House impeachment admits defeat and condemns the violence in his first public statement in the wake of the chaos. Premier Ford and members of his cabinet set to speak at 10 this morning amid speculation over possible new pandemic restrictions. Here live on 680 News, nearly 6 in 10 Ontarians believe once COVID-19 vaccines are fully available, they should be mandatory. But a majority also admits they may wait as long as possible in the new poll. And for the first time since April, Canada's labor market is on the decline. Stats Canada reporting a loss of over 62,000 jobs and a slight rise in unemployment.
Time now for 680 Sports.
From Sportsnet 590, The Fan, here's Simon Bennett.
Hey, good morning once again. The Toronto Raptors still haven't won again since the calendar shifted to 2021. Looking to fix that tonight. They're currently at 1-6 on the early season after an improved showing against the Suns. Still a loss. They're in Sacramento tonight. It's a late one, tip-off at 10. The entire Sixers team currently in quarantine in New York City. A reported positive test of Seth Curry wasn't reportedly discovered until after their game started in Brooklyn last night, with Curry sitting on the bench with his teammates. News from the NHL this morning. The Sabres signing Riley Shane to a one-year deal worth $700,000. The Maple Leafs have their inter-squad blue-white game tomorrow night at 7 o'clock on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and Sportsnet. The Hamilton Spectator reporting Michael Anlau, owner of the OHL's Bulldogs, has been talking with officials in Burlington about building a new arena there. Anlau has said he would like the team to play in a smaller building than First Ontario Centre. Sports 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 9:17.
What happens when you sleep well? You train well, you focus well, you eat well, you play well. Whatever your New Year's resolution, it all starts with better sleep. And that begins at Sleep Country. The New Year, New You event is on now. Get great deals on all your sleep essentials like mattresses, bedding, and pillows. Our sleep experts are online at sleepcountry.ca to help you wake up to better sleep. Sleep well, stay well. Sleep Country.
Our local spot, it was there when we needed it most. The perfect gift, they had it. The perfect haircut, they trimmed it. They saved us a seat, a headache, and when we forgot an anniversary, they even saved our rear ends. Our local spots were there for all of life's little emergencies, even when they didn't feel so little. And now that they're the ones in need, it's our turn to be there for them. So shop safely and show your love for local. Ontario, yours to rediscover.
680 News Time, 9:18. It was 1 year ago today that a Ukraine International Airlines plane on its way to Canada was shot down by the Iranian government, killing all on board, including a number of Canadians. 680's Laura Carney reports.
January 8, 2020, an Iranian missile shot down Flight 752, which was carrying 176 people, including 55 Canadians. 13 of the victims were from Edmonton. Loved ones of the crash's victim in that city, including Daniel Goff, who lost his girlfriend Saba, say while a year has gone by, they're still stuck on the day they heard the most devastating news of their lives.
We wake up, we have a routine, we do certain things throughout our day now, but the feeling physically and mentally is very similar to the first few days after.
At noon today, Mayor Tory is expected to attend a virtual commemoration for the victims. Tory also says the Toronto Sun will be dimmed today to honor and pay respect to the lives lost on Flight 752. I'm Laura Carney.
Advanced voting begins today to fill the council seat for Ward 22, Scarborough Agincourt. It will run today, tomorrow, and Sunday from 10 until 6. The city says it's worked with public health to keep voting safe, including health screening, reduced touch points, and physical distancing. A by-election was called to replace former Ward 22 councillor Jim Karajanis, who was removed from office in September after exhausting his legal options, appealing a court ruling that turfed him from office over campaign expenses. In 60 seconds, a look at the roads and the weekend forecast. It's 9:20.
It's Freshco's birthday, and we're celebrating with big birthday bargains. Now until Wednesday, frozen chicken wings are more than half off. Just $4.88 for 1.2 kilos. Our birthday, your bargains. Freshco, lowering food prices. See flyer or freshco.com for details.
Alpine credits? Yes, it's your English teacher, Mrs. Nelson.
Uh-oh.
You've been using the word approved quite a lot lately.
True, but
you know there are alternatives like accepted, authorized, confirmed, validated. Let's try. I own my home and would like a loan.
Accepted.
Alpine credits, where homeowners get endorsed, confirmed, permitted, allowed, okayed, and approved. Some conditions apply. Alpine credits. District license 12616.
680 News Time, 9:21.
Traffic and weather together on the ones, brought to you by TSC. Here's Kyle Hawking.
Well, not much to mention on the highways, just a bit of construction. Ramp closures on the 407. Approaching Huron-Ontario, 2 right lanes are blocked off for maintenance, and the Huron-Ontario ramps to westbound 407 have been closed off. That's supposed to last for much of the day, so plan ahead for that if that affects your usual route. Volume-wise, pretty light, no problems right now, and no significant slowdowns, so a good drive out there overall. On city streets, we had a collision in Vaughan on Weston Road at Greenbrook Drive, which is south of Teston. Watch out for crews on scene there. Minor delays each way. And then westbound O'Connor approaching Don Mills. Right lane is still blocked off by a tow truck and a vehicle in a collision. It just needs to be hooked up. Delays actually not too bad here now. You're squeezed into the left lane on the way past, so there is still a bit of a backup. Help rejuvenate your skin and hair with Beauty Bio's Glow Pro Face and Scalp Microneedling Set. Get it at TSC tomorrow and save big. Shop tsc.ca, today's shopping choice. Next report at 9:31, and with the extended forecast, here's Denise Adriachi.
Well, we've got a mix of sun and cloud expected for the weekend, which is nice. That high pressure broke through that cloud yesterday. We saw the sun. Wasn't it great? We'll have a little more sunshine today, which is great too. But it's cooler this morning, and it's going to be a cooler day overall. We haven't had temperatures like this in a while. Right now, it feels like minus 13 downtown Toronto. We will be fairly seasonal through the afternoon. Hang on to a bit of a wind chill. Overnight, minus 6, feeling like minus 12. And then for the weekend, you can expect, for the most part, sun and cloud and seasonal mild temperatures. Your guaranteed high today, minus 3.
And because Denise did not miss the weather guarantee yesterday, the jackpot climbs to $23,800.
Coming up at 9:30, we're a half hour out from hearing from the Premier and members of his cabinet, possible new restrictions or changes to the protocols in schools once classes resume, and growing threats of impeachment on Capitol Hill.
680 News Time, 9:23.
Hi, I'm Adam, founder of NewBorrow.com, and I started our company after I got fed up with the mortgage loan process. Turns out I wasn't alone. Thousands of homeowners wanted help.
They went above and beyond to help me get a line of credit. It was amazing service.
They treated me like a valued client and outperformed anyone I spoke to. Want to lower your mortgage payments and save a little money?
Use your home to get a loan with NewBorrow. Visit NewBorrow.com. License 13115.
It keeps growing.
The 680 News Weather Guarantee Jackpot
It's over $20,000. Enter now for your chance to win at 680news.com.
Flash contest.
This portion of the news brought to you by Baby D-Drops. Well, it's a big weekend for football fans. Our Simon Bennett, a long-suffering Bills fan, don't mean to out him, has a preview of Wild Card Weekend in the NFL.
The Bills had a great regular season, and they're ready to go. The viral video of yesterday, the team dancing to MC Hammer at practice. By the way, no one plays this song anymore. The Bills host the Colts to open action tomorrow. 6 games this weekend thanks to the expanded wildcard format, including Bears Saints to be broadcast in the U.S. on Nickelodeon. Promos for this include slime, funny graphics, and lots of SpongeBob. They should have the Bears wear bows in their helmets like JoJo Siwa. 3 games tomorrow, 3 games Sunday. That's a lot of playoff football, and it's Simon Bennett.
In 60 seconds, we'll check in at the Business Center with Mike Epple after the report of the first decline in the Canadian job market since April. 680 News Time, 9:25.
Stay one step ahead of the competition with 680 News.
I'm Steve Friedman from the Chesterfield Shop. We've been in business since 1948 and have 5 locations in and around the GTA selling contemporary leather and fabric seating. The Chesterfield Shop has been advertising for over 10 years with 680 News. We are growing our ad dollars with them because the ads are most effective. People, they like us, they trust us, but we know we have to keep a fresh face out there so that they'll come in and they'll see what's exciting at the Chesterfield Shop.
Why choose 680 News?
When there's so many different options and opportunities in different media, we find that radio and 680 News in particular are very effective for us in getting across our message.
And 680 News helps you reach the customers you're looking for?
680 News absolutely brings in the right demographic for us. People who listen to the ads, they're invested in beautifying their homes and enhancing their lifestyle, and we think that it's a perfect match.
Get 680 News working for you. Visit 680ads.com. That's 680ads.com.
680 News Time, 9:26. Now the 680 News Business Report with Mike Epple.
Alex, good morning. We're just minutes away from the Friday trade. We'll see if the terrific start here for 2021 on the equity markets continues. The trend has been the friend of investors, certainly this week, with the Dow futures still up 80 points. Price for oil likely going to energize the TSX, perhaps further into record territory this morning, after the TSX set its first record high in almost a year yesterday, closing north of 18,000. Oil right now up 90 cents at 51.73, up 1 3/4%. It's gained about 4% this week so far. Gold is down $25 at 18.88. Very interesting to see. Not much reaction at all to the negative jobs report from StatsCan and the U.S. government this morning for December. Our economy lost close to 63,000 jobs. All of those were part-time, by the way. Should mention that. There was some full-time jobs gained. Nevertheless, the lockdown effects, it showed up in the gig economy again, hence the part-time work coming down for the month, and the unemployment rate going up a little bit to 8.6%. In the States, they lost 140,000 jobs, and the thinking is that the month of January might not be much better. Consider that we're still into lockdowns and even more extended than we were in December. And in the States, with an incoming new administration, you could have a full-scale lockdown there, as the U.S. is reporting 4,000 deaths from COVID-19 for the first time ever. So you might see a much more aggressive Biden administration in the next couple of weeks. The price for oil, as mentioned, is up this morning. Bitcoin is now up by $2,500. It's north of 41 grand for the first time ever. Our Canadian dollar is up by a fifth of a cent, 78.98. So again, that kind of flies in the face of the jobs print this morning. With the UK going further into lockdown, stock market there, not much reaction. The London FT100 is down 5 points. That's 0.1%. The Frankfurt DAX index is up 0.7%. Kind of taking this cue from Wall Street. Tokyo's Nikkei today, their case counts aren't coming down anytime soon at least, but the Nikkei today north of 28,000 for the first time in a couple of years, and up 2.33%, gained 648 points in today's trading. Dow futures up 80, the S&P futures higher by 10, and Wall Street and Bay Street pointing to records at the start of trade. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Epple.
Being a new mom isn't easy, but hugging's easy. Loving's easy. And baby D drops are easy too. Simply apply just one drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants. Baby D drops, the sunshine vitamin in just one drop.
Did you miss filing your taxes? Did you let 1 year turn into many? Boxes of paper, lost documents, disorganized, confused. Don't know where to start? What to do next? We do. Call Mark Feldstein Chartered Professional Accountants. We deal with this every day. It's never too late. Start sleeping at night. Call Mark Feldstein Chartered Professional Accountants now, or visit markfeldstein.ca. markfeldstein.ca.
We make sure you're the first to know.
680 News. Being right matters.
So if our weather forecast is off by more than 3 degrees,
You could win cash.
details at 680news.com. Denise Andriachi's forecast. The cold start will give way to a more seasonal afternoon. Mainly sunny today, guaranteed high of -3. And still looking like a pretty sunny weekend. Highs hovering near the freezing mark. 680 News is CFTR. AM Toronto. Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day and always be in the know. Samantha Knight, the morning show editor, Mitch Burke, was at the digital desk. 680 News time, 9:30. Number 1 for news in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Here are Sarah Barrett and Steve Robert. Good morning. This is Friday, January the 8th. For Sarah, I'm Irene Precklin.
And good morning. Here's what's making news this hour.
Could Ontario see a COVID-19 curfew or more safety measures in schools? We may soon find out, with Premier Doug Ford providing an update from Queen's Park this morning. Stay tuned. 680 News will bring that to you live at 10 o'clock.
A new poll finds most people in Ontario want the COVID-19 vaccine to be mandatory.
Memorials will be held across the country today, marking the 1-year anniversary of the Ukrainian air flight that was shot down over Iran, killing over 100 people who had ties to Canada, including 55 Canadians.
And with 12 days left in his term, U.S. President Donald Trump finally admitting defeat in November's election.
The Raptors still looking for their first win since the calendar shifted to 2021. They're in Sacramento tonight. Sports at 45. Jump for stocks at the opening bell despite declining jobs numbers for December, with the Canadian and U.S. labor markets losing workers last month. Business at 56.
680 News time, 9:31.
That is time for 680 News. Traffic and weather together on the ones. Good Friday morning, Kyle Hawking.
Good morning, Irene and Steve. And this report brought to you by Sportsnet. Pretty decent drive overall. Volume is nice and light for your Friday morning drive, so no concerns in terms of volume delays. Construction on the 407, so we've been seeing for much of the week during the daytimes. Westbound 407 approaching Huron, Ontario. 2 right lanes have been blocked out for maintenance. No delay because of that, but closing as well are the Huron, Ontario ramps to westbound 407. So no access either. Just keep that in mind. It's supposed to be in place until 9 o'clock tonight. And then we had a couple of issues on city streets. The collision westbound O'Connor approaching Don Mills has now cleared. Delays pretty well gone there. In Vaughan, we still had a crash reported on Weston, south of Teston at Greenbrook. Emergency crews, York Regional Police are on scene. I am seeing minor delays north and southbound. Imagine a hockey puck flying through the airways onto your phone and into your eyeballs. Live stream sports with Sportsnet Now. Visit snnow.ca for details. Next report at 9:41, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
A sunny Friday afternoon for the GTA, hanging on to that high pressure too through the weekend. Just a few cloudy periods overnight tonight as we fall to -6. It's going to feel like -12, so a chillier start to Saturday. But through the day, our temperatures will stabilize. And this afternoon, our guaranteed high is pretty seasonal, -3.
And right now in downtown Toronto, we got overcast conditions. It's -8, but factor in that wind, it feels more like -13. And out at Pearson Airport, it's a lot colder, -9, but feeling like -17. 680 News Time, 9:33.
As the province's hospitals prepare to transfer patients out of COVID-19 hot zones, more restrictions could be on the way. Premier Doug Ford getting ready to hold a press conference at Queen's Park this morning, coming up in about half an hour at 10 o'clock.
And 680's Leah Johansson joining us live now with more on what we could be hearing. Good morning, Leah.
Good morning. Yes, the Premier will be joined by Health Minister Christine Elliott, Education Minister Stephen Lecce, and Associate Chief Medical Officer of Health Dr. Barbara Yaffe. Details about the announcement are still unknown, but when asked this week about implementing a possible curfew, the Premier said he's not ruling anything out. Epidemiologist Dr. Colin Furness tells Breakfast Television he doesn't believe a curfew is a good idea.
We can't keep locking people up. We need to do testing. We need to control transmission through testing. So it all really depends on whether the Premier's office is willing to consider that finally. I'm not optimistic he's going to hear it, but this is the way forward.
And we are expecting to get an update about further safety measures for schools. The Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario has been calling for asymptomatic testing to be rolled out within schools. Now stay tuned to 680 News. We will bring you that update live from Queen's Park, again coming up at 10 o'clock. Reporting live, I'm Leah Johansson.
As the province vows to ramp up the COVID-19 vaccine rollout, a new poll reveals many of us think the shot, it should be a must. 680's Carl Hansky joins us from the city's northwest end with the numbers as well as reaction.
The poll for the Toronto Star finds almost 60% of Ontarians believe COVID-19 vaccinations should be made mandatory. Here at Weston Road and the 401, this man is among that majority.
Mandatory, for sure, because that's how we're going to save the lives, man. So I would say once it's on, we get it.
But while most say they will get vaccinated, if given a choice, it won't be right away.
I would hold off just a little bit, not too much.
I would wait and see what the outcome is. What are the long-term effects?
Less than half of those polled say they will get vaccinated as soon as they can. Most would rather wait to see how things go first. At Weston Road and the 401, I'm Carl Hansky.
A senior bureaucrat at the Public Health Agency of Canada is now apologizing after taking an all-expenses-paid vacation in November. 680's Laura Carney reports.
Dominique Baker is the acting manager of the Public Health Agency of Canada's Office of Border and Travel Health, who has a side hustle as a beauty, fashion, and travel influencer. She has more than 45,000 followers on Instagram. The Globe and Mail reports she accepted an all-expenses-paid holiday to Jamaica, courtesy of Air Canada Vacations in November, despite her agency advising Canadians to avoid all non-essential travel. Baker now posting an apology on Instagram.
The timing just wasn't right, and I shouldn't have gone. And I admit that, and I know that. And I just want to hammer home that I acknowledge this.
The president of the Public Health Agency of Canada telling the Globe, while Baker's Jamaican vacation did not involve government business, he says it was unacceptable for her to ignore the advisory on non-essential travel. I'm Laura Carney.
It was a year ago today, Iran shot down a plane with 176 people on board, including dozens of Canadians. 680's Momin Qureshi joins us live with more on how the victims are being remembered. Momin.
That's right, Irene. Vigils are planned for across the country today, marking the solemn anniversary where the Ukrainian airplane was shot down over Iran. It was on a path to Canada. Now, there were over 100 people on board who had connections to Canada, including 57 Canadians. Now, Daniel Goad's girlfriend, Sabo, was on the flight along with her mother and sister. He says, a year later, it feels like no time has passed.
In so many ways, it doesn't even feel like any time has gone by past January 8th. We wake up, we have a routine, we do certain things throughout our day now, but the feeling physically and mentally is very similar to the first few days after we found out about the downing of the flight.
There will be vigils held at different times across the country today. There were some held last night, marking the time when the plane was shot down. Meritori will be taking part in one of those vigils this afternoon. Gold says one of the issues and the reasons that moving on or feeling any sort of closure is a problem is because they're still looking for answers as to what happened when that flight was shot down. Reporting live, I'm Owen Qureshi.
Well, negative showing by the economy to close out one of the most difficult years ever. The economy lost nearly 63,000 jobs last month, with lockdown restrictions going back into effect in some of the country's biggest cities.
The nation's unemployment rate inched higher for the first time after a 7-month decline, up to 8.6%, a gain of just 0.1%, with the economy losing 62,600 jobs. Stats Canada's tabulation focused on various components of that decline. The city of Toronto lost 52,000 jobs for the month, with lockdown restrictions going into effect. Montreal was also to the negative. Canadians aged 15 to 24, that segment still well below its pre-pandemic levels for employment. In the United States, the unemployment rate there was steady at 6.7%, even as the American economy lost 140,000 jobs in December. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. U.S. President Donald Trump takes a different tone, admitting defeat. 680's Jamie Pulfer has more.
Donald Trump condemning the violence at the U.S. Capitol while ignoring his role in fueling it.
The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy.
In a scripted video posted to Twitter, he's essentially conceding the election while also saying this.
And to all of my wonderful supporters, I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning.
House Democrats considering a lightning-quick impeachment process if the 25th Amendment isn't used. But the 25th Amendment would prevent Trump from running for president ever again. 5 people dead, including a Capitol Hill police officer who died from injuries suffered during the siege. CNN reporting the U.S. Attorney's Office plans to open a federal murder investigation. I'm Jamie Pulfer.
Coming up, we'll check on where the price at the pumps is going.
680 News Time, 9:39.
On January 10th, the Today Showstopper at TSC will be the Vitamix 7500 low-profile blender with a 64 and 32-ounce container for wet and dry ingredients, plus lids, tampers, and 2 recipe books. With its high-performance power and space-saving design, it makes short work of baking dough, chunky soups, and perfect purees. Watch for this exclusive bundle on January 10th when it's the Today Showstopper. Shop TSC.ca, today's shopping choice.
Now, the 680 News gas price update. Empro predicting the price will not change at midnight. Right now, we're at $1.09.9 a liter at most GTA stations.
680 News Time, 9:40.
In times like these, shouldn't your money work even harder for you? We think so. That's why at Duca Credit Union, you get no-fee checking accounts. You also get high interest on deposits and investments, and low mortgage rates. Plus, you get to share in the profits. That's the Duca difference. And now, get rates as low as 1.79% on a 5-year fixed mortgage when you switch to Duca. Find out how at mortgage.duca.com. Do more, be more, achieve more with Duca Credit Union. Conditions apply.
In employment and labor law, when you retained Howard Levitt, you got something other firms didn't bring. You got Howard's reputation and the work ethic that earned it. Howard was the bazooka you brought to a gunfight.
But the simple fact is, our arsenal is now even greater.
It includes diversity, equality, courage, conviction, and creativity.
And it comes with 3 new partners who aim higher, dig deeper, and hit harder.
We're now
Levitt,
Shake, Calgary, and Swan.
Learn more at levittllp.com.
680 News Time, 9:41.
And that is time for 680 News. Traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Cal Hawking.
This report is brought to you by Canadian Blood Services. We still have a very quiet drive on the highways. However, there is a new problem on the westbound Gardiner. It's just west of the DVP, so that's southbound DVP ramp to Gardiner, really. That's where this problem is. We have a collision blocking the left lane, and then just a little further along the right lane, looks like it may have been a vehicle or 2, and then dump trucks as well involved in this. So the dump trucks, 2 of them carrying double trailers, have stopped just a little bit beyond where the cars are. Cars are in the left lane, you pass by that first, and then the dump truck's a little up ahead in the right lane. So it is busy as you come off that southbound DVP and on to the westbound Gardiner. We've got no other volume delays on the highways and no other problems, but construction, westbound 407 approaching Huron-Ontario, 2 right lanes blocked for maintenance, and the Huron-Ontario ramps to westbound 407 are closed as well. Collision as well in Vaughan on Weston Road, south of Teston, being cleaned up by crews. A message from Canadian Blood Services: join the fight against COVID-19 by donating plasma. If tested positive for the virus and recently recovered, register now at blood.ca/help. Next report at 9:51, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
A nice stretch of weather for the GTA with that sunshine back in the forecast. The sun cloud mix today and all weekend long. We are mainly sunny Saturday, but we'll have some high cloud hanging on, so it won't be a full blue sky tomorrow, but still very comfortable and lovely out there. Warm. Highs near 0. The average high this time of year is closer to -2. For Sunday, sun and cloud, highs near -1. The guaranteed high today, -3.
It's sunny, but don't be fooled by it. It's -8 right now in the core, but feeling like -13 when you factor in the winds. Out of Pearson right now, it's -9, but feeling like -17. 680 News Time, 9:43.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute live from the Business Center. We say good Friday morning, Mike Epple.
Hey, good morning, Irene. Good morning, Steve. We're just getting word in here about more job cuts and a flight schedule pullback for WestJet. WestJet just issuing a statement saying that in the wake of the government's, what they're describing as the rushed COVID-19 protocol testing for international travelers, they have seen an unprecedented number of passenger and cancellations in new bookings. So Ed Sims, the CEO of WestJet, saying they're looking to cut another 1,000 jobs and maybe reducing their flight schedule by another 30%. These are already way down from the pre-pandemic levels. WestJet now owned by Onyx Corporation. The markets right now are up slightly into record territory, though, specifically on Wall Street, despite the loss of jobs in the Canadian and U.S. economies for December. Those data points both negative. The TSX actually just slipping lower by a point. The Dow's up 60. The price for oil up 81 cents, 51.60. Gold is down $30, 18.83. Our dollar at 78.82. That's steady. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Epple.
Markets are changing more than ever. A financial advisor can help address your evolving portfolio needs. Speak to a financial advisor and learn more at dynamic.ca/advice.
Stop the spread. COVID-19 can be deadly. The time to act is now. Everyone must do their part to stop the spread of COVID-19. Stay at home. Period. Full stop. Only go out if absolutely necessary. That means for groceries, for medications, for medical appointments, or if you provide an essential service. Protect yourself and others. Stay home. For information, visit ontario.ca/coronavirus. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Scott McGilvery here. I've done hundreds of home renovations over the years, and I'm particularly careful about what I put under the floors. On my projects, I use DMX One Step 2.0. This easy-to-install underlayment has an air gap design that allows moisture to evaporate, and it doesn't require wood subfloors, which can be a food source for mold growth. DMX One Step can be used under most vinyl or laminate floors, so whatever you choose, you know your investment will be protected. DMX One Step 2.0. No mold, no cold. Find it at the Home Depot.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
It's -8, but feeling like -13 when you factor in the wind chill. Oh, it's chilly with mostly cloudy skies. Good Friday morning. I'm Irene Precklett.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here are the top stories right now.
In about 15 minutes, we are expecting to hear from Premier Doug Ford and his inner circle, as well as the province's Associate Medical Officer of Health. This as Ontario sees continued high COVID-19 numbers that are breaking records on several fronts. We will carry that update live here on 680 News. It was a year ago today, Iran shot down a plane with 176 people on board, including dozens of Canadians, many from the GTA. Outdoor rallies are to take place in various cities later today, including Toronto, Montreal, and Edmonton. And with 12 days left in his term, U.S. President Donald Trump finally admitting defeat in November's election. Trump issuing a concession speech of sorts last night following the mob that took over the Capitol building. And time now for 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. We say good morning, Simon Bennett.
Hey, good morning, Irene. Good morning, Steve. The Toronto Raptors West Coast swing continues tonight at 1-6. Still looking for that elusive second win. Mike James on leadoff assesses their situation.
The more they keep putting these rosters together, the deeper the hole that they're going to dig, that's going to make it even more difficult for them to come out of later on in the season. So they have to turn it around right now. They have to figure it out right now. Pick up their faces, stop counting, stop blaming, and take the challenge.
The Raptors facing 4-4 Sacramento tonight. Tip-off at 10. The 76ers' entire team currently in quarantine after a reported positive test for Steph Curry was only discovered after their game in Brooklyn started last night, with Curry sitting on the bench with his teammates. As the NHL looks to start their season during the pandemic, Matthew DeFranks of the Dallas Morning News reporting the Stars have canceled practice today but are unable to say why. DeFranks saying the league will handle communication on this in due course. Sports 50 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
And we're here today with a Voila customer.
Hello.
Who just got groceries delivered from Voila by Sobeys.
That's right.
On time with everything you actually ordered?
Always.
Guaranteed fresh produce.
Obviously.
You order with Voila every Sunday, all while wearing pajama pants, funny slippers, and holding a mug that says, "I'm not a regular mom, I'm a cool mom."
I thought we weren't going to talk about that. It's fresh, it's reliable. It's Voila by Sobeys. Your groceries delivered just like that. Try it online at voila.ca. See website for details.
First, your disability insurer denies your long-term disability claim, and then your employer threatens to fire you if you don't return to work. Sound familiar? My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability insurer denies your disability claim for any reason, or if your employer threatens to fire you because you're too sick to work, call me at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
680 News Time, 9:48.
3 Toronto hospitals say they've had early success with their virtual emergency departments and hope the service introduced during the pandemic is here to stay. Sunnybrook and St. Michael's launched their 6-month pilot projects last month, while Humber River Hospital launched its virtual ER last week. An emergency doctor at Sunnybrook says their virtual ER has seen about 250 patients since December 1st for complaints ranging from skin infections to minor sprains and strains. Many haven't had to go into the hospital, and others have been directed to specialists. The virtual ERs were launched after many patients afraid to go to the emergency department with the pandemic delayed their care during Wave 1. Pfizer says new research suggests its COVID-19 vaccine can protect against a mutation found in 2 highly contagious variants that have erupted in Britain and South Africa. These variants are causing global concern due to their ability to spread so easily. Researchers used blood samples from 20 people who received the Pfizer and BioNTech vaccine and found antibodies from those recipients successfully fended off the mutation. Still to come on 680 News, we'll see how we're doing on the roads and the ever-crucial weekend weather.
680 News Time, 9:50.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Primucci. Next time you order, try our charcoal-infused pizza and enjoy a lighter and airier pizza experience. It may just become your new go-to favorite. Think Italian and taste the difference.
Your roof's sprung a leak. The water came through, shorted out the furnace, the radiator too.
When you need money fast, Prudent Financial has been your best bank alternative since 1984.
If you need money in a hurry, PrudentFinancial.net. Get money quick, just one click. PrudentFinancial.net.
If you own your car or your home, get a loan. Borrow up to $75,000 in less than an hour. Self-employed, no proof of income, no problem.
PrudentFinancial.net.
680 News Time, 9:51.
That is time for 680 News. Traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Kyle Hawking.
This report brought to you by City TV. If you're traveling the highways, a pretty smooth drive. We've got just the one problem in the GTA. It's westbound Gardner. Just as you come off of the DVP, we have 2 left lanes blocked with emergency crews dealing with a crash. And then just a little bit beyond that, the right lane is blocked off by a couple of dump trucks that I believe were involved in the same collision, but they moved a little bit further past where the vehicles involved ended up. So you'll find it slow as you come off of that DVP southbound and onto the westbound Gardner. Just going to get an update on the exact stretch of delay here. Southbound DVP is just slow as you approach the Gardner and onto it to just before Cherry, where that problem is. The westbound Lakeshore is backed up from west of Karloff and onto that westbound Gardner ramp as well. Because of this collision, you're heading right into the delay. Otherwise, highway's in good shape right now. We do have a problem outside of our usual coverage zone, westbound 401 west of the Woodstock area, just beyond Swayburg or Mill Street. MTO says all lanes are blocked here. We did just get an update from a traffic spotter that said a lane is getting passed. So heavy delay on the west 401 just west of the Woodstock area because of that. On city streets, had a crash cleanup going on Weston Road south of Teston at Greenbrook. Get the latest breaking news and important updates that are affecting your communities and our country every night with City News at 6 and 11, only on City TV. Next reported 10:01, and with the extended forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
It was a cold morning, but near seasonal as we move through the afternoon, guaranteed high of -3. Sunshine today as that high pressure has moved into the region. We have just a few cloudy periods tonight near -6, a wind chill of -12 overnight. So a frosty start to Saturday, but we're mainly sunny through the day. Highs near 0, overnight lows near -6. We'll have sun and cloud for Sunday and seasonal highs near -1. Your guaranteed high for today, -3.
Right now in downtown, we got a mix of sun and cloud and -8 degrees. Feeling like -13 when you factor in that wind out of Pearson right now. Still, it's a cold one. Mix of sun and cloud, -9, feeling like -17. 680 News Time, 9:53.
This extended forecast is brought to you by Dynamic Funds. Markets are changing more than ever. A financial advisor can help address your evolving portfolio needs. Speak to a financial advisor and learn more at dynamic.ca/advice.
Coming up at 10 o'clock, we're expecting to hear from Premier Doug Ford and his inner circle, as well as the province's Associate Medical Officer of Health. This as Ontario continues to see continued high COVID-19 numbers that are breaking records on several fronts. We will carry that update for you live here on 680 News.
So, our mortgage approval is done?
Great news. The bank has approved you at a 1.79% rate.
What the what? That's way too high. Butler Mortgage is 1.38%.
Well, it cannot be the same as our bank's mortgage.
It's totally the same. 5-year, fixed rate, same features, no fees. 1.38%. I'm switching to Butler Mortgage. Enough of making the banks rich.
License number 12118. High ratio fixed rate APR 1.39%.
680 News. Listen on the go with the Radio Player Canada app.
Download now on the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store.
Breaking news, traffic, and weather.
No matter where you are.
With the Radio Player Canada app and 680 News.
In the UK, the Mayor of London has declared a major incident, saying the surge of new COVID-19 cases has put the city at a crisis point. Sadiq Khan says 1 in 30 Londoners is now testing positive for the virus. He's imploring people to stay home unless it's absolutely necessary to leave. Well, in just 60 seconds, we'll head over to Mike Epple at the Business Center and check in on how the markets are doing this Friday morning.
680 News Time, 9:55.
Hiring can be challenging, but ZipRecruiter makes it fast and easy. We talked to Monica Starks, who needed to hire for a pivotal role at her company, GS Group.
As the owner of a construction company, finding the right people is a very difficult task. So I use ZipRecruiter.
ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology identifies the right people for your job and actively invites them to apply, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. Monica did, and that's how she found Lamont, her new project superintendent.
The job is so perfect for me. I had a career breakthrough. I would have never found this job if it wasn't for ZipRecruiter.
With ZipRecruiter, we've hired everyone from accountants to project managers to field scientists. With ZipRecruiter, we get hiring results.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada.
680 News Time, 9:56. We head over to the Business Center and Mike Epple.
And Irene, good morning. We've got breaking news coming from the airline industry this morning, where WestJet has just announced a further reduction in its flight schedule and an additional 1,000 job cuts. through what the company says will be furloughs, temporary layoffs, unpaid leaves, and reduced hours. They are talking about and blaming, basically, this round of cutbacks on the federal government's implementation of new COVID-19 testing protocols that went into effect earlier this week, which were announced on New Year's Eve. The travel industry says this was rushed and has caught many off guard. And Ed Sims, the president and CEO of WestJet, says what they have seen is an unprecedented number of cancellations by passengers and a significant reductions in new bookings. And he's saying, continuing, quote, the entire travel industry and its customers are again on the receiving end of, quote, incoherent and inconsistent government policy. So pushback here and blaming, the blame game, so to speak, on the feds by WestJet for this round of job cuts. WestJet now owned by Toronto-based conglomerate Onyx. We saw job cuts in December. The numbers coming from StatsCan and the U.S. government this morning pointing to the effects of further lockdown restrictions and the impact that had on the labor market. 62,600 jobs lost here in Canada, 50,000 of those right here in the GTA. In the States, it was 140,000 jobs lost by the American labor market. The unemployment rate here going up by 0.1% to 8.6%. Markets starting the day after what has been a record-breaking week here for so many stocks. The TSX now down 12 points at 18,014, but a record in the early trade for CP Rail and CN Rail. Shopify surging $41 at 1,520 or 15.12, and that puts the Shopify two-day gain at $130 per share. Wall Street's got the Dow up 22 points. That's into record territory. Nasdaq's up 103, led by another 3% gain for Tesla. The price for oil up 72 cents at $51.53. Gold down $46 now, $18.67 an ounce. The Canadian dollar steady at 78.75. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
The Chesterfield Show. Hi, Steve here. We can all agree that 2020 was a tumultuous year.
Agreed, Steve. This health crisis has been a lingering challenge for all of us.
When open, our 5 locations have been very busy with some exciting new products and designs in both leathers and fabrics.
And once we reopen again, you'll see that it's been well worth your wait.
The Chesterfield Show, your leather superstar. We love this great community, so here's to a happy, healthy, and optimistic New Year.
Your life has taken a bit of a break, but your dental health shouldn't. At Ultima Dental, our enhanced cleaning and sterilization protocols will help keep you safe at your appointment, while our team of professionals keep your oral and overall health in check. We also offer our patients a 0% interest payment plan, so you can get the treatment you need when you need it. Located across Ontario and the GTA, contact your local Ultima clinic or visit ultimadental.com to find a dental professional near you. Ultima Dental, care beyond your smile.
Well, if you haven't been outside yet, dress up. We're starting to see some peaks of sunshine, but boy, it's a cold one with the wind chill. In Oshawa, -9, but feeling like -15. In Vaughan, -10. And in Hamilton this hour, it's -9. 6:80 news time, 10 o'clock.
On for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Here are Steve Roberts and Sarah Parrott.
Well, good morning. This is Friday, the 8th of January.
And in for Sarah, I'm Irene Frecklett. Here's what's making news this hour. We could soon learn if the Ford government plans to impose a COVID-19 curfew as cases continue to soar. Plus, the education minister expected to release more on safety measures in schools as virtual learning is extended.
And we are waiting to go live to Premier Doug Ford for his COVID briefing at Queen's Park. We will get you there as soon as it gets underway.
A difficult day for many Canadian families as they mark the one-year anniversary of a Ukrainian air flight that was shot down over Iran, killing over 100 people with ties to this country, including at least 55 Canadians.
Predicting the NHL's playoff teams, you'll hear from Elliot Friedman. The Stars cancel practice. Raptors try to snap the slide against the Kings. Sports at 15.
We've got a mixed picture on Bay and Wall Street. The TSX pulls back from a record. Jobs data disappoints on both sides of the border. And layoffs at WestJet. Business at 26. 680 news time, 10:01.
All right, now time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Kyle Hawking.
We have a couple of issues to mention on the highways. First one being the southbound DVP ramp to the Gardner. Just as you take that ramp around the bend, we've got a collision. 2 left lanes are blocked here. We also did have vehicles on the right-hand side. They've now moved away, so it's just the activity on the left that you'll pass by. Southbound DVP is now heavy from the ramp that leads to Richmond and Eastern, south of that point, and onto the westbound Gardner. Very slow. Westbound Lakeshore is also backed up as you head on to that ramp that leads to the westbound Gardner. You may want to consider taking that southbound DVP ramp to Richmond and Eastern and using that into downtown instead. Use Richmond or Eastern onto Front Street. Either one works. You'll find not much else happening across the GTA, but if we look just outside of our area, westbound 401, we're just west of the Woodstock area, west of Swayburg and Mill Street. We've got a collision. MTO say all lanes are blocked, but traffic spotters do say traffic squeezing by, so likely on the shoulder. It's very heavy on the approach to that, so plan for some extra time. We have the Huron-Ontario ramps to westbound 407, also closed for construction until later tonight. And if you're traveling city streets, collision looks to have been completely cleaned up on Weston Road, south of Teston to Greenbrook. York Regional Police were on the scene. Not seeing too much in terms of delays there now. Your next report at 10:11, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
A sun cloud mix today, a guaranteed high of -3. We'll have just a few clouds overnight as we fall to lows near -6. When you factor in the wind chill overnight tonight, it's going to feel more like -12. Enjoy that sunshine on your Friday. Your guaranteed high -3.
Right now downtown, it's -8. We're starting to see some sunshine out there. At Pearson, it's -9, but when you factor in the wind chill, feeling more like -17. 680 News Time, 10:03.
Well, more restrictions could be laid out in this province as hospitals are preparing to now transfer patients out of hot zones to make room for COVID patients. And as we mentioned, we are waiting to go live to the Premier's COVID briefing today. We will head to Queen's Park as soon as that gets underway.
680's Leah Johansson joins us live with a preview. Leah.
Yeah, we could find out if the province plans to impose a COVID-19 curfew, with the Premier saying that idea is not off the table. And we will have to wait just a little bit longer. 680 News has just learned the update has been delayed about 10 minutes. And we are expected to get an update as well about further safety measures for schools. The Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario has been calling for asymptomatic testing. Epidemiologist Dr. Colin Furness tells Breakfast Television many are struggling to work while also helping their children with online learning, but sending them back too early could also have devastating effects.
And so there's a third way, which is you open schools with testing. You test every kid on the way in. That would be the way forward, and I'm really disappointed that Mr. Ford isn't even talking about that.
And the Premier will be joined by Health Minister Christine Elliott, Education Minister Stephen Lecce, and Associate Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Barbara Yaffe. Stay tuned to 680 News. We will bring you that update live from Queen's Park again coming up in just a few minutes. Reporting live, I'm Leah Johansson.
680 News Time 10:04. Would you support the idea of a mandatory COVID vaccine? Well, a new poll of Ontarians says yes. 680's Carl Hansky is near Weston of the 401 with reaction.
According to the campaign research poll for the Toronto Star, roughly 6 out of 10 Ontarians believe the government should make COVID-19 vaccinations mandatory. Here at Weston Road and the 401, most commuters I've talked to feel the same.
I believe it should be mandatory because just in case you could contract it to somebody else and keep everybody safe at the same time.
I believe it should be mandatory because if you get it and somebody don't, still the person can pass it on.
But 30% of those polled are like this guy.
I think it should be voluntary, to each his own type of deal.
While the majority of people say they will get vaccinated, it won't be as soon as possible.
I'll wait and see what's going on first.
Over 50% of those polled say they would rather wait to see if the vaccine has any long-term side effects. At Weston Road in the 401, I'm Carl Hansky.
680 News Time, 10:05. Several memorials will take place in the GTA and around the world for the victims of a passenger jet shot down by the Iranian military 1 year ago today. 680's Melvin Qureshi joins us live with a look at how this day is being marked. Melvin.
That's right, Irene. It is the solemn anniversary. 1 year ago, a Ukrainian air flight on path to Canada was shot down over Iran, killing 176 people on board. Over 100 of those people had connections to Canada, including at least 55 Canadians. Now, Daniel Gold's girlfriend, Saba, was on that flight along with her own mother and sister. He says a year later, it feels like no time has passed. The grieving still exists, and he still wants answers.
The sadness and the grief is so raw for family members, including myself.
And one of the contributing factors to that is we still haven't had any closure, or, we don't know what happened, why it happened. There has been no justice.
Now, there are several memorials and vigils planned for across the country today, including a virtual one here in Toronto at noon that Mayor Tory will be taking part in. There was actually ones that began last night, marking the exact time that flag was shot down. Reporting live, I'm Momin Qureshi.
Some breaking news from WestJet this morning. The airline now saying up to 1,000 employees will now be furloughed, temporarily laid off, and put on unpaid leave or even have their hours cut. The airline says it's because of new travel rules from Ottawa that have now caused significant reductions in new bookings and major cancellations. The airline also said it will cut up to 30% of its capacity for February and for March. Stay with 680 News for more on this developing story.
Statistics Canada says the economy suffered its first jobs decline since April.
Statistics Canada says the economy lost 63,000 jobs in December. The unemployment rate was up 8.6% for the month, up 0.1 percentage points from 8.5% in November. The result ended a streak of monthly job gains that began in May as restrictions put in place to slow the spread of the pandemic began to ease. Full-time employment in December rose by 36,500, but there was a loss of 99,000 part-time jobs. Emily Javeski, The Canadian Press.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. More cutbacks coming at Cineplex. Mike Ethel reports from the 680 Business Center.
The country's biggest movie theater chain is parting ways with a company that operates the movie trivia app called Time Play. Cineplex had worked with Time Play for more than a decade, giving moviegoers an opportunity to test their cinematic knowledge while earning scene points and interacting with advertisements on the big screen before the movies. Sarah Van Lang, a representative for Cineplex, says the company was forced to make some tough decisions since the pandemic started. One of those is to reflect on business partnerships. Time Play is a separate company based in Toronto. It was available at 56 of Cineplex, more than 160 theaters across Canada. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
And in about an hour and a half's time, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is going to be addressing the nation, providing an update on COVID measures.
The slow rollout of the COVID vaccine will likely be a focus as the Prime Minister holds his news conference today. He addressed the matter with premiers on their weekly call last night. Ahead of that, he told our Whistler station Mountain FM that he is confident the rate will improve soon.
I'm confident that the pace of vaccination is going to pick up rapidly, and we will be there to support and help the provinces as they get these vaccines out the door.
Trudeau has voiced frustration over the pace of getting Canadians inoculated against the coronavirus. On Tuesday, Canada had received nearly 425,000 doses of the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, but fewer than 150 Canadians had received the shots by then. Trudeau also expected to be asked about the major job losses in December that are double what economists had been predicting. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
And on the way in just 30 seconds, we'll have a check on the price of gas.
680 News Time, 10:09.
If cancer were a place, nearly the entire population of Kitchener would be diagnosed every year. Right now, one Canadian hears it's cancer every 3 minutes. The researchers funded by the Canadian Cancer Society now know cancer isn't one, but more than 100 different diseases. That's why we fund the geniuses and dreamers researching all cancers. Donate at cancer.ca because empathy is bigger than apathy. Science is bigger than any tumor, and life is bigger than cancer.
And now time for the 680 News gas price update. Now, according to Enpro's early bird prediction, the price is set to actually go up a cent at midnight to $1.10.9 a liter.
680 News Time, 10:10.
Every week, 680 News advertisers get their message heard by 1.5 million listeners. Listeners who have money, own homes, drive cars, do their taxes.
I'm Mark Felstein of Mark Felstein of Associates.
And I'm Sarah Felstein, the Next Generation, and we run an accounting and tax practice in Markham, Ontario.
We've been advertising on 680 News for the last 10 years.
Mark and Sarah Felstein are smart investors.
It's a long-term investment, so when you invest in 680 News, you're investing in your long-term future of your business. But you have to be patient.
We did see results from 680 News right away, but I can say that over time, those results have compounded.
Short and long-term results.
You're branding your name over long-term. We noticed that we're off 680 News during the Christmas break. We're still getting calls because of our branding and our long-term commitment.
The nice thing also with 680 News is everybody listens to it. You'll meet someone and then they'll say, oh, I recognize your business name. I heard you on 680 News.
Imagine 1.5 million listeners hearing your ad every week. Go to 680ads.com.
680 News Time, 10:11.
Time now for traffic and weather together on ones. Here's Kyle Hawking.
Good news on the southbound DVP. The ramp to the Gardner has cleared of a collision. Still a bit busy on the approach from Richmond down to the Gardner, but not bad now. If you're on the westbound 407, maintenance work through Huron-Ontario blocking 2 right lanes. We've also got the Huron-Ontario ramps to westbound 407 closed for that same construction. No other problems on the highways, though, unless you're outside of the GTA. Westbound 401 west of the Woodstock area, just west of Swayburg and Mill Street. All lanes blocked, according to the MTO, but traffic spotters say the left shoulder is open for traffic to squeeze by that. There's a delay on the approach, of course. In-town routes just fine. We did have a collision reported at the 400 and Highway 7. York Regional Police were there. I didn't see a major delay in the area. Next report at 10:21, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
One of the colder days we've had in a while, a guaranteed high of -3, but earlier this morning felt into the minus teens across the GTA. So we have a few cloudy periods tonight, staying mainly clear, lows near -6. Mainly sunny for Saturday. A little bit of cloud may be hanging on through the day, so it will be a filtered sun. Highs near 0 and overnight low near -6. Our guaranteed high today, -3.
Right now, it is -8 downtown. We're starting to see lots of beautiful sunshine. It's -9 at Pearson. Also at the sun emerging. Don't let that fool you with the wind chill. It's feeling like -15. 680 News Time, 10:13.
Time now for the Dynamic Funds Market Minute. And for that, let's check in at the Business Center. Good morning, Chris McCusker.
Well, good morning to you, Steve. We've got records on Wall Street. Yes, again. And right now, the Dow is higher by 14 points. The S&P up by 15, the NASDAQ higher by 119. The TSX has been fluctuating. It also closed at a record yesterday. Right now it's up by 11 points, 18,038. Price for gold right now down $48, 18.65. Gold has really taken a hit this week. Oil, though, going the other way. It's up 70 cents, 51.53. And the Canadian dollar down 5/100, 78.76 cents U.S. after disappointing jobs data in Canada. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
The greatest investment tip ever? Start building a plan with a financial advisor today. Learn more about the value of advice at dynamic.ca/advice.
Your employment rights with Lior Samfiru from employmentlawyer.ca.
If you lost your job during COVID-19, you may be entitled to significantly more compensation than you realize. Before the pandemic, 9 out of 10 employees were offered inadequate severance packages by their employer. Now, severance offers are more deficient than ever at a time when Canadians are in desperate need of support. Before you accept any severance offer, find out what you are truly owed. Otherwise, you could be leaving tens of thousands of dollars on the table. Don't settle for what your employer wants to pay you. Get what the law says you should receive. Contact me at employmentlawyer.ca and discover why my employment law firm is the most positively reviewed firm in Canada.
Contact employment lawyer Lior Samfiru today. Get the advice you need and the compensation you deserve. Visit employmentlawyer.ca. That's employmentlawyer.ca.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
Well, we got a mix of sun and cloud right now in downtown Toronto, with temperature, though, of -7. Feeling like -13, though, when you factor in that wind. Good morning. I'm Steve Roberts.
And good morning. I'm Irene Precklett. Here are the top stories this hour.
Well, some more restrictions could be laid out in this province as hospitals prepare to transfer patients out of hot zones to make room for, well, COVID patients, unfortunately. And we are waiting to go live to the Premier's COVID briefing today. We will head to Queen's Park as soon as that gets underway. We do have an update, though, on the number of COVID cases in this province today. Ontario now reporting 4,249 cases of COVID-19 today. However, it should be noted that according to the province, there is a data issue with this one, and that there were 450 additional cases that were tacked onto today's number that have come from 2 days prior. We'll have a full breakdown, though, coming up as soon as we can. But before we get to 680 Sports, we are going to go live to Queen's Park and Premier Doug Ford.
And always, we honor the memory of your loved ones, some of them researchers, students, and educators.
others newlyweds or families with children. All of them people who contributed in so many ways to the betterment of their communities. We will keep their memory alive through the Scholarship Fund, inspiring the next generation of leaders. This tragedy will never be forgotten. I would now like to take a few moments to speak to the evolving COVID situation in this province. I told Ontarians we'd ramp up our vaccine rollout, and we have. Yesterday alone, we vaccinated nearly 15,000 people. Ontario has administered more vaccines than any other province in the country. I spoke with the Prime Minister last night about the need for a more reliable vaccine supply to meet our rapidly growing capacity. Every single day, we're getting more and more needles into people's arms and protecting more and more of our frontline healthcare workers, long-term care residents, and most vulnerable. But we're quickly running out. Dr. Kevin Smith at UHN has said he'll exhaust his supply today. Southlake in York Region, the Ottawa Hospital, and others told us they will do the same by the end of the week. All of Ontario will be out of Pfizer vaccines by the end of next week. My friends, we're all hopeful the federal government will get us more vaccines. Without them, hospitals will have to start canceling appointments, and all the progress we've made getting our daily vaccine numbers up will be lost as clinics stand by waiting for vaccines from the feds. Phase 1 of our vaccine plan is well underway, and we're just starting down the road to getting back our normal lives. But we have a long, long way to go before enough vaccines arrive for everyone. Until then, the best and only defense against this terrible enemy are the public health measures. Day after day, we hit new records in cases as hospital capacity is stretched to new limits. But we have to do everything we can right now to save lives. We need people to hunker down right now and stay home. We need you to avoid gatherings with people outside your household. We need you to practice physical distancing when out. Wear a mask and wash your hands often. These simple measures protect you and your loved ones. If these basic measures continue to be ignored, the consequences will be more dire. The shutdown won't end at the end of January, and we will have to look at more extreme measures. In the meantime, more people will get sick. Our hospitals will become overwhelmed. So please, I'm asking all Ontarians, please stay home and save lives. Thank you, and God bless the people of Ontario. Now I'll take questions.
We'll go to the phone line for questions. First question, please.
From the lowest phone, Globe and Mail. Please go ahead.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, Premier. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I wanted to ask first about what is going on at St. George Community Care in Toronto. I just want to read the first paragraph of our story today by Karen Howlett in the Globe and Mail. It says, when paramedics responded to a call for help at a nursing home with the largest outbreak of COVID-19 in Ontario, they found their patient naked, alone, ashen-faced, and struggling to breathe. How is this still happening in Ontario? The hospital was called in 4 days after the medical director resigned. Healthcare experts say the government should have intervened earlier. You should require homes publicly disclose the number of staff working in facilities. Are you going to take more measures? And can you explain to the public why the government can't seem to get a handle on these horrific situations in long-term care?
We're going to take every measure we can. I'm going to pass this over to the Minister of Health.
Well, that's a completely unacceptable situation, and we are going to deal with it. We are going to make sure that the hospital is able to provide the care that the residents clearly desperately need. We are making sure that every long-term care home is associated with a hospital who should be able to come in there and provide the services needed. And so we will be dealing with that. We will be speaking with the hospital and speaking with the long-term care home as well to make sure that these residents get the good care that they expect and their families expect and they absolutely deserve.
Follow-up?
Thank you. I didn't hear any new measures there, but hopefully there's something that can be done to prevent more of these tragedies.
Yeah.
Premier, you talked in your opening remarks about the vaccine. Can you explain the specific demands that you made at the PM on the call yesterday and how Prime Minister Trudeau responded? Premier Kenney mentioned other jurisdictions receiving more of the vaccine than his province. Is there a dispute over how much provinces are receiving now?
Well, they should be equally split. I know the territories are getting Moderna just because of the situation they have up there. And you know something, I have to tell the people of Ontario, the Prime Minister is working his back off. He's trying his very, very best. He really is. And it's not like they have a couple million doses sitting in a freezer up in Ottawa by no means. He understands the situation we're all in. We're in desperate need of the vaccines here. If there's one thing, I'm going to ask Health Canada again, please approve AstraZeneca. We're in desperate need of it. Please approve it. It's been approved by other health agencies around the world, and that will really, really help us out. But we have as we say, the machine going. Everyone's ready, and they're doing an incredible job, no matter if it's UHN or Ottawa General or any of the hospitals. As a matter of fact, they're doing great, and we're just waiting for the vaccines. We're in desperate need, so Health Canada, please approve AstraZeneca, and that will help us out tremendously.
Next question.
From Christina Canelia at CP24. Please go ahead.
Hi, Christina.
Hi, Premier. Hi, Minister. I want to follow up on Laura's question.
Sure.
It is so disturbing, that first line of the Globe and Mail article. We have had in this province a unfortunate record number of deaths at tender care living in Scarborough. And it seems that there are no consequences for these homes. I mean, the public reporting in terms of inspectors going into the home, it's publicly reported those reports. And time again, an inspector goes in, finds issues, puts forward orders, and homes have to return to compliance. But there are no consequences, and the Ontario Long-Term Care Commission, the independent commission, is not looking for consequences. They're looking to make recommendations to you. So why won't there be consequences for any of these homes? Because, Premier, you said that there would be an iron ring around these homes, and that's not happening.
Yeah, first of all, it's heartbreaking. This is what I think about constantly. It's heartbreaking. It's frustrating as well with the long-term care homes. We are putting an iron ring. We've required every single healthcare worker, and it's not their fault, but it's coming in through caregivers and healthcare workers to get tested. And I encourage them to get tested twice a week. If we have that down 100%, we'll be able to catch workers that inadvertently are bringing into the homes. Right to the point that we've even put money towards security guards at the front doors to make sure every single person is checked, every single person has have been tested, and it's frustrating is an understatement. And it's with the quicker we can get these vaccines done, the quicker we can get more vaccines from the federal government and into the people's arms. That's how we're going to stop it. We're going to be finished all the long-term care homes and the frontline workers and caregivers by the 21st. And then we're going to start moving forward throughout the Greater Toronto Area and throughout Ontario, making sure every single patient in the long-term care homes are vaccinated. That's ultimately how we're going to stop this.
Follow-up?
Thank you. My next question is for Minister Lecce. Minister, yesterday, Dr. Williams and you noted about increased safety enhancements coming to schools.
Yeah.
And we also know that there is a plan for further asymptomatic testing in schools, but you haven't elaborated on any of those plans. And teachers are waiting and wondering, parents are waiting and wondering, so wondering if you could tell us, what are the safety enhancements coming to schools? And how is this asymptomatic testing going to be carried out? What regions? How many schools? Because people need details, and you're here today and you're available. So I'm asking you to provide those details, please.
Absolutely. We, to date, have followed the expert scientific and medical advice that has allowed schools in this province to reopen uninterrupted from September to December, and millions of children are better off for the hard work of all of us, keeping our kids in school, and our commitment is to get them back as soon as it is safe. With that said, you're right. I think the risk profile obviously has risen in the second wave. We're cognizant of that. For weeks, we've been working on a plan. We were going to operationalize it for Monday, the 11th, obviously with the extension of students staying on the virtual learning. We have more time to work with the Chief Medical Officer of Health to roll it out. Now, with that said, what we have committed to doing, we have that targeted testing, that surveillance program, as you noted, in the highest regions of Toronto, Peel, York, and Ottawa, already underway. 9,000 tests complete. The positivity rate at the aggregate goes about roughly 2% below the provincial average. We see wisdom in expanding it, and our province will. This government is expanding asymptomatic testing. We will do so for the day schools reopen, where all schools and all public health units will be eligible, have the capacity and the testing kits required to do that type of surveillance testing, meaning we're going well beyond the 4 highest risk regions where it exists today. We're going to provincialize that access point, which we think will help. In addition, we'll be unveiling $380 million more of investment, principally focused on HVAC and air ventilation improvements, on additional PPE, more custodial cleaning staff, and just more staffing in general. And that, I think, together, plus some additional enhancements to our screening protocol, will further improve the safety of schools as we get through the second wave.
Next question.
From Len Gillis at February.com.
Yes, hello, Premier. Thank you so much for taking our question.
Thank you.
There's been a lot of concern raised about the fact that vaccines are being distributed throughout the hotspots in southern Ontario, places like York and Peel and Windsor, Essex. But so far, Premier, we have not specific plans about when vaccines will be distributed in Northern Ontario. You've mentioned First Nations on the James Bay Coast and some of the Anishinaabe communities, but for communities such as Sudbury, North Bay, Sault Ste. Marie, and Timmins, we've heard nothing. What can you say about that, Premier?
Well, they're going to be coming shortly. The more vaccines we have, we're going to be rolling it out in all regions of Ontario. But I can tell you, I spoke to the gentleman I speak to numerous times a day, but and he did contact the folks up in Sudbury. I think the public health unit, I believe, with the CEO of the hospital. Had a great conversation. And by the way, you have two great folks up there running both units there, and we're going to do everything we can. What we're doing as phase 1 is making sure we take care of the hot spots and looking after long-term care, our seniors, residents, and we're going to be doing the same throughout the rest of Ontario. Again, up in Sudbury, North Bay, the rest of the northern region, the first area we're going to hit are the long-term care home senior residents and frontline healthcare workers. My friend, I appreciate the question. All I need is vaccines. If there's one thing the federal government can do, and they're trying their best, we need more vaccines. And we just have to wait until we get them, and then they're on their way right around the province there.
Follow-up?
No, thank you, Premier.
Thank you.
Next question will be from Rob Ferguson to Robert Stock.
Hi, Rob.
Rob?
I've been returning my finger this low on
That's all right.
getting on the phone today. I just wanted to ask, the numbers are getting high. I know today's response includes one of 400 cases that were delayed and reported from Toronto, but a lot of people are already asking on social media, why aren't we doing more today? Things seem not to be working. I don't know if you tell us how much longer you're going to wait. Are you going to wait until next Friday before deciding on any other moves? And do you think that we need to look at shutting down construction sites or manufacturing plants and whatnot?
Well, we're going to roll out the modeling, and the modeling is a wake-up call to anyone that's seen it. We're going to roll that out early next week until the people of Ontario see how serious the situation we're facing. I think a lot of people understand it, but there's a lot of people that are ignoring the health measures that the public health has put out there. They're still gathering outside of family groups. And folks, I just can't stress this enough. When you see the modeling, and I think it's coming out Monday or Tuesday, somewhere early, I think it's Tuesday actually, there's going to be a wake-up call, a real wake-up call. And no matter what the federal government, no matter what the provincial government does, municipal governments, if we don't have the cooperation of the people, this is going to get out of hand. I just can't stress it enough. Please, please, just follow the protocols. We're in a desperate situation, and when you see the modeling, you'll fall off your chair. Everything is on the table right now. There will be further measures because this is getting out of control, and we have to do whatever it takes. And again, I know I say it all the time, but everything is on the table right now.
Follow up?
So with things this bad, you always like to say that the people are going to know the numbers, So can you tell us what the modeling numbers are saying? And do you think are you going to put Ontario back into a situation where we were last March, where pretty much everything is shut down?
Well, once you see the modeling, we'll announce that next week. I'll pass this to Dr. Yaffe. Again, folks, this is so serious. Matter of fact, this is the most serious situation we've ever been in, ever, since the beginning of this pandemic. I can't stress this enough. Please follow the protocols that the health units have put forward. I'll pass it to Dr. Yaffe.
Thank you, Premier. Today's numbers are, to be frank, they are scary. The raw number of cases is over 4,000. There are some cases that were from a few days ago that were included, so it's probably around 3,800. But it's very high. It's going the wrong way. We have more and more people hospitalized, more and more people in ICU, more and more people on ventilators. The hospitals are starting to have to cut back on elective surgeries and other very important procedures that require ICU care. They're starting to have to move patients between hospitals, cut off elective procedures, and we have more and more outbreaks in congregate care, particularly long-term care. We have increased rates of infectivity, of positivity, even in children now. Since the middle to the end of December, the percentage of positive children went up dramatically. So what we're seeing is there is more and more spread of this infection in the community. We also have the mutation of the virus. There's the UK variant, B117. We have had 6 cases identified in Ontario. We're doing way more testing to look for it. There's probably more that we don't know about. What we do know about that variant is it is more contagious. It's been shown to be about 56% more contagious between people. So if we get a case, we've been pretty lucky so far as we know. The cases have been in people who recently traveled to the UK or were a close contact of a traveler, and they have maintained their quarantine. We may not be so lucky in the future. There's the South African variant. So we are in a very serious situation. We need to consider all possible measures to contain this infection. We don't want more people dying. We don't want the ICUs overwhelmed. We don't want morgues overwhelmed. And I know we don't want to scare people, but on the other hand, I think there's too much complacency. And I understand it. We're tired. It's been a long time. People are sick and tired of the whole thing. They may not know anyone who's become ill. But believe me, although it tends to affect more older people, it does affect younger people too. And, everybody's got people in their family. We want to keep people healthy and safe. So please stick to the measures. But I will say, as we look at the modeling, we are going to be through the public health measures team with input from the medical officers of health across the province, I think we do need to consider more serious measures, perhaps similar to what happened in the spring, and looking at other jurisdictions, what they have done and what has worked, so that we can get ourselves out of this with the light at the end of the tunnel as we vaccinate more and more people. Thank you.
Next question.
Kim Litton at Q104 and Kenora Online. Please go ahead. Good morning, Premier.
Good morning. How's everyone in Kenora?
Good morning, Premier.
Good morning. I was just saying, how's everyone in Kenora?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, we are well. Now, I want to change this up quite a bit. Premier, Northwestern Ontario is known for an array of winter outdoor activities, popularly ice fishing and heading to the ski hill. Now, the petition is gathering thousands of signatures calling for ski hills across Ontario to open. And, well, the petition, it does state that skiing should be the safest sport to participate in at this time. And it also stresses the benefits for mental health. A lot of ski hills are struggling. Is there any consideration to open the slopes during the lockdown, or even those in the northern region where there are considerably less cases?
Well, we can look at that, and again, I'll have to take the advice from the health table. But I can't stress this enough. Even up for the great people of Kenora and up in the northern regions, my friends, this is serious. What I wouldn't want to see is people in the hot zones. There's a lot of skiers, snowboarders here that would travel up there to get away, go stay in the hotel, have some meals, and so on and so forth. We need to avoid traveling. You know, and by the way, folks, when this is over, I encourage everyone to go visit Kenora. It's one of the most beautiful places we have in our province. But right now, we have to hunker down. I just can't stress this enough. When you see the modeling, it's going to be a real wake-up call. And as Dr. Yaffe said, they're actually scary numbers. This is crunch time right now. And honestly, the last thing that's on my mind right now are the ski hills. I understand it's great mental health. You're up there, go, maybe cross-country skiing with a family member, get outdoors. I agree, mental health's an issue, but health overall is so important right now, and not to overload the system. And I've been up there, I've seen the medical, the hospitals up there, they won't be able to handle it if it starts heading up there the way it's heading down here. But thank you for the question.
Follow up?
Thank you, Premier. And it's not only ski hills struggling, a lot of local businesses, of course, in our communities here in Northwestern Ontario rely on tourism to keep afloat, and they are in a huge financial backpedal. I was speaking with Kenora MPP Greg Rickford this morning, and he mentioned a plan in regards to helping with their taxes and their energy bills. Yep. What other steps is the province looking to take to help our local retailers?
Well, something, I have to give a plug to Minister Rickford. He's an absolute champion up there. I wish everyone in the north could see how he stands up for the people in the north at our cabinet. He's a very loud voice and well-respected cabinet minister. In saying that, one of the areas that people, I encourage, please take us up on the offer of the $10,000 to $20,000 grant to help you. Also, as I'm sure he mentioned to you, the federal government has rent relief for anyone up to 90%. The rent will be taken care of. Up to 65% of the employees' wages will be taken care of. Another package that the province has will be taking care of your taxes, any overhead, be it your heating bills for your businesses and electricity cost. We're trying to take care of all the overhead to help people keep going. But I encourage you, please take us up on the offer. I'm going to give you one example, and these numbers might have changed, but a few days back they gave me numbers. We have a bundle. It's about $660 million that are taking care of people's overhead and their taxes, electricity costs, and everything. Out of $660 million, I think, and it could have changed, but there's only been $11 million of take up on this. Folks, please take us up on the offer. There's $660 million sitting there for small businesses. Please take us up on the offer. There just hasn't been an uptick, and the forms are easy. There's just fill them out, send them in, and we're good to go. But I'm just not seeing the uptick on, and I've asked for the numbers, how many people have taken us up on the $10,000 to $20,000 grant. Take us up on it. This will help you get through. Folks, at the end of the day, as soon as we get the vaccines, we're going to be vaccinating everyone in Ontario in the healthcare sector, emergency service, so on and so forth. But we're going to do mass vaccinations. We have to hang in there till April, May, and June. We're hoping we'll get 5 million doses every single month. We'll be vaccinating. These are staggering numbers. 160,000 people a day across the province. But we have to get to that point, and it's going to be one heck of a bumpy road. I'm being very frank with the people. Everyone's been together, all of us from the beginning. We're going to stick together, and we just have to get through these next few months, and then we can get everyone vaccinated.
Last question.
From Sean Jeffers at Canadian Press.
Hi, Sean.
Good afternoon, Premier. Perhaps a question for both you and Minister Lecce, specifically on school. So looking at the announcement yesterday, there's some funding from the federal government that's been put aside to buy devices for school boards to distribute to families and students. I think a lot of families are going to look at that and wonder why that money is not being put into initiatives that would keep students in class, in school, such as hiring more teachers, even on a temporary basis, to lower class sizes. Why is the government not considering that?
Well, we actually are, and I'll pass this over to Minister Lecce.
Yeah, it's actually not an either-or proposition. We can do both. We can stand up and strengthen our online learning program, which right now is the default we need to rely on, while the medical experts have said kids should stay home, given that spike in positivity, spike in case numbers of youth over the holidays. In addition, we have invested over $1.3 billion to date, and a commitment, as I noted earlier, of another $380 million, principally for the very priorities you've suggested, things that can help from an infection prevention perspective, actions that can help mitigate the spread within our schools. So far, our plan has enabled kids to go to school, 1.5 million children from September to December, with a plan that really leads the nation in the comprehensive nature of it. I recognize, obviously, there's a rising level of transmission in the community. There's a rising threat to our province. And therefore, our government believes well before today or this week or the decision we made yesterday, we've got to continue to scale up our plan as we have since March to the present. That's why we're going to be putting more monies in province-wide targeted surveillance testing, that asymptomatic expansion. That's why we're allocating additional monies for air ventilation, for cleaning, and for teachers. I will note in this province, unlike virtually any other that I'm cognizant of, we have over 3,000 net new teachers in school boards, especially here in the GTHA, in any community with high risk. The school boards, because of our funding, in part, have reduced class averages well below the provincial average. Jeff, you don't just have 3,000 more teachers. You don't have 600 more public health nurses, 1,300 more custodians by chance. That happened as a direct result of the investments we put in to prioritize health and safety of kids. And we'll continue to do that with the monies we're unlocking and investing in before school students can return to class. That's our commitment. We want to get these kids back. We want to do so in the safe. But every step of the way, we've followed expert advice and we've invested the dollars required to enable kids to learn safely.
Follow-up?
And Premier, I wanted to ask you about the warnings you're issuing today, the requests you're making, very impassioned to have people follow public health rules. Now, I'm wondering if you think that, or what you would say really to people who look at the actions of former Minister Phillips, who did not follow the same public health guidelines, a member of your government, who then say, your government has lost the moral authority to make these requests, who are frustrated and say, frankly, if they're not following the rules, why should I? What would you say to those people?
Well, I think we addressed that very clearly. It was decisive. We took action. Mr. Phillips has been held accountable. It's unfortunate. The whole situation is taken, but I can assure you, we're steadfast on focusing on making sure we get the vaccines, making sure people follow the protocols. We're steadfast with all our MPPs down here and we weren't going to waver. We're going to make sure that people are held accountable, and I don't care who it is, as I've proven. We need to stick together. We need to follow the protocols, and we'll get through this. But folks, please, again, stay at home. When you can, outside of doctor's appointments, going to get groceries. And I just can't stress this enough. I've never stressed this so much, all the way going back to March, than now. We are in a crisis. That's how I can describe it. It is scary, and we need to work together. We have the best hospitals. We have the best public health units. We have the best people in the province anywhere in North America. When we ramp up, no matter if it's testing or PPEs or doing the vaccinations, we all pull together. But if the average person is not listening, it doesn't matter if we have the best hospitals, best docs, best system, best anything. If you aren't listening, this is going to continue getting out of control. Please just follow the protocols. I can't stress it enough. And I just want to wish everyone a safe weekend. We will get through this. We will stick together, and we'll get through this. But we need to hang in there till April, May, June. Those are the crunch months that we'll be able to do mass vaccination. So thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
And you've been listening to the Premier's briefing here on 680 News.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
It's -8, but feeling like -13. Good morning. I'm Irene Precklett.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here are the top stories right now.
Well, as you just heard on 680 News, strong words and a dire message from Premier Doug Ford. This as Ontario records another record for COVID-19 cases with 4,249. However, there was a bit of a data glitch with Toronto numbers, but the 7-day average still well over 3,300. Ontario's Associate Medical Officer of Health calling the number scary and says the time has come to perhaps consider going back to the stricter restrictions we saw in the spring. Time now for 680 Sports. We say good morning, Andrew Nye.
Hi, Irene. Something's going on in Dallas today where the Stars have canceled practice, and all they can say is the league will handle communication from here. It's not clear yet if this is COVID related. Bills don't care how many jump on the bandwagon, the more the merrier. There's lots of optimism around this team, and rightly so. And Nate Geary of WGR tells Good Show those who didn't believe in the beginning certainly do now.
The difference between the last 3 weeks and then the 12 or 13 weeks prior, I think is a really big indicator of this shift in confidence from, the Bills are good, this is a cute story, fun, blah, 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 to, man, they might win a Super Bowl. And I think really the last couple of weeks of dominating on national TV did a lot for the Bills and the confidence of the country.
We've got tomorrow's wildcard matchup between the Bills and Colts at 1, pregame 12:30 on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. And the 1-6 Raptors continue the road trip tonight in Sacramento. Kings are 4-4 to start the season. Tip off at 10. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
When it comes to attracting customers to your business, 680 News has been delivering the goods for decades. Just ask Frank Serpa of Serpa Automotive Group.
We've been advertising on 680 News since 1996. Because we sell various brands, starting from entry-level vehicles to supercars, 680 can provide me with every client for every brand, because 680 News has a lot of great listeners. Also, the other advertisers that are on 680 raise the credibility of our business.
Sounds like advertising on 680 News has been working wonders for Serpa Automotive.
When you advertise on 680 News, it's like pushing the gas pedal on your car. It's instant performance, instant horsepower to your business. Every time it gets slow in the dealership, I ask my people, are we on 680 or what? It's getting slow over here. Let's get 680 on.
Get 680 News working for you. Call 680 News Advertising at 416-935-NEWS.
A new study has found Pfizer's COVID vaccine can protect against 2 new variants.
Scientists working on the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine say it appears to be effective against the COVID-19 variant, as well as 15 other mutations the company has previously tested against. Lab studies show the highly transmissible new variants of the coronavirus were discovered in the UK and South Africa. The mutation could be responsible for greater transmissibility. And one of Pfizer's top viral vaccine scientists says the good news is that they tested 16 different mutations and none of them have really had any significant impact. But he adds that doesn't mean that the 17th won't. Todd Ant, ABC News.
At Levitt, Shake, Chaudhry, and Swan, we understand the power of words. Few things in the world have their kind of influence and effect. They let us express thoughts and turn them into action. Words give us the ability to help, to heal, to hinder, to hurt, to harm, to humiliate, and to humble. Employment and labor laws are constructed from words, but words are also the arsenal we use to tell stories, and better stories win. Learn more at levittllp.com.
680 News Time, 10:51.
That is time for 680 News, traffic and weather together on the ones. Kyle Hawking.
This report brought to you by Indigo Books and Music. A pretty quiet drive still happening on our highways across the GTA. There's not a whole lot going on, but it looks like we have another one of those moving maintenance crews on the eastbound Gardner. Just as you approach Jameson, crews have been moving through this area for much of the week. They've been heading towards downtown. I haven't actually caught sight of the crew just yet, so I can't tell you exactly which lane they're blocking. They're just in between two cameras right now. But as you travel toward downtown, likely a lane blocked with that rolling pothole repair crew. Eastbound Gardner is busy from just east of the Humber Bridge to approaching Jameson, and I'll know more as soon as they pop into my view here. Otherwise, highway's in good shape. We did have that collision west on the 401 well west of us in Woodstock. All lanes have reopened there. Delays totally gone. I will mention that the Huron-Ontario ramps to westbound 407 are closed for construction. That's scheduled to be in place until 9 o'clock tonight, so make sure you plan ahead. Inhale 2021, exhale 2020 during Indigo's wellness event. Save up to 25% on self-help books, fitness and sleep essentials, and more. Exclusions apply. Visit indigo.ca. Next report at 11:01, and with the extended forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
It was a cold morning, but near seasonal as we move through the afternoon, guaranteed high of -3. Sunshine today as that high pressure has moved into the region. We have just a few cloudy periods tonight near -6, a wind chill of -12 overnight. So a frosty start to Saturday, but we're mainly sunny through the day. Highs near 0, overnight lows near -6. We'll have sun and cloud for Sunday and seasonal highs near -1. Your guaranteed high for today, -3.
Right now, downtown, we're sitting at -8 with lots of sunshine. It's -9 at Pearson, but don't let the sun fool you with the wind chill. It's feeling more like -15. Coming up at the top of the hour, another record-breaking day of COVID-19 cases in Ontario, 4,249. The 7-day average now approaching almost 3,400 cases. Premier Doug Ford says this is getting out of control, calling the situation desperate and pleading with people to follow the rules.
Hi, Anthony Longo here. This year, we've all been craving comfort food, which is why we've made feeding your family more comfortable too. We'd love to see you at any one of our stores, but we can also have your groceries ready for pickup or delivered through Grocery Gateway. And if you're looking for prepared meals on nights that you'd rather not cook, you can order takeout at longos.com or find us on Uber Eats. For quality that meets your family's standards, no matter how you shop, trust ours, Longos.
2021 is a fresh start, so nothing should stop you from having the best year possible, especially a pesky bill.
Darren and Moe's Pay Your Bills contest is back on 98.1 CHFI, now with 3 daily chances to win.
Enter your bill at chfi.com. Our New Year's resolution is for you to have a fantastic 2021.
It starts when Darren and Moe pay your bills, weekdays at 8, 1, and 4
on 98.1 CHFI. Coming up, the Canadian economy lost jobs for the first time in months. Chris McCusker will have the business report next. 680 News Time, 10:55.
Being a new mom isn't easy, but hugging's easy. Loving's easy. And baby D drops are easy too. Simply apply just 1 drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants. Baby D drops, the sunshine vitamin in just 1 drop.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Primucci. Next time you order, try our charcoal-infused pizza and enjoy a lighter and airier pizza experience. It may just become your new go-to favorite. Think Italian and taste the difference.
680 News Time, 10:56. Now the 680 News Business Report over to the Business Center and Chris McCusker. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Irene. For the first time since April, the Canadian economy lost jobs in December. We're talking about a drop of almost 63,000, while the unemployment rate edged up to 8.6%. Now, the majority of the job losses were part-time jobs. Avery Schenfeld is chief economist at CIBC.
It was tilted towards part-time and self-employed, the gig economy, which again fits the picture of restaurant workers, for example, that's often part-time, people who work at recreation, leisure type occupations, again, often part-time, and young people predominantly in the job losses, which again fits the profile of the typical office worker who's now working from home hasn't been that affected by these latest restrictions, but those in occupations where it's a face-to-face service provided to Canadians have been bearing the brunt of this COVID crisis, as they really have back since the spring.
The Canadian dollar right now is down by 9/100, 78.72 cents U.S. Now, another all-time high on Bay Street after the TSX closed at a record yesterday. And then a switch. Right now, the TSX down 26 points, 18,001. A huge weight coming from the gold stocks today. Gold itself off by $53, 18.60. And then oil is higher by 83 cents, 51.66. On Wall Street, a record for the S&P and the NASDAQ. The S&P right now up by 11 points. The NASDAQ higher by 107. And the Dow has been both higher and lower since the opening bell. So take this for what it's worth. Right now it's up 8 points. Watching shares in Moderna. Now this stock down by 0.5%, 114.42. One question around the COVID-19 vaccines has been, how long are people protected? Now more study is needed, but the CEO of Moderna says its COVID vaccine is very likely to offer protection for a couple of years. I'm Chris McCusker. Business continues at 26 and 56 or anytime at 680news.com.
From the little kid shooting hoops on the driveway with dad
To elite athletes at the top of their game.
for anyone who has ever bounced, kicked, spiked, or thrown a ball,
The emptiness is palpable. But we will return to the field, the pitch, the stadium.
we'll feel the sun on our faces and team spirit in our hearts.
We'll collectively rise up and cheer, we did it.
And it will be a healthy planet again.
HealthyPlanetCanada.com.
Do you suffer from CRA mail anxiety? Does the sight of a brown envelope make you sweat? Are the envelopes piling up? Don't know where to start? We do at Mark Feldstein and Associates. We deal with this every day. It's time to take control and start sleeping at night. Call Mark Feldstein, Chartered Professional Accountants now. Visit markfeldstein.ca. So the next time you see a brown envelope, think markfeldstein.ca.
Taking a look at some conditions across the province this hour. The one thing we are really starting to see lots of beautiful sunshine, but if you're inside and about to head outdoors, don't let that fool you because we've got wind chills in the minus double digits. In Oakville this hour, it is -8, feeling like -13. In Markham, it is -9. In Barrie, it is -12. 680 News Time, 11 o'clock.
On for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Here are Steve Roberts and Sarah Parrott.
Good morning. This is Friday, the 8th of January.
And good morning. In for Sarah, I'm Irene Precklett. Here's what's making news this hour.
Premier Ford strikes a dire tone as COVID cases top 4,200.
There will be further measures because this is getting out of control.
I'm told Cabinet is meeting later today to discuss more measures.
The Ford government says we're in desperate need for more vaccines, pleading with Health Canada to approve more options, saying all of Ontario will be out of the Pfizer shot by the end of next week.
The Prime Minister will soon be providing a COVID-19 update to the nation, with a slow rollout of vaccines expected to be in focus after a meeting with the premiers.
Memorials will be held across the country today, marking the one-year anniversary of a Ukrainian air flight that was shot down over Iran, killing over 100 people who had ties to Canada, including 55 Canadians.
Raptors put their 1-6 record on the line in Sacramento, and the Stars cancel practice without an explanation. Sports at 15.
We have seen records on both sides of the border despite job losses in both Canada and the U.S. last month, and another all-time high for shares in Tesla. Business at 26. 680 News Time, 11:01.
All right, now time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Kyle Hawking.
This report brought to you by 407 ETR, was just monitoring this rolling maintenance crew on the eastbound Gardner. They are fixing up some potholes and are now east of Spadina. Just about to get to York Street. Looks like they're in the left lane. So delays here on the approach. They're moving once again. Here they come up towards York. So if you're traveling toward downtown, it is busy east of the Humber Bridge to approaching York. See how far they go before they stop. Yesterday, they came through this exact same stretch. They were on the right side, though, fixing up potholes. Today, they're in the left lane. So if you're traveling, again, towards downtown, delays there. But that's our only delay on any of the major routes. And to avoid that one, you can take the eastbound Lakeshore or perhaps eastbound Queensway, depending on what your destination is, which one's easier for you. They're both in good shape. The Huron-Ontario construction along the 407 still in place. Westbound 407 west of Huron-Ontario. It's 2 right lanes blocked, but no delays there. The notable portion of this is that the Huron-Ontario ramps to westbound 407 are also closed. The safety of drivers, both on and off the road, means everything to 407 ETR. That's why they've developed a COVID assistance program for those who need it most. Your next report at 11:11, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriacci.
A sun cloud mix today, a guaranteed high of -3. We'll have just a few clouds overnight as we fall to lows near -6. When you factor in the wind chill overnight tonight, it's going to feel more like -12. Enjoy that sunshine on your Friday. Your guaranteed high -3.
Right now downtown, it is -8 with lots of beautiful sunshine. It's sunny at -9 at Pearson, but when you factor in the wind chill, feeling more like -15. 680 News Time, 11:03.
Well, in some of his toughest language yet, Premier Doug Ford stressing to Ontario residents that if they don't follow the health guidelines, that desperate times are going to get even worse. It comes as we see 4,269 new cases of COVID-19 in this province today. It should be noted, though, that 450 of those cases are actually from 2 days ago because of a delay in data from Toronto Public Health.
680's Richard Southern is at Queen's Park and joins us live with more on the Premier's ominous warning. Richard.
That's a good word to use, Irene. I mean, this is for sure the most dire tone we've heard from the Premier yet during this pandemic. With, as you say, more than 4,200 cases reported today, Ford says matters are quickly unraveling, and he signaled a further crackdown is on the way.
We're in a desperate situation, and when you see the modeling, you'll fall off your chair. Everything is on the table right now. There will be further measures because this is getting out of control. We have to do whatever it takes. And again, I know I say it all the time, but everything is on the table right now.
Premier Ford talked about new modeling data that's supposedly due out on Tuesday. I asked the Premier's office, why not release that data now if it's so impactful? The Premier's office telling me that the doctors want to see a few more days of data. Here's what I can report. Sources telling me here at Queen's Park this morning that the Premier is this hour meeting with his cabinet. On the agenda, sources tell me, is the topic of further restrictions. I don't know what those further restrictions could be, whether or not it's a curfew, whether or not it's closing construction sites. We don't know. But the cabinet is meeting, and Dr. Barbara Gaffney said something needs to be done now.
We don't want more people dying. We don't want the ICUs overwhelmed. We don't want morgues overwhelmed. And I know we don't want to scare people, but on the other hand, I think there's too much complacency.
Both Yappy and Ford again repeating their calls for more vaccine from the federal government. Reporting live at the legislature, Richard Southern, 680 News.
And meantime, the province says we are quickly running out of vaccines, saying that we could be out of the Pfizer shot by the end of next week. And 680's Leah Johansson on that part of the story for us, joining us live now with more details. Leah.
University Health Network says that they will exhaust their supply today, with other GTA hospitals saying they will run out by the end of the week. Ford again pleading to federal officials to move quickly.
If there's one thing, I'm going to ask Health Canada again, please approve AstraZeneca. We're in desperate need of it. Please approve it. It's been approved by other health agencies around the world, and that will really, really help us out.
He says the province is hopeful the federal government will secure more vaccines, but says vaccination appointments will soon need to be canceled if that doesn't happen. Despite the intense shortage, he does say the province is still on track to vaccinate frontline healthcare workers.
We're going to be finished all the long-term care homes and the frontline workers and caregivers by the 21st.
So far, the UK, India, and Mexico have all approved the AstraZeneca shot. Reporting live, I'm Leah Johansson.
As provinces increase pressure for the federal government on vaccine distribution, Prime Minister Trudeau will be addressing the nation in about half an hour. 680's Parliament Hill reporter Cormac McSweeney joins us with more.
Multiple Conservative premiers have sounded the alarm, saying they need more vaccines from the feds. This after the Prime Minister expressed frustrations that the provinces were not administering the shots fast enough. When Trudeau steps up to the mic, the vaccine distribution will be a key focus, just as it was in a virtual meeting last night between premiers and the PM. Ahead of that call, Trudeau told our Whistler station, Mountain FM, he's confident the pace will pick up soon and acknowledged this has not been a simple process.
Obviously, this is an unprecedented mobilization, and we got vaccines earlier than anyone expected.
Numbers from earlier this week showed Canada has received around 425,000 vaccine doses, but less than 150,000 people got the shot. Health Canada has approved the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, while it's still reviewing the shot from AstraZeneca. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
This just into 680 News. U.S. President Donald Trump says he will not attend the inauguration of Vice President-elect Joe Biden. He tweeted just moments ago he will not attend the January 20th event. Vice President Mike Pence, though, has said he will attend the ceremony on Capitol Hill later this month. And stay with 680 News for more on this developing story.
It was a year ago today. Iran shot down a plane with 176 people on board, including dozens of Canadians. 680's Momin Qureshi joins us live with more on how the victims are being remembered. Momin.
Irene, some very solemn ceremonies are being held around the country today, including here in Toronto. A virtual ceremony will take place at noon. It has been 1 year since that Ukrainian air flight was shot down over Iran, killing all people on board, including over 100 people who have ties to Canada, including at least 55 Canadians. Now, Premier Ford did talk about it at the very start of his news conference this morning.
My heart is with you. My thoughts and prayers are with you today and always. We honor the memory of your loved ones, some of them researchers, students, and educators, others newlyweds or families with children. All of them people who contributed in so many ways to the betterment of their communities.
There is a vigil taking place at noon, which you can watch virtually. Mayor Tory will be taking part in that one. Reporting live, I'm Momin Qureshi.
And on the way in just 30 seconds, we will have a check on the price of gas.
680 News Time, 11:09.
At Shell, we're taking care. Because taking care of you means taking care of the one thing we all share, the journeys that we take.
Avait prétexté une relation platonique, mais voilà, ça n'avait pas suffi à maintenir le lien et donc elle fuit aussi je dirais un peu la scène de son humiliation. C'est l'autre raison qui l'a conduit donc à rejoindre la France révolutionnaire où elle fait la connaissance d'un aventurier américain, plus financier que littéraire, même s'il est aussi l'auteur d'un roman sentimental. Il s'appelle Gilbert Imlay et donc ils ont une aventure et en 1794, Mary Wollstonecraft accouche d'une fille qui n'est pas Mary Shelley, qui est Fanny Imlay, qui sera donc la demi-sœur aînée de Mary Shelley, laquelle voit le jour, elle, en 1797. Mais là, je pars dans la biographie, on en a pour 3 heures.
Mais en fait,
je resserre. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez savoir exactement?
Mais en fait, est-ce qu'on peut parler déjà de proto-féminisme dans le cas de Mary Wollstonecraft, parce que et aussi d'une aventurière, sans l'ombre d'un doute, parce que de choisir d'aller sur place, sur le lieu de la Révolution, c'était déjà assez audacieux.
Oui, oui, complètement. Alors c'est effectivement, elle reste aujourd'hui dans l'histoire comme la pionnière du féminisme. Ça...
For the half of us who will be diagnosed, along with the other half devoted to their care. Donate at cancer.ca because empathy is bigger than apathy, science is bigger than any tumor, and life is bigger than cancer.
680 News Time, 11:11.
Time now for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Kyle Hawking.
And this report is brought to you by Sportsnet. We have this moving maintenance crew on the eastbound Gardner continuing its way through downtown. They're on the east side of downtown now. Eastbound Gardner, just east of Jarvis. Left lane is blocked off, essentially. They're moving right now, this crew, but looking for potholes, so they've been stopping intermittently. They're in the long-term construction zone at this point, though. They've made it that far, so that means there's only a right lane getting past this crew. A delay off and on the approach as they had stopped in a couple spots. They stopped approaching Jameson, they stopped approaching York, and now they're heading through Jarvis. So if you're traveling toward downtown, delays approaching Spadina into the long-term construction zone as you're caught behind this slow-moving crew. And it looks like they are still moving at this point. They've almost reached Cherry Street, so just about halfway through that long-term construction. Here they come and are still in the left lane but have not stopped. We have no other problems on the highways, though, except for construction that you may want to be aware of. Westbound 407, west of Huron, Ontario. It's 2 right lanes blocked here by crews. No delay. However, the Huron, Ontario ramps to westbound 407 have also been closed down for that. If you had the ability to stream the game from the bathroom, wouldn't you do it? Live stream sports with Sportsnet Now. Visit snnow.ca for details. Next report at 11:21, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
One of the colder days we've had in a while, a guaranteed high of -3, but earlier this morning felt into the minus teens across the GTA. So we have a few cloudy periods tonight, staying mainly clear, lows near -6. Mainly sunny for Saturday. A little bit of cloud may be hanging on through the day, so it will be a filtered sun. Highs near 0 and overnight low near -6. Our guaranteed high today, -3.
Right now, downtown, it's -8 with sunny skies. It's sunny at -9 at Pearson, but feeling more like -15. 680 News Time, 11:12.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute. And for that, let's check in at the Business Center. How are things looking so far, Chris?
Well, we have seen records on both sides of the border. The Dow is the lone holdout right now. It's down 56 points. The S&P higher by 15 and the NASDAQ up by 89. Now the TSX, which also closed at a record yesterday, it hit an all-time high today. A give back right now of 62.
Pourquoi? Parce que elle est rejetée par Gilbert Imlay, qui vole de ses propres ailes. Et elle souhaite vraiment mettre fin à ses jours. On la repêche in extremis dans la Tamise. Elle avait pris soin, d'une part, de laisser une lettre d'explication, une lettre d'adieu, et d'autre part, de faire en sorte qu'elle ne puisse pas, si je puis dire, faire surface. Elle avait sauté dans la Tamise en ayant préalablement perdu ses vêtements. Et donc, ce que je veux dire par là, c'est aussi que ce féminisme qu'elle revendique, sans employer le terme, n'empêche pas un attachement excessif à un homme. C'est une femme amoureuse, c'est d'ailleurs une femme qui jamais ne remet en cause le mariage. Au contraire, elle pense que le mariage est l'un des fondements de la société. Et elle décide d'ailleurs de se marier plus tard à William Godwin, qui est l'un des grands philosophes politiques en vue à l'époque en Angleterre. Et donc, elle l'épouse en 1797. Enfin, si je me souviens son nom. Oui, c'est ça. Oui, c'est ça. C'est-à-dire peu de temps après, peu de temps avant qu'elle donne naissance effectivement à Mary Shelley. Et juste une petite anecdote peut-être, le couple Godwin-Wollstonecraft s'attendait à avoir un garçon. Et ils avaient anticipé de le prénommer William. Et finalement, c'est une surprise que ce soit une fille. Et dans un billet qui suit en fait la naissance, dans un petit billet qu'elle adresse à Godwin, parce que
On sunny but cold, -8 in downtown Toronto, feeling like -13 when you factor in that wind. Good morning, I'm Steve Roberts.
And good morning, I'm Irene Precklet. Here's what's making news this hour.
Premier Doug Ford not necessarily announcing any new measures to keep Ontarians safe, but calling the COVID situation a desperate one in Ontario, adding that they are running out of vaccines, but they are waiting for more to arrive. It comes as we see 4,269 new cases of COVID-19 in this province today. Should be noted, though, that 450 of those cases are as a result of delayed reporting from Toronto Public Health. And breaking news out of Washington this morning, U.S. President Donald Trump now confirming that he will not attend the January 20th inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden. It's time now, though, for 680 Sports. And from Sportsnet 590 The Fan, here's Andrew Nye.
Steve, not even the sports world can stop the threat of COVID, with the NHL now dealing with some issues before the season starts. The Columbus Blue Jackets have held a number of players out of today's scheduled practice. They say out of an abundance of caution and in accordance with COVID-19 protocols. The Dallas Stars abruptly canceled practice this morning as well and provided no further information. The Bills will host the Colts and some fans at Orchard Park tomorrow for their wildcard game with high expectations. And Nate Geary of WGR says everything's coming together at the right time.
They remind me a lot of last year's Tennessee Titans team that just, they had to win out in order to make the playoffs. And those are the scary teams, the teams that go on a 7-game win streak to walk into the playoffs. Those are the ones that tend to make the most noise, and I think that's exactly how you describe the Bills right now.
Bills have put up 142 points in the last 3 weeks. They host Indy tomorrow at 1 on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, pregame at 12:30. Raptors hope to avoid a 4th straight loss and 7 of 8 tonight in Sacramento. Game time is 10 o'clock. And former Blue Jay Brandon Drury has signed a minor league deal with the Mets. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
Our local spot. It was there when we needed it most. The perfect coffee, they brewed it. Your favorite meal, they delivered it. Now it's our turn to be there for them. By supporting local and shopping safely with curbside pickup, takeout, delivery, and online. So let's show our love for local safely. Ontario, yours to rediscover.
The Chesterfield Shop. Hi, it's Pam here from the Chesterfield Shop. Nothing is like a Chesterfield Shop in-store experience. But sadly, since this year we are temporarily closed, we'd love you to visit us online on our updated...
Open for virtual appointments.
Workers especially, who are on the brink of being overrun, and if this pandemic gets worse and they get overrun, then it's not just people with COVID who won't be able to get treatment, it's people with other ailments who won't be able to get treatment as well. So consequences, again, can be distributed across society. They're not as visible, but can be much more severe than consequences that are concentrated. So there's no question that governments are trying to balance people's livelihoods with broader public health objectives, and that's what they should do, frankly. But it's also the case that sometimes you have to make a decision that's going to hurt a very clear group in the short term in order to benefit a much larger group distributed across society in the medium and longer term.
Yeah, the difficult thing in this situation, though, is politicians always look at popularity, and things that are unpopular, are things that they want to stay away from. You look at Manitoba's premier, and his popularity is like in the toilet, and Doug Ford's hanging on to his as much as he can. So we'll see if that messaging gets firmed up as far as this non-essential travel goes. I appreciate your time and your insight in this, Chris. Thanks so much.
My pleasure, Kai. Thanks for having me.
Cheers. That's Christopher Cochran, who is Associate Professor of Political Science at the University of Toronto. All right, I want to, for everybody that's doing Dry July, is this going to work? Are we going to detox? And is there anything we should be aware of that could be dangerous? Like, if you actually developed quite a drinking habit, is it safe to go completely dry? We'll talk about Dry January coming up next. Out to the roads for a look at the drive. 640 Toronto shopper traffic. Here's Richard Martin.
We are still trouble-free for the major highways. Not seeing any problems for the 401, DVP, or Gardner. We still have a few in-town problems on the go. Birchmont south of Ellesmere, a crash in the area. Also Highway 7 at the 400, another crash there. And McCowan and Denison, problems there as well. Sick of hibernation mode? Try adventure mode and bring on winter in a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive. Contact your nearest Subaru dealer for their winter on bonus. I'm Richard Martin with Global News Radio.
640 Toronto, Chopper Traffic.
At Trippz Electronics, we know this has been a difficult time for everyone. Your safety is our #1 priority. Our showroom is currently closed, but our professional staff are available via email at sales@truetone.ca or by phone at 905-270-3440 to answer any questions. Please visit truetone.ca to place your orders. We're offering curbside pickup at our location at 980 Dundas Street, East in Mississauga. Our dedicated staff are doing everything possible to keep our clients safe. From all of us at Trippz Electronics, happy holidays and stay safe.
It's the Ram 4x4 Winter event.
How about a more dramatic name? Like the Ram Winter Doesn't Stand a Chance event.
With big discounts on Ram trucks.
So that's a no? Okay. How about the Ram Old Man Winter Better Running?
11-10-10, and we'll see how the vote stacks up to what Bob Reed thinks of the whole thing as an expert, coming up at 11:45. Meanwhile, how about another edition of How You Doing with people you regularly hear on this show, this radio station. And so I'm checking in with nutritionist Leanne Phillips, who has a podcast through our radio station, Eat This with Leanne. Leanne, good morning.
Good morning, Jerry.
I understand with your kids online, you're worried that all of you are using so much bandwidth, you might go off the air here, so we'll see how it functions. But what was your reaction yesterday then, before we get into how you're doing personally, but this will tie into it. What was your reaction yesterday when you found out no school for at least a couple more weeks?
Well, my girls are in grade 10 and 12, so it didn't actually affect them. I think my original question was, why are the elementary school kids going back before the high school kids? Because they're actually only in every other day, so it hasn't actually affected us. But, you know, as a parent, I had my own questions.
Sure, but you're also in the happy circumstance at this point where you've got kids who can be expected to sit down, face the computer, and concentrate. They're not sick.
Institutions and established companies around the world where innovation meets the law. And from the listeners who support this NPR station.
With their laptop on their lap and think that they're trying to do
Each morning edition from NPR News, I'm Noel King.
And I'm Stephen Speak. Jack Ma is one of the world's most successful business people, and until recently, he was also among the more visible. The founder of China's giant company Alibaba often turned up in interviews and at conferences or on TV. In 2017, he gave advice at the World Economic Forum. Every day, person. The only certain day is yesterday. That's why that's the typo. The man who said every day is uncertain now faces an uncertain fate. And the man who often spoke in public has not appeared in months.
I've got my own stuff I've got to do too, and it honestly true, very.
Merci, aussi. Oui, bien sûr, radical, contestataire, qui à 22 ans attire, comment dirais-je, suscite l'intérêt et l'attention des espions de la couronne, parce que en raison des pamphlets qu'il a écrits et de son militantisme aussi, il s'est rendu par exemple en Irlande pour militer pour l'indépendance du peuple. Donc effectivement, c'est un esprit très subversif, à la fois poète romantique et en même temps activiste radical, et qui effectivement ne craint pas à 4 heures du matin, le 28 juillet 1814, de ravir, d'enlever, au fond, avec son consentement, la jeune Mary Godwin, et puis en profite aussi pour emmener la sœurette, Claire Clermont, qui est la sœur cadette de Mary. Et ils partent donc sur le continent. C'était une fugue.
À quelle mesure la collaboration entre Shelley et Mary, en fait, est importante pour la création du personnage de Frankenstein, parce qu'il agira aussi un peu peut-être comme un editor, comme on disait tout à l'heure avec Mary Shelley.
Il agit comme un starter, il agit comme un booster. Il lui met le pied à l'étrier parce que jusque-là, effectivement, elle écrivaillait, si je puis dire, elle distribuait, d'ailleurs, elle nous l'explique elle-même, et puis...
Sadiq Khan now saying that 1 in 30 Londoners is now testing positive for coronavirus, and he continues to employ those residents to stay home unless it is absolutely necessary. Well, coming up in just 60 seconds, we've got Chris McCusker standing by with the latest in business. She is looking at job losses in Canada last month, and they are big.
When businesses join forces with 680 News, not only does it get their company's message out there, it's also the start of a beautiful relationship.
Who knows where this is all going to go, but we always have a lot of fun, don't we?
Bill Coy of Coy Brothers is never at a loss for words, especially when it comes to his experiences with 680 News.
Well, Coy Brothers, who knows what the heck we do. We do all kinds of things.
But he still advertises his lawn and grounds maintenance equipment business to the GTA by using 680 News.
Well, with 14 family members, we have to grow the business and to reach the widest audience. 680 is what our customers listen to, and it's worked very well for us. Regardless of what nationality, whether it's men, women, everyone listens to 680.
And Bill, do you recommend people to advertise with 680?
Yeah, we definitely recommend 680. There's no question about it, unless you're one of our competitors. Then no, this doesn't work at all.
680 News works for Coy Brothers. Get 680 News working for you. Visit 680ads.com. That's 680ads.com.
680 News Time, 11:26. Time now for the 680 News Business Report. Let's check into the Business Center with Chris McCusker. Chris, earlier this morning you got some jobs figures, and I don't know, maybe not a surprise given the kind of up and down we've seen, that you were looking at some losses in this country last month.
Yeah, certainly not a surprise, Steve, but the 7-month streak of job gains in Canada's labour market appears to be over. So we're talking about a loss of more than 62,000 jobs in December. Now, most were part-time. But as we said, the loss widely expected given the new lockdowns in parts of Canada. Avery Schenfeld is chief economist at CIBC.
It is true that we managed to keep some things open and rejig the way work is done so that people are a little more distant from each other at some workplaces or working from home. That's certainly been an accomplishment. And all the government stimulus has prevented the job losses in sectors that were hit by COVID from spreading into the entire rest of the economy. So that's been the plus. But make no mistake, the level of unemployment rate we're at now, even after all the improvement we had since the spring, would be typically where we are at the bottom of a recession. So we still have a long way to go to get back to labour market health.
So the Canadian dollar right now is down by 13,100, 78.68 cents US. Now, having said all of that, the TSX did hit an all-time high today after closing at a record yesterday. Right now it's down 46 points, 17,981, but still the biggest downdraft coming from the gold stocks. Gold is off by $59 to $18.54. Oil going the other way, up by 87 cents to $51.70 a barrel. In the U.S., disappointing jobs data there as well. And talk the U.S. president could be removed from office before his term ends. We did see records for the S&P and the NASDAQ. Despite that, the S&P right now higher by 9, the NASDAQ higher by 83. Shares in Tesla hit another all-time high today, 884.49. So far in 2020, wow, this stock is up almost 25%. It's up by almost 800% from this time last year. The company's market cap now at $818 billion. That is higher than Facebook at $754 billion. And the Dow, which closed at a record yesterday, giving back 66 points. It's slipped below the 31,000 mark now at 30,975. I'm Chris McCusker. This is 680 News.
Can you feel it? It's different than before. We are stronger. Not because one of us is all of us, because all of us is one of us. This is our team, the Canadian team, the human team. We all live
in Wilmington, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 52. At St. Catharines, light rain was falling with a temperature of 45. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for central North Carolina for today and tonight.
This winter,
Please listen to North Radio or go to www on the internet for more information about the following hazards. Winter weather advisory and now the extended outlook for the period Saturday through Thursday. Near 16 temperature Saturday morning could result in a continuation of slick and icy conditions, mainly on bridges and overpasses. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not expected at this time. Here is a winter weather message from the National Weather Service.
And weather specialist Casey Franchi's forecast for the day today is going to be sunny, which is definitely a good thing, but it is going to be cold to go along with it. We're expecting a guaranteed high of only -3. For tonight, cloudy periods, low down to -6, a wind chill of -12, and then heading into tomorrow, some sunshine, but again, cloud hanging on. We are expecting a high near 0. Low down temperature
early this morning. The precipitation will likely turn to a cold rain during the midday and afternoon hours before changing back to snow in the evening and early overnight hours. Total snow accumulation.
11:30.
#1 for news in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Here are Sarah Barrett and Steve Robert. Good morning. This is Friday, the 8th of January. For Sarah, I'm Irene Preckland.
And here's what's making news this hour.
A panicked Doug Ford rings the alarm bells as cases top 4,200.
This is the most serious situation we've ever been in ever since the beginning of this pandemic.
He says more lockdown measures are likely on the way.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau set to address the nation after holding a virtual meeting with premiers in an effort to speed up the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine. A difficult day for many Canadian families as they mark the one-year anniversary of a Ukrainian air flight that was shot down over Iran, killing over 100 people with ties to this country, including at least 55 Canadians.
And U.S. President Donald Trump will be a no-show at Joe Biden's inauguration.
Stop number 2 on the Raptors road trip tonight in Sacramento. The Jags are taking a look at Urban Meyer for coach. Sports at 45.
We've had records on Bay and Wall Street today, despite disappointing jobs data on both sides of the border. And I'm looking at a big drop for gold. Business at 56.
680 News Time, 11:31.
That is time for 680 News, traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Kyle Hocking.
Well, we have a couple of issues on the highways. A westbound 401 problem approaching Warden in the Express. The left lane is blocked up by crews who are dealing with a stalled vehicle here, so MTO, tow, and OPP all on scene. Delays from just west of Kennedy in the Express to approaching Warden, where this problem is. Collector lanes are fine there. And then we had that rolling maintenance crew on the eastbound Gardner downtown. They have exited the highway, the east end of the Gardner, off on the lakeshore. So it's still a bit of a residual volume just through the long-term construction zone, but it's almost back up to speed there. We'll see if this crew pops back up going westbound, as they do sometimes. Off the highways, a couple of issues. Actually, first let me cover a couple more highway issues. Here, Ontario ramps to westbound 407 are closed for ongoing construction, and the ramp to Mississauga Road's been reduced to a single lane for snow removal. On now back off the highways, we've got this collision here, southbound Birchmount, south of Ellesmere at Vauxhall. Sounds like at least a lane blocked with a crash. Crews are on scene. And there must be construction northbound on Queen's Park as you approach Bloor, right at the intersection. Single lane maintenance, I would assume. It's backed up from the legislature up to that Queen's Park Avenue Bloor intersection because of this work. Your next report at 11:41, and with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
A sunny Friday afternoon for the GTA, hanging on to that high pressure too through the weekend. Just a few cloudy periods overnight tonight as we fall to -6. It's going to feel like -12, so a chillier start to Saturday, but through the day, our temperatures will stabilize. And this afternoon, our guaranteed high is pretty seasonal, -3.
Pretty seasonal.
And right now in downtown Toronto, we got some sunshine, -6, feeling like -11 when you factor in the wind. It's sunny as well out of Pearson, -7, feeling like -13. 680 News Time, 11:33.
Ontario is reporting a record-breaking 4,249 new cases of COVID-19 today. Now, 450 of those because of a data glitch, but even if you take those out, the 7-day average is now approaching almost 3,400 cases a day. Premier Doug Ford says this is getting out of control, calling the situation desperate.
The 680's Richard Southern is joining us live from Queen's Park. And Richard, this really is some of the toughest talk we have heard from the Premier in a long time.
Oh, no doubt about it, Steve. It was, really a different sounding Premier Ford here at Queen's Park this morning. One I thought sounded more panicked. Certainly the most concerned we've ever heard him. With cases topping 4,200, Premier Ford says the situation is unraveling quickly.
This is so serious. Matter of fact, this is the most serious situation we've ever been in, ever since the beginning of this pandemic.
Sources are telling 680 News this morning that a cabinet meeting is underway here at Queen's Park as we speak right now. And the topic of this cabinet meeting is the potential for more lockdown measures. It is not clear what these measures could be, but the Premier says something is coming.
Everything is on the table right now. There will be further measures because this is getting out of control. We have to do whatever it takes. And again, I know I say it all the time, but everything is on the table right now.
New modeling data, he says, will come out on Tuesday that the Premier says will, quote, knock you out of your chair. Dr. Barbara Yaffe says action needs to happen now.
I think we do need to consider more serious measures. Perhaps similar to what happened in the spring, and looking at other jurisdictions, what they have done and what has worked, so that we can get ourselves out of this.
Meantime, Ontario NDP leader Andrea Horwath is calling on Premier Ford to get new medical advisors, including a new chief medical officer of health.
And if Mr. Ford is telling the truth, that he's acting on the advice of his advisors, then I think it's time he finds some new advisors.
Things happening pretty quickly here at Queen's Park this morning. Reporting live at the legislature, Richard Southern, 680 News.
Well, vaccines a weapon in the fight against COVID-19, but the Premier says Ontario needs more doses. With word, one hospital network in the GTA has already run out. 680's Leah Johansson joins us live with that. Leah.
That's right. The Premier says all of Ontario will be out of the Pfizer shot by the end of next week. But again, some GTA hospitals already running out.
Dr. Kevin Smith at UHN has said he'll exhaust his supply today. Southlake in York Region, the Ottawa Hospital, and others told us they will do the same by the end of the week.
A University Health Network says they have 3,000 vaccination appointments booked per day tomorrow through Monday, so more shots are urgently needed. Ford is pleading with Health Canada to give the green light to the AstraZeneca vaccine.
We're in desperate need of it. Please approve it. It's been approved by other health agencies around the world.
So far, the UK, India, and Mexico have all approved the AstraZeneca shot. Reporting live, I'm Leah Johansson.
Well, in Ottawa, in just a couple of moments, the Prime Minister is going to be addressing the nation, providing an update when it comes to those COVID measures. It comes as case counts, of course, continue to rise and concerns are being raised about the speed of the vaccine deliveries. With the details, let's go to our Parliament Hill reporter, Cormac McSweeney.
The slow rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine is sure to be a key focus as the Prime Minister holds this news conference. He addressed the matter with premiers on their weekly call last night. And ahead of that, he told our Whistler station, Mountain FM, he's sure the rate will improve soon.
I'm confident that the pace of vaccination is going to pick up rapidly, and we will be there to support and help the provinces as they get these vaccines out the door.
Justin Trudeau has been voicing frustration over the provincial pace of getting Canadians inoculated. By Tuesday, Canada had received nearly 425,000 doses of vaccines, but fewer than 150,000 Canadians had received the shots by then. Several Conservative premiers are putting the spotlight back on the feds, saying they're concerned the federal supply will not be enough in the days and weeks ahead. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. Several memorials are being held today for the victims of a passenger jet shot down by the Iranian military 1 year ago. 680's Melvin Qureshi joins us live with a look at how this day is being marked. Melvin.
Irene, it was a year ago that Ukrainian Airlines flight was shot down over Iran that was heading on a path towards Canada, killing all 176 people on board, over 100 of those people having connections to this country, including at least 57 Canadians. Now, Daniel Goad's girlfriend, Saba, was on that flight along with her mother and sister. He says a year later, feels like no time has passed at all.
In so many ways, it doesn't even feel like any time has gone by past January 8th. We wake up, we have a routine, we do certain things throughout our day now, but the feeling physically and mentally is very similar to the first few days after we found out about the downing of the flight.
Memorials and vigils will be held across the country today in different cities, marking the solemn occasion, including one coming up in half an hour's time, a virtual one, and then one in person at 2 o'clock this afternoon downtown. Reporting live, I'm Melvin Qureshi.
U.S. President Donald Trump says he will not attend the inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden later this month. He did